To become a wielder of extraordinary abilities is to gain 9 potential partners. Luo Qian, who arrived here during her first year of university, was resolute in her desire to become such a wielder. After diligently toiling in the interstellar realm for 5 years, fortune smiled upon her, and she matched with 9 exceptional individuals. However, these 9 prodigies were either eager to sever their connections, indifferent to her, or simply sought to exploit her resources. The first match, the interstellar deity of wealth, implored, "My lady, I have been swindled of all my funds and lack the means to reach you. Might you spare me a small sum?" The second match, heir to the 3rd most prominent family on the central star, declared, "I have found someone I adore, thus I must request the dissolution of our bond." The third match, a dominator of the 3 great realms, asserted, "Females only impede my quest for dominion over the stars." The fourth, the jaded young lord of the snowy domain, lamented, "My lady, should you wish to end my life, I shall become yours." The fifth, a captivating demon of the Charm clan, seductively proposed, "My lady, allow me to consume you, and we shall be together for eternity." The remainder seemed lifeless on the list, as quiet as slumbering corpses. Luo Qian resolved, "Release them all. Let us part ways amicably. I shall find 9 more compliant partners." Later, the interstellar deity of wealth pleaded, "My lady, all my star coins are yours, I beseech you. Do not sever our bond." The family heir confessed, "My lady, it is only now that I realize it has always been you whom I cherished." The dominator of realms knelt at her feet, step by step declaring, "No one in the universe compares to you, I implore you, accept me." The young lord of the snowy domain proclaimed, "You are the very hope of my survival." Chapter 1. Save me, save me. Excavate the beast core. Dig, dig, dig for the beast core. On planet F-268. In the moonlit forest, by the shimmering waterside, a girl clad in black combat attire stood atop the head of a beast resembling a small mountain. In her hand, a tumderlong blade of blue lightning struck with sparks, deftly plunging into the creature's skull. 4th tier beast core secured. I've struck it rich. Let's hurry. Let's finish quickly. If I find one more 4th tier beast core, I can return and claim 9 handsome husbands. As she spoke, the girl gracefully leapt down from the beast's head, her blade swiftly severing the enormous fang of the mutated crimson-toothed beast, which fell to the ground with a thud. She vividly remembered her arrival here 5 years prior. It was during the summer of her first year when she returned to her hometown to pay respects to her grandmother. Unfortunately, while descending the mountain, she stumbled and fell, only to rise and find herself in a completely transformed environment, with a winged pig charging toward her. Fortuitously, a hunter squad was in the vicinity, and they rescued her, kindly escorting her back to the city. Through their explanations, she learned that she had traversed into an interstellar empire dominated by beastmen. As a mere human from Earth, standing before these towering beings, she felt no joy of adventure, only confusion, helplessness, insignificance, and fear. In her initial moments in this world, Luo Qian wished to throw herself against a wall, hoping to return to her previous life. Yet before she could act, she overheard that the females here, the women, were treated exceptionally well. In the realm of interstellar existence, males abound while females are scarce. Consequently, females receive exceptional privileges. The imperial government not only provides them with villas, but also allocates a monthly allowance for their sustenance. Most importantly, the empire guarantees the provision of husbands should a female awaken her powers. Upon reaching the age of 23, the beast god system will match her with 9 partners in a single arrangement. This matching occurs biennially, with no restrictions on the number of matches. The implication of such limitless possibilities is profound. As long as one can manage to appease them, one may possess an infinite number of husbands and unimaginable prospect for Luo Qian, who never dared to dream of such abundance. Luo Qian is not greedy, she does not yearn for an excess of husbands, believing that 9 would suffice. Given her petite frame, she feels overwhelmed by the thought of managing more. Thus, awakening her powers becomes imperative. The Interstellar Association's Office for Power Awakening offers a free divine tree seed to every interstellar beastman. The day after Luo Qian secured her residence registration, she visited the government office to claim her divine tree seed. It is said that this seed, derived from the companion tree of the beast god residing in the divine realm, grants a 60% chance of power awakening to those beastmen who consume it. Those who successfully awaken their powers are termed Awakened Ones, enjoying lifespans of 800 to 1,200 years, while those unable to awaken are classified as subbeasts, with a mere 120 years of life. Fortune smiled upon Luo Qian. Within a month of consuming the divine tree seed, she awakened her powers, manifesting both lightning and water abilities. The very next day, the imperial government relocated her from the remote S-1231 planet to the current F-26 planet. Initially, she believed she could rely on the subsidies from the imperial government to gradually enhance her level and, upon turning 23, receive her 9 husbands. Living in a villa provided by the empire, spending their currency, and enjoying the sight of handsome partners dancing as matched by the beast god system seemed utterly delightful. However, upon arriving at F-26, she overheard other female awakened ones discussing that low-tier females could only match with low-tier awakened males. Moreover, the appearances of these males evolved with their tiers. The higher the tier, the more attractive and fit they became. Some low-tier male awakened ones, belonging to certain species, were simply unappealing to behold. Being a connoisseur of beauty, Luo Qian could tolerate poverty, but she could not abide the notion of an unattractive husband. Thus, she resolved to strive for ascension before any matching occurred. To ascend, awakened ones must absorb the power of beast cores from magical beasts or insectoid species. Female awakened ones in the interstellar empire typically have resources provided by their families for cultivation. In stark contrast, Luo Qian, an outsider, possesses none. Initially, she sought to form a hunting team with other awakened ones to slay magical beasts. However, due to her lack of family protection and being a newly awakened female, no one was willing to team up with her. Left with no choice, she ventured alone into the forest teeming with magical beasts, diligently hunting them to obtain beast cores. In the beginning, fear gripped her, yet compared to the prospect of facing 9 unattractive husbands, the beasts appeared less daunting. Over 5 years, she narrowly escaped being devoured by magical beasts on multiple occasions and faced grave injuries that could have been fatal. Fortunately, she persevered through it all. Upon acquiring another 4th-tier beast core, she would effortlessly transcend to the 4th tier herself. A female abilities user of this caliber could readily match with male abilities users of the 5th, 6th, or even 7th tiers. She had once encountered a 7th-tier abilities user, whose visage was beyond her capacity for description. Alas, he was utterly captivating. Just envision being at home, surrounded by 9 handsome men, coaxing you to dine, lulling you to slumber, one serenading you while another performs a dance. It would be sheer ecstasy, wouldn't it? Bang! A thunderous sound abruptly jolted Luo Qian from her reverie. A tremendous surge of energy caused her floating vehicle to sway violently before plummeting toward the ground. In the next instant, an enormous water sphere enveloped the vehicle, gently and safely guiding it to the earth below. As Luo Qian exited the vehicle, she had no time to assess its condition, for a ferocious roar echoed through the dense forest. Soon after, a golden-haired man burst forth from the foliage. He was too far away, and his face was smeared with blood, rendering it impossible for Luo Qian to discern his features. Her gaze, however, was drawn to the beast behind him, belching flames with fervor. This creature bore a resemblance to a rhinoceros from Earth, yet its size surpassed that of the rhinoceros by 3 to 4 times. A single horn glowed with ominous red light as flames erupted from its maw. Wherever it tread, trees and vines were instantly consumed by a sea of fire. This was a 4th-tier beast. Luo Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as she had contemplated seeking another 4th-tier beast, this one had presented itself before her. Without a moment's hesitation, she charged forward. The golden-haired man, on the brink of exhaustion from the beast's pursuit, widened his eyes upon seeing Luo Qian approach. "A female? You run!" Before he could utter another word, a colossal blue water sphere, swirling with terrifying lightning, hurtled toward the beast. When the water sphere collided with the creature, the lightning transformed into countless razor-like tendrils, piercing into the beast's flesh. Roar! The beast emitted a pained cry that reverberated through the ground. Luo Qian wielded her lightning, morphing it into a massive blade as she soared upon a column of water, aiming a strike at the beast's head. 0.5 seconds. In a mere 5 seconds, the creature, twice the size of a rhinoceros, lost its head, its immense body crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Jin Xiao gazed at the petite female, standing triumphantly before the beast's severed head, her stature barely exceeding 1.60 meters, utterly astonished. This was his first encounter with such a ferocious female. As he began to speak, he witnessed her deftly extract the beast core from the creature's skull. She then proceeded to skin and dismember the carcass with a speed that left him in awe. Luo Qian stowed the beast core away, placing the remaining skin, bones, and meat into her preservation ring. With enough cores, the materials from these beasts could fetch her a tidy sum of 100,000 star coins. Today was indeed fortuitous. in high spirits after organizing her spoils, she finally turned her attention to the golden-haired man, who could no longer maintain his composure and had collapsed to the ground. She approached him, observing that he lay still with closed eyes, and frowned slightly before giving his calf a gentle kick. "Are you all right? Do you require assistance?" The individual was covered in blood, with one arm hanging at a peculiar angle, suggesting a severe injury. The man's eyelids fluttered before he slowly opened his eyes. With his uninjured arm, he raised his hand, revealing a third-tier beast core resting in his palm. "Save me," he implored. This person certainly knew how to appeal for assistance. Without hesitation, Luo Qian swiftly retrieved the beast core and then quickly produced a healing potion from her ring, administering it to him. "This is the best medicine I possess. Hold on, I will repair the vehicle at once and take you back to the city hospital." Luo Qian was oblivious to how he had come to such a state. However, having accepted his offering, it was imperative to render aid. She had become quite adept at vehicle repairs. Before long, the dilapidated hover vehicle was restored. Luo Qian hurriedly lifted the injured man into the vehicle and sped away from the moonlit forest. Chapter 2. Successfully receiving 9 matches 3 days later, after successfully advancing to the 4th tier, Luo Qian emerged from the training room of her villa, elated. She hastily returned to her room to shower and change her attire before swiftly setting off in her hover vehicle towards the Imperial Female Matcher Center. Moments prior, as she exited the training facility, she had received a notification from the center. "Esteemed Luo Qian, the system alerts you. Today you have turned 23 years old. Please arrive at the Imperial Female Matcher Center on star 268 before 5 p.m. for your partner matching. Note, if you fail to arrive on time, a penalty of 10,000 star coins will be deducted from your account for that day." She had timed her advancement perfectly. The thought of losing star coins was simply unacceptable. 10 minutes later, her hover vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the Imperial Female Matcher Center. After disembarking, she stored the vehicle within her ring and briskly made her way inside. She possessed 3 spatial rings, one for preserving beast materials, one for storing valuables, and one for her hover vehicle. "Esteemed Luo Qian, your identity and rank information has been successfully recorded. The system will now extract a drop of your blood. Please place your finger here." Observing the instrument presented by the staff at the Matcher Center, Luo Qian followed the instructions and placed her finger accordingly. In merely 3 seconds, the blood sample was collected. She felt no sensation, not even a pinprick on her fingertip. "Esteemed Luo Qian, you are now recognized as a 4th-tier ability user. The Beast God system will match you with 9 suitable partners. Their ranks will typically range from the 5th to the 7th tier, with rare instances of 8th, 9th, or even 10th tier matches. Are you aware of this?" The possibility of being matched with partners of such high rank left Luo Qian astonished. "Is it truly feasible to match with 9th or 10th tier males?" The staff member replied, "Such occurrences are uncommon, but they do happen. What if I cannot calm them down?" Luo Qian inquired, somewhat apprehensive. While she had no objections to the notion, after all, higher ranks were undeniably more appealing, she wondered if they would be amenable to her. The staff member patiently assured her, "You need not worry about that. After your match, you and your partner will have a 3-month period to get to know each other. Should you find it difficult to establish rapport within this time frame, you may request the Beast God system to annul the match. This process is fair to both you and your partner." Luo Qian understood. The Beast God system provided a 3-month trial marriage period for both the female and her matched partner. If they were compatible, they would unite. If not, parting ways would be the course of action. It was rather humane. Most of Luo Qian's time was spent hunting in the forest, slaying beasts, procuring beast cores, advancing her rank, and earning star coins. She had not previously delved into these matters. "I understand," Luo Qian nodded. The staff member continued, "Upon successful matching, should you and your partner form a bond within the 3-month period, you will receive a blessing from the Beast God. The system will grant you 1 million star coins, and all assets of your partner will be transferred to your name." Is there such a benefit? If the system were to match her with a wealthy individual, would she not become fabulously rich overnight? Luo Qian remained composed, nodding in understanding. Although many rules were commonly known, the necessary procedures must be adhered to. The staff continued, "Esteemed female Luo Qian, upon successfully pairing, you will possess absolute authority over your partner. They will relish in your nurturing and appreciate the efforts you invest in their advancement. Concurrently, they are bound to be loyal and protective of you, prioritizing your needs and enhancing your capabilities. Once bonded, betrayal is unthinkable. Should they inflict harm upon you or betray your trust, You need only sever their beast mark, and the beast god will surely deliver divine retribution. Luo Qian nodded, fully aware of these stipulations. The staff smiled gently at her, stating, "We are now ready to match you with a partner. In 5 minutes. The matching information will be sent to your light brain. The partners matched by the beast god system are all reputable males with no adverse records. For the initial 3-month period, both the female and her partner will only see each other's names and ages, along with contact information. Other permissions will only be granted upon successful bonding. In other words, their identities, professions, and assets remain unknown. They will only know each other's ages and names." It is reminiscent of the excitement of unboxing a surprise. Luo Qian found this rather amusing. Beep. The notification sound echoed from her light brain. Luo Qian opened it, and a message from the matching center illuminated her screen. "Esteemed female Luo Qian, you have successfully matched with 9 partners. The beast god system will now input their light brain accounts into your device." Was the system directly adding them as friends? Luo Qian's friend list contained only 5 individuals, for were merchants from whom she purchased equipment and sold exotic beast materials, and one was her neighbor, an older sister living next door, who was 10 years her senior and had already matched with 12 partners. Soon, all 9 matching accounts were added. However, seeing a row of question mark avatars, Luo Qian's eyes widened in surprise. Were the avatars also a mystery to be unveiled? In the resting area of the matching center, she accessed the profiles of these 9 individuals. Matcher 1 name, Hu Yan, age, 28. Matcher 2 name, Xian Mo, age, 32. Matcher 3 name, Jiu Qing, age, Din Ek, Netcher 4 name, Yu Bei, age, Duinai, Netcher 5 name, Ming Yan, age, Duinai, Netcher 6 name, Qin Gi, age, Duitai, Netcher 7 name, Jin Sayo, age, 30. Matcher 8 name, Han Chuan, age, 33. Matcher 9 name, Long Yuan, age, 35. Indeed, only names, ages, and light brain accounts were provided. Luo Qian's gaze lingered on the age of the last matcher, Long Yuan, 35 years old, 12 years her senior. Yet, considering the lifespan of a supernatural being, which could exceed 1,000 years, he was hardly old, was he? The staff informed Luo Qian that over the course of the next 3 months, the 9 matches would gradually arrive by her side. She could simply wait or engage with them via her light brain to become acquainted. Meanwhile, on Planet 268, within the upper-tier hospital, Jin Xiao, upon seeing the assistant enter, inquired with palpable excitement, "Did you find her?" The assistant Jin Yao shook his head. "Young master, Planet 268 is vast, with over 20 billion light beasts. Although third-tier female anomalies are rare, their numbers are still considerable. There are at least 8,000 of them on this planet. Without any information about her, it is exceedingly difficult to locate the female you seek within a day." Since waking up in the hospital that morning, Jin Xiao had been searching for the female anomaly who had brought him there 3 days prior. Rubbing his aching brow, his golden eyes were filled with frustration. How could I have forgotten to ask for her name and light brain account that night? The image of the petite female, deftly excavating beast cores in the night, lingered incessantly in his mind. Especially when she had lifted him into the hovercar. Despite his severe injuries, he remained conscious, captivated by her faint, alluring fragrance that wafted into his nostrils. He could not quite describe the scent, but it had ensnared him. At this moment, his deepest desire was to meet her, to inquire if she had any matches, and if she did, whether he might first become her follower. He yearned to bond with her, to safeguard her for a lifetime. "Continue the search. We must find her," Jin Xiao declared resolutely. A female anomaly may have followers, and as long as a follower signs a blood pact with the female they cherish, they could become her partner after 5 years. With the longevity of anomalies, what is 5 years? He would willingly wait 50 years just to become her companion. Ding. Just as Jin Xiao was lost in thought, a message arrived on his light brain. "Male anomaly Jin Xiao, the beast god system has matched you with a female master at 4:35 p.m. today. The details have been sent to your light brain. Please approach the female master within 3 months. A penalty of 5 million star coins will be imposed for late compliance, and no further matches may be made for 100 years. Males who voluntarily cancel the match will incur the same penalty." Why now of all times? Jin Xiao stared intently at the message on his light brain. "Young master, what is it?" Jin Yao, noticing his master's sudden change in expression, asked with concern. Their young master had been schemed against, sustaining severe injuries and suffering a drop to the 4th tier. It was an immense humiliation for him. The beast god system has matched me with a female master. Jin Zhao's gaze darkened, his golden eyes clouded with turmoil. Luo Qian, 23 years old, fourth-tier female anomaly. He paid no mind to her name or title. He only wished to rescue the petite female who had helped him. The emotions of the beast men are pure. Once they fall in love, their hearts remain steadfast, unwavering even unto death. Upon receiving the news, Jin Yao was initially taken aback, followed swiftly by an overwhelming joy. Young master, this is indeed fortuitous. Given your grave injuries and current state of mental disarray, it would be advantageous for the female counterpart to provide you with solace, allowing you to recover more swiftly both physically and in terms of your cultivation. Jin Xiao had already made his decision, sending Jin Yao the address of Luo Qian. Please assist me in this matter. Inquire what conditions she might require in order to voluntarily dissolve the match. Chapter 3. The female counterpart merely influences his pace in conquering the stars. In the underwater palace of the aquatic realm, a man with raven hair lounged lazily upon a throne adorned with an array of gemstones, his gaze languidly sweeping over the subordinates kneeling before him. What did you just say? Congratulations to me? From what source does this joy arise? Under the oppressive aura he exuded, his subordinate trembled as he responded, My lord, the Center for Female Matchmakers has sent word that you have been matched with a female counterpart. You have just ascended, and your mental energy is in a state of agitation. If a female were to provide you with comfort, your mental state would stabilize more swiftly. You need not endure such arduous suppression any longer. A female counterpart? The man on the throne pressed his slender fingers with a slight force, shattering a pink gemstone, which instantly turned to dust in his palm. I have never needed a female counterpart. Women only hinder my efforts to unify the interstellar empire. The Grand Elder of the Dragon Palace, standing nearby, hastily interjected, My lord, I understand your reluctance to be bound by a female. However, you have just ascended, and your mental energy is unstable, necessitating the comfort only a female can provide. The man on the throne cast a disinterested glance in the Grand Elder's direction, causing a bead of cold sweat to trickle down the elder's forehead. He was acutely aware that their master despised females and abhorred the matching mechanism imposed by the beast god. Yet, it was true that males required the soothing presence of females, particularly high-ranking ones like their master, whose heightened abilities intensified their mental unrest. Gradually, they could become overwhelmed, leading to a total mental collapse, reducing them to mere beasts driven by instinct and devoid of rational thought. The Grand Elder stepped forward, steeling himself to persuade, My lord, you need not form a lasting bond with this matched female. Following a successful match by the beast god system, there is a 3-month period during which both male and female can make their selections. During this time, we could enlist this female's assistance to calm you. And once your mental state stabilizes, we can then request her to dissolve the match. The man on the throne fell silent for a moment. Would she be willing? Females were not only frail and troublesome, but also insatiable. If she were to learn of his identity, would she still be inclined to relinquish her claim? The Grand Elder offered a confident smile. Rest assured, my lord. I have already conducted thorough research on this female, based on the information provided by the Matchmaking Center. She resides on star 268, named Luo Qian, and is a newly ascended 4th-tier female, lacking a family and having just turned 23. She has saved little in her pursuit of ascension. If we provide her with a sufficient amount of star currency, she will undoubtedly agree. The Dragon Clan is never short of treasures and star currency. The Elder, observing that the man seated upon the throne did not voice any objections, continued, My lord, your mental energy has been tumultuous of late. If you have no objections, I shall make arrangements for us to seek out this female on planet 268 at the earliest opportunity. Ideally, we would prefer to bring her directly to the Undersea Dragon Palace. However, females are precious and are blessed and protected by the beast god. No male dares to disregard a female's wishes and forcibly abduct her, for such actions would invite the wrath of the beast god, punishments ranging from demotion to death. Particularly since she is the matched female of our lord, they would certainly not dare to coerce her, necessitating a courteous approach to negotiations. If negotiations fail, then we shall have no choice but to. In the central star, within the upper echelons of the divine with technology, in the interstellar void, a silver-haired man spread his arms wide, his captivating fox-like eyes narrowing in delight as he gazed upon the towering beast core before him, with a floor and staircase composed of star coins beneath his feet. The entire void was constructed from the most exquisite gems and ores. This void represents the latest innovation of the Empire, a space vast enough to rival a small asteroid, portable yet exceedingly resilient, impervious even to the mightiest of warships. It is the aroma of star coins, his most favored scent. Suddenly, a notification from the holographic computer jolted the man from his reverie, causing him to open his eyes wide.
Matched?
Female master?
Ha!
The beast god has actually sought a woman to attempt to seize his wealth. Infuriating, absolutely intolerable. No one shall take even a single star coin from him. In an instant, he exited the void, summoning his assistant. Fox Meng, investigate this Luo Qian. Although the beast god system will not provide any information regarding matched females to males for 3 months, that does not imply I cannot uncover it myself. After all, I am the wealthiest man in the galaxy. Investigating a female is a trivial pursuit. 5 minutes later, the assistant approached. Star Master, I have obtained the information. The female matched by the system is named Luo Qian, residing on Planet 268, and she is a level 4 ability user. Planet 268. Fox Qian swept his crimson-tipped hair behind his head, his tone rife with disdain for the impoverished locale. It appears the beast god has matched me with a pauper. This simply cannot be tolerated. I shall not part with a single coin for a beggar. Noticing the Star Master's ever-changing expression, the assistant cautiously inquired, Star Master, do you wish to proceed to Planet 268 to find your matched female? The Beast God system warns that if one fails to arrive in time or opts to directly apply for a match cancellation, a penalty of 5 million star coins will be incurred, along with a prohibition on matching with any female for 100 years. 5 million star coins are but a trifling sum to the Star Master, negligible compared to the hair of a colossal beast. However, the significant matter lies in the 100-year restriction on matching with any female. Additionally, their Star Master is notoriously stingy, reluctant to spend even a single star coin, always seeking to exploit others. To deduct 5 million star coins from him would be akin to extinguishing his very existence. Of course, we shall go. The fox's eyes, ablaze with a fiery hue, sparkled with mirth, and I could not help but think that if I refrained from attending, she would surely seize my star coins. Such a delightful thought. The assistant quietly interjected, yet should you formalize your bond with the female, your assets would be consolidated and transferred to her account by the system. Ha! Fox Qian scoffed. Who says I wish to bond with her? He not only had no intention of uniting with that woman, but also aimed to persuade her to willingly dissolve their match within 3 months. If she voluntarily chose to sever the connection, even the beast god himself would be unable to impose any penalties upon him. For now, however, there was no rush to visit. He would first indulge her in a performance via his holographic brain. 268 stars. Luo Qian returned home, having just parked her hover car, when she noticed the enchanting sister from the neighboring villa being embraced by her partner as they swiftly approached her. Xiao Qian. I just woke up and suddenly remembered that you must be turning 23 today. It is finally time for you to be matched with a partner. Qiyu emerged from her partner's arms, her porcelain-like fingers gently resting on Luo Qian's slender arm, her silver eyes sparkling like starry skies with warmth. Sister Yu, I just returned from the female matcher center. Luo Qian joyfully grasped Qiyu's hand. Qiyu wore a flowing purple gown, her long hair elegantly styled, her skin as fair as jade, and her delicate features radiated a charming allure. She was a sister who embodied both sensitivity and grace, and Luo Qian was particularly fond of such a gentle and beautiful woman. The beast god system has matched me with 9 partners. The thought of soon having 9 husbands made Luo Qian's smile nearly unbearable. Seeing her so elated, Qiyu smiled in return. They had met 3 years prior when she and her partner had recently moved in. That day, while searching for 6th-tier exotic beasts in the Moonfall Forest to obtain beast cores, her partner sustained grave injuries while protecting her. Having exhausted her supply of potions, it was fortuitous that Luo Qian happened to pass by and provided her with life-saving elixirs, ensuring her partner's survival. Over the course of 3 years, Qiyu had truly come to regard the petite girl before her as a sister, understanding how challenging life had been for Luo Qian on her own. Now that she was finally to have partners, Qiyu felt genuine joy for her. The beast god system must have added their contact information for you, right? It has been a while since you returned from the matcher center. Have they reached out to you? Qiyu inquired. Upon hearing this, Luo Qian opened her holographic brain to take a look. The 9 matchers lay quietly in her friend list. She shook her head at Qiyu. No one has contacted me yet. Qiyu frowned. That shouldn't be the case. Once matched, male abilities should receive system notifications, and upon receiving such, They would typically reach out to their female partner immediately. Of course, some may be busy or unable to make contact for other reasons, but it is improbable that all 9 would be unavailable. The notion that males would not promptly reach out to their female counterparts was simply outrageous. Sensing Luo Qian's potential disappointment, Qiyu gently consoled her in a soft voice. It matters not. They may not have received the notification yet. Or perhaps they will reach out to you shortly. If by evening no one has contacted you, feel free to take the initiative and reach out to them. Qian. You are now the matriarch among these males. Heed your sister's advice, exude the authority befitting your role, and compel them to seek you out post-haste. One must not indulge these males. It is truly audacious of them to have not contacted you until now. Is this permissible? Luo Qian, who has yet to experience romance, believes she has gleaned valuable insights. I understand. Thank you, Sister Yu. Chapter 4. Requesting money without a meeting? Upon returning home, Luo Qian glanced at her still inert holographic device before proceeding to wash her hands and prepare her evening meal. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised exotic beast meat, accompanied by her homemade pickles. Merely the sight of it was enough to whet one's appetite, though there were only 2 dishes. Such a feast was exceedingly rare in the interstellar realm. Most interstellar orcs lack culinary skills, subsisting instead on nutrient extracts derived from exotic beast meat. The flavors of these extracts are, however, intolerable to Luo Qian. She resorts to carrying them only when she has no choice but to hunt exotic beasts. There exists a nutrient extract crafted specifically for females, flavored akin to fruit juice, but due to the mutation of interstellar fruits and vegetables, such areas are fiercely guarded by exotic beasts. Furthermore, a single fruit and vegetable nutrient extract requires a substantial quantity of produce to create, rendering its price exorbitantly high, 80,000 star coins for just one. To put this into perspective, Luo Qian toils for an entire week, and without selling beast cores, she can scarcely earn over 100,000 star coins. It is unlikely she could earn enough for a single fruit and vegetable nutrient extract in a month. Disliking the nutrient extracts derived from exotic beasts and unable to afford the fruit and vegetable variant, Luo Qian is left with no choice but to cook for herself. Fortunately, she has been adept in the kitchen since childhood, her culinary skills quite commendable. After dinner, she instructed her advanced intelligent robot to tidy the kitchen, then proceeded to her practice room to consolidate her 4th-tier energy. Afterward, she returned to her room, took a refreshing shower and comfortably reclined on her bed, activating her holographic device. Now, as the clock struck 9 in the evening, her potential matches remained silent on her list, devoid of any activity. Luo Qian hesitated, contemplating whether to send them a message. Just then, one of the avatars, bearing a question mark, flickered, revealing a new message. It was from her first match, Huyen. Huyen, greetings, matriarch. I am Huyen. I sincerely apologize for the delay in messaging you. I encountered a minor issue that has kept me occupied. I hope for your understanding. Luo Qian regarded the message and found his apology to be rather sincere. She did not mind the late hour of his correspondence. After all, he might have had pressing matters to attend to. She tapped her device to respond. Luo Qian, no worries. Take care of your affairs first. I am in no rush. Look at how considerate she is. Meanwhile, Huyen, upon reading Luo Qian's reply, furrowed his brow slightly. What is the matter with this matriarch? Upon witnessing his words, should she not inquire about the circumstances he faced? After all, females possess a formidable desire for control over males. Fox Yan's fiery gaze flickered momentarily before she sent a message to Luo Qian. Fox Yan, thank you, my esteemed female master, for your understanding. I am truly touched. You must be an exceptionally kind and endearing female to not hold it against me for reaching out so late. Fox Yan, I long to fly to your side immediately. Obediently. Fox Yan, however, the situation I encountered is rather grave, and it may take a couple of days before I can seek you out. You wouldn't be angry with me, would you? Having expressed this, he was confident that Luo Qian would inquire about the matter he faced. Should she ask, he would disclose that he had been deceived and was devoid of star coins, rendering him unable to visit her. He would then proceed to manipulate Luo Qian into transferring some star coins. He wondered how many coins she possessed. Ideally, he would extract all of them, ensuring she understood that he was not someone to be trifled with. After sending the message, Fox Yan settled onto the sofa crafted from star coins, awaiting Luo Qian's response with a sense of assurance. In the next moment, a notification chimed. To no surprise, she indeed inquired about what had transpired. Luo Qian, it's all right, Fox Yan. Your matters are paramount. What has happened? Is it serious? Fox Yen, excellent dear female. Now it is time for you to present your star coins. Fox Yen, my esteemed master. All my star coins have been deceitfully taken by my friends. I currently possess not a single star coin. Fox Yen, pitiful, feeble. Fox Yen, I am eager to meet my esteemed master, yet I lack even a single star coin. I am on Central Star, and to take the star track to meet you requires 500,000 star coins. When Luo Qian arrived at Star 268, she utilized the star track, a transportation tool akin to a time-space teleportation device. Reclining on her bed in the villa, Luo Qian perused Fox Yan's messages and narrowed her eyes in suspicion. What did this imply? Was he asking her for money? They had just matched, and she had yet to even meet him. This was akin to a blind date where, having merely exchanged contact information, he was already seeking financial assistance. Such behavior was unacceptable. It must be noted that during the first 3 months post-matching, if one felt the connection was unsatisfactory, they could terminate the match. However, should a male apply for termination, he would incur a deduction of 500,000 star coins and be placed on a blacklist for 100 years, during which he would forfeit any chance of future matches. Conversely, if a female initiated the termination, no such restrictions applied. Thus, it was common for males to plead with females to terminate the match voluntarily. Yet Luo Qian recalled hearing from Qiyu that some males, unable to request termination due to a lack of funds, resorted to cunning schemes to extract money from their female counterparts. Once they amassed 500,000 star coins, they would promptly apply for termination. Could this Fox Yen be one of those individuals? After all, those who matched with her were typically 5th tier or higher males. Even if they were truly deceived, they could easily slay a beast and earn tens of thousands in an instant, making it implausible for them to possess absolutely no star coins. Luo Qian feigned ignorance of Fox Yan's words and replied, "It's perfectly fine, Fox Yan. I'm not in the least bit anxious on my end. Just focus on earning your star coins. As long as they arrive within 3 months, that suffices." Those star coins were not merely currency to her. They were the fruits of her labor, earned through life and death struggles. What were those star coins? They represented her very existence. What if she sent her money and the other party promptly requested to terminate the match? Wouldn't her funds simply vanish into thin air? Luo Qian was willing to spend money to support a man, but only if he belonged to her. Currently, these matches were merely temporary. The prospect of a genuine partnership remained uncertain. Even a stunningly beautiful girl like Qiyu faced dissatisfaction from her matches, with requests for her to dissolve their pairing. As for Luo Qian, who was not as striking as Qiyu and whose rank did not surpass hers, it was only natural that she would also attract male matches who might overlook her. This was something Luo Qian understood all too well. On the other end, Fox Yen, upon receiving Luo Qian's message, widened his eyes in astonishment. What was wrong with this female? She was even stingier than he was, unwilling to part with 50,000 star coins. Surely, she couldn't be so impoverished that she lacked even that amount? It infuriated him. "My lady, but I long to see you as soon as possible," Fox Yen implored. "Be good." Luo Qian responded, "Yes, I wish to see you soon as well. I will wait for you." She deliberately refrained from mentioning the financial aspect. After she finished her exchange with Fox Yen and was about to shut down her light brain to sleep, the doorbell of her villa rang. An advanced intelligent robot approached, activated the villa surveillance, and projected it before Luo Qian. On the screen stood a man in his 20s, with short golden hair and clad in a black suit. At the entrance of the villa, the sight of his golden locks suddenly reminded Luo Qian of the golden-haired man she had rescued from the forest a few days prior and taken to the hospital. I wonder how he is doing? He must have recovered and been discharged by now. Regardless, she had received her payment and fulfilled her obligation by delivering him to the hospital. "May I ask who you are, and what brings you to my residence?" Luo Qian inquired, rising from her bed to address the man on the screen. Could this be her match? At the villa's entrance, Jin Yao, upon hearing Luo Qian's voice, looked towards the surveillance and politely responded, "Luo Qian, I am the assistant of your match, Jin Xiao." Upon learning that it was the assistant of her match, Luo Qian instructed her intelligent butler to open the door. "Please come in," she said, and he entered the villa's living room. As Jin Yao stepped inside and saw Luo Qian seated in the living room, he greeted her courteously. "Esteemed Luo Qian, good day. My master has sent me to discuss matters regarding your match." Jin Yao refrained from addressing Jin Xiao as young master in Luo Qian's presence, fearing that she might perceive his master's elevated status and subsequently demand exorbitant terms during their negotiations. Although his master had indicated that the terms could be proposed freely, he believed it was prudent to prevent her from taking undue advantage. After all, his master star coins were not easily acquired. Upon hearing Jin Yao's words, Luo Qian pondered internally. It appeared that this Jin Xiao was dissatisfied with the recent match. Thus, he had sent an assistant in his stead, likely intending for her to engage with the arrangement. Why had he chosen not to come himself? What purpose did it serve to send you here? Luo Qian inquired with an air of nonchalance. Jin Yao responded politely. Our esteemed gentleman has instructed me to convey that he currently wishes to withdraw from the pairing. Therefore, he requests that you voluntarily apply for the dissolution of this match. Our gentleman is aware that this may infringe upon your interests, and he is willing to offer you some form of compensation. Please feel free to express your desires. We shall accommodate any request that lies within our gentleman's capacity. Chapter 5. Quite astute. Indeed, her assumptions had proven accurate. As the other party sought to dissolve the match, Luo Qian felt no inclination to impose upon them. After all, there were plenty of men around her. Losing one was hardly a concern. However, with an opportunity for gain laid before her, Luo Qian was not one to let it slip away. Since you have invited me to propose conditions, I shall do so, she declared. Jin Yao nodded, encouraging her to voice her wishes, assuring her that as long as her requests were reasonable and within their gentleman's means, they would comply. Luo Qian was uncertain of their financial standing. However, the presence of an assistant suggested a considerable wealth. After a moment's contemplation and hesitation, she proposed. Then I would like 8 fifth-tier beast cores and 1 million star coins. The market price for a single fifth-tier beast core was 50,000. Thus, 8 cores along with 1 million star coins amounted to 5 million in total. During her 5 years in the interstellar realm, she had only managed to save a little over 3 million star coins. Her request was quite bold. She wondered if they would acquiesce. If not, she could certainly lower her demands. Upon finishing her proposal, Luo Qian felt a surge of anxiety, though she dared not let it show. Maintaining a facade of calm as she regarded Jin Yao. Observing Jin Yao's brow furrow deeply, she noted the sharpness in his gaze directed at her. A pang of apprehension struck her. Had she asked for too much? Just as Luo Qian considered retracting her request, suggesting a lesser amount if deemed excessive, Jin Yao interjected. 55th tier beast cores and 5 million star coins. Madam, you must ensure that you cannot retract your request in the future. Luo Qian. She could scarcely believe her ears. Had he truly raised the stakes? Jin Yao swiftly retrieved 50 beast cores from his ring and promptly transferred 5 million star coins to her account. The items have been provided. Can we now proceed with the application to dissolve the match? Jin Yao inquired immediately after completing the transaction, fearing a potential reversal. He had anticipated a more audacious demand from her, yet was astonished by her modest request. 8 fifth-tier beast cores and 1 million star coins? It was laughable. Such a sum would surely tarnish their family's reputation. Moreover, he worried that she might regret accepting a lesser offer. Thus, he had proactively increased the offer to 50 beast cores and 5 million star coins. I will apply immediately. Luo Qian, anxious that the other party might reconsider and reclaim the cores and coins, promptly activated her light brain in Jin Yao's presence. Then, she swiftly applied to the beast god system for the dissolution of her match with Jin Xiao, thoughtfully deleting him from her friends list. What a joke. Even a moment's delay would be a disservice to the beast cores and star coins. Having accomplished this, Luo Qian smiled at Jin Yao, saying, You see, I have already requested the dissolution of the match with your esteemed gentleman and removed him from my friends. However, please note that the application requires 3 months for approval. Therefore, I kindly ask for your gentleman to wait a while longer. I am uncertain if the beast god has any matches to complete, as the application for dissolution also necessitates a 3-month period for processing. Should you wish to retract the request during this time, that option is available. Retract? Luo Qian indicated that such an option did not exist. Her forthrightness left Jin Yao quite pleased, and the previously insincere smile on his face became a tad more genuine. Thank you, Luo Qian. I shall not disturb you further. Please rest well. With matters settled, Jin Yao hastily departed. He still needed to assist the young master in finding the female he had taken a liking to, and could not afford to linger longer. After watching Jin Yao leave the villa, Luo Qian was nearly overcome with joy, almost leaping in exhilaration. She had struck it rich, earning 30 million star coins in a single night. What fortune! If only she could have more matches like this, she could become fabulously wealthy and live in leisure. With her hands clasped in prayer, she fervently beseeched the beast god, O great beast god, merciful beast god, Please bless me with more generous matches. Holding the 55th tier beast cores she had just acquired, Luo Qian felt a surge of excitement that obliterated any trace of sleepiness. She promptly headed to the training room. For now, she could stabilize her abilities immediately with the beast cores. How delightful! In the hospital, Jin Xiao listened to Jin Yao's report, nodding in satisfaction. It seemed that Luo Qian was quite astute. Since she had applied for the dissolution of the match, he need not concern himself with her any longer. Hasten to find the female who saved me, he instructed. Jin Yao replied respectfully, Rest assured, young master. The hospital surveillance system is nearly operational. Once we see the appearance of the female who brought you here, obtaining her photograph will make tracking her down much easier. 2 days later, Luo Qian emerged from the training room, her satisfaction palpable. The beast cores given by Jin Yao were of the highest quality. With just one core, her abilities had stabilized completely and even exhibited a trend of growth. Once she consumed all 50, a few more would surely elevate her to the 5th tier. After taking a shower, she planned to have breakfast before venturing to the moonset forest. Her supply of fruits and vegetables at home had dwindled, necessitating a foray to gather more. Additionally, she intended to hunt a few 4th or 5th tier magical beasts to hone her skills. Merely relying on beast cores for advancement would not suffice. She needed to engage in combat to grow stronger. Upon finishing her shower and stepping out of the bathroom, just as Luo Qian was about to enter the kitchen, the doorbell rang. The intelligent butler immediately approached, projecting the surveillance feed. As soon as the projection appeared, Luo Qian's gaze locked onto a pair of languid eyes, causing her heart to skip a beat. What a pair of eyes they were, languid, enigmatic, and powerful, gazing down upon the world with an air of dominance that compelled one to submit at their feet in reverence. The man stood tall, seemingly towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, and even through the surveillance cameras, the oppressive aura of authority he exuded was profoundly intimidating. His face, backlit as if carved by a divine beast, emanated an icy, ethereal beauty that rendered one utterly transfixed. Outside the door, Long Yuan's languid gaze swept across the verdant entrance of the villa. The elder accompanying him promptly stepped forward to ring the doorbell. Although his master had initially instructed him not to accompany him, he felt an undeniable unease. Ding dong. The elder stood at the threshold, speaking politely. Esteemed female, Luo Qian, your matched partner, my master Long Yuan, has arrived. To her astonishment, this man was indeed her designated partner, the oldest among them, Long Yuan. Luo Qian hurriedly activated the control panel to open the door. Please, come in. Watching Long Yuan enter the villa with his 2 subordinates, Luo Qian felt an overwhelming tension due to the man's formidable presence. His aura was simply too potent, bordering on terrifying. To be paired with such an individual, she feared she wouldn't even dare to exchange more than a few words with him. Perhaps it would be wise to propose the dissolution of their match. A man like him was far beyond her capacity to endure. Once in the living room, Long Yuan remained silent, his dark eyes scanning Luo Qian with a hint of disdain before he casually settled onto the couch. Weak, far too weak. Such a woman would only hinder his ambitions to unify the galaxy. The 2-meter-long couch, upon his seating, suddenly felt constricting. Luo Qian, perplexed by the man's demeanor, refrained from speaking immediately. The elder stood beside Long Yuan, taking a moment to appraise Luo Qian before smiling kindly and addressing her. Luo Qian, you need not feel anxious. My master has come to discuss a matter with you. A matter to discuss? The golden-haired Jin Yao had mentioned something similar the previous night. An inkling of suspicion began to form in Luo Qian's mind as she turned to the elder, whose face was crinkled with warmth. Are you also here to dissolve the match? The elder was taken aback, surprised that someone had been swifter in their decision to dissolve the match than they had anticipated. He regarded Luo Qian with an even warmer smile. Indeed, it is true. My master does not particularly favor females and wishes to dissolve the match. His words were intended to reassure Luo Qian, indicating that the fault lay not with her, but with their master's preferences. After all, when a male actively sought to dissolve a match, it was often a source of shame for the female, subjecting her to ridicule from others. No problem. I will apply for it now, Luo Qian replied readily. A forced pairing yields no sweetness. We all possess the freedom to choose, and if you are unwilling, then dissolution is indeed warranted. This man instilled an unsettling fear within her. Despite the interstellar regulations prohibiting males from harming females, and particularly forbidding a matched partner from inflicting harm upon their female counterpart, rules are but static constructs while human nature is inherently unpredictable. Instances have arisen where a matched partner has schemed to bring harm to their female counterpart. Luo Qian was acutely aware of her predicament and limitations. She was certainly no match for this man. If he wished to eliminate her, it would likely be as effortless as crushing an ant. Long Yuan. Upon hearing Luo Qian's response, languidly turned his attention towards her, surprised to find that this seemingly delicate female was quite astute in recognizing the gravity of her situation. Chapter 6. Not a drop left behind. No, no, no. The Grand Elder hastily interjected, attempting to halt Luo Qian. This female is of a particular nature. Our master requires her to provide comfort. We hope that within these 3 months, you can assist in soothing our master. Once his mental state stabilizes, you may then request to terminate the match. What nonsense is this? You look down upon her, yet expect her to assist you without compensation? Luo Qian remained silent, pondering whether her formidable appearance justified their attempt to enslave her. Did she truly seem like someone of little worth? Just the day prior, the golden-haired individual who had facilitated her match termination had bestowed upon her 50 beast cores and an astounding 5 million star coins. Noticing the unfavorable expression on Luo Qian's face, the Grand Elder quickly continued, Luo Qian, we would not ask for your assistance, without recompense. Name your price. How many star coins would you require to soothe our master just once? Not every female can provide comfort to male psychics. Only those matched with the beast god system can offer such solace to their corresponding male psychics. Otherwise, they would have sought out other high-tier females long ago. Luo Qian glanced at the Grand Elder, whose face radiated with benevolence, then shifted her gaze to Long Yuan, lounging on the sofa. Reluctantly, she conceded to the situation. However, she was aware of the man's overwhelming strength, leaving her little choice but to comply. Gritting her teeth, she extended a hand and declared, I can agree to your terms. But you must pay me 50 million star coins up front. No objections. The Grand Elder readily acquiesced. Luo Qian swiftly swallowed the additional million she had nearly uttered. This was not her attempt to deceive. They were insistent upon offering it. Nonetheless, she made her position clear. I can assist you, but I am uncertain of your master's level. Currently, I am only 4th tier, and I am unsure if my soothing abilities will be effective. If you have no objections, I can attempt it now. If it proves ineffective, I will forfeit the star coins and immediately apply for match termination. She vowed not to accept payment without merit. The Grand Elder nodded enthusiastically, pleased with the prospect that this Luo Qian was willing to provide comfort for such a modest fee. If only their master could come to his senses, having this female as his companion might not be a bad idea after all. Unbeknownst to Luo Qian, she had left a favorable impression on the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder and another subordinate who had accompanied Long Yuan stepped aside, making way into the courtyard. Luo Qian took a step forward, gazing at the languid man reclined on the sofa, summoning her courage to ask, Are you ready? I am about to assist you in soothing your spirit. There are 2 methods of providing comfort. One involves allowing one's own mental energy to enter the mind of the other, calming their restless psyche. The second method involves engaging in intimate communion, allowing the female's mental energy to entwine with that of the male, prompting him to release his restless mental vigor. In principle, this second approach is far more effective, capable of completely calming the male's mental turbulence, thereby eliminating any risk of collapse. However, this method can only be employed after a formal bond is established. Thus, at present, Luo Qian can only offer solace through the first method. She raised her hand, her warm fingertip gently pressing against the center of the man's brow. A gentle stream of mental energy began to flow forth, gradually permeating his mental sea. Within Long Yuan's mental sea, his mental energy surged like molten lava, roiling and erupting with each impact, imbued with destructive force, distorting and scorching the very fabric of his psyche. At that moment, Long Yuan felt as though he were engulfed in molten rock, the searing pain gnawing at his flesh and nerves, enduring immense suffering with every passing second. Was this the torment of restless mental energy? It was the first time Luo Qian had witnessed such a sight. She had no knowledge of the levels of his abilities, only sensing the sheer terror emanating from his mental sea. With no assurance of her ability to soothe him, her green mental energy, akin to fireflies, gradually seeped into Long Yuan's mental sea. The green luminescence, upon encountering the tumultuous energy akin to lava, resembled snowflakes descending in the sweltering heat of summer. The chill permeated through the seething mental energy, akin to a cool spring water gently enveloping the fiery torrents, invoking a refreshing sensation that made Long Yuan feel as if he had emerged from the scalding lava into the cool embrace of a mountain spring. The icy water enveloped him completely. That indescribably delightful sensation compelled a sigh to escape his lips. At that moment, countless tiny whirlpools formed within Long Yuan's mental sea, ravenously consuming and devouring Luo Qian's mental energy at an astonishing pace. Within 5 minutes, Luo Qian, having exhausted her mental energy, appeared pale and weary. Observing that the tumult within Long Yuan's mental sea had subsided somewhat from its initial ferocity, she mused that her efforts at soothing him might have borne some fruit. However, now her mental energy was entirely depleted, and she could no longer provide comfort today. With a gentle exhalation, her cool fingertip withdrew from the man's brow, only to be grasped firmly by his wrist. Long Yuan opened his eyes, his dark gaze as profound as a deep pool, fixated intently on Luo Qian. "Continue," he urged. It had been many years since he had experienced such a sensation of comfort. It felt as though his entire dragon form were submerged in refreshing spring water, every scale unfurling, never having felt so at ease. This delightful sensation captivated him. Alas, Luo Qian spoke weakly. "Brother, all my mental energy has been consumed by you. There is not a drop remaining. If you desire more, you must wait until tomorrow." Unlike abilities that could be replenished by absorbing energy from beast cores, mental energy requires ample rest to restore. Given the enormity and terror of his mental sea, enduring for 5 minutes was quite commendable. At the very least, she hadn't collapsed instantly. Luo Qian withdrew her wrist from the imposing hand of the Long Yuan bone ring. "I shall retire now. Please remember to transfer my remuneration to my quantum account." "Thank you." With that, Luo Qian did not glance back at Long Yuan, her steps unsteady as she ascended the staircase. As soon as she departed, the Grand Elder burst in with his entourage. "Master, has a female Luo Qian ascended the stairs? Has she provided you with the necessary comfort?" Long Yuan reclined on the sofa, his demeanor even languorously more relaxed than before, his eyes partially closed. Observing his master's state, the Grand Elder felt a twinge of uncertainty.
"How do you feel now, Master?"
"I wonder if Luo Qian's soothing has any effect on you." The level of psychic abilities ranges from the 1st to the 15th tier. It is rumored that a 15th tier ability can contend with the beast god. However, for several million years, not a single 15th tier psychic has emerged across the galaxy. Currently, the most formidable psychics in the interstellar empire are merely 4 of the 11th tier, one being their master, another the Wolf King of the Snow Domain, and the remaining 2 located on the Central Star. Logically, it would be inconceivable for their master, possessing such a high tier, to be matched by a mere 4th tier female. Yet the beast god system never errs. The Grand Elder believed this to be a divine indication from the beast god, which is why he had persuaded the master to give it a try. Long Yuan opened his half-closed eyes, his gaze landing on the anxious face of the Grand Elder, and spoke in a languid tone. "A sense of ease I have never known before." This newfound relaxation captivated him in ways he never anticipated. Chapter 7. Is the female master upset? Really? The over 600-year-old elder, upon hearing this response, erupted into an elated leap. "Splendid." This indicates that Luo Qian's soothing has indeed been effective. Saying this, the Grand Elder promptly activated his quantum device and transferred 50 million planetary credits to Luo Qian. "Thanks to the guidance of the beast god, my master has found a female who can provide him solace." Upstairs, Luo Qian returned to her bedroom, devoid of the strength to prepare breakfast. She consumed a nutritional supplement and then collapsed onto her bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Exhausted from her mental exertion, she slept so soundly that she did not hear the several notifications from her quantum device. In a desolate star of unknown origin, a man with violet eyes fixated intently on the disrupted signal on his quantum device, frustration etched across his brow. He had been searching for an 8th tier beast on this barren planet for a month. In this wretched place, the quantum device had been nearly perpetually devoid of signal. Occasionally, he would find a location where the device could receive a signal, but only for a fleeting moment. Today, after much effort, Qian Mo finally detected a signal, only to find notifications and reminders from the matching center of the beast god system. Due to the terrifying beast form of cold-blooded beast men, female psychics generally harbor a distaste for them. Many cold-blooded beast men, upon being matched with a female, find that the first thought of the female upon discovering their identity is to annul the match. Thus, it is inherently challenging for cold-blooded beast men to retain their female partners. Consequently, after a match, they typically rush to their female side, striving to impress her and secure her affection. Yet now, 3 days had elapsed since the matching, with no progress made. He not only failed to seek out his female master, but he also did not send her a single message. It was over. She must be furious. Seizing the moment when his light brain had a signal, Qian Mo glanced at Luo Qian's contact information and hurriedly initiated a holographic video call.
Beep. Beep.
The video rang several times, but went unanswered. Panic surged within Qian Mo. It was truly over. His female master was undoubtedly angry. He attempted to call Luo Qian again, but the light brain lost its signal once more. Qian Mo abruptly rose from the treetop and swiftly descended. To his companions, who were still searching for the 8th-tier exotic beasts, he declared, "This mission is on hold. Pack your things. We shall return in 1 hour." However, returning from this desolate star would take at least 20 days. Their cold-blooded beastmen were already not favored by females. Would his female master still want him upon their return? Luo Qian, meanwhile, slept soundly until the next morning. With her mental energy restored, she felt invigorated and full of life. After freshening up and changing her attire, she opened her light brain before heading downstairs, only to discover some activity on her quietly matched partner list. Aside from the persistent requests for money from Huyen, there was also an incoming holographic video call from Qian Mo, which she had missed due to her deep slumber. Out of the 9 matched partners, 1 had been removed. Another had transitioned into an employment relationship, and yet another was attempting to extort money from her. They say misfortunes come in threes, having encountered 3 abnormal matches. Surely the 4th would not bring any further complications. Gazing at the 3 missed holographic video calls from Qian Mo, Luo Qian hesitated before returning the call. The next moment, the light brain system informed her, "The account you dialed is not within the service area." Luo Qian was taken aback. The light brain system covers over 10,000 stars in the galaxy. How could he not be in the service area? Was he in a different domain? He must be quite the wanderer. No wonder he hadn't contacted her until now. She sighed, realizing that it would likely be a while before she could reach him. After closing the conversation window with Qian Mo, she noticed a message from Huyen. "Huyen, my female master, I miss you so much. I can't wait to see you, but unfortunately, I currently lack star coins to take the star route to meet you. Huyen, I'm feeling wronged. Huyen, why aren't you responding to my messages? Do you dislike me? Huyen, my female master, I have thought of a great plan to earn star coins. I will head to the dark forest south of the central star to hunt exotic beasts. Huyen, once I have slain the beasts and earned enough star coins, I can come find you. Huyen, wait for me, my female master. Huyen, I promise to be obedient." After sending that message, Huyen took several hours before reaching out to Luo Qian again. "Huyen, here is a picture of a 3rd-tier exotic beast. Huyen, look quickly, my female master. I have slain this exotic beast. Huyen, unfortunately, I am currently injured and cannot tackle higher-tier beasts, so I can only hunt 3rd-tier ones. Fox Yen, my lady, wait for me. I will slay a few more 3rd-tier beasts, and then I can come to find you." This was the message sent to her this morning, along with 2 images. The background revealed a hospital setting. "Fox Yen, here I am, sitting on the hospital bed, taking a selfie while injured." Luo Qian gazed at the luminous projection before her, as if the real Fox Yen were standing right in front of her. The man with long white hair donned a loose, white hospital gown of the interstellar facility, his pallid complexion leaning against the bed. His androgynous yet strikingly handsome features bore 2 faint bloodstains, and his fox-like crimson eyes shimmered with a watery glint, exuding a profound sense of fragility and desolation. His disheveled white locks cascaded over the gown, the tips stained with a hue reminiscent of blood, accentuating his waning vitality. He was undeniably beautiful, an exquisite blend of masculine and feminine allure that bore no hint of femininity. Had he not incessantly sought financial assistance from her? And if those cunning eyes did not betray a sense of disdain and calculation, Luo Qian would have undoubtedly been captivated at first glance, providing him with whatever currency he desired. Alas, his performance was far from convincing. Having endured numerous wounds, Luo Qian could instantly discern his effet of injury. At times, she loathed her own rationality and clarity, yet she despised deceit even more. After sending the photos and receiving no immediate response from Luo Qian, Fox Yen could no longer contain himself and messaged again. "Fox Yen, my lady, you need not worry about me. Fox Yen, I was merely injured again while battling a beast last night due to my prior wounds. Fox Yen, fortunately, someone rescued me, and I have received treatment. I shall be discharged soon. Fox Yen, however, the star coins I earned this time have all been spent on hospital bills, leaving me unable to seek you out. Fox Yen, my lady, what should I do? Fox Yen, how pitiful. Each plea was devoid of direct mention of money. Yet every word hinted at a desperate need for it. Luo Qian continued to feign ignorance to his underlying intentions. She replied, "How could you be hurt so badly? It truly pains me. Luo Qian, there's no rush to meet me. Since the beast god has deemed you my match, we shall meet in due time. Luo Qian, focus on your recovery, and come find me once you are healed. Rest assured, I shall not sever our bond merely because of your delayed arrival." If he chose to play this charade, then so be it. She was certain the outcome would not be to her detriment. Chapter 8. It's as if he cannot comprehend human speech. Fox Yen, sitting on the hospital bed, viewed Luo Qian's response with mounting frustration, nearly crushing his custom-made holographic device in rage. How infuriating! Why was Luo Qian so obstinate? It was as if she could not understand human language at all. Fox Yen was on the verge of insanity. The assistant nearby trembled in fear. It had been years since he had witnessed the Star Lord in such a furious state. In a fit of anger, Fox Yen struck his pillow violently and turned to his assistant. "Organize it for me. I wish to travel to planet 268. He could hardly believe that he could not manage a destitute female devoid of family ties, support, or star credits. Luo Qian descended the stairs and paused momentarily upon seeing the three individuals seated on the living room sofa. "You haven't been sitting here since yesterday, have you?" The elder nodded, a look of mild distress on his face. They had not anticipated that this young female would sleep through the entire day and night. As an ability user, one only needed 5 hours of sleep each day, yet this young female had slumbered for a full 24 hours. A remarkable feat of sleep indeed. Despite these thoughts, the elder addressed Luo Qian with utmost courtesy. "Luo Qian, your soothing words to our master yesterday were profoundly effective. We are truly grateful." "I accepted your star credits. It was merely my duty," Luo Qian replied, her stomach now grumbling, eager to hasten the departure of these three individuals and prepare a meal in the kitchen. The elder, however, showed no inclination to leave. He continued amiably, "We discussed this yesterday. In order for you to better and more conveniently soothe our master, he wishes to reside here with you for the time being. Would that be acceptable? This villa is a benefit provided by the imperial government for female ability users, a modest 3-story dwelling of 500 square meters. The villa's furnishings were uniform and government-issued, lacking any personal touch, rendering it rather austere when compared to the grandeur of the Dragon Palace. It appeared that this young female possessed little savings. Nevertheless, she seemed quite diligent, maintaining the villa in an immaculate state. Hosting their master here would undoubtedly be a hardship for her, but given the circumstances, there was little choice. "You wish to stay at my home?" Luo Qian frowned, displaying her reluctance. Observing her displeasure, the elder hastily clarified, "It is not we who will reside here, but rather our master alone." "Luo Qian, our master will not stay without compensation. We can offer you 100 million star credits per month. How does that sound?" At times, Luo Qian felt an urge to compete with these affluent individuals. After 5 arduous years, she had managed to save just over 3 million star credits, while they casually proposed sums in the tens of millions or even billions. What could she do but accommodate the financial deity? "Very well," Luo Qian said, her lips curling into a polite and sincere smile. "I reside on the 3rd floor. Feel free to choose from the rooms on the 1st and 2nd floors. Stay for as long as you wish." The 1st and 2nd floors together contained 9 vacant rooms, well equipped for immediate occupancy. A smart housekeeper robot, along with other robots in the villa, would ensure daily cleaning, maintaining each room in pristine condition. Delighted by Luo Qian's willingness, the elder exclaimed, "You are truly a kind-hearted female." It was evident to him that this young female had an affinity for star credits, as long as they were offered. She was particularly amenable. Long Yuan selected the largest room on the 2nd floor, and his subordinates promptly redecorated the space, adding a protective shield, the most robust in the galaxy. Impenetrable to all save for Long Yuan himself, impervious even to battleships. "My lord, the room has been tidied up. Please ascend to your quarters and rest," the elder said with concern in his gaze, directed towards Long Yuan. Since yesterday, after Luo Qian had retired to her room without the master's permission, they felt too embarrassed to intrude upon another's abode, thus they remained waiting. The master had not closed his eyes from yesterday until now. Upon hearing the elder's words, Long Yuan lifted his gaze, his dark eyes settling on Luo Qian, who stood a short distance away. The act of soothing her had proven remarkably effective yesterday, and he had been anticipating her descent. He did not expect her to sleep until now. Indeed, the female was rather delicate. Merely 5 minutes of solace had rendered her utterly fatigued. Luo Qian, however, wished to promptly complete the soothing process and send him on his way. Yet, she found herself truly suffering from hunger at that moment. "This mail, I am quite famished at present. I am unable to provide you with comfort on an empty stomach. Please allow me to finish my breakfast first," she implored. "What if today unfolds like yesterday, and after soothing you, I feel utterly drained and powerless? I truly do not wish to consume that nutrient solution." Hungry? Long Yuan's slender fingers moved gracefully, summoning a vial of green nutrient solution before Luo Qian. The elder quickly interjected, "Luo Qian, this is a unique nutrient solution from our aquatic domain, derived from deep-sea plants. Its flavor far surpasses that of beast meat nutrients. You might wish to give it a try." "Any nutrient solution fails to provide a sense of fullness," Luo Qian retorted, firmly rooted in her human habits. She was accustomed to the satisfaction derived from a proper meal, a preference she could not shake even after 5 years of interstellar living. "I do not enjoy nutrient solutions. I beg you to wait for half an hour." With that, she disregarded the three of them and headed directly to the kitchen. In the morning, Luo Qian had not prepared anything overly elaborate. She simply cooked herself a bowl of braised beast meat noodles, accompanied by a beast egg and a few slices of green vegetables. The aroma was enough to make her mouth water. What a delightful scent! The elder inhaled deeply, confirming that the fragrance emanated from the kitchen. To his astonishment, this female, Luo Qian, could cook. Even the finest chefs from the 3 major domains and the Central Star could not create such delectable cuisine. Long Yuan cast a glance towards the kitchen and, in the next moment, stood up from the sofa and strode towards it. As Luo Qian plated her noodles and turned to retrieve the pickled vegetables, the light before her suddenly dimmed. She looked up to meet Long Yuan's dark gaze. "Is something the matter?" she asked, perplexed. 10 million star coins, Long Yuan stated, his eyes fixed on the steaming bowl of noodles on the table. Luo Qian, bewildered by his sudden appearance in the kitchen, failed to grasp the meaning behind his words. The elder stepped forward hastily to clarify for his master. "Luo Qian, our master wishes to partake in your noodles. 10 million star coins. Would that suffice?" Luo Qian gritted her teeth, finding his request absurdly amusing. "How splendid!" she exclaimed, immediately donning a professional smile. "It is an honor that this male enjoys my noodles." Only the female master could address her match by name. Long Yuan was reluctant to be her matchmaker, finding the name unsuitable. In the starry realm, men were referred to in such a manner, and so Luo Qian followed suit. After speaking, she promptly fetched a pair of chopsticks for Long Yuan. "Here you go." Ding dong. "Esteemed Luo Qian, your star coin account has received an amount of 110 million. Upon seeing the notification on her light brain, Luo Qian's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Long Yuan, the god of wealth. He was indeed her god of wealth. Chapter 9. Enclosing her within his domain. Noticing Long Yuan's conflicted expression as he stared at the chopsticks in his hand, Luo Qian surmised that he would likely not use them, and thus turned to fetch him a fork. She then prepared a bowl of noodles for herself. The great elder observed, the enticing aroma of the braised exotic beast noodles wafting towards him, nearly causing his mouth to water. "Esteemed Luo Qian," the great elder began, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Could you perhaps prepare a bowl for us as well? We would be willing to pay in star coins. Such delicious food would be a shame to miss." Their dragon clan was never lacking in various gems or star coins. Upon hearing the mention of star coins, Luo Qian joyfully cooked 2 additional bowls of noodles for the 2 of them. There was an abundance of noodles, as long as they offered star coins. She could prepare as many as they desired. The noodles were both chewy and smooth, the broth fragrant and rich, particularly the exotic beast meat, which bore no trace of an odd or sour taste. After savoring it, a slight tingling sensation enveloped her mouth and tongue, making it increasingly delectable. The flavor was simply irresistible. Once Long Yuan finished his bowl, he turned to look at Luo Qian. This seemingly delicate female was not without merit, at the very least. Her culinary skills aligned remarkably with his palate, far surpassing the creations of the esteemed chefs from the Dragon Palace and Central Star. Leaning back lazily, he inquired, "How many star coins would it take for you to cook these for me every day?" With the prospect of earning star coins, Luo Qian was certainly inclined, yet she realized that she would need to provide him solace daily. If it were to be like yesterday, after soothing him, she would require ample rest, making it impossible to prepare meals. Moreover, she couldn't feasibly spend every day at home cooking for him. What if she had other matters to attend to? Accepting this role would confine her to preparing 3 meals a day, stripping her of her freedom. Perhaps it's best to refrain. I'm uncertain of your tastes. What if you dislike my cooking? Luo Qian replied with a smile. After all, he was the god of wealth, and even if she declined, it was essential to do so with subtlety. Long Yuan's deep gaze fixed upon Luo Qian, emanating an unspoken pressure. 1 month, 5 billion star coins. He surmised that this little female, so enamored by star coins, would be unlikely to refuse him, unless the amount he offered fell short. It's not merely a matter of star coins, Luo Qian explained. 100 billion star coins, Long Yuan stated. Luo Qian was taken aback. Is it customary for true titans of the star realm to throw around star coins so casually? Forgive her for having lived on planet 268, a place devoid of such grandeur. Hearing 100 billion star coins roll off his tongue was as if he were casually tossing a single coin. Suddenly, Luo Qian began to doubt whether the generous compensation of 50 million star coins would indeed be reduced. Observing the shifting expressions on Luo Qian's face, yet finding her silent, Long Yuan spoke again. 300 billion. Luo Qian promptly dismissed her previous thoughts and raised her gaze to Long Yuan. This esteemed gentleman. I am indeed quite inclined to acquiesce to your request. However, I must confess that there are certain unavoidable circumstances that prevent me from guaranteeing daily availability to prepare meals for you. Then let it be according to your schedule. Long Yuan regarded Luo Qian's sparkling eyes, and unbeknownst to himself, a faint smile graced his languid gaze. What a wealthy and agreeable tycoon this is. Truly a gem of the starry realm. She felt grateful to the beast god for bestowing upon her such a generous benefactor. Even if he did not harbor affection for her. Nonetheless, that mattered little. As long as the star coins flowed, she was satisfied. It was settled. 300 billion star coins for a month. What a windfall. If the tycoon were to stay for 3 months, that amounted to a staggering 900 billion star coins. 900 billion. Such an astronomical figure. Was this not a ticket to instant wealth? To demonstrate her sincerity, Luo Qian promptly prepared a bowl of noodles for the tycoon, even adding 2 fried exotic beast eggs for good measure. Long Yuan appreciated Luo Qian's perceptiveness. After finishing breakfast, he instructed the elder and the others to depart, leaving only 2 subordinates to attend to him. However, these 2 males did not reside with Luo Qian, as the orc's territorial instincts were particularly strong, especially regarding a female's dwelling, which was not a place for a male unless he was her designated mate. Long Yuan was Luo Qian's designated mate. Although he would not formally bond with her, there was no issue with him residing here until the match was dissolved. As for where Long Yuan's 2 companions would stay, Luo Qian deemed it none of her concern. Once the villa was left with only Long Yuan and Luo Qian, he turned his attention to her, who was engrossed in her light brain. Can we proceed with the soothing now? Breakfast has been consumed, the guests have departed, and you appear unoccupied. Just as Luo Qian sent out a post regarding the purchase of 5th-tier beast cores or insect cores, she heard Long Yuan's words and immediately closed her light brain. Approaching him, observing the man lounging on the sofa, she inquired, "Are you here for soothing, or would you prefer your room?" The males on her light brain had indicated a preference for being soothed in their own rooms, or in the females' quarters. Since Long Yuan would not bond with Luo Qian, she naturally would not invite him to her room. The man on the sofa fell silent for a moment upon hearing her question before rising. "Let us go to my room." He felt that being soothed in bed would be far more comfortable than on the sofa. Luo Qian had no objections and followed Long Yuan to his room. Upon entering, Luo Qian was taken aback. Was this truly a room in her villa? The originally stone-paved floor had been replaced with shimmering gemstones. The furnishings, once crafted from exotic plants, had been substituted with materials she did not recognize, but which were evidently of great value, far beyond what someone of her modest means could afford. And the grand bed was astonishingly constructed from 8th-tier beast cores and insect cores.
8-tier beast cores.
This is an 8th-tier beast core, worth a staggering 1 billion star coins. Yet it remains elusive in the market. Even with wealth, acquiring such a treasure is no certainty. To think this man would use it to craft an enormous bed is beyond comprehension. Luo Qian could hardly fathom how rapidly her abilities would enhance while resting upon such a magnificent creation. It is extravagance to an absurd degree. Long Yuan reclined against the bed fashioned from the 8th-tier beast core, propping his forehead with one hand, his fingers lightly pressing against his temples. Observing Luo Qian's astonished expression, a faint smile graced his lips. This little female was remarkably naive, her thoughts laid bare for all to see. There was no need to speculate. Her expressions revealed her innermost musings with clarity. It was time to begin. Hearing his voice, Luo Qian snapped out of her astonishment. She approached the bed, hesitating momentarily before sitting down in the deliberately vacated space beside it. Standing had become too exhausting. Luo Qian had never been one to neglect her own comfort. The coolness of her fingertips pressed against her forehead. Long Yuan, with his eyes half closed, gazed at her. This time, his little female was particularly close, and with the slightest movement of his hand resting at his waist, he could draw her into his embrace. The fragrance emanating from her was even more intoxicating than the previous day, indescribably alluring. Merely inhaling her scent seemed to soothe his restless mental energy significantly. The female's mental energy once again entered his consciousness, more comforting than before. Long Yuan contentedly closed his eyes, unconsciously drawing his hand nearer to Luo Qian, nearly brushing against her waist, as if to encircle her within his territory. Chapter 10. The matchmaker remained silent, merely transferring funds. After soothing Long Yuan, Luo Qian felt as weak as before, her legs and feet unsteady, as if completely drained. She stood, her voice faint. I need to rest now. I probably won't be able to cook for you at noon or tonight. With that, she turned and returned to her room without awaiting his response. Luo Qian had assumed she might sleep for an entire day and night, yet to her surprise, she awoke after just one day. At 8 in the evening, she climbed out of bed, invigorated. Remarkably, she had only slept for 10 hours. If she could recover in just 10 hours after each session, perhaps she could soothe Long Yuan at night without hindering her daytime activities. She planned to discuss this with him shortly. Feeling a pang of hunger, Luo Qian made her way downstairs to prepare a meal. As she passed the second floor, she hesitated, deciding to visit Long Yuan's room first. Knock, knock, knock. She tapped gently on the door. In the next moment, it swung open automatically. Standing at the threshold, she beheld the man lounging in bed, clad in pajamas, exuding a sense of languid comfort. Politely, she inquired, Long Yuan, would you like dinner? Perhaps spurred by the mention of a meal. The man sitting on the bed instantly perked up. He cast a glance at Luo Qian, his profound eyes surveying her from top to bottom. Has your mental strength been restored? He inquired. This time, it seems you've recovered much faster than yesterday. Luo Qian replied, I've regained some strength. I am not as weak as I was this morning. Cooking will be no problem. Despite her evident vigor, she modestly downplayed her recovery. This little female was quite cunning. Nonetheless, Long Yuan chose not to press the matter further. He felt comfortable now and did not require her soothing presence for the time being. What shall we eat? He asked. Luo Qian pondered for a moment before suggesting stir-fried exotic beast meat, steamed snow crystal sea beast, cold mixed exotic plants, and perhaps an exotic fruit salad. What do you think? The snow crystal sea beast was akin to fish, entirely transparent, best enjoyed when steamed. Long Yuan recognized the dishes she mentioned, though he had never tasted them before. He nodded. Do you need assistance? No, you just need to come down for dinner later. She replied. Luo Qian dared not let Long Yuan's people assist her, as they were utterly inept in handling ingredients and would only hinder her efforts. In the kitchen, Luo Qian retrieved the necessary ingredients from her preservation space. This preservation space was a gift from the imperial government, part of the villa they provided. Any food placed within remained as fresh as the moment it was stored for a full year, a veritable boon for stockpiling. Each time, she meticulously prepared all her ingredients and stowed them away for convenient use. She soon placed the prepped fish into the steamer and took out the exotic beast meat and chili peppers. The enticing aroma wafted through the kitchen. By the time Long Yuan descended the stairs dressed in fresh attire, Luo Qian had completed the meal. She offered him a fork while she herself used chopsticks. The evening's fare was even more delectable than breakfast, particularly the steamed sea beast, which left Long Yuan utterly astonished. The petite female before him ate in silence, only occasionally glancing at her light brain, not uttering a word. She must have been chatting with other beasts, her lively eyes sparkling with mischievous mirth, which amused Long Yuan greatly. Luo Qian was busy responding to messages from Qian. Qian, Mistress, I found a friend today. He is heading to star 268, and I asked him to take me along. Qian, Mistress, I will see you tomorrow. I'm so excited. Qian, Mistress, why are you ignoring me? Luo Qian, I was busy just now. Luo Qian, I am also very happy to see you tomorrow, when the other party arrives. She would thoroughly assess their intentions and any potential deceit. After dinner, Luo Qian discussed with Long Yuan about providing him with comfort in the evenings. Just as she had anticipated, the esteemed gentleman readily agreed. Long Yuan observed Luo Qian, contemplating her demeanor while conversing with others on her light brain. The individual she had been chatting with must be one of her other matchmakers, he surmised. If you soothe me in the evenings, will your other matchmakers have any objections? Long Yuan inquired. For some reason, despite being here for 2 days, he had yet to meet any of this little female's other matchmakers. There won't be any, she assured him. Luo Qian declared with an air of authority. Here, they must all heed my command. Those who refuse shall be dismissed. Observing her commanding demeanor, Long Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. He glanced around the villa and inquired, why have I not seen your other matchers? How audacious of him to pry into a female's private affairs. Were it not for the generous star coins he had offered, Luo Qian would have been disinclined to respond. My other matchers are preoccupied and have yet to seek me out. However, one of them will arrive tomorrow. After speaking, Luo Qian directed the intelligent robot to tidy the kitchen before retreating to her chamber. 3 days had elapsed without a reliable matcher making an appearance. This evening, she found herself with time to spare and resolved to proactively reach out to the others to ascertain their intentions. If they all wished to terminate the match, they ought to inform her promptly, so she could pursue another match without delay. No one should linger in a situation without purpose. Once back in her room, Luo Qian took a shower, lay on her bed, and activated her light brain to initiate contact with her other matchers. Sending individual messages would be a hassle. So apart from Hu Yan and Long Yuan, whom she had already confirmed to have dissolved their match, she decided to send a group message. Luo Qian sent a group message. I am your matched female partner, Luo Qian. Please respond upon receipt. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 1 minute. 5 minutes passed without a single reply. Luo Qian, in moments of silence, one often finds humor. She suspected that being an outsider had led to her entanglement with these 9 individuals who either wished to terminate the match or were merely interested in exploiting her financially. Or worse, lay dormant like corpses on her list. Taking a deep breath, she was about to inform them that she would initiate termination if they did not respond when her light brain suddenly chimed. A once dormant name on her list had finally stirred. Qian, transferring 10 million star coins. No words, only a transfer? What did this signify? Luo Qian replied with a question mark. Luo Qian, question mark. The very next moment, Qian, transferring 50 million star coins. Qian, transferring 100 million star coins. Luo Qian, her matcher, remained silent, simply transferring funds. Luo Qian, big brother, could you utter a word? What was the meaning of this incessant transfer? Was he, like Jin Xiao and Long Yuan, attempting to bombard her with star coins to compel her to dissolve the match?
Qian, Busa.
Luo Qian stared at that single word for several seconds. She understood now. He was too occupied to engage with her. Thus, he resorted to showering her with star coins in hopes she would terminate the match of her own volition. Luo Qian understood. After replying, she promptly applied to the Beast God system to dissolve her match with Qian and thoughtfully removed him from her friends list. An hour later, at the Central Star, within the first mecha building, having finally concluded his tasks in the laboratory, Qian opened his light brain intending to message his female partner, only to discover he had been deleted. Staring at the red exclamation mark on the chat interface, he was taken aback. Wasn't it commonly said that females adored star coins? Why did he transfer star coins to the female master only to have her delete him? Could it be that she found his contribution paltry? Chapter 11. The scent draws me in. After severing yet another match, Luo Qian felt no sorrow. Out with the old, in with the new. There were plenty of males to choose from, and if one was unsuitable, she would simply replace him. After a comfortable slumber, she arose the next morning, refreshed and ready to prepare breakfast. As she descended the stairs, her light brain pinged with a message from Hu Yan. Hu Yan, female master. I will soon arrive at star 268. Hu Yan, I am truly excited and delighted at the thought of finally meeting you. Hu Yan, but I fear I am somewhat foolish and lack assets. You wouldn't disdain me, would you? Sitting within his private star orbit, Hu Yan smirked, a calculating yet cruel smile gracing his lips as he sent the messages. He had anticipated that with a few flattering words, this female would willingly sever their match. To his dismay, she did not fall for his ploy, forcing him to abandon his work and travel to the dilapidated and impoverished star 268. Now that he had arrived, he would not return empty-handed. He was determined to deceive this female and strip her and all her matches of their assets, rendering them utterly destitute. After reading Hu Yan's messages, Luo Qian replied nonchalantly. Luo Qian, sure, I will wait for you at home. With that, she turned off her light brain and ventured into the kitchen. Breakfast consisted of steamed buns and rice porridge, accompanied by her pickled vegetables, simple yet appetizing. Long Yuan did not require Luo Qian to call for him. As soon as breakfast was ready, he descended the stairs, seemingly drawn by the aroma. His lazy eyes flickered with interest upon seeing the array of different delicacies on the table. He turned to Luo Qian, acknowledging her culinary prowess. "Your cooking skills are remarkable," he remarked. "Such a talented chef as yourself would be highly sought after wherever you go, with generous rewards to match. Why not pursue a career as a chef?" The petite female before him lived quite modestly. Luo Qian handed him a fork and spoon, replying, "I once considered becoming a chef. But the profession has too many rules and regulations that do not suit me." When she first arrived in this world, she had entertained the idea of becoming a chef. However, upon understanding the demanding workload, she promptly rejected the notion. In the starry realm, food enthusiasts were plentiful, yet chefs were scarce. They toiled from dawn until the early hours, far more grueling than a typical 996 work schedule. Moreover, opening a culinary establishment in the stars often required familial support, a privilege Luo Qian, as an outsider, could not hope to compete against. After breakfast, Luo Qian noticed a notification on her light brain indicating that the 5th grade beast cores she had ordered the previous day had arrived. She instructed her intelligent robot to retrieve the cores from the star delivery cabinet. The interstellar delivery system was exceptionally advanced, ensuring that shipments arrived at the buyer's designated cabinet within 3 hours, regardless of the origin. The 10 5th grade beast cores she received were of commendable quality. Luo Qian stored the beast core within her spatial ring and continued to disseminate a message on the star network through her holographic brain, seeking to procure a 5th-tier beast core. Just as she completed the transmission, the doorbell of the villa rang incessantly, its urgent sound echoing like a death knell. Ding 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 ding. Luo Qian activated the villa's surveillance hologram, revealing a striking figure at the entrance. A man clad in a pink suit, with long white hair tipped in crimson, stood there, his androgynous beauty captivating. His slender, porcelain fingers, more delicate than a woman's, frantically pressed the doorbell. Fox Yan. He truly came. With a swift motion, Luo Qian unlocked the villa's door. The pink-clad figure darted inside like a flash of light, and in an instant, Luo Qian found herself enveloped in an embrace scented with the fragrance of irises. "My lady, I have finally seen you," Fox Yan exclaimed, burying his head in the crook of her neck. This lady exuded an intoxicating aroma, one that surpassed all other females he had encountered. An indescribable scent that left him somewhat entranced. Fox Yan could not resist inhaling deeply once more. The restless energy within him seemed to quiet in its presence. So delightful. Luo Qian, ensnared in his embrace, found it difficult to breathe as the man continued to nuzzle against her neck, igniting an unbearable ticklish sensation. After several firm pushes, she managed to extricate herself from his grasp. "My lady," Fox Yan said, looking as forlorn as a discarded bride, his crimson eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Do you not like me?" he asked, biting his lip and gazing at Luo Qian with a mixture of anxiety and trepidation in his fox-like eyes. Charming yet not effeminate. Alluring yet not garish. Unquestionably captivating. Luo Qian felt her heart race at the sight of him. Ahem. She cleared her throat gently, hastily averting her gaze to alleviate her embarrassment. "It's not that I dislike you. I merely sympathize with your arduous journey. I wish for you to rest for a moment," she replied. From the outset, Luo Qian had her reservations about his intentions. While a handsome man was indeed a delight, one must have the means to enjoy life as well. Over the past 5 years in the galaxy, Luo Qian had navigated countless pitfalls alone, learning to approach matters with caution. Until she discerned Fox Yan's true motives, it was prudent to maintain some distance. "Really?" Fox Yan's eyes sparkled with hope. As if her words had soothed him, his joy reminiscent of a child's. "My lady truly does not harbor any disdain for me, but I am only 5th tier, lacking talent, disregarded by my family, and possess no assets. I will be unable to assist you in any regard." Though his strength was at the 8th tier, he had suppressed it to 5th tier to convey his perceived inadequacy to Luo Qian. Luo Qian observed the mix of grievance and anxiety on Fox Yan's face, noting his acting skills had improved remarkably, almost flawless in execution. Yet, the underlying message in his words subtly hinted at his lack of wealth and capabilities, implying a dependence on her. If he were to rely on her, that was acceptable. With such striking looks, even as a decorative figure at home, Luo Qian would find herself more than pleased. Still, she feared there might be ulterior motives at play. Luo Qian wore a subtle smile as she conversed with Hu Yan. I bear no disdain for you. Once we bond as partners, I shall earn star coins to support you. Until then, nothing is to be discussed. Hu Yan thought to herself, this female dares to weave such grand illusions. Supporting me after we bond? Then, it seems that without such a bond, not a single star coin shall be gleaned from her. How amusing! It had always been Hu Yan who painted dreams for others, never had anyone crafted one for him. Stepping closer, Hu Yan took Luo Qian's hand with a look of heartfelt emotion. His female leader not only bore a delightful fragrance, but also possessed such soft hands. The sensation was truly pleasant. You are truly wonderful, my female leader. I am grateful to the beast god for allowing me to be your match. I am genuinely overjoyed and long to bond with you, at this very moment. With a sigh, Hu Yan continued, Alas, my injuries have yet to heal, and I am unable to bond with you for the time being. You wouldn't be angry with me, would you? Luo Qian promptly replied, How could I? Your injuries pain me deeply. Please take your time to rest. There is no rush regarding our bond. After all, it was merely a performance, and she was more than capable of acting. Let the best performer prevail. Just as Luo Qian finished speaking, a message from Qiyu appeared on her holographic device. Qiyu had invited her to her home to discuss matters. Turning to Hu Yan, Luo Qian remarked, You must be exhausted after traveling from Central Star with your injuries. The rooms in the villa, aside from the largest ones on the third and second floors, are all available for you to choose as your bedroom. Upon hearing this, a cunning glimmer flickered in Hu Yan's eyes as he surveyed the villa's modest decor. It was evident that Luo Qian likely possessed no other properties. How amusing! Indeed, she was a pauper. With so many vacant rooms, could it be that the other matches had yet to arrive? Hu Yan playfully curled his fingers around Luo Qian's, feigning shyness as he asked, My female leader, if I choose one at random, it wouldn't mean I am claiming a room meant for another match, would it? Although we shall all be one big family, such an act still feels inappropriate. Luo Qian discreetly withdrew her hand from his grip. Most of them have yet to arrive. Feel free to choose without worry. A quiet chuckle resonated within Hu Yan as he confirmed his suspicions. With so many days since the matching, the others had yet to arrive. Perhaps they, like him, were disinterested in this impoverished female leader? That simply would not do. He still needed to extract star coins from them. They must come. My female leader, may I reside in the room on the second floor? I wish to be closer to you. Hu Yan grasped Luo Qian's hand once more, his expression filled with anticipation. Of course, Luo Qian acquiesced. The rooms are all clean. Select one to rest in. I have some matters to attend to, and must step out. Hu Yan, who had intended to choose a room, halted abruptly at her words. My female leader, where are you going? Allow me to accompany you. Without a moment's thought, Luo Qian declined. I am heading to another female's home. It would be inappropriate to bring you along. Please rest well at home. Males often possess a strong territorial instinct and are rather displeased by the presence of other males within their domain. Luo Qian is female. It is somewhat more acceptable for her to visit the home of Qiyu, yet if Hu Yan accompanies her, he must remain outside. Upon hearing that Luo Qian is heading to another female's residence, Hu Yan refrains from following her. He has no desire to stand guard in the sweltering heat. Take care on your journey, my lady. I shall await your return at home. Luo Qian nodded, disregarding Hu Yan as she proceeded to the kitchen to gather some items for her visit with Qiyu. After watching her depart, Hu Yan turned to ascend the stairs to the second floor in search of his chamber. Chapter 12. Lord Dragon. Let us make a deal. The second floor boasts 4 rooms, the largest of which has already been claimed by Long Yuan. Hu Yan chose a room conveniently located near the stairway to the 3rd floor. Upon entering, he surveyed the room's austere decor and wrinkled his brow in distaste. He must feign poverty and incompetence, thus cannot redecorate this space. The sole consolation is that it is relatively clean. He would have to make do for a while. The most pressing matter is to swiftly gather the males matched with Luo Qian, thereby facilitating his scheme to acquire star currency. The sooner he concludes this endeavor, the sooner he can return to the Central Star. This wretched planet is a torment for him, with each passing day a significant trial. After inspecting his quarters, Hu Yan soon found himself at the door of Long Yuan's bedroom. This room housed the first male matched with Luo Qian. He intended to extract some interest from him. Knock, knock, knock. Hu Yan raised his hand and rapped on the door. Inside the room, Long Yuan lounged lazily against his bed, absorbing the energy from an 8th-tier beast core. The moment Hu Yan arrived, Long Yuan's mental presence enveloped the entire villa. and he was aware of every movement Qian made since entering. Few know of Qian's true identity, as he seldom makes public appearances. However, the three domains collaborate with Shenmue technology. As a domain lord of the three great realms, Long Yuan has indeed met Qian. Qian, the new star lord of the nine-tailed red fox clan from the central star, is the purse of the entire interstellar empire. Who would have thought he is also a match for Luo Qian?
Creak.
The door swung open automatically. Just as Qian was about to speak, he froze, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the man lounging on the grand bed, crafted from an 8th-tier beast core. Long Yuan, he is also a match for Luo Qian? Long Yuan's indifferent gaze fell upon Qian, who stood at the threshold. Star Lord Hu, do you seek me for something? It is truly uncertain whether Luo Qian's fortune is fortunate or unfortunate to have matched with Long Yuan, this wild dragon. Meeting Long Yuan's casual yet commanding gaze, Qian discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow and forced a polite smile. I wish to greet the other matchers of the lady, yet to my surprise, it is you, Lord Dragon, here. I apologize for intruding upon your training.
Curse it.
To encounter such a formidable presence right from the outset is most unfortunate. The Dragon Clan is notoriously lazy, preferring to hunt for treasures and sleep with them in their embrace. Despite their immense power, rivaling that of the imperial family of the Phoenix clan, they remain confined to the waters of the Dragon Palace. It is uncertain whether it is a case of extremes meeting their opposites. But in this generation of the Dragon Clan, there has emerged a formidable dragon named Long Yuan. He eschews slumber, spending his days either honing his skills to ascend further or seizing territory to expand the dominion of his kin. Long Yuan has now attained the remarkable 11th tier of cultivation. Of the original 4 domains, 3 now belong to the Dragon Clan, with the remaining one, the Snow Domain, remaining intact due to the emergence of a peak 10th tier wolf prince, fortified by the blessings of the beast god, preventing Long Yuan from claiming it. This individual is prone to violence at the slightest provocation, displaying a complete disregard for reason, resembling nothing short of a madman. Previously, the goods dispatched by Qian to the 3 domains were seized by this lunatic. Had it not been for the intervention of those 2 venerable 11th-tier figures from the Central Star, who brokered peace and promised numerous advantages to the Dragon Clan, Qian's technological advancements would have never reached those 3 domains. Fortunately, the benefits derived from these domains have proven satisfactory, even after granting Long Yuan numerous concessions. He has not suffered losses. To Qian's astonishment, the Dragon Lord is also a match for the esteemed Luo Qian, a true twist of fate. Standing at the threshold of Long Yuan's chamber, Qian hesitates to move. The situation has grown increasingly precarious. Long Yuan is aware of his true identity, and should he reveal it to Luo Qian, she would undoubtedly be even less inclined to sever their bond. Long Yuan casts a disdainful glance at Qian, his expression reflecting distaste for the insincerity evident upon Qian's face. He prefers to let strength speak for itself, loathing any dealings with treacherous beasts. You need not feign camaraderie with me. Simply state your intentions, he drawls, his voice laced with impatience and coldness. Having interacted with Long Yuan on several occasions, Qian is well acquainted with his approach. Taking a deep breath, he speaks earnestly, My Lord Dragon, let us negotiate a transaction. Aside from you and me, there are 7 other suitors for Luo Qian who have yet to arrive. I understand that the Dragon Clan's beastmen possess an overwhelming sense of possessiveness, particularly you, my esteemed lord. With your formidable prowess, you could easily assert your dominance across the stars, and I surmise you would prefer not to share your mate with other males. The possessive nature of the Dragon Clan's beastmen is matched by their heightened demands in such matters. There have been instances where Dragon Clan members, in their desire to monopolize a female mate, resorted to eliminating rival suitors. However, such acts of fratricide attract the wrath of the beast god. One dragon, after slaying his competitors, succumbed to a mental breakdown and self-destructed. Despite this, the attempts to dominate a female mate by slaughtering other suitors persist unabated. Thus, Qian deduces that a male of Long Yuan's caliber would undoubtedly wish to keep Luo Qian to himself. Long Yuan has already surmised Qian's intentions. Raising an eyebrow, he prompts, Go on. The unfortunate Luo Qian seems to be beset by ill fortune. Her suitors are reluctant to commit to her. Realizing that Long Yuan is amenable to the proposed transaction, Qian's smile broadens. My Lord Dragon, I can assist you in eliminating the other suitors, allowing you to monopolize Luo Qian. My sole request is that you refrain from disclosing my identity to her. Upon hearing this, Long Yuan lets out a derisive snort. However, A mere handful of low-tier challengers could be easily dispatched by me alone. What reason do I have to collaborate with you? Merely driving them away suffices. Unless they can overpower him, they shall not even dream of seizing the little female from his grasp. Yet, he harbored no intentions of forging a bond with Luo Qian. Such concerns were non-existent. His words were merely a ploy to ensnare the fox lurking at the entrance. The imperial treasury shall soon belong entirely to him. The fox had long surmised that Long Yuan would not be so easily swayed. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I am aware that the Dragon Lord seeks a particular rare mineral, and I know precisely where it can be found. Should the Dragon Lord acquiesce to my request, I am willing to disclose the mineral's location. Upon hearing news of the coveted mineral, Long Yuan readily nodded in agreement. A deal was struck. With Long Yuan's approval, the fox released a sigh of relief, transmitting the location of the mineral to Long Yuan's holographic device. He had provided the location. Whether the minerals could be successfully excavated would depend on Long Yuan's own capabilities. With Long Yuan placated, the fox felt untroubled. To be matched with a formidable male like Long Yuan was already a testament to the beast god's favor upon Luo Qian. The remaining male challengers yet to arrive would likely be of a mediocre rank, perhaps 6th or 7th tier. With a little maneuvering, he could easily extract their star coins and swiftly dismiss them. Chapter 13. Mistress, I am famished. In the villa of the Qiu family, Luo Qian sat on the sofa, attentively perusing the information provided by Qiu. Having traversed the stars for 5 years without a match or familial support, only Qiu had agreed to team up with her for monster hunting. 5th-tier beasts, alongside 7th-tier creatures, and even the insectoid race? Luo Qian furrowed her brow in disbelief. How could there be insectoids on planet 268? Unlike the mindless beasts, insectoids were beings of advanced civilization, possessing intellect akin to that of the beast men, yet their forms were grotesque. Their nests existed throughout the cosmos, preying upon the beast men. The insectoid race frequently mobilized in large numbers, capturing beast men across various planets of the stellar empire. To safeguard the females, the empire had relocated all female psychics to high-grade planets equipped with protective shields against the insectoids, explained one of Qiu's male companions. The recent emergence of insectoids stemmed from the outer battlefield, where they had developed a powerful silent explosive capable of discreetly breaching protective shields. My elder brother works within the Imperial Army. He informed me that 3 months prior, a massive swarm of insectoids assaulted the Empire. This invasion was monumental, and the second prince of the Phoenix clan personally led the troops to confront them. The conflict was exceedingly fierce, resulting in countless casualties among the insectoids. Yet our side suffered substantial losses as well. I have heard that even the Empire's foremost commander has been deployed. Luo Qian had heard of the outer battlefield but had never witnessed it firsthand. Having lived in relative peace for 5 years in the stars, she had always believed that the battlefield was a distant reality. What is the current state of the conflict? Luo Qian inquired. The other parties shook their head gravely, expressing uncertainty about the current situation. However, I firmly believe in His Highness the Second Prince and the esteemed commander, not merely due to their noble status, but because of their unparalleled prowess in battle. Qiu spoke up. We have received reliable intelligence indicating that the 5th-tier beasts currently appearing on Star 268, including the 6th and 7th-tier creatures, have fled from the outer battlefield. As for how these beasts arrived at Star 268, Qiu and her companions remain unaware. Qian, I know you have already reached the 4th tier and require 5th-tier beast cores to advance. Therefore, upon receiving this news, I summoned you to inquire if you would like to join us. Qiu was well aware that Qian's circumstances were challenging, making it difficult for her to afford beast cores. Consequently, upon learning of this development, she immediately thought of her. Yes, I must go, Qian replied without hesitation. Recognizing the significance of this opportunity, Qiu was unsurprised by Qian's response. I knew you would agree. Had it been in the past, I would not have informed you about the presence of the insectoid species, but the situation has changed. Qian now has a matcher. Even if she encounters the insectoids, her matcher will protect her. My little Qian is no longer alone. Thinking of Qian's matcher, Qiu smiled and asked, Your matcher must have arrived by now. How have you been getting along? Sighing in resignation when the topic of her matcher arose, Qian lamented, I may have been unfortunate. Only 2 matchers have arrived, and 2 others have already severed their matches. The rest have not made contact. This time, I can only bring 1 5th-tier matcher. Long Yuan will certainly not accompany me. The only viable option left is Hu Yan, who remains uncertain about his purpose. However, judging by his demeanor, he is likely to be unhelpful, leaving me to rely on myself. What? Qian exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes wide as she regarded Qian. They actually took the initiative to sever their matches with you and haven't even reached out? Qian nodded, her expression tinged with disappointment. Perhaps they consider me a fourth-tier female ability user, too weak. Qian was incensed, her fury evident. How dare they treat you this way? After all the grace bestowed upon them by the beast god. Qian, do not be disheartened. If they are not contacting you, sever the match directly. After 3 months, the beast god will arrange for 9 superior matchers for you. According to the beast god system, if a female's first matching successfully includes more than 5 male partners, she must wait 3 years for a subsequent match. However, if the first match fails and more than 5 matches are severed, she may rematch within a month. Qian remained unperturbed, resolving that if this attempt were entirely unsuccessful, she would wait until she reached the 5th tier to pursue a match. The higher her tier, the more formidable and attractive the male ability users the system would match her with. Rest assured, Sister Yu, I am not upset. Their loss of such an admirable female partner as myself is their misfortune. After discussing the departure time and necessary equipment with Qian, they made their preparations. All of Qian's matchmakers were present, so Luo Qian felt it inappropriate to linger any longer. She presented the fruit wine she had brewed to Qian and hurriedly departed. Upon leaving Qian's residence, Luo Qian did not head straight home. Instead, she ventured into the city to procure some equipment. By the time she returned home, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Long Yuan had remained in his room the entire time. Fox Qian sat on the living room sofa, idly scrolling through his holographic device as he awaited Luo Qian's return. Ding dong! The sound of the door opening resonated, prompting Fox Qian to jump up from the sofa and dash outside. Upon seeing Luo Qian returning, he joyfully ran up to her, resembling a delighted young wife awaiting her husband's arrival. My lady, you have finally returned. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. What is it that you have been waiting for? Luo Qian inquired, bemused. Hadn't she told him to rest in his room? Fox Qian bashfully rubbed his belly and confessed, My lady, I am quite hungry. I spent all my star coins on a friend to bring me here to find you, and now I have no funds left to purchase nutritional fluids. Now that he was here, Luo Qian could not simply disregard him. If he were to demand nutritional fluids from her daily, she would surely grow weary of him swiftly, leading her to sever their match. So, it was nutritional fluids that you desired. Luo Qian generously retrieved 5 vials of nutritional fluid from her spatial ring and offered them to Fox Qian. Here you go. The most inferior nutritional fluid in the galaxy, 20 star coins per vial. She felt no regret in giving them away. Whatever quantity Fox Qian wished to consume, she would provide. My lady, do you usually drink this? Fox Qian gazed at the nutritional fluid priced at 20 star coins per vial, nearly collapsing in despair. This dreadful concoction was not even fit for exotic beasts. How could Luo Qian offer it to him? Luo Qian nodded affirmatively. Indeed. When I first arrived in the Star Realm, I had no money. The imperial subsidies I received were all spent on beast cores, leaving me no choice but to consume this cheapest nutritional agent. Fox Qian stared at the vial in his hand as his lips twitched in disbelief. This 20-star coin nutritional fluid was produced by Shinwu technology, crafted from the most unsightly internal organs of exotic beasts. Such internal organs were unwanted, easily obtainable without spending much in star coins, resulting in the nutritional fluid being sold at a low price. For those of lesser means, this nutritional fluid was their optimal selection. Fox Qian had not anticipated that Luo Qian was impoverished enough to resort to such a substance. Chapter 14. Long Yuan. Is he unwell? Seeing Fox Qian's conflicted expression while holding the nutritional fluid, Luo Qian urged him. Aren't you hungry? Hurry and drink it. I understand that the taste of this nutritional fluid is indeed lacking, but I am currently short on funds, so you must endure this for the time being. However, rest assured, once I earn enough star coins, I will procure better nutritional fluids for you, and will not continue to put you through this. Fox Qian. This female certainly possesses a way with words, adeptly weaving both sweet and bitter sentiments. After Luo Qian finished speaking, she noticed Fox Qian silently gripping the nutritional fluid. She continued, If you find it distressing to remain with me under such circumstances, it is perfectly acceptable. You may simply request the system to terminate our match. Though, I am saddened. If it brings you greater happiness, I am willing to fulfill your wishes. Luo Qian's face bore sincerity, appearing genuine in her words. In her heart, Huyen took a deep breath, reminding herself to endure. The minerals had already been surrendered. Yet the star coins had not yet been acquired. She simply could not afford to suffer a loss like this. What could the mistress possibly mean? How could I leave you over a mere vial of nutrient solution? With that, Hu Yan, before Luo Qian, opened a bottle of nutrient solution and tilted her head back to drink it.
Ugh.
How dreadful it tasted. I feel nauseous. Suppressing the urge to retch. Hu Yan smiled at Luo Qian and said, Mistress, I shall visit the restroom and return shortly to keep you company. Luo Qian, ever understanding, replied, If you feel unwell, you may rest in your room. There is no need to stay by my side the entire time.
How could that be?
My own objectives remain unfulfilled. I am not unwell. Please wait for me, mistress. Having said this, Hu Yan hastily made her way to the restroom.
Ugh.
Watching Hu Yan's disheveled figure retreat, Luo Qian stifled a laugh and happily headed to the kitchen. What could her intentions be that such a refined person would sacrifice so much? I hope she does not endanger herself in the process. If only Hu Yan could be more forthright, clearly expressing to Luo Qian that she lacked funds but wished to dissolve their match, Luo Qian would undoubtedly not make things difficult and would agree to the dissolution. Unfortunately, this person is too clever, too complicated in their actions, leading to their own entrapment. For dinner, Luo Qian prepared delicate wontons and stir-fried a couple of dishes. All a feast for the senses. Long Yuan, drawn by the aroma, arrived. How delightful. The little female's culinary talent is remarkable. In the restroom, Hu Yan finally managed to expel the subpar nutrient solution. After rinsing her mouth, she retrieved a high-grade exotic plant nutrient solution from her ring and drank it. The sweet and sour flavor was a delight, a favorite among foxes. This is what an ability user ought to consume.
Suddenly,
a faint fragrance wafted into her nostrils, a scent Hu Yan had never encountered before. She sniffed the bottle in her hand. It was not from this. Opening the restroom door, Hu Yan followed the alluring aroma to the dining hall. In the dining hall, Luo Qian and Long Yuan were enjoying their meal. The plump, white wontons floated quietly in a bowl brimming with broth, garnished with green exotic plants. Hu Yan had never seen such food before, but the scent was particularly enticing. And then there were the 2 plates of exotic beast meat in front of Luo Qian. The aroma emanating from them was especially overpowering. Mistress, what are you doing? Hu Yan approached, casting an accusatory glance at Luo Qian. These 2 beasts feasted in isolation, neglecting to call her. Why should Long Yuan eat while she could not? It was favoritism. The mistress was biased. We're having dinner, Luo Qian replied nonchalantly, showing no sign of guilt for eating alone. Then why was I not called? Hu Yan asked with a sense of grievance. Why was such delectable food withheld from her? Weren't you drinking the nutrient solution? Luo Qian looked at Hu Yan innocently. I thought you enjoyed drinking nutrient solutions. Only a fool would relish such dreadful nutrient solutions. Hu Yan pulled out a chair and sat down. I do not enjoy them. I want to eat too. He looked at Luo Qian with a sense of grievance, his fox-like eyes filled with accusations of favoritism. Luo Qian feigned ignorance, finishing the last small wonton in her bowl before turning to Hu Yan and saying, But I did not prepare your meal tonight. Hu Yan glanced at the untouched bowl of wontons beside Long Yuan, suppressing the urge to swallow hard, and replied, Then I shall eat this. That's not permissible. Luo Qian quickly grasped his hand as he reached for the bowl of wontons. This belongs to Long Yuan. Why can he eat, and I cannot? You are biased, mistress. Is it because I arrived late that you favor Long Yuan over me? We are all partners. Who is nobler than whom? Luo Qian firmly explained, Of course not. Long Yuan can eat because he provided me with 300 billion star coins for a month, requesting that I cook for him. Since you've seen it, I should inform you of our household rules. Luo Qian gazed earnestly at Hu Yan. In our home, until formal coupling occurs, in order to treat every partner fairly, you must use star coins to acquire whatever you desire from me. Rest assured, once we become a family, I will redistribute these star coins among you.
Who considers herself family?
Hu Yan was nearly incensed. Long Yuan had given this female 300 billion star coins. Yet she only provided him with nutritional supplements worth 20 star coins each, clearly toying with him. Hu Yan was furious, nearly driven to madness. And what of Long Yuan? He was a lord of the 3 great domains, not one to engage in coercive affection, yet here he was, using star coins to entice a little female. Where was his domineering nature? Where was his instinct to seize at the slightest disagreement? Ignoring the vulnerable, Hu Yan, Long Yuan leisurely finished the last wonton in his bowl, wiped his mouth slowly, and stood to address Luo Qian. Will you be able to soothe me tonight? Luo Qian nodded immediately.
Yes. Of course, I can.
Satisfied with her affirmative response, Long Yuan left without casting a glance at Hu Yan. You still intend to soothe him? Hu Yan, watching Long Yuan depart, felt increasingly exposed. He grasped Luo Qian's hand, asking plaintively, he must have offered you star coins for soothing, right? Surely not. Luo Qian nodded seriously, yes, 50 million star coins each time. How much? 50 million star coins each time. Hu Yan's mind screamed. No, Long Yuan must be ill. Observing Hu Yan's dismay, Luo Qian suppressed a laugh and gently comforted him. I understand you lack star coins. It may seem unfair to you. Hu Yan nodded with a sense of grievance, Mistress. It's all my fault for being useless and unable to provide such a sum. But I long to taste the food you cook, to receive your comfort. Such lofty thoughts, yet do not dwell on them next time. Luo Qian rolled her eyes internally, feeling exasperated. She suspected this fellow was attempting to pull off a clever trick, yet she had no evidence and would need to observe further. I know. Do not be disheartened. I certainly care for you more than Long Yuan does. Luo Qian immediately showered him with reassurance. In this moment, the absence of star coins is of little consequence. We can strive to earn them. With your 5th-tier prowess, accumulating several million star coins will undoubtedly pose no challenge.
Ha!
No one shall expect to benefit from her generosity without reciprocation. Luo Qian gently patted Hu Yan's shoulder. Coincidentally, someone has sought me out for a team to hunt exotic beasts in the northern forest today, and your 5th-tier capabilities will be immensely valuable. Therefore, I would like you to accompany me. Hu Yan, feeling slighted, thought, this female isn't even providing me with food, yet expects me to work? He gazed at Luo Qian with a sense of grievance, but Luo Qian, well aware of his intent to decline, would never grant him that opportunity. With a smile, she replied, I understand that you lack star coins to purchase equipment. Rest assured, I have already procured everything needed. As time pressed on, fatigue began to set in for her. I shall return to my room for a brief rest. Later, I must tend to Long Yuan. With that, Luo Qian turned and departed with remarkable speed. Hu Yan, watching the diligent robots bustling in the kitchen, felt an urge to smash them in frustration. Grinding his teeth and rubbing his forehead, he cursed, Damn it, I was so preoccupied with food that I forgot the important matters. Chapter 15, Brothers Speak Up. On the 3rd floor, after a soothing bath and changing her clothes, Luo Qian was greeted by a robot that gently dried her hair. She found herself utterly enamored with the advanced technology of the interstellar era. Aside from cooking, household robots performed chores far better than humans, a true blessing for the lazy. At 9:45, Luo Qian promptly went to comfort Long Yuan. Just as she descended the stairs, a pink figure leaped toward her. Mistress, you finally emerged. I've been waiting for you for ages. Hu Yan embraced Luo Qian tightly, inhaling the delightful fragrance that enveloped her. How pleasant. How comforting. Were it not for pressing matters, he would wish to remain in this state indefinitely. With her head nestled against Hu Yan's chest, Luo Qian struggled to breathe. Forcefully, she pushed him away, looking displeased as she gasped for air. From now on, without my permission, do not approach me with such familiarity. It was not that she was being overly particular. Rather, she had grown accustomed to being cautious and felt averse to intimacy with those who approached her with ulterior motives. Chastised, Hu Yan gazed at Luo Qian, attempting to ingratiate himself by tugging at her hand. Mistress, I was in the wrong. Please do not be angry. Luo Qian withdrew her hand from his grasp and inquired, What do you need from me? Upon broaching the subject, Hu Yan adopted a serious demeanor. Mistress, when you were in the kitchen, did you not mention hunting exotic beasts? I fear my rank is too low to protect you effectively. I wish to know when the other matched participants will arrive. Can we go together then? It was impossible for him to expect to contribute. I do not know. Luo Qian replied candidly. Aside from the two who have already severed their matches and you and Long Yuan, I have yet to establish contact with the others. It was best for him to become aware of his circumstances sooner. Perhaps he would reveal his true intentions. Is it true that they have not yet reached out to you, Mistress? Hu Yan exclaimed in disbelief. He had assumed that the others had simply not arrived yet, but he was genuinely taken aback to learn they had not contacted Luo Qian at all up to this point. Luo Qian nodded, acknowledging that indeed, they had not contacted her. And what of the two who dissolved their matches? What is the situation there? Did you take the initiative to sever ties with them? Hu Yan inquired hastily. Who were these two beasts, so formidable that they could so effortlessly terminate their matches? They offered me star coins, imploring me to voluntarily dissolve our match, and I acquiesced. Luo Qian replied, her tone as calm as if she had merely sipped a glass of water, showing no sign of taking the matter of the dissolution seriously. Hu Yan gritted his teeth, feeling that these individuals were utterly disrupting the market, akin to the madness of Long Yuan. "How many star coins did they offer you, my lady?" he asked, suppressing the urge to spit blood, forcing a smile. Luo Qian pondered for a moment before answering. One offered 55th tier beast cores, amounting to 5 million star coins. The other provided 150 million star coins. After speaking, she turned to Hu Yan, a bright smile gracing her lips. "Hu Yan, if you wish to dissolve our match, simply offer me star coins. I will certainly comply immediately. I understand your circumstances are not favorable, so you need not offer so much. 10 million star coins will suffice." She certainly did not leave him without options. 10 million star coins? Hu Yan scoffed inwardly, knowing no one could extract even a single star coin from him. "My lady, what are you saying? That truly wounds my heart. How could I ever bear to dissolve our match? Even if everyone else abandoned you, I would never forsake you." He grasped Luo Qian's hand tightly, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. Luo Qian smiled, her bright eyes shimmering like stars, a sight to behold. For a fleeting moment, Hu Yan found himself captivated. "Hu Yan, do you truly not wish to dissolve our match?" Luo Qian asked once more. Coming to his senses, Hu Yan nodded earnestly. "I could never part with you, my lady. Without gaining a single star coin, I would rather die than dissolve our match." Luo Qian regarded Hu Yan, increasingly perplexed. If he did not wish to dissolve their match, what did he truly desire? After contemplating, she decided not to dwell on it further and decisively changed the subject. "You mentioned waiting for me here. Is there something you need?" Hu Yan immediately recalled his purpose, grinning as he replied, "My lady, since the other matchmakers have yet to arrive, why not entrust them to me? I will reach out to them and ensure they come to you swiftly. How can I hand them over to you? I am unable to contact them myself. Until they meet with me. The system does not permit me to share their names and contact details with other matchmakers," Luo Qian explained. Hu Yan's smile grew ever more radiant. "My lady, all you need to do is create a group. I can locate them one by one within that group. In the past, there have been instances where matchmakers, upon learning the names of others, would seek to eliminate them before they could establish contact with you, driven by a desire to monopolize you. After all, since you have yet to meet these matchmakers, their demise would not sadden you. However, once the female master encounters these matchmakers and subsequently eliminates them, she will experience sorrow, leading to a detrimental impact on her mental state. The surviving matchmakers may suffer a mental breakdown due to the female master's compromised mental strength, resulting in self-destruction. Consequently, the Beast God system introduced a new regulation to safeguard the matchmakers and prevent such occurrences from happening again. This regulation mandates that the personal information of matchmakers remain confidential until they have met the female master. Upon hearing Fox Yan's words, Luo Qian did not respond immediately, but instead scrutinized him with a penetrating gaze. Could it be that his true intention lay with her matchmakers? Under the weight of Luo Qian's discerning stare, Fox Yan realized she must have misunderstood him. With a sincere expression, he explained, "My esteemed female master, I swear by the Beast God that I will never harm them. I merely wish to assist you in bringing them to your side swiftly for your protection. The Beast God is the deity of the Beast Men, and swearing by the Beast God is tantamount to entering into a covenant. To violate such an oath would incur the Beast God's wrath, resulting in penalties ranging from demotion to death." Fox Yan's willingness to swear by the Beast God affirmed the truthfulness of his words. Luo Qian nodded in acknowledgement and activated her holographic device to establish a group chat. Upon initiating the chat, the system promptly presented a query. "Esteemed female, have all your matchmakers arrived and met you?" Luo Qian selected no. System notification. Since the matchmakers have yet to meet the female master, in order to ensure the safety of both the female master and the matchmakers, no information about them will be displayed in the group chat. Following this notification, the group chat became visible, excluding Long Yuan. There were 2 individuals who had been removed from the match, and the remaining participants in the chat were identified solely by codenames, their avatars still represented by question mark. Matchmaker 1 was Fox Yan. He had already made his presence known in the chat. The identities of the remaining 6 remained unknown to Luo Qian. Matchmaker 1, Fox Yan. "Greetings, brothers. I am the female master's first matchmaker. If anyone is present in the chat, please step forward and speak." Matchmaker 1, Fox Yan. "You have all refrained from contacting the female master for quite some time. A reasonable explanation is in order." Chapter 16. Fox Yan is quite affluent. Silence. 1 minute, 2 minutes passed. Not a single voice was heard in the chat. Fox Yen, Luo Qian had anticipated this outcome, thus, she felt no surprise. She gently patted Fox Yan's shoulder. They are likely preoccupied. I will go and comfort Long Yuan. You should return to your room to rest. With that, Luo Qian paid no further heed to Fox Yen and turned to seek out Long Yuan. Fox Yen fixated intently on the group chat interface on the holographic device. What was wrong with these beasts? How could they not take the initiative to contact the female master? Were they all out of their minds? Just as Fox Yen, irate, prepared to close the holographic device, the chat interface flickered unexpectedly. Matchmaker 3, Qianmo. I apologize, esteemed female master. I was on a desolate star beyond the domain and lacked signal, which prevented me from contacting you promptly. Matchmaker 3, Qianmo. As soon as I received news, I have been making every effort to return. As Hu Yen gazed upon the two messages, his previously somber expression transformed into one of radiant brightness. He curled his lips into a smile and sent a private message to the other party. While unable to add them as a friend, he could still send a message within the group. Hu Yen, brother, what business do you have on the barren star? Are you aware of how furious the female master is with you for not contacting her these past few days? Having just arrived at planet 1233, Qianmo, upon receiving a signal on his light brain, immediately opened it in hopes of reaching out to Luo Qian. However, upon opening the device, he discovered that the female master had created a group chat. Upon seeing the inquiries from Matcher 1, Qianmo hastily provided an explanation. Feeling that mere words were insufficient, he wished to initiate a holographic video call to personally clarify matters with the female master. Yet, before he could access the chat interface with Luo Qian, he received a private message from Matcher 1. Qianmo, glancing at Matcher 1's words, cautiously inquired, "Is the female master very angry with me right now?" Hu Yen replied, "Of course. Just moments ago, after I sent my message in the group, all the other matchers immediately privately messaged the female master. Among all the matchers, you were the last to reach out. How could she not be upset?" It was only Luo Qian, with her good-natured temperament, who remained unperturbed despite so many matchers neglecting to contact her. Were it any other female, she would have been furious long ago. Upon reading Hu Yan's message, Qianmo felt as though the world had dimmed and despair washed over him. What to do? What to do? In a state of agitation, his serpentine tail emerged, twisting and writhing upon the ground. As cold-blooded beastmen, they were already not favored by the female master, and now he was the last to reach out. He could hardly fathom the extent of her current anger. Noticing Qianmo's prolonged silence, Hu Yen continued to send messages with a smile. Hu Yen, brother, allow me to kindly advise you. The female master is currently in a foul mood. You mustn't contact her now, lest you provoke her further. Qianmo, then what should I do? Hu Yen, we are all brothers from here on out. I know you didn't intend to neglect the female master. I will help explain things to her. Hu Yen, once I have calmed her down, I will notify you to reach out. Such benevolence seemed suspicious to Qianmo. He pressed his lips together, contemplating Luo Qian's light brain account, ultimately deciding that he should take the initiative and call her via video. This would demonstrate his sincerity. Resolutely, he withdrew his tail and sought a quiet place to make the call. Luo Qian was currently in Long Yuan's room, providing him with comfort. During this soothing session, she could not be disturbed. Thus, her light brain remained off, and she did not receive Qianmo's video call. This time, her mental fortitude lasted for 10 minutes, doubling her previous duration. Long Yuan reclined against the bed, propping his forehead with one hand, a lazy smile gracing his face as he reveled in the comfort. Exposing his dragon tail, the dark-scaled tail glimmered with a chilling light, refracting a spectrum of colors in the illumination. The tail of the dragon encircled Luo Qian's waist, its scales gently brushing against her clothing. The petite figure of the young female was delicate and soft. Long Yuan feared that with just a slight exertion, he might inadvertently crush her waist. However, Luo Qian was utterly unfazed by Long Yuan's actions. Before her journey through time, she had kept a corn snake that often coiled around her waist in a similar manner. After this calming session, although Luo Qian felt mentally drained, she no longer exhibited the previous signs of weakness in her legs. With a composed demeanor, she reached down to detach Long Yuan's tail from around her waist. The dragon's tail, unlike that of a snake, possessed a certain firmness. Having completed her soothing duties for the day, she declared her intent to return to her room for some rest. With that, Luo Qian stood up without a hint of reluctance and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Long Yuan suddenly interjected, calling her to halt. Luo Qian turned to him with a puzzled expression. Is there something else? Long Yuan's languid gaze settled upon her face. There was no trace of those high-tech skincare products from the interstellar realm on her, only a natural fragrance that was distinctly clean and pleasant. One could detect it simply by approaching her, a scent that captivated the beast. Long Yuan felt a curiosity arise within him about the origin of this alluring aroma. He regarded Luo Qian and inquired, "Do you know what race the beastman Qian belongs to?" Luo Qian nodded, recalling that he had mentioned being from the nine-tailed fox clan. Though Long Yuan was not one to meddle in affairs that did not concern him, he felt an inexplicable discomfort as he observed the petite female before Qian. Perhaps it was the sight of that fox flaunting itself in his presence that irked him. Little female, do you know the standing of the nine-tailed fox clan within the interstellar empire? Luo Qian shook her head. Aren't they all beastmen? The information I found merely listed the various types of beastmen in the stars, without elaborating on their status or hierarchy. She truly was unaware of these matters. Long Yuan gazed at Luo Qian, his stern expression suddenly softening into a smile. Then allow me to enlighten you. The nine-tailed fox clan serves as the empire's treasury. They are exceedingly wealthy. Even those members who are not esteemed within their lineage are still quite affluent. He had promised Qian not to disclose Luo Qian's identity, and by merely educating her about the nine-tailed fox clan status, he had not breached that promise. Luo Qian understood. Thank you, I appreciate it. Regardless of Long Yuan's motives for sharing this information, she was grateful. Qian, that sly fox, was indeed pretending to be impoverished. At that moment, Qian was persistently teasing Qian Mo when he suddenly sneezed.
Who is cursing me?
He scoffed. It must be those envious beasts who resent my fortune. How utterly vexing. Changing his posture, Qian continued to send messages to Qian Mo. Qian, brother, did you attempt to video call the female master? She must not have answered. Qian Mo, how did you know? Are you beside the female master? Of course, Qian was aware, for just moments ago, Luo Qian had been calming Long Yuan. During such a process, one ought not to be disturbed, hence Luo Qian's light brain must have been turned off. It was impossible for her to receive Qian Mo's video call. Qian, naturally. I am now a male of the nine-tailed fox clan. You should know how much we are favored by the females. Among us matchmakers, the female sovereign holds me in the highest regard. Fox Qian, the female sovereign insists on my company every night. Chapter 17. Being duped before the arrival of others. The nine-tailed red fox clan is indeed renowned in the galaxy for winning the favor of females. Fox Yan's words left Qian Mo without a shadow of doubt. Gazing at Fox Yan's question mark avatar felt akin to seeing a savior. Qian Mo, brother, I implore you, how can I appease the female sovereign? I shall express my deepest gratitude afterward. Fox Yan inquired, brother, which race do you belong to? Reveal it, and I shall assist you in analyzing how to leverage your racial advantages to win over the female sovereign. Qian Mo, with a woeful expression, brother, I am a cold-blooded beast man of the serpent clan. Despite being a ruler among serpents, the purple Qian King Snake clan, and holding a significant status within the empire, it did not alter the fact that they were generally unappealing to females. Upon reading Qian Mo's message, Fox Yan instantly burst into laughter. A serpent, indeed. The hesitance to specify his clan indicates he is not of the purple Qian King Snake lineage. As long as he is not one of them, there is nothing to fear. It is easily manageable. Fox Yan, brother, you are indeed a serpent. My heart aches for you. The cold-blooded beast men are not favored by females. Fox Yan continued, but fret not, as we are brothers now. With my support, I shall ensure you return to the female sovereign's embrace. Fox Yan added, brother, if you trust me, kindly transfer 1,000,000 star coins to me, and I shall select a gift for the female sovereign. Fox Yan declared. Having been by the female sovereign's side for several days, I understand her preferences well. I guarantee she will adore the gift. Uncertain of the other's financial standing, he decided to test with 1,000,000 star coins. In the next moment, Fox Yan received a transfer from Qian Mo, transferring 10,000,000 star coins. Qian Mo, brother, please choose a splendid gift for the female sovereign. Upon noticing the tenfold increase in star coins, Fox Yan sat up in astonishment. This fellow is quite affluent. Fox Yan, no problem. I shall speak favorably of you in front of the female sovereign, ensuring she contacts you first. After calming Long Yuan, Luo Qian would surely return Qian Mo's video call if she did not receive it. Fox Yan, brimming with delight at the influx of 10,000,000 star coins, sent a message to his assistant. Fox Qian, please help me select a rather attractive piece of or valued at 2-star coins. It is always the foolish one's money that is the easiest to earn. After delegating the task to his assistant, Fox Qian messaged Qian Mo once more. Fox Qian, brother, do not mention this matter to the female sovereign. When the gift arrives tomorrow, simply say it was purchased by you. If the female sovereign learns that I advised you and helped with the purchase, she may perceive it as a lack of sincerity and become upset again. Qian Mo. Understood. Thank you, brother. Qian Mo felt that this matchmaking brother was truly a good beast. Once he was by the female sovereign's side, he would be sure to express his gratitude to the other. Fox Qian had successfully calmed Qian Mo, glancing at the time. Surmising that Luo Qian had likely finished soothing Long Yuan, he informed Qian Mo, I have spoken highly of you before the female master. At last.
She seems to be appeased.
She should soon initiate a video call with you. Upon hearing that the female master would soon reach out, Qian Mo felt an immediate surge of anxiety. His serpentine tail coiled tightly around the pillar, almost shattering the black gold or column. No. I cannot allow the female master to see my tail. What if I frighten her? Quickly, I must conceal it. Qian Mo tucked away his tail and inspected his attire once more. The freshly changed garments were clean and orderly, presenting no apparent issues. Just as he completed his inspection, a video call from Luo Qian came through. Emerging from Long Yuan's chamber, she opened her holographic device to find a message from Qian Mo in the group chat. She noticed he had attempted to call her while she was comforting Long Yuan, thus she did not answer at that time. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Qian returned to her own room and initiated a call to Qian Mo. The holographic video call connected and a tall, elegant man clad in a black and purple combat uniform appeared before her. He stood in a dilapidated building, his height estimated at around 187 centimeters, with the uniform snugly enveloping his long, straight legs and slender waist. Without needing to glance, Luo Qian could tell he possessed commendable abdominal muscles. His dark purple eyes, peering through the lens of the device, were fixed intently on her, betraying a hint of nervousness. His hands were positioned as if standing at attention, pressed against his pants seams, not daring to move. Observing his anxious demeanor, Luo Qian slightly furrowed her brow. Qian Mo? She gently inquired, mindful of not startling him. It's me, the female master. Qian Mo replied, his voice filled with tension. This was his first encounter with the female master, and she was even more enchanting and lovely than he had imagined. Her voice was so gentle. He silently thanked the beast god for bestowing upon him such a delightful and tender female master. You need not be anxious, Qian Mo, Luo Qian reassured him, puzzled by his heightened nervousness. His head was bowed, long lashes casting shadows over his violet-black eyes, and a hint of gloom graced his handsome face, giving him an air of being somewhat formidable. Did you call me for a particular reason? Luo Qian felt a bit on edge whenever a matchmaker reached out. She instinctively assumed they wished to dissolve the match. Listening to the soothing tone of the female master, Qian Mo gradually relaxed. He focused on the image of Luo Qian before him, sincerely apologizing. I am sorry, female master. When the beast god system matched us, I was on an outer wild star where there was no signal to contact you promptly. I noticed your explanation in the group chat. I hold no grievances against you. Luo Qian truly bore no resentment toward him. Qian Mo had not anticipated being matched so suddenly. He explained that he had hurried back as soon as he received the news. Compared to the others, he had shown considerable sincerity. Luo Qian felt she had finally encountered a genuine matchmaker. Truly, it was a rare occurrence. Upon hearing that his female lord bore him no ill will, Qian Mo instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. My lady, I initially anticipated a month's absence, but fortune smiled upon me. I encountered a high-ranking insectoid and, due to unforeseen circumstances, I swiftly returned to star 1233. Speaking of this, Qian Mo's spirits soared as he brushed aside the peril he had narrowly escaped, grateful to the beast god for his rapid return. Hearing that he had crossed paths with a high-tier insectoid, Luo Qian's heart skipped a beat. You encountered those creatures? You weren't harmed, were you? A high-ranking insectoid is indeed a perilous adversary. Qian Mo shook his head. No, that grotesque creature was no match for me. I acquired its insect core and shall present it to you upon my return. Inside, Qian Mo felt a surge of joy, exclaiming to himself, Ah, my lady truly cares for me. The match bestowed upon him by the beast god was nothing short of splendid. My lady, I shall arrive at star 268 in 2 days. Please wait for me. We shall bond as partners then. To bond, one must surrender all their assets to their female counterpart. Qian Mo had already instructed his subordinates to begin the accounting of his wealth. However, given the magnitude of his assets, the process would take some time. Chapter 18. To see his tail. This was the first partner to so sincerely and candidly express a desire to bond with her. Fortune had finally turned in his favor. After enduring hardships, sweet times were finally at hand. Luo Qian felt overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. All right, I shall await your return. As soon as her words faded, the chat interface on her holographic device lit up with messages of Qian Mo initiating a transfer. Qian Mo. Transfer of 100 million star coins. Qian Mo. Transfer of 500 million star coins. Qian Mo. Transfer of 1 billion star coins. My lady, please feel free to spend these star coins as you wish. Purchase anything your heart desires. Should you need more, I will gladly provide. He continued, when I return, I will transfer all my assets into your name, allowing you to indulge without concern. Worry not about scarcity. I have an abundance of star coins. As the leader of the Interstellar Hunter Alliance, he had amassed wealth primarily through beast cores and star coins. If his lady wished, he could even acquire star 268 and gift it to her. Luo Qian's inner self was in a frenzy of ecstatic screams. Ah, beast god, please bless me with more partners like this. Qian Mo, you are truly wonderful. Dazzled by the influx of star coins, Luo Qian found herself at a loss for words to adequately praise him. Seeing her joy, Qian Mo couldn't help but smile. His brother had indeed spoken the truth. Females had a penchant for wealth. Suddenly, Luo Qian remembered to inquire, Qian Mo, what is your current rank? She pondered whether he would be able to join her in 2 days, and if his rank was high enough, he could accompany her to hunt alien beasts. Qian Mo replied earnestly, my lady, I am currently at the peak of the 9th rank. Upon my return, I shall ascend to the 10th. Such a high rank left Luo Qian astounded. Handsome, wealthy, sincere, and formidable, this exceptional man was hers. Haha, he is mine. Luo Qian felt so elated that she nearly rolled off her bed. When you return, I shall assist you in your ascension. The fact that his lady proactively offered to help him left Qian Mo utterly astonished. Thank you, my lady. You truly are the finest female lord I have ever encountered. However, does the female master know my beast form? Qian Mo gazed at Luo Qian, suddenly feeling a pang of anxiety. Female master, do you know what my beast form is? Luo Qian shook her head, admitting she was not aware. However, she dismissed its significance, believing that even if his beast form were unattractive, his handsome visage would suffice. Such was her superficiality. Qian Mo inhaled deeply and spoke softly. Female master, I am a cold-blooded beast man, and my beast form is the purple Qian King snake. What? In the video, Luo Qian, who had been reclining on the bed, instantly sat up upon hearing the words purple Qian King snake. Qian Mo observed her reaction, his heart tightening. Indeed, the female master must find his beast form repugnant. I'm sorry, female master. What do you mean, sorry? Luo Qian was too engrossed in her excitement to notice the humble, shattered expression in Qian Mo's eyes. She gazed at him eagerly. Qian Mo, are you truly a purple Qian King snake? Could you perhaps reveal your serpent tail for me to see? She was utterly enamored with the purple Qian King snake. Before she donned her current identity, she had cared for snakes, and not just one. A couple of years prior, she had encountered a magnificent serpent in the starry realm, its purple-black body exuding an alluring majesty. Upon later research, she discovered it to be a purple Qian King snake, belonging to the royal beastmen of the Central Star, entities far removed from her ordinary abilities as a female adept. The thought of that purple Qian King snake had lingered in her mind. She never anticipated that the beast god would bestow upon her one such creature. Huh? Qian Mo was momentarily stunned, his mind swirling. Why was the female master so exhilarated upon learning of his lineage? Did she not fear his beast form? Noticing Qian Mo's hesitation, Luo Qian blinked her eyes, gazing at him with a pleading expression. Qian Mo, please just show it to me. I truly adore the tales of your kind. It would be wonderful to touch it. The female master was playfully charming him, all for the sake of seeing his tail. She was unafraid of his beast form. Qian Mo was unsure how he had revealed his tail, but he observed the female master's eyes widen in delight upon its sight, her excitement utterly genuine. Female master, do you wish to touch it? Qian Mo asked. his voice low and filled with anticipation. Of course. Luo Qian nodded without hesitation. Unfortunately, you're too far for me to reach. But once you return, I promise to touch it to my heart's content. Qian Mo's face flushed a deep crimson.
All right.
I will ensure you can touch it to your heart's desire upon my return. His little female master was truly unlike any other. Do not call me female master anymore. Just refer to me as Qian. In the presence of a sincere match, Luo Qian's demeanor toward him was far more affectionate than it had been with Hu Yan or Long Yuan. She instinctively felt close to Qian Mo, devoid of any sense of estrangement. He was her man, and henceforth, all of him would be under her dominion. There was no need for distance. After exchanging a few more words with Qian Mo, and upon hearing someone call for him, Luo Qian encouraged him to attend to his matters before ending the call. Once the call was concluded, she joyfully rolled on her bed, exhilarated at the prospect of soon having a companion. In this vast expanse of the cosmos, she was no longer alone. That night, Luo Qian struggled with excitement before finally succumbing to slumber. The following day, Hu Yan sat on the sofa, waiting until 8:30 to see Luo Qian descend the stairs, her eyes bearing the marks of sleeplessness. "Madam, did you not sleep well last night?" Hu Yan inquired, gazing at Luo Qian with curiosity. Could it be that the vexatious serpent beast had disturbed her rest? "I simply stayed up a bit later than usual," Luo Qian replied, a faint smile curling her lips at the thought of Qian Mo. "No matter, I can catch up on sleep later." With that, she made her way into the kitchen, and Hu Yan promptly followed. As he observed Luo Qian skillfully preparing breakfast, the enticing aroma wafting from the pan made Hu Yan swallow hard. "Madam, what are you making? It smells delightful." In a cheerful mood, Luo Qian explained, "This is a dish made from exotic plant fruits called tofu pudding, and these are fried dough sticks, along with buns crafted from beast meat and exotic plants." Tofu pudding? Fried dough sticks? I've never heard of them, but they smell heavenly. Hu Yan gazed at Luo Qian with eager anticipation. "Madam, may I have some?" "Of course," Luo Qian nodded. "One must bait the hook to catch the fish." She handed him half a fried dough stick and a small bowl of tofu pudding. "These are for you, but keep it a secret from Long Yuan. After all, he paid with star coins, and it wouldn't be good for him to find out. This is a one-time treat, as it cannot happen again." "Is this all?" "It's hardly enough to satisfy," Hu Yan lamented, glancing at the meager offerings with dissatisfaction. Yet, he felt powerless to press Luo Qian for more. This little lady was utterly unyielding, leaving him at her mercy. "Thank you, madam. You are truly kind to me," Hu Yan said, receiving the bowl with a look of heartfelt gratitude. Luo Qian smiled and returned her tasks. Seated at the dining table, Hu Yan took a sip of the tofu pudding, marveling at its unique softness and aroma, complemented by Luo Qian's homemade sauce. It was utterly enchanting. The fried dough stick, when dipped in the tofu pudding, was simply exquisite. He finished it within a few bites, lingering at the table, gazing longingly at Luo Qian. Having prepared a bowl for Long Yuan, Luo Qian noticed Hu Yan's expectant expression and said earnestly, "I cannot give you any more. If you wish to eat, you must procure it with star coins, just like Long Yuan. After all, as your madam, I cannot show favoritism. Wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 19. No. Is this fair? Watching Long Yuan elegantly savor the food at the table, Hu Yan swallowed hard. If he chose not to eat, the nutritional liquid would suffice to stave off hunger. No one would extract a single star coin from him. Hu Yan was determined not to place Madam in a difficult position. "I will strive to earn star coins in the future, ensuring that I can enjoy a full meal in this household." With that resolve, he suppressed the urge to reach for his star coins and swiftly exited the dining room, returning to his room. He retrieved the best-flavored nutritional liquid from his space and opened it to drink deeply. Uncertain of the reason, after tasting the culinary creations of Luo Qian, Hu Yan found the subsequent nutrient solutions to be insipid and unpalatable. They seemed utterly devoid of flavor. After breakfast, Luo Qian addressed Long Yuan, who sat opposite her, saying, "I shall embark on a hunt for the exotic beasts tomorrow and will not return for a week. During this time, I will be unable to provide you with comfort or prepare meals. Are you going alone?" Long Yuan inquired, gazing at her. "Hu Yan will accompany me," Luo Qian replied. "You intend to bring that fox along?" Long Yuan's sharp brows furrowed slightly. "Do you believe that creature will protect you? Its strength is at the 8th rank, yet it deliberately suppresses itself to the 5th rank in the presence of a female, clearly unwilling to exert itself. I do not require its protection. I am capable of safeguarding myself." Luo Qian had never anticipated that Yen would protect her, for she was acutely aware that Yen harbored no regard for her well-being. Upon exiting the dining hall, Luo Qian made her way to the training room. With their departure looming, she was determined to elevate herself to her utmost potential before she left. Before entering the training room, Luo Qian sent a message to Qian Mo. Luo Qian. Qian Mo, I am about to train. There is no signal in the training room, so if you need anything, message me, and I will respond when I am out. In her interactions with the sincere Qian Mo, Luo Qian exhibited a demeanor entirely distinct from that with Yen. With Yen, her attitude was one of casual indifference, willing to exploit any opportunity. However, with Qian Mo, she engaged earnestly, responding thoughtfully to each message, ensuring he felt cherished and never slighted. Upon stepping onto the star track, Qian Mo, upon receiving a message from his female master, could not help but smile. His female master was truly wonderful, always keeping him informed about her actions. This provided him with a profound sense of security, making him feel significant in her heart. Even before their first meeting, Qian Mo, understood, my female master. Focus on your training. Qian Mo, when you go to hunt the exotic beasts, please send me your coordinates. I will find you directly at star 268. Observing the gleeful expression on Qian Mo's face, his subordinates exchanged whispers. Subordinate 1. What kind of female master has the boss match with? Just look at how smitten he appears. Is this truly our usually brooding and eccentric leader? Subordinate 2. The person remains the same, but it seems his mind has been overtaken by an exotic beast. Qian Mo cast a glance at the two subordinates standing nearby, choosing to overlook their remarks. What did these unbonded beasts know? If one did not display good behavior in front of a female master, how could she ever come to favor him? After closing the chat with Luo Qian, Qian Mo sent a message to Yen. Qian Mo, brother, have you delivered the gift to the female master? Yen, sulking in her room, rolled her eyes in disdain upon seeing Qian Mo's message. Gifts? Gifts, just a fool trying to curry favor with the female. Did he truly believe that a gift would endear him to her? Those selfish females possess no heart. Today they may favor you, only to shift their affections to another tomorrow, even using you to please other males, subjecting you to humiliation, without a care for your existence. Not receiving a reply from Yen, Qian Mo prompted her once more. Qian Mo, brother, are you there? Fox Yen took a deep breath and opened the control panel of the light brain. I have indeed received the gift. But the mistress has gone to the training room. I am unable to present it to her at this moment. I assure you, as soon as she emerges, I will deliver the gift without delay.
Xuan Montag nodded in Satisfaktion.
Thank you, my brother. He then proceeded to transfer 5 million star coins. Observing the transfer on the light brain, Fox Yan's expression improved slightly. It seemed this young man had some sense. Luo Qian did not emerge from her training room until evening. With ample 5th-grade beast cores, her abilities had significantly advanced. Once she returned from hunting the alien beasts and entered seclusion for a period, she should be able to ascend to the 5th level within a month. This was her secret. Unlike other ability users in the galaxy, she faced no bottleneck in her ascension. As long as she was provided with sufficient beast or insect cores to absorb enough energy, she could elevate her level. Moreover, her rate of absorption was remarkably swift. After leaving the training room, Luo Qian first took a shower and then consumed a vial of nutritional fluid. It was already late, and she did not wish to cook. Upon finishing the nutritional fluid, she exited her room to attend to Long Yuan. Meanwhile, Fox Yen, waiting on the 2nd floor, stepped forward to intercept her. Is there something you need? Luo Qian inquired, regarding him curiously. Fox Yen presented a red, exquisite gift box to her. This is a present from Qian Mo, and he asked me to deliver it to you. Luo Qian accepted the gift box, her demeanor unruffled as she questioned Fox Yen, are you close with Qian Mo? Why would he have you deliver this to me instead of sending it directly home? Fox Yen hesitated, explaining awkwardly. Qian Mo mentioned he wouldn't know how to choose a gift for a female, so he asked me to help select some options. I chose quite a few, but... He gestured towards the box in Luo Qian's hands, his expression one of resignation and disappointment. Mistress, you should really open the box to see for yourself. Luo Qian gazed at the exquisite gift box, her long eyelashes fluttering as she opened it. Inside lay a necklace, quietly resting within. The necklace was golden, adorned with a teardrop-shaped black-purple gemstone, reminiscent of the serpent's tail Qian Mo had shown her the previous day. To her delight, she found the necklace quite appealing. Fox Yen sighed heavily as he observed the necklace. Mistress, please do not hold any anger towards Qian. This fellow may be rather poor and could only afford to gift you a necklace made from worthless, discarded minerals. It was evident that he was attempting to sow discord. Luo Qian had sensed that Fox Qian would not be so altruistic as to assist Qian in delivering a gift. Given the substantial sum Qian had transferred to the previous day, it was implausible that he lacked funds. But why would Qian have Fox Qian select a gift for him? The obedient Qian would not allow this cunning fox to take advantage of him, would he? Seeing Luo Qian remain silent while contemplating the necklace, Fox Qian continued, I told Qian that choosing such a cheap necklace to present to the mistress is an insult. Yet, he appears unconcerned about it. Clearly, this demonstrates a lack of regard for the female protagonist. My dear, I understand your anger. Please give me that worthless necklace. And I shall dispose of it. Those with supernatural abilities would surely scorn it, yet ordinary female beasts often take a liking to such trinkets. It would sell without issue in the lower-tier marketplace of Shenmue technology. No need for that. With a gleeful expression, Luo Qian retrieved the necklace and, to Hu Yan's astonishment, adorned herself with it. The gem's hue mirrored the tail of Qian serpent. Wearing it felt as though Qian were by my side. And I absolutely adore it. Hu Yan remarked, is this truly appropriate? Being gifted a necklace worth no more than 2 star coins. Shouldn't Luo Qian be incensed and immediately seek to terminate her match with Qian? Chapter 20. The most formidable are those who feign innocence. This evening, it was rare for Long Yuan to be seated at the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, attending to matters on his light brain rather than reclining in bed. Upon seeing Luo Qian enter, his gaze fell upon the necklace adorning her neck, laced with a hint of mockery. You dare to wear such a trivial item? Are all of her matches utterly worthless, allowing a 4th-tier female to don such rubbish? As he spoke, Long Yuan produced a palm-sized gem from his spatial storage. The stone was black, and its material eluded Luo Qian's discernment. However, it was evident that anything Long Yuan would present was far from ordinary. This gem is for you. It could be fashioned into a far superior necklace. This is the most precious black crystal in the galaxy. It harbors formidable energy, not only capable of enhancing supernatural abilities, but also serving as a means of self-preservation in perilous situations. Though he would never bond with Luo Qian, he certainly would not be so petty as to allow her to wear such a worthless item. Thank you for your kindness, but I cannot accept this gem. Luo Qian declined Long Yuan's offering. Though the stone was undoubtedly valuable, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. She could engage in trade with Long Yuan but could not accept gifts without reason. Long Yuan struggled to comprehend Luo Qian's stance. You would rather wear that worthless trinket than accept this black crystal from me? Luo Qian firmly disagreed with Long Yuan's perspective. The necklace I wear was gifted to me by my match. It symbolizes their affection. How could it be deemed worthless? You value the necklace's monetary worth, whereas I cherish the sentiment from the giver. Deep down, Luo Qian was acutely aware that Qian likely had no inkling that Hu Yan had assisted him in presenting such an inexpensive necklace. Yet, it represented Qian intentions, and she was determined to wear it. If she did not, how could Qian realize he had been duped by Hu Yan? Recalling Qian's expression during their video call the previous evening, Luo Qian sensed that the little serpent was still too naive. It was time he sharpened his wits. Long Yuan found it difficult to grasp Luo Qian's actions. In his understanding, females were delicate creatures, deserving only the finest in their attire and adornments. Otherwise, they would surely be displeased. As you wish. Long Yuan ceased further commentary. Luo Qian's cool fingers pressed against his brow, and the soothing sensation caused him to momentarily forget all his concerns. The dragon's tail emerged once more, this time wrapping itself around Luo Qian's waist. How is it possible for such a delicate female waist to be so pliable? This time, Luo Qian maintained her soothing presence for a full 20 minutes. She realized that by wholly releasing her mental energy to the dragon, she could witness a remarkable increase in her own mental strength the following day. Long Yuan's mental sea had now settled into complete tranquility. The dark mist that lingered at the top had gradually transformed into a pale white under Luo Qian's nurturing touch over these past few days, with certain areas beginning to appear almost transparent. Once all the dark mist within Long Yuan's mental sea became transparent, his mental strength would be entirely restored. After calming Long Yuan, Luo Qian exited his room and approached the door of Hu Yan's chamber, gently knocking. In the next moment, the door swung open. Hu Yan lay half-reclined on his bed, clad in a silk nightgown adorned with ink wash patterns, his bare chest exposed. eyeing Luo Qian at the threshold with a sultry gaze. "My lady, what brings you to the door? Come in quickly," he beckoned. Luo Qian remained unmoved, her gaze steady as she replied, "I have come to inform you that we will set off promptly at 7 tomorrow morning. Do not oversleep."
With that,
She raised her hand to close the door and turned to leave. Upon returning to her own room, Luo Qian lightly patted her chest. Truly, a fox spirit was indeed a fox spirit. They possessed an undeniable charm. Fortunately, her self-control was formidable. Otherwise, her soul might have been ensnared. Downstairs, Qian pondered. Ever since he had come to be by Luo Qian's side, he had begun to question his existence as a male. Was Luo Qian truly a female? Here he was, a striking male, clad in alluring attire, yet she remained utterly unfazed, devoid of any astonishment or desire in her eyes. Unbeknownst to Luo Qian, Qian had begun to falter once more, while she lay contentedly on her bed, engaged in a video call with Qian Mo. Observing the handsome man seated in the starry lounge, Luo Qian pointed to the necklace adorning her neck and cheerfully inquired, "Qian Mo, do you find this necklace beautiful?"
Xua Montag nodded earnestly.
"It is beautiful. Anything that my lady adores is beautiful." Yet, the material of the necklace appeared rather low-end. How could she wear something so inferior? Had she been deceived by a beast? Were the suitors around her raised on the refuse of exotic creatures? How could they allow her to don such an item? Qian Mo's striking visage momentarily contorted in concern, and he delicately asked Luo Qian, "My lady, do you truly cherish this necklace?" His lady should not adorn herself with something so subpar. She deserved only the finest jewels. "Yes," Luo Qian affirmed with a bright nod. Without waiting for Qian Mo to inquire further, she voluntarily divulged, "Because it was a gift from you. Although it was delivered to me by Qian, I still treasure it dearly." Qian Mo's expression darkened. That cunning fox Qian had dared to deceive him. He had genuinely regarded him as a brother and had placed immense trust in him.
Cursed be it.
"Qian Mo, what troubles you?" Luo Qian feigned concern, noticing his silence. It seemed that the little serpent had realized he had been duped by Qian. "My lady, I am fine." Qian Mo bestowed upon Luo Qian a gentle and endearing smile. "My lady, this necklace was indeed selected for me by Qian. However, he did not allow me a glimpse of it once it was chosen. My lady, upon closer inspection, it appears this necklace may not suit you well."
"Ah."
Luo Qian blinked innocently, glancing at the necklace adorning her neck. She furrowed her lovely brows and echoed Qian Mo's sentiments. "It does seem somewhat unsuitable for me." Qian Mo's smile softened even further. "My lady, let us refrain from wearing this necklace for now. Upon my return, I shall personally craft one that is perfectly suited for you. Would that be agreeable?" "You are quite remarkable, Qian Mo. You can make necklaces too?" Luo Qian, ever the flatterer, gazed at him with surprise and admiration gleaming in her phoenix eyes. Qian Mo, captivated by the clarity and brightness of his lady's gaze, found her utterly charming. She was so innocent. No wonder she had fallen prey to that cunning fox, Qian. "I possess many skills. Upon my return, I shall create one piece after another for you to behold. You are truly wonderful." Luo Qian sincerely believed Qian Mo to be an excellent match. Not only was he gentle in nature, but he also excelled at comforting her. After exchanging a few more words with Qian Mo, fatigue began to creep in, prompting Luo Qian to terminate the holographic call. She needed to rise early the following day to hunt exotic beasts and must retire for the night. On the other side, as Qian Mo witnessed his lady end the call, the obedient smile that graced his face vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression of darkness. He turned to his two subordinates behind him and commanded, "Investigate the Qian of the nine-tailed red fox clan. He thinks he can toy with me simply because I present myself as amiable before my lady. He dares to deceive me. He shall pay for his audacity." Chapter 21. Qian gradually forgets his roots the following day. Just as dawn broke, Luo Qian roused Qian from his slumber. "Did I not remind you yesterday that we are to hunt exotic beasts today? The departure time is fast approaching. Why are you still in bed?" Qian, sitting up on the edge of the bed, groggily glanced at the time displayed on the holographic screen, his expression one of grievance. "My lady, it is only 5 in the morning. Is it truly necessary to rise so early for a mere hunt of 5th-tier beasts? I have arranged to depart at 5:30 with Sister Yu." Luo Qian cast a disdainful glance at Qian's pink pajamas. "Do fox spirits truly favor such garish colors? Hurry and freshen up. I will prepare some food in the kitchen. We shall depart in 25 minutes to meet Sister Yu at the villa." Being late is a sign of disrespect, and Luo Qian preferred to arrive a bit early rather than risk tardiness. Cooking? Upon hearing the mention of food, Hu Yan's eyes brightened, and his fatigue vanished in an instant. He had dreamt of the delectable taste of the tofu pudding and fried dough from the previous day. It was simply exquisite. My lady, will I have a share? As long as you come downstairs on time, there will be a portion for you. Luo Qian replied before leaving him to prepare the meal. Upon hearing of his share, Hu Yan promptly leaped from the bed, quickly changing and washing up before heading downstairs to find Luo Qian. In her space, Luo Qian had prepared a number of buns that had not yet been steamed. This morning, she set aside a generous portion of buns to steam, along with a pot of fruit porridge, Qiyu's favorite. The fire of the stars is an extraordinary flame that cooks remarkably swiftly. In less than 10 minutes, Luo Qian had prepared breakfast. As Fox Qian descended, Luo Qian was just placing the meal into containers, neatly packed. Upon seeing Fox Qian approach, she offered him half of the portion. This is for you, she said, while reserving another portion for Long Yuan. The remaining 3 portions were stored within her spatial ring. Noticing the generous serving set aside for Long Yuan, Fox Qian, feeling slighted, inquired, Mistress, why does Long Yuan receive so much while I get so little? It's unfair. You show favoritism. Because Long Yuan provided the star coins. Luo Qian replied with conviction. But I also went hunting today. I can help the mistress earn star coins as well, Fox Qian protested, believing the situation unjust, as he was also contributing rather than lounging about. I understand, Luo Qian acknowledged, but you haven't slain any beasts yet, have you? And with your 5th-tier strength, it remains uncertain how many beasts you might kill. What do you mean? Fox Qian questioned, feeling his abilities were being challenged. As an 8th-tier extraordinary power user, defeating a group of 5th-tier beasts would be child's play for him. Providing you with half a portion is already a significant concession for me. Considering the pressure I am under, if Long Yuan were to find out, he would accuse me of favoritism as well.
With that,
Luo Qian attempted to reclaim the half bowl of porridge designated for Fox Qian. If you truly feel it's inadequate, you need not eat. I will eat. Fox Qian quickly seized the bowl in front of him, fearing that if he hesitated even a moment longer, he might miss his chance at the porridge. Mistress, I will surely hunt many beasts and make you see me in a new light. The bowl contained something delightful, wafting a sweet aroma that tantalized his senses. Fox Qian had been salivating since he descended the stairs. Well, given how splendidly you cook, I shall put forth an extra effort to hunt more beasts this time. Treating it as my contribution towards my meal, he resolved. Luo Qian was confident that Fox Qian would not refuse to eat. With a smile, she encouraged him. I believe you will slay many beasts. Once the hunt concludes, I will reward you with a dish you have never tasted before. Upon hearing about the prospect of an unprecedented delicacy upon his return, Fox Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's a promise, mistress. You must keep your word. Luo Qian patted her chest, declaring, I, Luo Qian, never tell lies. Just a mere fox spirit. Could there be anyone more shrewd? Thoughts of transforming him into a compliant companion danced in her mind. After breakfast, they departed punctually. As Luo Qian stepped out of the villa, a shadow glided silently to the entrance of Long Yuan's chamber. Master Dragon, we have uncovered information. Mistress Luo Qian is collaborating with a female named Qiyu, residing in the front villa, to hunt beasts. The creatures in question have escaped from the battlefield beyond and include 2 high-tier insectoids. The door opened soundlessly as Long Yuan emerged, his dark robe trailing elegantly, adorned with intricate golden patterns that flowed with his movements, resembling a lurking dragon's shadow. His brow was sharp, and his gaze cold and penetrating, commanding attention without uttering a word. Entering the kitchen, he surveyed the breakfast laid out on the table. Addressing the subordinate who had followed him, arrange for 2 skilled individuals to safeguard her. They should maintain a distance and only intervene if there is imminent danger. His concern does not stem from worry for the other, but rather from a fear that this little female may perish, leaving him devoid of comfort and bereft of such delectable sustenance. Upon arriving at Qiyu's residence, Luo Qian presented her with the breakfast she had brought. Sister Yu, your favorite fruit porridge. Qiyu held a deep affection for the culinary creations of Luo Qian, particularly this fruit porridge, which was nothing short of divine. Little Qian, you are always so kind to me. Qiyu accepted the breakfast with both hands, inhaling the sweet aroma of the porridge before placing it into her spatial ring. She had already been fed a bottle of nutritional fluid by her partner upon waking. The food could wait until noon. Noticing the time, Luo Qian inquired, Sister Yu, have the 2 teams you mentioned yesterday arrived yet? The prior day, Qiu had informed Luo Qian that, due to suspicions of high-level insectoid threats, she had enlisted 2 teams of ability users for greater safety. They should be arriving shortly, Qiu replied. No sooner had she spoken than a mid-sized, purple-gold hover vehicle came to a swift halt at her doorstep. Luo Qian gazed at the vehicle with envy, having seen it featured on the promotional page of the Light Brain just days before. This hover vehicle was a newly released model from Shinmu Technology, valued at 20 billion star coins. It boasted ample space, remarkable speed, and was equipped with a defensive shield and weaponry, truly high-end. Does the female master fancy this hover vehicle? Fox Yen whispered to Luo Qian, noticing her captivated gaze. Luo Qian nodded eagerly. This is a new model from Shinmu Technology, powerful features, reasonable price, exceptional value. As she admired the purple-gold vehicle, she suddenly thought of Qian Mo. With a smile, she remarked, I heard that the exterior color of this vehicle can be customized. Once I return from hunting the alien beasts, I shall purchase one for myself. I desire it in black and purple, just like my little snake. What's appealing about black and purple? Fox Yen, unenthusiastic about her color choice, responded, if the female master prefers it, upon your return from the hunt, I shall gift you one, pink, perhaps. How beautiful pink is. A crimson one would suffice as well, reminiscent of my tail. Luo Qian appraised him from head to toe and retorted, you don't have a single star coin to your name. How could you afford such a gift? Fox Yen cleared his throat awkwardly and explained quietly, I have a friend who works at Shinmu Technology. I can purchase it from him at a discount. If I hunt enough 5th-tier alien beasts this time, I should be able to accumulate enough star coins to buy the vehicle. Chapter 22. Can't you buy something of better quality? From the hover vehicle emerged a tall, silver-haired beauty of 5th-tier rank. She was accompanied by 5 males, 3 at 6th tier, 1 newly ascended to 7th tier, and another at the peak of 7th tier. As they approached, her gaze swept over Luo Qian and Fox Yen. Upon seeing Fox Yan's androgynous features, her eyes sparkled momentarily, but once she discerned that he was merely a 5th-tier ability user, her expression shifted to one of disdain. She approached Qiu, greeted her with a smile, and then disdainfully pointed at Luo Qian. Qiu, do those 2 intend to join us in hunting the aberrant beasts? Ainli cast a disparaging glance at Luo Qian, remarking on the weakness of a 4th-tier female and a 5th-tier male. What assistance can they possibly provide? We might find ourselves not only battling the beasts but also rescuing them. Qiu, having known Ainli for quite some time, was aware of her forthright nature. She chuckled and reassured her. Ainli, Qian is my dearest friend. Although she is currently only a 4th tier, she is by no means inferior to 5th tier abilities. Ainli remained unconvinced. With only one match and no partner, how strong could she truly be? Let me make this clear. I will not squander my time on the weak. If they encounter danger, my partner and I will not come to their aid. This female was simply intolerable. Huyin had never faced such indignity. He glared at Ainli in anger. Rest assured, my female master and I require no assistance from you. Likewise, should you find yourselves in peril, we shall not come to your rescue. Hailing from a prominent family, Ainli's status, though a branch, far exceeded that of ordinary female abilities. She had never endured such affronts, which male would not treat her with utmost respect. It was the first time a male dared to speak to her in such a manner. Fuming, Ainli shot a glance at Huyin and turned to question Luo Qian. As his female master, should you not discipline him for his egregious verbal attack on a female without your consent? With a female master present, how dare he be so brazen? Huyin looked at Luo Qian, gritting his teeth as he suppressed his fury. He had forgotten that a match could not act independently in the presence of their female master, especially not to contradict a noble female. Although Luo Qian was his matched partner, he could see that she was indifferent to him. How would she choose to punish him this time? Would she sever their bond? Or would she assault his mental fortitude, forcing him to kneel and apologize to this female? Just as his elder brother had been humiliated and tormented, stripped of all dignity. Huyin clenched his teeth, fists tight. Even as the mastermind behind Shinmu Technology, even as the heir of the 9-tailed Red Fox clan, he still found himself subordinate to others in the presence of his matched female, compelled to heed their words. At times, it felt as though he was regarded as less than the aberrant beasts themselves. Luo Qian observed Huin's clenched jaw and bowed head, sensing the immense fear, anxiety, and pain he was enduring. She was unaware of his inner turmoil but recognized his trepidation. Stepping forward, she shielded Huyin behind her, fixing a frosty gaze upon Ainli. My match partner is merely articulating my sentiments. I shall not punish him. Qian abruptly lifted his head, astonished by the small female standing before him. Observing her speak in a frigid tone, resolutely addressing the female counterpart opposite her, she proclaimed, "Fox Qian is correct. Should you choose not to rescue us, we shall remain indifferent to your misfortunes." Despite her petite stature and her position as the lowest ranking among them, she now exuded an aura that made Fox Qian perceive her as a formidable mountain, steadfastly shielding him from harm.
Lin niscufadis da infuli.
A mere waste who doesn't even dare to penalize her own match. You can barely protect yourself. How could this female even suggest that she would save her? Surely. She had just awakened, and her mind was still foggy. Enough. We are all companions. Let us cease the quarrel. Qian intervened, urging Ainli to hold her tongue and soothing Luo Qian. Qian, do not worry. Your sister will protect you. Qili understood the hardships Luo Qian had endured and recognized her relentless efforts. She was willing to safeguard her younger sister. Thank you, Sister Yu. Luo Qian did not take the earlier incident to heart. She had encountered such situations countless times before and had long since acclimatized to them. Fox Qian stood beside Luo Qian, gently curling his fingers around hers. Mistress, I, too, shall protect you. As an 8th-tier male, he vowed to ensure that his mistress would not suffer even the slightest harm. Seeing him regain his composure, Luo Qian smiled and nodded at him. I believe in you. At that moment, her teammates could not falter, otherwise she would bear the brunt of the misfortune. Another team had already arrived, 3 male ability users, 2 at the mid-7th tier, and 1 at the late 7th tier. These 3 beastmen were friends of Qili's partner and were rumored to be members of the Interstellar Hunter Alliance. Ainli, being a female who admired strength, immediately approached the 3 male ability users with her partner to engage in conversation. 5 minutes later, everyone departed in their respective hover vehicles. Fox Qian gazed at the dilapidated hover vehicle that Luo Qian had produced, his lips twitching. Mistress, you drive this kind of hover vehicle? Is this worn-out contraption not yet obsolete in the cosmos? Luo Qian nodded, reassuring him. Rest assured, I have modified this vehicle. Its speed is not an issue.
Though it is a bit bumpy.
Fox Qian sighed. Considering how she had just defended him, he resolved to gift her the latest model from Shinmu Technology, a hover vehicle comparable to a warship, upon their return from this beast hunt. Given his mistress's low rank, he should also procure a few Tier 3 mechas for her safety. Once they returned, he would visit Qinggo. That fellow surely had some fine treasures. As Fox Qian settled into the vehicle and fastened his seatbelt, it suddenly soared into the air, leaving behind a trail of white smoke. The speed was indeed impressive, but the ride was exceedingly jarring. One might as well be on a rickety amusement ride. Mistress, slow down a bit, he exclaimed, covering his mouth, feeling the urge to retch. Luo Qian slightly reduced the speed and tossed him a vial of motion sickness remedy. Drink this and you'll feel better. Fox Qian glanced at the most inexpensive remedy in his hand, his lips twitching again. He had always traveled in his private starship and had never experienced motion sickness before, thus lacking any remedy on hand. Reluctantly, he took a sip of the potion Luo Qian offered. The taste was undeniably unpleasant. Fortunately, the effects were quite satisfactory. After a brief pause to regain composure, Qian inquired of Luo Qian, my lady, you have amassed such a fortune in star coins from Longyuan. Why do you persist in carrying these trinkets? Cannot one procure something of better quality? How can a female live in such a rough manner? Even more so than a male? Luo Qian swore that she was not deceiving him this time. She had not indulged in such items for a long while, as they were remnants from a time of poverty when she could scarcely afford anything of worth. It was simply a matter of circumstance, she thought. She resolved to replace these worthless possessions upon their return, opting for the finest alternatives available. Not to mention, her combat attire was also the most basic. That too would be exchanged for something of superior quality. As Qian contemplated these changes, he activated his holographic device, eagerly selecting items for Luo Qian. This one, and this one, he exclaimed enthusiastically, clicking to finalize the purchases. He had completely forgotten his earlier vow to refrain from spending a single star coin on her. Luo Qian piloted the hovercar, oblivious to Qian's actions. Their destination was quite distant, requiring a full day's journey before they arrived. They had reached the 268 star, the northernmost region, characterized by a forest teeming with exotic flora. Luo Qian had visited this place several times before, aware that it was rife with not only strange beasts but also carnivorous and toxic plants. Once the hovercar came to a halt, Luo Qian and Qian disembarked, stowing the vehicle away. She retrieved 2 vials of detoxification potion, handing one to Qian. I have been here before, and there are numerous toxic plants within. You should drink this detox potion before we proceed. Qian accepted the vial. Despite his 8th tier prowess rendering him immune to ordinary poisons, he appreciated Luo Qian's concern. Regardless of the potion's unpleasant taste, he consumed it dutifully. Afterward, Luo Qian presented him with a pair of night vision goggles. There are areas within this forest that may impair your sight. These goggles will help you see clearly. The forest before them was shrouded in darkness, exuding a rather ominous aura. Qian obediently donned the goggles she provided. Qiyu and her companions had arrived several minutes earlier and were already prepared. They possessed instruments for tracking exotic beasts. By the time Luo Qian and Qian approached, Qiyu's partner had adjusted the equipment settings. Silverly cast a disdainful glance at Luo Qian as she maintained her distance. Out of respect for Qiyu, she refrained from confronting the female. Yet she had no intention of offering her protection. Feigning ignorance to Silver Li's subtle gestures, Luo Qian approached Qiyu. Sister Yu, have you brought the detox potion and night vision goggles as well? Qiyu nodded with a smile. Rest assured, they are all here. I ensured to prepare everything you instructed. We consumed the detox potion while we were still in the vehicle. Silverly scoffed. We are all ability users, yet must resort to wearing goggles meant for beasts. One might as well expect to be ridiculed by other ability users. Qiyu glanced at Silverly, expressing her disagreement. Li, having traversed this forest myriad times, possesses a familiarity with its depths that surpasses our own. Heeding her counsel is undoubtedly prudent. However, Li remains unconvinced. Her reliance on such aid stems from her own frailty. I, on the other hand, am a 5th-tier psychic and my companion is no less than 6th-tier, rendering antidotes unnecessary for us. Orcs inherently fear not the darkness, for even in the night, they perceive all things clearly. The prowess of psychics is even more formidable. Li and her partner frequently venture forth to hunt exotic beasts, never once resorting to such measures. She believes that Luo Qian's dependency on these items is a testament to her weakness. Luo Qian, disinterested in explaining herself to Li, thought it best to let her pursue her folly. The instruments have already pinpointed the direction of the beast horde. They entered from the eastern pond. Before stepping inside, Luo Qian sent her coordinates to Qian Mo, recalling his admonitions from the previous night. Upon entering the outskirts of the forest, they encountered little danger, and their passage was smooth and effortless.
Li occasionally engaged with Qiyu in conversation. Did you know?
During my recent visit to the Central Star, I heard news concerning the extraterritorial battlefield. Qiyu turned to her. Has the war concluded? I heard that both His Highness the Second Prince and the esteemed commander have participated. Li whispered, I believe the conflict has indeed ended, yet both the Second Prince and the commander mysteriously disappeared a fortnight ago. The Empire has kept this matter tightly under wraps, and few orcs are aware. She continued, my cousin matched with a member of the Phoenix clan 3 days prior. We learned of this through him. Qiyu was nearly overwhelmed by this revelation, stifling a gasp with her hand. After a few seconds of stunned silence, she urgently inquired of Li, is this news confirmed? Li nodded earnestly. My cousin's partner is a member of the Phoenix royal family, albeit somewhat marginalized. The information is undoubtedly accurate. With a wistful sigh, she added, there has never been a photograph of the Second Prince on the holographic network. But during my visit to the Central Star, I was fortunate enough to catch a distant glimpse of his visage. The memory of his beauty is enchanting. I have never encountered a man so striking, as if I beheld the beast god himself. She continued, I have heard that the commander is equally handsome, rivaling the Second Prince in every regard. If they have truly encountered misfortune, I would be utterly heartbroken. Qian regarded Li's exaggerated demeanor with a bemused expression. Is it truly that dramatic? He felt that Ji Qing, for all his charm, paled in comparison. Having recently descended in rank, he had adjusted his appearance accordingly. His true visage was no less appealing than Ji Qing's. Moreover, that moon white was hardly a paragon of virtue. Possessing a stunning exterior, yet harboring a heart darker than black crystal, with a penchant for the most unscrupulous political machinations. They will assuredly be fine, Qiyu stated with conviction. The Second Prince and the commander once saved my life. Born on the fringes of the Empire, when I was but 15 and had just awakened my powers, our planet fell under attack by the Zerg. At that time, the Second Prince and the esteemed commander were not yet in their current esteemed positions. They were merely ordinary soldiers of the Empire. They participated in that war and rescued her from the clutches of the Zerg. Across the stars, Tales of the Second Prince and the First Commander are well known, though they rarely reveal themselves in public or before the cameras. Nonetheless, this does not hinder many females from adoring them. After all, who could resist powerful, noble, and handsome males? Ainley clasped her hands together, speaking with sincere devotion, believing that the beast god would surely bless them with safety. She then engaged in conversation with Qian about other matters. For instance, the war in the Outer Realms had concluded, and many scavengers had ventured forth. To put it plainly, scavengers are akin to those who collect discarded items. With the end of the conflict, they would scour the battlefield, assisting in the recovery of fallen Imperial soldiers' bodies, returning them to their military for a final embrace with the beast god. All the damaged warships, weapons, and the remnants of Zerg corpses and cores left on the battlefield became their treasure, once collected. The Empire, being formidable, found it exceedingly difficult to repair heavily damaged warships, which the military would simply discard. It was said that retrieving a warship on the battlefield was as simple as picking up a water bottle on Earth. These vessels included not only Imperial ships but also those of the Zerg. A damaged warship could fetch billions, with some even reaching hundreds of billions. Luo Qian had heard of the scavengers and once aspired to be one herself. However, to venture into the outer battlefield as a scavenger, one needed to possess at least a 7th tier or higher.
Currently, she did not qualify.
Chapter 24. Protecting the Master's female. As for the Second Prince and the First Commander of the Stars, Luo Qian had naturally seen their illustrious feats on her light brain. However, such figures felt distant from her reality, and she did not focus too much on them. After all, she was a pragmatic individual. Instead of pondering over those whose status was worlds apart from hers, she found it more practical to contemplate how to slay more beasts and earn more star coins to improve her living conditions. After walking for over an hour, Luo Qian stumbled upon some red fruits. These fruits were the size of goji berries but tasted like strawberries, delightful to the palate. However, the branches and leaves bore thorns capable of numbing the nerves, making them tricky to harvest. Luo Qian retrieved 2 pairs of gloves from her ring, offering 1 pair to Huyan. "Quickly, help me pick some of these fruits." Seeing her enthusiasm for the fruits, Huyan obediently accepted the gloves, donned them, and began to assist Luo Qian in gathering. Luo Qian cautioned him, "These thorns are poisonous. A prick will numb your nerves. Be careful not to get stung. If you manage to gather fruits that the master enjoys, a little sting won't matter." Huyan smiled joyfully at Luo Qian, appreciating her concern for him. Ainley, observing that Luo Qian would even consume such small fruits, regarded her with increasing disdain. She had never witnessed such simplicity. How could one find delight in such trivialities? These minuscule fruits were not even worthy of her gaze. Qiyu approached Luo Qian and inquired, Qian, how do you eat such tiny fruits?" Luo Qian gazed at the crimson fruits nestled within the box, pondering their versatility as either a delightful snack or a sumptuous jam. Whether infused in water or spread upon bread, they promised to be extraordinarily delectable. Upon hearing the word jam, Qiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is it the same jam you gifted me last time?" Earlier this year, Luo Qian had presented her with a jar of vibrant red jam that was truly exquisite. "Indeed, that is the one," Luo Qian affirmed with a nod. Qiyu, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Qian, may I also pluck some of these fruits? When we return, could you teach me how to make jam?" Of course, Luo Qian readily agreed. Fox Yan observed as Qiyu's companions donned gloves to assist in gathering the fruits, their movements hastening considerably. These individuals were rather audacious. After all, it was his female master who had discovered the fruits. Yet, they brazenly seized them without hesitation. And what of his little female master? Was she truly oblivious? They were taking her fruits and she showed no resistance. Moreover, she was freely imparting her culinary knowledge. Did she not comprehend the true value of her cooking methods? The fruits were not abundant, and with several people participating, it did not take long for them to be fully harvested. Luo Qian watched in astonishment as Fox Yan filled a small basket to the brim. "Fox Yan, you're quite impressive. You've gathered so many." Though he could be stingy, he certainly knew how to work diligently. Fox Yan scoffed, "Is this really considered a lot? These fruits were discovered by my female master, yet they were snatched away by others." His little female master was easy to bully, but he, Fox Yan, was not. Qiyu's companions scratched their heads awkwardly, acknowledging the truth in the male's words. The fruits indeed belonged to Luo Qian. They realized they had perhaps taken more than was fair. Luo Qian placed the fruits into her preservation ring, cheerfully patting Fox Qian on the shoulder to reassure him. It's all right. This is enough for making jam. Once we return, I'll prepare some for you. Since most of the fruits were gathered by Fox Qian, he would certainly receive his share of the jam. Upon hearing that jam would be made, Fox Qian's expression brightened immediately. Then, I too shall learn how to make jam for my female master. All right, I will teach you. Luo Qian smiled, acknowledging that whether she taught one or two, it was all the same. After gathering the fruits, the group continued their journey eastward. Qi leaned closer to Luo Qian and whispered with a smile. Your match is quite commendable. He knows how to protect you. Although she had been silent earlier, she had perceived the underlying message in Fox Qian's words, clearly chastising her companions for taking the fruits discovered by Luo Qian. A few fruits were inconsequential to Qiyu, for she knew Luo Qian would willingly share her treasures. Luo Qian also realized that Fox Qian had been speaking up for her. She found it somewhat surprising, since their departure. He seemed subtly transformed from the individual he was at home. The group traversed several hours further east, encountering various edible exotic plants along the way, which Luo Qian eagerly encouraged Fox Qian to collect for their return. As the clock struck 2 or 3 in the morning, they paused before a relatively spacious clearing to rest briefly. Luo Qian produced 2 vials of red energy liquid, handing one to Fox Qian. They needed to locate the beast herd promptly, and prolonged rests would not be feasible along their journey. The energy liquid would swiftly restore their stamina. Fox Qian gazed at the 2 vials of crimson energy liquid before him. Although they were not the least expensive option available, their taste remained utterly unpalatable. He refrained from accepting them. Instead, he retrieved several vials of a pale green energy liquid from a spatial ring and presented them all to Luo Qian. He snatched away the opened vial from her grasp, stating, "Drink this. Its flavor is far superior." He was unperturbed by the possibility of Luo Qian inquiring about the origin of such premium energy liquid. At worst, he could confess that he had purchased it with the star coins he had cleverly acquired from Qian Mo. Luo Qian blinked at the multiple vials of pale green liquid in her hands. Was the sun set to rise from the west tomorrow? Fox Qian had actually been generous enough to offer her something, and of such exquisite quality at that. This particular energy liquid, which she had seen in the holographic marketplace, was developed by Shimu Technology and priced at a staggering 100,000 star coins per vial. The exorbitant cost was not solely due to its delightful taste. Its effects were also unparalleled, capable of restoring physical stamina instantaneously within a second. In contrast, the red energy liquid she had just procured would take half an hour to take effect, with a complete recovery requiring an hour. Long Yuan was indeed correct. The nine-tailed red fox clan was undeniably affluent. She turned her gaze to Fox Qian and inquired, "You have so many for me. Do you possess more?" Fox Qian nodded affirmatively, replying, "I have plenty." With a smile, he produced another vial, opened it, and drank it himself. How remarkable it was that the female master even worried about his supply. If only she could remain this way forever. Reassured by Fox Qian's abundance, Luo Qian confidently opened one of the nutrition vials he had given her and drank it down, untroubled by the thought of him later requesting star coins from her. She had plenty of those at present. After a brief respite of several minutes, the group resumed their quest for the beast horde. Just before dawn, the previously tranquil instrument began to emit a series of urgent beeps. Qiyu's partner's expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad. Thousands of beasts are charging toward us, including a grade 8 beast. The data on the instrument indicates unusual energy fluctuations. These creatures have likely gone berserk. We must hide immediately." The transition from grade 7 to grade 8 was a critical juncture, with grade 8 beasts possessing the capacity to easily annihilate a large number of grade 7 abilities users. In the forest, hovering vehicles were rendered useless, leaving them no choice but to rely on their own 2 legs to flee. Luo Qian grasped Fox Qian's hand and swiftly turned northward. She was familiar with this area. To the south lay a vast expanse of carnivorous vines, a far greater nuisance than the beasts. Qiyu trusted Luo Qian and, along with her partner, followed suit toward the north. Silverly frowned as she gazed in that direction and said to her partner, "We should not head north. Let us go south instead." She had observed the data on the instrument moments earlier, noting that the beasts were heading northward. The southern route was evidently safer. "Once the danger has passed, we can regroup with Qiyu," she added, then turned to the 3 members of the Hunter Alliance, stating, "You 3 should accompany me. The south is safer." The grade 7 peak individual shook his head, asserting, "We are going north." He had just received a message from the leader instructing them to protect the female named Luo Qian. Only now did he realize that this grade 4 female was, in fact, the leader's mate. The leader was on his way. Their leader is a formidable peak-level 9th-tier warrior. Confronting such a horde of exotic beasts is akin to child's play for him. Chapter 25. He has arrived. Observing the 3 males from the Hunter Alliance sprinting towards Luo Qian, Ainley stamped her foot in frustration. Noticing that everyone had headed north, Ainley's partner quietly inquired, "Mistress, shall we proceed south or?" He believed that the northern route might indeed be the safer option. As they journeyed, he discerned that the female named Luo Qian appeared quite familiar with the forest. She dashed northward, perhaps due to the presence of even more formidable entities lurking to the south. He wished to share his thoughts with the mistress, yet before he could voice them, she had already seized one of her companions and was racing southward. He could only hasten to keep up. Luo Qian and her companions ran for over 2 hours without daring to pause. The horde of exotic beasts was drawing nearer, causing the ground beneath them to tremble ominously. The 3 members of the Hunter Alliance followed closely behind Luo Qian, ever vigilant of her safety. Luo Qian addressed the group, "Let us run for another half-hour. Ahead lies a mountain with a very concealed cave. As long as we mask our presence, the horde will not detect us." Qiyu, panting heavily, wore a worried expression. However, the potion capable of concealing their scent was only effective against 7th-tier beasts, and there were 8th-tier beasts among the horde. Without the presence of that 8th-tier beast, they would not need to flee at all. Such a plethora of exotic beasts would be a bountiful harvest of beast cores. The peak-level 7th-tier male from the Hunter Alliance produced 2 vials from his ring. "I possess potions that can shield us from the awareness of 8th-tier beasts, but there are only 2 vials." Upon saying this, he handed the vials directly to Luo Qian. "Esteemed Luo Qian, our leader insisted that we ensure your safety." Luo Qian stared at the vials in her hand and then at the 7th-tier male with a hint of confusion. "Why does your leader wish for you to protect me?" She was unfamiliar with the members of the Hunter Alliance. The man replied, "Our leader is Qian Mo, your match." The revelation stunned Luo Qian. The leader of the Interstellar Hunter Alliance was none other than him? Not only Luo Qian, but even Qiyu beside her was taken aback. Only Huyen felt a jolt of realization upon hearing Qian Mo's identity. Goodness! If memory served correctly, the leader of the Hunter Alliance belonged to the Purple Qian King Snake clan, did he not? Most of the beast meat and cores, along with some rare exotic plants used by the Divine Wood technology, were sourced from the Hunter Alliance. Damn it! Why hadn't Qian Mo clarified his clan affiliation? Now that she recognized him as an ally, Luo Qian felt no need for formality. "This place is perilous. We must seek refuge in the cave first. This is no place for conversation." Grabbing Huyen, she dashed forward, with the others following closely behind. After more than half an hour, the group finally took refuge in the cave. The tremors of the ground intensified as the horde of exotic beasts drew ever closer. Luo Qian produced 2 potions given by the Hunter Alliance, along with a Tier 8 potion she carried that could mask their presence, distributing a small amount to each individual. She also sprinkled some at the cave entrance. It was imperative that she did not reserve the potions solely for herself and Qiyu. This was the most prudent course of action. They had come together, and thus, they would either survive together or perish together, leaving no one behind. Qiyu's companions, along with the 3 members of the Interstellar Alliance, were already prepared to make sacrifices, as it was their duty to protect the females. They were taken aback when Luo Qian decided to apply the potion to them as well. Huyen was equally surprised, recalling how Luo Qian had held his hand tightly while they ran together, only releasing him once they entered the cave. Even in such perilous circumstances, she had not abandoned him. With reddened eyes, Qiyu nodded, gripping her partner's hand firmly. Qian was right. They could not forsake one another. Her partner's eyes glistened with emotion, reflecting their appreciation for their female leader's unwavering kindness. The Tier 7 expert from a Hunter Alliance reassured them, stating, "We will be fine. News from our leader indicated he is on his way." Their leader was a Tier 9 powerhouse, undoubtedly capable of arriving in time to rescue them. Qian Mo was indeed swift in his approach. Huyen tightened his grip on Luo Qian's hand, declaring, "My lady, I will protect you. Should Qian Mo fail to arrive in time, he will simply have to reveal his true strength." With Luo Qian shielding him, he could not allow her to come to harm. Luo Qian nodded, expressing her faith in both Qian Mo and Huyen. Yet, secretly, she contemplated the grim reality. If they were discovered by a Tier 8 beast, their survival prospects, armed only with their weapons from the rings, were bleak. Over the past 5 years, she had grown accustomed to relying solely on herself. While uncertain if Qian Mo would arrive, she knew that Huyen, despite being Tier 5, would stand no chance against a Tier 8 beast. The rumbling outside intensified, with stones cascading down the mountainside. This was the most perilous situation Luo Qian had faced since her arrival. Minutes passed, 1, 2, 5, 10, each second stretching into an eternity under the mounting pressure. The ground quaked as massive rocks tumbled, while Huyan steadfastly shielded Luo Qian. Outside, a multitude of Tier 6 beasts dashed by, followed by a surge of formidable energy that seized the breath of everyone within the cave. Was this the energy of a Tier 8 beast? It was utterly terrifying. The cacophony outside threatened to rupture Luo Qian's eardrums. The overwhelming energy persisted for what felt like an eternity, as if searching for something. Time crawled by. Over an hour later, the menacing energy finally dissipated, and the Tier 8 beast did not materialize. As the tension ebbed, Luo Qian collapsed onto the ground. "My lady," Huyan said, his gaze fixed on her pale visage. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a bit weak in the legs," she replied, sitting on the ground for a moment to regain her composure. Qiyu was not in a much better state. Since the awakening of her extraordinary abilities, this was the first time she had encountered such perilous circumstances. She grasped Luo Qian's hand, nearly moved to tears after surviving the ordeal. Luo Qian, relatively composed, found herself too weak to stand. Huyan offered her a potion, and only when Luo Qian had fully recovered did he release her hand. "Empress, I will step outside to ascertain if it is safe before you emerge," declared Qiyu as 7th tier companion. "You, a 5th tier, would not be safe out there. I should go instead." It was not that he looked down upon Huyan, it was simply too dangerous for a 5th tier to venture out. Luo Qian also held onto Huyan's hand, urging him to let someone else go. Huyan shook his head. "Empress, do not worry. I possess means to ensure my survival." Witnessing Luo Qian's fearful expression earlier had deeply unsettled him. He now yearned to venture out and slay that 8th tier beast. With that, Huyan released Luo Qian's hand and vanished at the cave entrance, his speed so swift that Luo Qian had no time to stop him.
Ding!
Just as Luo Qian contemplated pursuing him, her light brain emitted a notification. It was a message from Qian Mo. "Empress, I have arrived. I do not see the cave you mentioned." Qian Mo had come. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Luo Qian's eyes. Wonderful. With a master in their midst, their safety was assured. She promptly summoned everyone. "Qian Mo has arrived. We can venture out now." Chapter 26 Qian, play as you wish. Upon stepping out of the cave, Luo Qian and her companions beheld a colossal purplish-black python, towering several stories high, engaged in the hunt of the earlier beast herd. With a mere flick of its massive tail, dozens of beasts fell lifeless to the ground, flattened into mere pulp. The tail then adeptly coiled around the cores that burst forth from the slain beasts. As the 3 male members of the Hunter Alliance emerged, their excitement erupted at the sight of the purple giant. "Boss, it is our leader."
Luo Qian instantly recognized Xuan Montag.
Qiyu and her companions were left in a state of astonishment. They had never encountered a 9th tier powerhouse, especially one from the esteemed Purple Xian Wang Snake clan of Central Star. In awe, Qiyu gazed at the purple giant amongst the beasts, her attention suddenly drawn to a 9-tailed fox. "Heavens, is that a powerful member of the 9-tailed Red Fox clan?" she inquired, astonished. How could a powerful being from the 9-tailed Red Fox clan be here on star 268 to hunt beasts? Hearing Qiyu's words, Luo Qian's gaze fell upon the 9-tailed fox. This fox, as large as a small mountain, was also mercilessly hunting the beasts, its fur an immaculate white, save for the red tips of its 9 tails. The grand, fluffy tails ensnared the beasts, swiftly strangling them to death. It seemed as though the snake and the fox were engaged in a contest to see who could slay more beasts, furiously battling amidst the herd. Luo Qian surmised that this 9-tailed fox might indeed be Huyan. What astonished her was the speed at which Huyan dispatched the beasts. It was only slightly inferior to that of the 9th tier Qian Mo. She witnessed Huyan effortlessly eliminate several 7th tier beasts in one fell swoop. This was certainly not the prowess one would expect from a mere 5th tier male ability user. It appeared that this fellow not only feigned poverty, but had also concealed his true strength. As Luo Qian pondered, a purple-black serpent tail swooped through the air, encircling her in an instant. The tail gradually elongated before her, gently coiling around her waist and lifting her into the sky.
"Ah!"
Luo Qian exclaimed. In a fleeting moment, she soared over the tumultuous throng of exotic beasts, landing softly in a cool embrace. Qian Mo, bare-chested and sturdy, carefully held Luo Qian in his strong arms, his serpent tail effortlessly swatting away several charging beasts. "My lady, I have finally laid eyes upon you," the man declared, his tousled hair swaying as he gazed at her with earnest purple-black eyes, the same eyes she had seen countless times over video calls. Now filled with joy at their first meeting, mingled with a hint of apprehension, fearing her disdain. Pressed against his cool, firm chest through the form-fitting battle attire, Luo Qian could distinctly feel the contours of his muscular abdomen with the slightest movement.
Xuan Montag,
she called, her delicate fingers tracing his handsome features before she leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on his forehead. "I'm so pleased to meet you."
inside.
Qian Mo was elated, screaming in delight. His lady had kissed him. She truly did not find him repulsive. "My lady, I too am thrilled to see you," he replied, his heart swelling with joy as he observed her smile in return. However, she playfully pinched his flawless face, asking, "What did we discuss during our video calls? What should you call me?" With her gentle touch, Qian Mo felt no pain. Instead, his blood surged with excitement. He gazed at Luo Qian, his Adam's apple bobbing as he softly uttered the name he had rehearsed countless times in his mind, Qian Qian. Only those whom she truly loved could call her by that name. Qian Mo tightened his embrace, yearning to bond with her as her beast, if only the circumstances allowed. Nearby, Huyan watched in disbelief as Luo Qian initiated a kiss with Qian Mo, his fox-like eyes nearly bulging out in astonishment. Anger surged within him as he longed to unleash his fury upon Qian Mo. He had been by Luo Qian's side for many more days than this loathsome serpent, yet she had never kissed him. Why was it that the moment Qian Mo arrived, she bestowed her affection upon him? It was utterly unfair. Ignoring Huyan's ire, Qian Mo excitedly encouraged Luo Qian to perch upon his shoulder. Qian, let me take you to slay the exotic beasts." He effortlessly navigated through the fray, leading her with ease. "Qian Mo, take me over there. I want to see if I can defeat those fifth-tier beasts," Luo Qian declared. With Qian Mo's formidable presence safeguarding her, she felt liberated to unleash her potential in the battle, seizing a valuable opportunity to enhance her strength. "Absolutely," Qian Mo replied dutifully, guiding her to the vicinity of the fifth-tier beasts. With a sweeping motion of his massive serpent tail, he encircled the creatures before gently placing Luo Qian on the ground. Qian, you may play as you wish. I assure you, I will not let you come to harm. I believe in you." Luo Qian had unwavering faith in Qian Mo's promise to protect her. Qian Mo reigned in the formidable aura of his abilities, which had previously subdued several fifth-tier beasts that lay prostrated on the ground, paralyzed with fear. The moment the oppressive energy dissipated, they sprang to their feet. Luo Qian observed the now active beasts as clear water began to well up from the earth beneath her, gradually transforming into a shimmering pond. Blue lightning flickered within the water, emanating a terrifying presence. Qian Mo gazed at the scene, astonishment flickering in his eyes. To his surprise, his female master possessed dual abilities. The rarity of dual abilities was already notable, but a female with such powers was exceedingly uncommon. Huyan, having dispatched the remaining 20-odd seventh-tier beasts to the approaching Qi Yu and her companions, leaped to Qian Mo's side in an instant. Observing Luo Qian as she hunted several fifth-tier beasts, Huyan dashed forward to assist her. However, before he could reach Luo Qian, Qian Mo's tail struck him away. Regaining his footing, Huyan launched himself at Luo Qian once more, his eyes blazing with indignation directed at Qian Mo. Qian Mo cast a disdainful glance at him, reminding him that Qian had stated her desire to hunt these beasts alone. Were it not for Qian's presence, he would have certainly dealt with this cunning fox. Qian? Huyan's fury intensified. How dare this serpent utter the name of their female master? She was only at the fourth tier, and yet he allowed her to confront multiple fifth-tier beasts alone. What if she were to sustain injuries?
Huyan demanded an explanation from Xuan Montag.
If our master is harmed, can you bear the responsibility? Step aside and allow me to assist her. Qian Mo stood resolutely in his place. As long as I am here, our master will not come to harm. He could see through the sly intentions of this fox, who merely sought to impress their master and win her favor. Their gazes locked, and the air crackled with energy. Move aside. Huyan's voice was frigid. Yet Qian Mo remained unyielding. The surrounding beasts trembled in fear, collapsing to the ground, paralyzed by the overwhelming energy. Only the area encircled by Qian Mo's serpentine tail remained unaffected. Meanwhile, Luo Qian was in the throes of her hunt, entirely oblivious to the turmoil outside. She had already dispatched 3 beasts, and of the remaining 4, 2 were gravely injured, posing no threat to her. Swiftly, she eliminated the 2 wounded beasts. As her power surged, the water beneath her grew more abundant. The blue lightning danced upon the surface, relentlessly assaulting the remaining living beasts. With a deft leap, Luo Qian propelled herself into the air above the water, lightning forming a pathway beneath her feet. Her electric blade coalesced rapidly in her hand as she aimed for one of the beasts. With a resounding clang, the beasts had toppled to the ground, followed swiftly by another's. Once she had vanquished the beasts, Luo Qian cheerfully excavated their cores. Meanwhile, Qian Mo and Hu Yan, locked in a silent standoff, watched as their master skillfully severed the heads of 2 fifth-tier beasts and then merrily set about extracting their cores, instinctively retracting their necks in awe. Their female master's prowess in hunting was undeniably magnificent. Having unearthed 7 beast cores, Luo Qian suddenly found herself ensnared by Qian Mo's tail, cradled in his embrace. Hu Yan, witnessing Luo Qian being whisked away by Qian Mo, felt as though he might explode with frustration. Cursed be the serpent, who had once again outpaced him. Chapter 27. The little snake competes and strives. Luo Qian was cradled in Qian Mo's embrace, completely oblivious to Hu Yan's presence. She tucked away the several beast cores she had just unearthed, smiling at Qian Mo. Qian Mo, I have dealt with these exotic beasts. I believe I am capable. Let us seek a few fifth-tier beasts. All right, as you wish, Qian. Qian Mo replied gently, nodding obediently. Mistress, I shall accompany you as well, Hu Yan interjected opportunely. Upon hearing Hu Yan's voice, Luo Qian realized he was also present. The embarrassment washed over her as she blushed at being seen in Qian Mo's arms. Hee, Hu Yan. You are here too, she chuckled awkwardly, then whispered to Qian Mo. Please set me down. Being held by him, clad only in his bare torso, felt too intimate. Were it not for the presence of others, she would surely wish to remain in his embrace. However, now there were witnesses. Qian Mo did not budge. Qian, did you not say you wish to hunt more fifth-tier beasts? My carrying you will expedite the process. After speaking, he cast a challenging glance at Hu Yan. These beasts were slain by Qian. We cannot let their remains go to waste. Hu Yan, could you kindly assist in their disposal? As they are all Qian's matches, I trust you will not refuse. Luo Qian discerned his intention, recognizing that he was being deliberately provocative. Yet, what could she do? Compared to Hu Yan, who had ulterior motives, she naturally favored her little snake. Leaning out from Qian Mo's embrace, she addressed Hu Yan. Hu Yan, I leave these beasts in your capable hands. Once we return and sell them, I shall share half the star coins with you. Observing Luo Qian's clear bias towards Qian Mo, Hu Yan felt an urge to tear Qian Mo apart for his insidious scheming. This snake dared to manipulate him into doing his bidding for the sake of monopolizing the mistress. Just wait. It was a grave taboo to quarrel with other males for her affection in front of the mistress, and disobeying her was unthinkable. Hu Yan looked at Luo Qian with a sense of grievance. To serve the mistress is my honor. However, if I remain to deal with these exotic beasts, I will be unable to protect her. That is of no concern, Luo Qian responded with a smile, for Qian Mo will safeguard me just as well. Hu Yan glanced at Qian Mo, his expression a mix of discontent and despondency. Indeed, he could not rival Qian Mo's prowess. He was undoubtedly more suited to protect the mistress. The cunning fox was quite the actor. Qian Mo turned to block Luo Qian's view of Hu Yan. Since you have acknowledged that I am more capable of protecting the mistress, you may focus on your tasks. He then gently addressed Luo Qian. Qian. Let us seek out the fifth-tier beasts. With Luo Qian in his arms, Qian Mo's violet serpent tail swayed, and in an instant, they vanished from the spot. There was no chance for the crafty fox to vie for his affection. Ignoring Hu Yan, Qian Mo swiftly led Luo Qian to encounter over a dozen fifth-tier beasts. Concerned that Luo Qian's abilities might lag behind, he always ensured to present a few beasts for her to handle, guaranteeing that she could cope. After Hu Yan dealt with a few fifth-tier beasts, he approached Luo Qian, only for Qian Mo to toss him several beasts that Luo Qian had just slain. These are the ones Mistress has just dispatched. Please attend to them promptly. Hu Yan, this vile and detestable serpent. Qian Mo used his serpentine tail to delineate a battlefield for Luo Qian to combat the otherworldly beasts, which, given Hu Yan's 8th-tier cultivation, was utterly out of reach. Resigned, he could only attend to the remains of the slain beasts. Each creature Luo Qian vanquished was tossed to Hu Yan. Among the throng of over 1,000 beasts, Apart from the 5th-tier creatures encircled by Qian Mo for Luo Qian, the majority fell prey to Qiyu and her companions, as well as to the 3 7th-tier males from the Hunter Alliance. Luo Qian felled nearly 50 5th-tier beasts in one breath, her abilities finally depleted, leaving her exhausted and sprawled on the ground. Qian Mo lifted her up, producing 2 4th-tier beast cores for Luo Qian to absorb their energy and replenish her powers. A 4th-tier ability user could only utilize 4th-tier beast cores. However, Luo Qian was not like other ability users. She waved off Qian Mo. Retrieving a 5th-tier beast core from her ring space, the 4th-tier cores were no longer of any use to her. Qian Mo was once again astounded. Qian, are you not a 4th tier? Initially surprised by the mismatch of a 9th-tier male with a 4th-tier female, he pondered whether Qian was indeed a 5th tier. I am 4th tier. Rapidly absorbing the 5th-tier beast core in her hand, Luo Qian sat up from Qian Mo's embrace and retrieved another core to continue her absorption, explaining to him, perhaps due to my dual abilities, I consistently require cores 1 tier above my own. It was also this unique trait that allowed her to easily contend with beasts of a higher tier. Qian Mo watched her actions, his eyelids twitching in astonishment. Qian, can you absorb the energy from 2 5th-tier beast cores at once? Luo Qian nodded affirmatively. 2 5th-tier beast cores nearly restored her abilities entirely. Qian Mo scrutinized her, his violet-black eyes narrowing with concern. Qian, do you feel any discomfort from absorbing such a vast amount of energy? Although he had encountered a few dual-ability females, he had never heard of an ability user capable of absorbing cores of a higher tier, let alone 2 at once. I feel no discomfort, Luo Qian replied effortlessly. You need not worry about me. This has always been my way. Qian Mo grasped her hand, meticulously checking to ensure her well-being before feeling relieved. He looked earnestly at Luo Qian. Qian, this matter must remain between us and our companions. It must not be spoken of to anyone else. I understand. Luo Qian had never divulged this to anyone. Her ability to relax and unreservedly share her secret with Qian Mo stemmed from her unwavering trust that he would never harm her. Though her abilities had been restored, her body still bore some fatigue, and she chose not to continue hunting the remaining beasts. Qian Mo dispatched the remaining 5th-tier beasts with a flick of his tail, presenting the cores to Luo Qian for her to collect. As they conversed, over the course of an hour or two, Qiyu and her companions finally finished hunting all the otherworldly beasts. Qiyu had long since exhausted her abilities and was now resting with the company of a companion. Gazing at the mountain of monstrous corpses and the 200 or 300 beast cores, Qiyu joyfully embraced her partner and bestowed a kiss upon them. The remarkable bounty they had reaped this time was largely thanks to Qian. Had it not been for Luo Qian's 9th-tier partner arriving just in time, even with the presence of a horde of beasts, they would not have dared to engage, especially with that formidable 8th-tier beast lurking. Allowing her partner to handle the carcasses, Qiyu hastened to find Luo Qian. Qian, I truly appreciate your assistance this time. Without you and your partner, we would certainly not have enjoyed such a splendid harvest. Qiyu expressed gratefully. Luo Qian rose, smiling as she replied, My Xuanma has indeed played an indispensable role, yet you and your partner have proven your prowess as well.
Qiyu,
however, was cautious not to take undue credit. No matter how capable my partner and I may be, without your 9th-tier companion, we would have been utterly powerless against that 8th-tier beast. Mentioning the 8th-tier creature almost made Luo Qian forget about it. She suddenly turned her gaze toward Xuanma, do you still have the corpse of that 8th-tier beast? What did it look like? I have heard that once a beast reaches the 8th tier, its transformation is quite significant. Selling the entire corpse along with the beast core could fetch a substantial sum of star coins. Luo Qian had never encountered an 8th-tier beast and was eager to see it if Xuanma still had it. I did not slay it, Xuanma explained, securing the night mech's resting chamber before approaching Luo Qian. When I arrived, I saw that the 8th-tier beast had headed south. But I was too anxious to find you and neglected it. Qian, I shall search for it in the south shortly. It is merely an ordinary 8th-tier beast. I could dispatch it with a mere finger. Chapter 28. Could it be her? In the southern forest, Ainley gazed excitedly and fervently at the golden-haired man before her. She never anticipated encountering the young master of the golden-winged rock clan here. Had it not been for his timely intervention, she and her partner would have been devoured by that 8th-tier beast. This was Central Star, the domain of the young master of the golden-winged rock clan. She had once had the fortune of seeing him from afar. Although she was a precious female, without a divine beast match, Establishing a connection with such formidable beings on Central Star was nearly impossible. Initially, Jin Shao had no intention of engaging with Ainli. But upon hearing her call out his name, he turned his attention to her. You know me? Jin Shao had come here in search of someone and did not expect to encounter an 8th-tier beast. This creature was no larger than his palm. Yet it moved with incredible speed and could even cloak itself. Had he not regained his peak 8th-tier cultivation, he would have been unable to capture this elusive creature. Seeing Jin Shao converse with her, Ainli blushed, her fair complexion tinged with a rosy hue. She shyly replied, I was fortunate enough to see you once on Central Star. But at that time, I was too far to approach and speak with you. So, she had seen him on Central Star. He had thought she was acquainted with the female he sought. Jin Shao pressed on, his lips pursed. You are able to hunt beasts here. You must reside on Planet 268, then? Ainli nodded. Indeed, I currently reside on Planet 268, but I will soon be moving to Central Star. The beast god has matched her with a partner residing on the Central Star. Once she bonds with this individual, she will be able to journey to the Central Star. Whether she can reach the Central Star is of little concern to Jin Shao. He inquired, Do you often hunt exotic beasts in the forests of Planet 268? Of course. Ainli replied with a smile. Though I am female, I must grow stronger and not be a burden to my companions. Jin Shao paid little heed to her trivial words. He was solely interested in the information he sought. Have you encountered a 3rd-tier female? She is exceptionally formidable. With 3rd-tier abilities, she can effortlessly hunt 4th-tier exotic beasts. Jin Shao recalled the day he was gravely injured and saw Luo Qian. Her abilities manifested as blue-white lightning, remarkably powerful, transforming into a lengthy electric blade that could swiftly sever the heads of exotic beasts. Ainli's lips twitched in disbelief. What kind of female is so barbaric as to decapitate exotic beasts? It is truly cruel. We females cherish beauty, even in the act of hunting. We strive to preserve the integrity of the beast's body. Apologies, young Master Jin, but I have not encountered the female you described, Ainli stated apologetically, shaking her head. She truly did not know such a savage female, especially one as unrefined as a 3rd-tier waste. However, Jin Zhao's description of her abilities did evoke memories of Luo Qian. Young Master Jin, are you seeking a female with lightning abilities? I do know of one, though her lightning is purely blue, not blue-white. Moreover, she is a 4th-tier ability user and has accompanied us to hunt exotic beasts. However, she went north when the beast tide arrived. If you are interested, I can take you to find her right now. Pure blue lightning, a 4th-tier ability user? Jin Zhao's face fell in disappointment. She was not the female he sought. He was solely focused on locating the little female who could save him, showing no interest in others. Without further conversation, Jin Shao departed swiftly with his companions. Where could his savior be? In recent days, he had nearly turned Planet 268 inside out, having scrutinized every photo of 3rd-tier females. Yet, she was not among them. Where could his little savior be? Was it possible she did not reside on Planet 268? Seeing Jin Shao leave with his entourage, Ainli's partner approached with concern. Mistress, why has young Master Jin departed? Ainli, already irked by Jin Zhao's sudden exit, snapped at her partner. How should I know why he left so abruptly? Did I not wish for him to stay? Mistress, that was not my intention, her partner quickly apologized. I misspoke. Ainli chose not to engage further. These inept fools had nearly cost her life at the hands of an 8th-tier exotic beast. Fortunately, Jin Shao had arrived just in time to save her. Quickly, gather your things. We must find Qiyu and the others. What terrible luck to end up in the south, believing we could evade the hordes of beasts, only to encounter a carnivorous vine even more perilous than the beast swarm. After barely resolving the issue with the carnivorous vine, we were faced with an 8th-tier exotic beast. It is entirely the fault of that Luo Qian. She did not clearly communicate the presence of the carnivorous vines before sprinting northward. Observing the rapid departure of Ainli and her companions, Jin Zhao's subordinate hastened to his side and reported, Young Master, I have ascertained the situation. That female indeed came here alongside other ability users to hunt exotic beasts. She was not lying. Understood, Jin Shao nodded, lapsing into silence. His subordinate hesitated, wrestling with his thoughts before finally speaking. Young Master, having listened to that female, I have a notion, though I am uncertain if it is prudent to voice it. Speak. Jin Shao commanded, seated upon a sturdy tree trunk, his gaze fixed upon the wildly contorted carnivorous vines below, his voice low and resonant. After a few moments of contemplation, the subordinate ventured, Young Master, Might it be possible that the female you seek has ascended to the 4th tier? Her abilities may have evolved along with her advancement, explaining why they are unable to locate the female you desire among those of the 3rd tier. Ascended? Jin Xiao abruptly rose to his feet. Indeed. How could I have overlooked that? He excitedly questioned his subordinate. The female mentioned that the 4th tier companion with her possesses lightning abilities, correct? The subordinate nodded, affirming her statement. Jin Zhao's hands trembled with anticipation. Could it be her? Let us pursue and investigate. Just as he unfurled his golden wings, he suddenly halted, turning to his subordinate. Go inform Jin Yao to re-examine all the females on star 268. I have truly been foolish in my search, failing to consider these possibilities. Meanwhile, in the north, after all the remains of the exotic beasts had been dealt with, Luo Qian sat before the mecha rest chamber arranged for her by Qian Mo, joyfully directing Qian Mo and Huyen as they grilled meat. The exotic beast meat had been meticulously prepared and marinated by Luo Qian herself. The grill was retrieved from her spatial ring, and the flames were provided by Huyen, who wielded fire abilities, making it perfect for roasting. Qiyu also possessed a grill, having previously been taught by Luo Qian how to barbecue, albeit she lacked the skill to marinate the exotic meat, which Luo Qian had graciously assisted with. The rich aroma wafted through the air, causing both Qian Mo and Huyen to forget their previous grievances. Their eyes fixated eagerly on the sizzling meat. Qian, you are truly remarkable. To be able to prepare such delectable food. The scent of this meat is so enticing that it has the beasts salivating even before it is cooked, Qian Mo marveled, unable to fathom how delicious it would be once fully cooked. Before Luo Qian could respond, Huyen, brimming with pride, interjected, What is this compared to what our mistress can create? Have you ever tasted the tofu pudding or the dumplings she makes? They are so smooth and tender, while the dumplings are fragrant and soft. You have yet to experience her fruit porridge, have you? With bits of fruit mixed in. It is sweet yet not cloying. Paired with plump buns, the exquisite flavor is beyond description. Chapter 29 Mutation. Observing Huyan's smug demeanor, Qian Mo stifled the urge to throttle him and turned to Luo Qian, asking, Qian, will I be able to enjoy these delightful dishes in the future? Luo Qian nodded vigorously. Upon returning home, I shall prepare a meal for you. What others can savor, Qian Mo shall certainly partake in as well. Qian Mo, feeling satisfied, cast a triumphant glance at Huyen. With Qian present, everything you mention is within my reach. Huyen, however, remained perplexed. He could not fathom what was so remarkable about this snake that the female master adored him so. The roasted meat in Qian Mo's hands was ready, and he first offered it to Luo Qian. Qian, do try the exotic beast meat I have roasted. Is it not delectable? Not one to be outdone. Huyen promptly placed his own roasted beast meat before Luo Qian. Female master, you should also sample my creation. Luo Qian gazed at the 2 generous plates of roasted meat before her, then at the 2 men with eager expressions. To declare one's dish superior would surely sadden the other. After a brief pause, Luo Qian decisively took a morsel from each plate. Upon tasting, she nodded in astonishment. Delicious. Both of your roasted meats are equally exquisite, even surpassing my own cooking. Upon hearing this, Qian Mo immediately offered all of his roasted meat to Luo Qian. Qian, I shall give you all that I have. I will roast more. Huyen, who was about to take a bite of his own meat, instantly closed his mouth. How adept this snake was at pleasing the female, even better than he himself. Huyen could not allow Qian Mo to outshine him, and thus he too extended his roasted meat to Luo Qian. Female master, please enjoy mine as well. There was an abundance of exotic beast meat. The portion he offered to the female master could easily be replaced. Combined, the meat in their hands weighed over 10 pounds, far too much for Luo Qian to consume. She placed a few pieces from each man's roast onto her own plate and returned the remainder to Qian Mo and Huyen. This is sufficient for me. You may keep the rest. Qian Mo, noticing the scant amount of roasted meat on Luo Qian's plate, furrowed his brow. Qian, why do you eat so little? No wonder you are so slender. It seems you do not eat enough. Is it that you do not wish for roasted meat today? What would you prefer? I shall fetch it for you. Qian Mo gazed at Luo Qian with concern. Whatever it was that she desired, he was determined to procure it for her. Huyen, having spent several days by Luo Qian's side, was aware that she always consumed very little during meals. He had assumed that she simply preferred to eat sparingly, never considering that she might be unsatisfied. Could it be that her past poverty had instilled a reluctance to indulge? With this thought in mind, Qian quickly retrieved several vials of high-grade nutritional liquid from his ring and placed them before Luo Qian. Female master, these nutritional liquids are quite palatable. If you do not fancy roasted meat, you may drink one of these instead. Should you desire anything, simply inform me or Qian Mo, and we shall procure it for you. The two males were resolute. They would not permit a female to go hungry. Luo Qian, realizing their misunderstanding, hastened to clarify. I do not dislike roasted meat. I simply have a modest appetite. This is truly enough for me. I will not hesitate to let you know if I find myself hungry. After all, as a mere human, her stomach was of limited capacity. Once capable of consuming 2 kilograms of exotic beast meat, accompanied by 2 or 3 exotic fruits the size of apples, it truly was a considerable amount. Since arriving in the interstellar realm, Luo Qian had noticed a significant increase in her appetite. Please, eat without concern for me, she urged, as she deftly picked a piece of meat and placed it in her mouth. The mildly spicy grilled meat was a delightful burst of flavor, tender and succulent. This was indeed the meat of a 7th-tier exotic beast, something she had rarely tasted before. Surely, having a partner made a world of difference. Her life was undoubtedly beginning to improve. Though Luo Qian ate sparingly, she did so with remarkable speed, finishing her meal while Qian and Qian Mo were still savoring their portions. Using her abilities, she summoned some water to cleanse her hands, intending to retreat to the rest pod that Qian Mo had prepared for her. This rest pod resembled a cozy little house, complete with a private bathroom for convenient washing, a small living area, and a tastefully decorated bedroom. Qian Mo had arranged it for her in a hurry when he first arrived, though he promised to create an even larger and better one upon their return. Such rest pods were available in the marketplace of the Light Brain, with the cheapest ones costing over 100 million star coins. Previously, she had been too impoverished to afford one. Gazing at Qian Mo standing a short distance away, Luo Qian couldn't help but smile with joy. How wonderful it was to no longer be alone. She now had a partner. As she approached the door of the rest pod, just as she was about to push it open, an inexplicable chill coursed through her, as if she were being watched by a malevolent presence. She spun around abruptly, but found nothing amiss. Qian Mo and Qian were still engaged in their grilling, and all appeared normal with Qi Yu and her partner as well. Could it be that the fright she had experienced earlier from the 8th-tier beast had left her feeling this way? Furrowing her brow, Luo Qian turned back toward the rest pod, only to discover that her body had inexplicably frozen. She attempted to call out to Qian Mo, but her mouth refused to cooperate, rendering her voiceless. What kind of terrifying force was this? Panic and dread surged within her, but she forced herself to remain calm. There was no room for fear now, especially not at this moment. The fact that Qian Mo, with his 9th-tier cultivation, had not sensed her distress indicated that whatever was restraining her was of an even higher tier. What could it be? Luo Qian's gaze swept the surroundings, and a memory flickered in her mind. Qiu had mentioned the insectoids. Could it be that the horrifying entity lurking in the shadows was one of them? Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind brushed past her ear, followed by the unsettling sensation of a cold body pressing against her back. Such a delightful little beast woman, a voice, as if choked with phlegm, hissed ominously in her ear. Out of the corner of her eye, she glimpsed a grotesque and terrifying head. This head, akin to a human's but devoid of a nose, sported hair, eyes, and ears, with a mouth split to the roots of its ears, filled with sharp fangs, and an array of vividly colored eyes dotting its cheeks. It was a sight both horrifying and repulsive. The desiccated hand of the insectoid, adorned with elongated white claws, caressed Luo Qian's face before finally resting upon her brow. I had never encountered such a pristine manifestation of spiritual power. Little female, you possess an enticing fragrance. Allow me to consume you, devour you, indeed. Luo Qian yearned to wield an electric knife and deliver a decisive blow to this grotesque creature, which had the audacity to emerge and instill fear. Truly, it was madness. Qian. Suddenly, Qian Mo's voice, tinged with dread, pierced the air. Luo Qian turned her gaze towards him. Qian Mo had discerned her unusual state, and his serpentine tail surged toward her, intent on ensnaring her. Beside him, Qian revealed his 9 fox tails, eager to rescue Luo Qian. Yet this time, neither the snake's tail nor the fox's tails reached her. An invisible energy barrier stood before Luo Qian, repelling the purple-black serpent and the crimson fox. The countenance of both Qian Mo and Qian shifted dramatically. Chapter 30. All exploded. Level 11. A formidable insectoid of the 11th tier. Qian Mo felt a tumult of anger and fear as he beheld Luo Qian, held captive by the creature with a visage brimming with eyes. Guilt and anguish clawed at him. He had failed to safeguard the female master, allowing her to fall into the clutches of the insectoid. Qian, do not fear. I shall ensure your safety. Being at the pinnacle of the 9th tier, he knew he could not contend with this 11th tier insectoid in a fair fight. Desperation was his only recourse. The Purple Qian King Serpent clan possessed a forbidden art. By sacrificing one's life, one could temporarily elevate their cultivation by 3 tiers. As Qian Mo uttered these words, he swiftly sliced open his wrist. Meanwhile, Hu Yan, pondering how to save Luo Qian, noticed Qian Mo's actions, and his eyelids twitched violently. In the next moment, he raised his hand to clasp Qian Mo's wrist, halting him in his tracks. Do you intend to prevent me from saving Qian? Release me. Every second of delay heightened Qian's peril. I do not wish to obstruct your rescue of Qian. I merely seek to preserve your life. Hu Yan understood that Luo Qian held a fondness for Qian Mo. If Qian Mo were to perish here, Luo Qian would undoubtedly be heartbroken. In truth, given his frugal and self-serving nature, he should not have cared for Qian Mo's fate at all. Qian Mo's death could be advantageous. If he saved Luo Qian before his demise, she would survive. And Hu Yan could return with her unscathed. Not only would he capture an 11th tier insectoid, but he would also eliminate a rival for Luo Qian's affections. This was the essence of Hu Yan's modus operandi. Yet, in a moment of folly, he had intervened to stop Qian Mo. If you die, Qian will surely be distressed. I do not wish to see her suffer. Hu Yan was not merely motivated by a desire to spare Luo Qian's feelings. He harbored a profound intuition that if he failed to save Qian Mo today, he and Luo Qian might never have a future together. But how can I save Qian if I do not act? Qian Mo forcefully broke free from Hu Yan's grasp. This cunning fox wished to stand idly by as Qian faced her demise? Hu Yan shot a glare at Qian Mo. You brainless serpent. My interference stems from a means to ensure your survival. He resigned himself to the notion that this was the price for his lack of sincerity towards the female master. Your clan possesses secret arts, and so does mine. I can share half of my lifespan with you. Although this means you would have 500 years, less than 1,000, to spend 500 years by the side of your female master is indeed a gain for you, my young friend. Before the resting chamber, the insectoid race stood behind Luo Qian, greedily inhaling her scent. You smell delightful. I could spare you from being eaten and take you back, allowing you to become my pet. In the eyes of the insectoids, beasts are not merely sustenance, they can also serve as companions. Look at your 2 matchmakers. They seem intent on fighting for you. This 11th tier insectoid raised its eyes towards Qian Mo and Hu Yan, its gaze filled with malice. Is that the forbidden art of the Purple Qian King Snake Clan? Ha, it seems this little serpent possesses some ability. However, they shall have no opportunity. Little female. Wait for me. Once I eliminate these 2 insignificant beings, I will take you back to our insectoid lair. As the insectoid prepared to strike Qian Mo and Hu Yan, a surge of energy erupted within Luo Qian, shattering the restraints of the 11th tier insectoid and instantly reclaiming control of her body. She lunged forward, grasping the grotesque, tumor-ridden tail of the insectoid, and shouted at Qian Mo and Hu Yan, Qian Mo, Hu Yan, you are no match for it. Do not worry about me, flee. She had not yet formally bonded with Qian Mo. Even if she were to perish now, they would survive. At most, they would lose 1 or 2 tiers of cultivation. For powerful beings of their caliber, losing a tier or 2 is inconsequential. They would quickly regain their strength. How dare you grasp my tail? You shall pay. The insectoid turned, all its eyes glaring fiercely at Luo Qian, who clung to its tail. The tail was a taboo of his. Only his insect master could touch it. Not even his own kind could dare approach it. How audacious for this beastly female to lay hands upon it. Since you care so much for those 2 male beasts, I shall consume you before their very eyes. The insectoid's mouth, stretching to the roots of its ears, suddenly widened, forming a small black hole. What in the world is this? Luo Qian lay on the ground, powerless against the 4th tier being as it bent down to devour her. Qian. No. The heart-wrenching cries of Qian Mo and Hu Yan echoed in her ears. She wished to catch one last glimpse of them before her demise, yet found herself immobilized. Perhaps it is for the best. If she cannot see Qian Mo, she will not be reluctant to embrace death. Fortunately, the insectoid acted swiftly, preventing Qian Mo and Hu Yan from sacrificing their lives to save her. Losing her alone is better than losing 2, after all. This time, It seems she has come out ahead. In despair, Luo Qian closed her eyes, just as the insectoid's gaping mouth, resembling a small black hole, was about to engulf her. Suddenly, a streak of fire illuminated the forest, and a piercing cry resonated through the night sky. A colossal fireball descended, crashing upon the insectoid.
Boom!
The deafening explosion created a nearly 100-meter-deep crater in the forest. Luo Qian felt a sharp pain in her chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood before darkness enveloped her. Just as she lost consciousness, a powerful gust of energy swept her away. The ground cracked, and dust and debris filled the air, transforming the trees within 100 miles into charred remains. Luo Qian thought she might have been saved, yet uncertainty lingered. She looked again. Jin Xiao and his companions rushed over, but before they could catch sight of Luo Qian, they too were sent flying by the overwhelming force of energy. Time passed, though its measure was lost.
Chirp, chirp.
In the damp and shadowy valley, Luo Qian lay beside a pond. A small blackbird, as round and polished as a coal ball, perched atop her disheveled hair, pecking gently at her forehead with its dark beak. The bird's calls were urgent, yet its pecking was cautious, as if it feared harming Luo Qian. A comically dark stick was lodged in its ruffled wings, adding to its absurd appearance. Chirp, chirp. Wake up, little one. Jiao Qing, witnessing Luo Qian, now charred from his own phoenix flames, anxiously hopped about her forehead, leaving several inky claw marks. Had it not been for the slight rise and fall of her chest and the faint pulsations of her abilities, Jiao Qing might have believed that both he and Yu Bai had inadvertently led to her demise. 3 months prior, he and Yu Bai had ventured to the outer battlefield to combat the insectoid horde. The scale of this invasion was immense, and it took them 2 months to repel the enemy. Just as they prepared to return to the city, he was betrayed by his own. Forced to remain on the battlefield, Yu Bai, in a bid to rescue him, chose to stay behind as well. The outer battlefield could only receive commands from the Empire as highest military command, leaving them without any other signals and prone to losing their way. In their haste to return to Central Star, they initially sought assistance from scavengers. However, misfortune struck and they encountered an 11th tier insectoid instead. All their equipment, including their light brains and weapons, were obliterated by this formidable foe. The sole silver lining was that they followed the 11th tier insectoid back into Imperial territory, arriving at Planet 268. The bad news was that upon their arrival, the insectoid kidnapped a 4th tier female. With no time to call for reinforcements, Jiao Qing, at the peak of the 10th tier, had no choice but to force Yu Bai to elevate his powers to the 11th tier. The good news was that the 11th tier insectoid was slain, and the 4th tier female was rescued. The bad news was that Yu Bai was injured during the power elevation, leading to instability in his abilities, which sent all nearby beast men flying. In the chaos, Jiao Qing could only wrap his energy around the little female closest to the explosion. Yet, even that left her severely injured. The worst news was that he had depleted his powers, suffering a severe backlash, rendering him unable to restore his true form and relegating him to the state of an ordinary bird. Wretched news has arrived. Due to his insufficient cultivation, Yu Bai has suffered grievously, with the backlash proving even more severe. His true form can scarcely be maintained, having dwindled to a mere black stick the size of a pinky finger, so insignificant that it would not attract a second glance if discarded upon the ground. Chirp, chirp. Little female, I implore you, awaken swiftly. This valley is fraught with peril. Should a beast of otherworldly nature appear, your fate would be sealed. Chapter 31. His Highness Jiao Qing and his stick? Who is it that dares to tap upon her head? Luo Qian, her head throbbing with pain, reluctantly opened her eyes, only to be met with the sight of a small, rotund bird, entirely black, resembling a candy explosion. Surely, it must be the result of sleepless nights. She had awoken in a most disoriented manner. Luo Qian promptly closed her eyes once more. Jiao Qing, witnessing her arduous awakening only for her to drift back into slumber, grew increasingly anxious. Chirp, chirp. Little female, you must awaken. Do not succumb to sleep again, or your life shall be forfeit. He could sense the faint approach of extraordinary energy waves nearby. Low-tier beasts were drawing near. Luo Qian, who had nearly succumbed to unconsciousness, once more, was stirred by the frantic calls of the bird. Visions flickered through her mind, and in an instant, she bolted upright from the ground. How absurdly disoriented she was. As if she had risen from a dream. She had nearly forgotten how she had been cast aside by that terrifying surge of energy. The sudden movement aggravated her wounds, causing her to gasp in pain. Is this what it feels like to be crushed by a colossal vehicle? Her body felt as though it had been shattered to pieces. Surveying the valley, Luo Qian's gaze fell upon her spatial ring. Fortunately, it remained intact. Hastily retrieving a potion from within, she consumed it, and soon the pain began to subside. Her wounds gradually commenced the healing process. Weak yet resolute, Luo Qian rose from the ground, her eyes settling upon a creature resembling a chicken, charging towards her, wielding an electric blade. In the blink of an eye, the head of the avian beast tumbled to the ground. This creature, akin in size to a newborn calf, was swiftly dispatched. Jiuqing, cradling the diminutive Yu Bai, watched in wide-eyed astonishment at Luo Qian's fierce efficiency. Chirp! This little female is remarkably ruthless. After vanquishing the low-tier beast, Luo Qian approached and excavated its core, depositing it into her ring, neglecting the carcass. The meager meat would scarcely yield a handful of star coins, and she had no desire to squander time. How long had she been unconscious? What of Xianemo, Hu Yan and Qiyu? She must locate them post-haste. Retrieving 2 fifth-tier beast cores from her ring, she swiftly absorbed their energy. Jiuqing stood astounded, witnessing Luo Qian's rapid consumption of 2 cores a tier above her own, momentarily frozen in place. With her abilities replenished, Luo Qian no longer felt the weakness that had plagued her moments prior. Without further delay, she set forth to leave, eager to reunite with Xianemo, Hu Yan, Qiyu, and their companions. Observing her departure, Jiuqing finally snapped back to reality. Chirp! He leaped to her side, pecking at her ankle with urgency. Little female, I have saved you. You cannot leave me and Yu Bai here. At present, devoid of any abilities, he and Yu Bai are scarcely superior to ordinary beasts, utterly incapable of navigating through this forest teeming with strange flora and fauna. A faint pain at her ankle caused Luo Qian to halt her steps, her gaze drawn downwards to a small, plump black bird flapping its wings furiously upon the ground. She bent down to lift the creature, which was darker than coal. Examining it closely, this little bird exhibited no signs of supernatural energy, suggesting it was merely an ordinary avian. Are you coming with me? Luo Qian inquired, only to witness the diminutive blackbird nodding in response. She was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that this small creature could comprehend human speech. Never had she encountered an ordinary bird endowed with such awareness. Are you a beast man? Luo Qian questioned, eyeing the rotund, ebony bird in her palm with suspicion. Oh no. In her eagerness to have this little female accompany her and Yu Bai, she nearly revealed her identity. Until the mastermind behind the schemes against her was uncovered, she could not afford to expose herself, for it would endanger this little female. Jiuqing feigned ignorance, playing dead in her palm. Luo Qian mused, can it only understand my intention to take it away? It was this very little black bird that had roused her from sleep, sparing her from being devoured by that monstrous beast. It could be considered her avian savior. Then come with me, she decided. First, she would escort this little creature out and seek out Xianemo and the others. They possessed greater knowledge and might discern the origins of this small black bird. With a smile, Luo Qian gently stroked the feathers of the creature in her palm. Jiuqing was unprepared for this sudden touch. Instinctively, he squirmed to evade her hand. Only the future female master was permitted to touch his feathers. As the second prince of the interstellar empire, he was bound to adhere more strictly than ordinary male supernatural beings to the rules established by the beast god. He was to be 100% loyal to his female master. Unaware of Jiuqing's inner turmoil, Luo Qian noticed a stick protruding from the bird's body. When she had touched the small creature earlier, she had inadvertently brushed against this stick, assuming it was the source of its discomfort. Without hesitation, she removed the stick from the bird and tossed it aside. Jiuqing watched in shock as the stick was discarded, his fiery eyes widening in disbelief. Cheap! His astonishment rendered his call a broken sound. He swiftly flew from Luo Qian's grasp, intent on rescuing his brother. However, due to his rotund body, he could not gain altitude and plummeted to the ground. Cheap. Observing his brother tumble into a pool of water, perilously close to being swept away, Jiuqing hopped anxiously on the ground. He was unable to swim and could not plunge into the water to save Yu Bai. Cheap. Little female, why did you throw Yu Bai away? Cheap. Save Yu Bai. If he drifts away alone, who knows when he will recover? Was that stick truly so significant to you? Luo Qian observed the little black bird anxiously bouncing around, fixated on the stick she had carelessly discarded moments earlier, and hastily retrieved it once more. The dark, Unremarkable stick appeared somewhat sturdier than average, yet held no extraordinary qualities. With the return of his companion, Jiu Qing felt an immediate wave of relief. However, he recognized that Moon White, in her current state, was somewhat vulnerable in his possession. He suddenly turned his gaze towards the small female, gently placing Moon White into the palm of her hand.
Cheap, cheap.
Luo Qian was perplexed by the gesture. Were you intending to gift it to me? Jiu Qing quickly shook his head. He could not possibly part with his companion for a female. Cheap, cheap. Please assist me in temporarily caring for my brother. Luo Qian seemed to grasp the underlying message. You wish for me to safeguard it? Cheap, cheap. Jiu Qing nodded vigorously. This little female displayed considerable intelligence. Very well. I shall keep it for you, and you may reclaim it whenever you desire. Luo Qian attempted to stow the stick in her spatial ring, only to discover that it would not fit. What type of wood could this possibly be? Thus, she resorted to placing the ebony stick in the pocket of her combat suit. After securing the stick, Luo Qian retrieved her hover vehicle and tossed the little black bird onto it. The valley bore no trees or unusual energies, making it feasible to depart via the hover vehicle. Taking her seat, Luo Qian glanced at the plump little black bird beside her. With your dark hue and rotund figure, I shall henceforth call you Coalball. Cheap, cheap. Upon hearing this name, Jiu Qing was immediately incensed. What do you mean, Coalball? He was none other than His Highness Jiu Qing, the second prince of the Imperial Central Star. Such a trivial and laughable name was utterly beneath him. Chapter 32. No one shall disturb us. Outside, Qian Mo and Huyan searched frantically for Luo Qian, their anxiety reaching a breaking point. They had been searching for 2 days and nights without a trace of her whereabouts. Qian Mo was on the verge of collapse. He pointed an accusing finger at Huyan, rebuking him sharply. This is all your fault. If you hadn't held me back, I would have slain that insectoid and saved Qian by now. Do not shift the blame onto me, Huyan retorted, equally distressed by Luo Qian's disappearance. However, he refused to accept Qian Mo's accusations. In that situation, did you ever consider what would happen to the female master if you were to perish? When she suddenly held back that insectoid to allow us to escape, it was clear she valued our lives above her own. If you had died, she would surely have mourned and followed you into death. My decision was the correct one. If you must blame someone, blame your clan's secret arts for being so woefully inadequate. Why did the sacrifice take so long? Qian Mo, it is all my fault. Qian Mo struck himself harshly across the face. The gentle and obedient demeanor he had previously displayed before Luo Qian now utterly vanished. In its place was a countenance filled with gloom and a frenzied desire to obliterate everything. He glared at Huyan, his dark violet eyes aflame with rage. You are right. If only my secret arts had been completed more swiftly, Qian would not be in peril. Huyan had not intended to provoke Qian Mo. He understood that Qian Mo was merely overwhelmed by concern for Luo Qian. Do not blame yourself too harshly. I know you wish to rescue the female master more than anyone. The fact that our beast marks remain intact signifies that she too is safe. This forest is not vast, and I have summoned help. With the assistance of your hunter alliance, we shall undoubtedly locate her swiftly. Fox Yen is growing increasingly frantic. Yet, he retains more composure than Qian Mo. As long as the beast marks are unharmed, Luo Qian is temporarily safe. However, they must locate her without delay. The mere thought of Luo Qian, who bravely detained that 11th tier insectoid to allow him and Qian Mo to escape, fills Fox Yen with both sorrow and admiration. He had never before encountered a female willing to sacrifice her life for a male. As soon as Fox Yen finished speaking, a dark, serpentine tail lashed out at him. He was flung far away before regaining his footing. Qian Mo, have you lost your mind? Fox Yen exclaimed, his expression a mix of shock and fury as he regarded the frenzied Qian Mo advancing. Qian Mo seized his throat with a vice-like grip, his crimson eyes ablaze with murderous intent. I may be in the wrong, but your concealment of identity and power while lingering near Qian is hardly commendable. Pinned against a tree by Qian Mo's grip, Fox Yen struggled to speak. I am the mate of the female master. If you kill me, she will never forgive you, even upon her return. Qian Mo tightened his hold, and just as Fox Yen was about to lose consciousness, he abruptly released him, casting him to the ground. You had better pray that Qian remains unharmed, or I will not spare you. Coughing weakly, Fox Yen clutched his throat and gazed up at Qian Mo. If anything were to happen to the female master, I would not need your hand to punish myself. Meanwhile, Luo Qian piloted her hovercar away from the valley and back into the forest. The density of the trees and the presence of anomalous energy in many areas rendered the hovercar inoperable. She retrieved the dizzy coal ball from the vehicle and had just stowed it away when a dark figure suddenly emerged not far ahead. Instantly alert, she tensed. Jiu Qing, held by the wings at her waist, was feeling quite dizzy and, deprived of his abilities, failed to notice the looming figure ahead. He had never encountered a female with such poor driving skills. She was worse than the soldiers under his command who piloted warships and treated their comrades like beasts. Moreover, that dilapidated hovercar seemed like a relic from 2 centuries past. Was it still in production? Jiu Qing found his position uncomfortable and struggled slightly in Luo Qian's grasp, yearning for a more comfortable perch on her shoulder. However, the moment he moved, Luo Qian gently tapped his head. "Stay still. There's danger," she cautioned. Her careful tone immediately silenced the irked Jiu Qing. Only upon her reminder did he notice the black silhouette standing not far ahead. Despite the dim light and distance, he instantly recognized the male before him, the twisted dragon of the Dragon Clan. What was he doing here, far from the Water Domain Palace? He must not discover their presence. Instinctively, Jiu Qing shrank closer into Luo Qian's palm. Luo Qian found it difficult to discern the identity of the individual before her. Noting that the figure had not turned, she contemplated slipping away quietly. However, as soon as her foot moved, the person abruptly pivoted, appearing before her in an instant. "What are you running from?" Long Yuan's gaze bore into Luo Qian, his keen eyes scrutinizing her closely, before he produced a vial of pink potion to offer her. Fortunately, her injuries were not severe. He urged her to drink it. Long Yuan? Upon recognizing the familiar male figure, Luo Qian felt an immediate sense of relief. She did not accept the potion he extended but instead inquired, "What brings you here?" "From a distance. I couldn't see you clearly and thought you were yet another terrifying insectoid." The thought had truly frightened her. Noticing her reluctance, Long Yuan unscrewed the vial and gently grasped her chin with his long fingers, pouring the potion into her mouth. Luo Qian glared at him, her eyes aflame with indignation. Long Yuan, feeling a pang of guilt, averted his gaze and explained softly, "This potion will swiftly heal your injuries. I must depart from Star 268 shortly. And before I leave, I require your assistance once more to soothe my turbulent spirit." "So, you came to seek my aid in calming you," Luo Qian replied, exasperated. "You could have mentioned that earlier. Had you done so, I would have willingly consumed the potion." Indeed, the potion Long Yuan provided was remarkably effective. Within mere minutes of ingesting it, Luo Qian felt her wounds mend completely. Long Yuan remained silent, having come to her aid upon hearing from his subordinates that she had encountered an 11th-tier insectoid. She could not perish. Her demise would mean the loss of a female capable of soothing his agitated mental energies. Yes, that was it. His presence here was certainly not motivated by concern for her well-being. Luo Qian, clutching a coal ball, surveyed her surroundings, furrowing her brow. This environment seemed ill-suited for her task of soothing. In response, Long Yuan waved his finely boned hand, and a luxurious mecha rest cabin materialized before Luo Qian. "This place will suffice. I will ensure that my men stand guard outside. We shall not be disturbed." Luo Qian felt a surge of competitive spirit against the wealthy elite. This opulent mecha rest cabin surpassed the one Qian Mo had prepared for her. Such a space would cost several hundred billion star coins. She had previously assumed that several hundred billion star coins was a substantial sum, only to discover it insufficient to procure a high-end camping tent in the wilderness. As she followed Long Yuan into the lavish rest cabin, Luo Qian gazed at the floors and walls adorned with gemstones and high-tier beast cores, nearly overwhelmed. She had thought the large bed crafted from 8th-tier beast cores was the pinnacle of luxury, yet this rest cabin proved even more extravagant. It was a display of unrestrained opulence. Approaching Long Yuan, who sat upon a gemstone chair, Luo Qian hesitated before speaking. Having consumed your potion, I won't require your star coins for the soothing. Could you do me a favor? I've separated from Qian Mo and Huyen. They must be frantic searching for me. Could you send one of your subordinates to inform them that I am here?" Chapter 33. Is she angry? Qian Mo, Long Yuan had already heard from his subordinates, was another of Luo Qian's matches. Unlike Huyen, Qian Mo genuinely cares for Luo Qian and sincerely wishes to become her mate. Mate? The mere thought of this term made Long Yuan feel an inexplicable discomfort. His displeasure was evident, laced with a hint of sarcasm and mockery. How could one who fails to protect their own female master be spared punishment, yet still be concerned about the possibility of her going mad upon their return? This little female, it seemed, had been dim-witted from the very beginning. Not only could she be deceived with star coins, but a mere act of kindness would lead her to be tricked once more. She had nearly perished at the hands of an 11th-tier insectoid, yet rather than harboring any anger, she worried about those two incompetent matchers. They were hardly useless. Luo Qian was unwilling to let other males ridicule her matchers, especially Qian Mo. With utmost seriousness, she explained to Long Yuan, "I encountered a restless horde of alien beasts. And it was Qian Mo who led us in hunting them down, ensuring I sustained no injuries. He is quite formidable. None could have anticipated the sudden appearance of an 11th-tier insectoid. He wanted to save me, but the foe was simply too powerful. This is not his fault." How many 11th-tier beings exist in the entire interstellar empire? They are not commonplace, and even among the insectoids, they are rare. Such monsters typically remain hidden. For her to encounter one is merely a stroke of terrible luck. However, reflecting upon her own circumstances, having traversed worlds, encountering an 11th-tier insectoid did not seem so extraordinary after all. Yet, to be deemed insufficiently powerful is a grave error. Long Yuan coldly countered. This little female had the audacity to offer excuses for those two useless fools. How utterly laughable. Luo Qian found it impossible to communicate with someone of Long Yuan's stature. They only regarded the abilities and efficiency of their subordinates, completely indifferent to other factors. Enough, she thought. I shall pacify you first. She hastily sought to calm him before making her way to Qian Mo and Huyen. Noticing Luo Qian's troubled expression, Long Yuan pressed his lips together. The little female seemed to be upset. Had he misspoken? Yet, was it not the fault of Qian Mo and Huyen for failing to protect their female master? Are you angry? Long Yuan inquired softly, observing her silence. Just a few days apart, she appeared to have lost weight, her combat uniform tattered and her form covered in grime. Save for her face, which seemed to have been washed to a degree, she was barely presentable. Indeed, Luo Qian admitted candidly. I dislike your disparagement of my matchers. She was fiercely protective. Long Yuan, bewildered, responded, but I am also your matcher, and they indeed failed to safeguard you. They are undeniably inept. Luo Qian felt conversing with him was exhausting. Setting aside Huyen for the moment, Qian Mo and I are to become mates. He will be my partner, my beast. Aside from me, no one has the right to speak ill of him. As for you, although you are also my matcher, we have already decided to dissolve our pairing.
To me?
You are merely a foreign male. Our only connection is through star coins. Without them, who cares about you? Long Yuan fell silent. Luo Qian had no desire to continue the conversation. Now, let us hasten to calm matters. I am eager to find my matcher. After speaking, she raised her hand, the coolness of her fingertip resting delicately upon Long Yuan's brow. Compared to before, Luo Qian's mental energy had become even more refined, and this time, her soothing presence lingered over Long Yuan for a full 25 minutes. When she concluded, she felt remarkably invigorated, indicating that her mental sea had expanded once more. Long Yuan appeared utterly relaxed and at ease, reclining upon a chair crafted from gemstones, his dragon tail entwining around Luo Qian's waist, with the tips of his two dragon horns peeking out from his forehead. Luo Qian, anxious to seek out Huyen and Xuanma, desired to depart after calming Long Yuan. However, his dragon tail clung to her waist, and despite several vigorous attempts to free herself, she could not extricate the dark tail. With a resigned glance, she turned to the man who bore an expression of serene contentment. I have already calmed you. May I leave? Could you kindly release your tail from around me? Long Yuan opened his obsidian eyes and produced a black crystal from within his ring, presenting it before Luo Qian. This was the very crystal he had intended to gift her during their last encounter, which she had declined. This time, however, the crystal seemed to have undergone a transformation. Within its black depths, something golden shimmered enticingly, exuding both beauty and danger. Take it, he urged. I have infused it with a few enhancements. Should you encounter an 11th-tier insectoid or other monstrous beasts again, simply cast this at them. Even if it does not slay them, it will certainly afford you a chance to escape. This is quite a formidable gift, and you are simply giving it to me? Luo Qian asked, her gaze fixed on Long Yuan. To be candid, she felt a twinge of fear from their recent encounter with the 11th-tier insectoid. She genuinely desired this black crystal. Yet she remained uncertain of his intentions. Aside from her ability to soothe his mental energy, she possessed little to offer in return. Otherwise, Long Yuan replied, you still need to provide me with comfort. I cannot allow you to perish so easily. I must ensure you have some means of protection. I cannot rely on those two inept individuals. I will soon depart, and will not be able to safeguard you in the short term. Thus, I shall bestow upon you a treasure that may save your life in a critical moment. Thank you, Luo Qian said, refraining from further sentimentality as she swiftly accepted the black crystal he offered. I shall keep this for now. If I encounter misfortune and find myself in danger, I will use it. If it proves unnecessary, once our collaboration concludes, I shall return it to you. What I, Long Yuan, have given need not be reclaimed. Should you wish to discard it in the future, feel free to do so, he replied. With that, Long Yuan retracted his tail, adjusted his attire, and stood from the chair. It is time. I must take my leave. Luo Qian promptly followed Long Yuan out of the resting chamber. As she gazed upon the enveloping darkness of the forest beyond, she donned her night vision goggles. It is getting late, and I must seek out Xuanma and Huyan. Farewell. With that, she turned, retrieving the coal ball hidden at the door of the resting chamber, and hastily departed. Watching Luo Qian's unhesitant retreat, Long Yuan narrowed his piercing gaze dangerously. This little female truly harbored no affection for him whatsoever. Had he truly been too excessive in his actions? An attendant stationed nearby observed Long Yuan's emergence and promptly approached to deliver a report. The Dragon Lord has already informed Qian Mo and Huyan, and they shall soon arrive to escort Luo Qian. Upon hearing this, Long Yuan retracted the resting pod, his mental energy enveloping Luo Qian as he transported her to Qian Mo and Huyan before taking his leave with his subordinates. Luo Qian remained blissfully unaware of these developments. After carrying a coal ball for over an hour, she encountered Qian Mo and Huyan rushing towards her. The enormous violet-black serpent, upon catching sight of her, swiftly unfurled its massive tail, gently enveloping her and drawing her into a warm embrace. Qian, I have finally found you. Observing Luo Qian, who appeared disheveled, Qian Mo felt an overwhelming surge of compassion. I am so sorry. It is my inadequacy that failed to protect you. Let me see, are you injured? My wounds have healed, Luo Qian reassured him, sensing his fear and panic. She tightened her embrace around him, saying, Do not worry, I encountered Long Yuan on my way back to you. He has already administered medicine to me, and I am completely well now. Huyan stood to the side, enviously watching as Luo Qian returned Qianmo's affection and comforted him tenderly. He longed for a similar embrace from the female master, yet alas, she did not seem particularly fond of him. Observing the high-grade medicine in hand and hearing Luo Qian mention that she had consumed the potion given by Long Yuan, Huyan silently stored it away. Never mind. As long as the female master is safe, that is what matters most. Chapter 34. The Second Prince. What a pitiful man. Long Yuan actually came? Qian Mo frowned slightly. After Luo Qian's incident, he and Huyan had dispatched someone back to the villa to seek Long Yuan's assistance. However, the messenger returned with news that Long Yuan was not present at the villa. It appeared that Long Yuan was aware of Luo Qian's predicament and had rushed to the forest immediately. Yet if he had found Qian, how could he dare to leave her alone to wander in the woods? Qian, where is Long Yuan? Since he found you, why is he not with you? As Qian's match, is this how Long Yuan ensures her safety? He had to leave for a while, Luo Qian replied nonchalantly about Long Yuan's departure. After all, everyone has their own matters to attend to. She was not particularly close to Long Yuan, and it was unreasonable to expect him to prioritize her in every situation. The fact that he came to find her and provided her with a life-saving crystal was already commendable. Upon hearing Luo Qian's response, it was not just Qian Mo who felt perturbed. Even Huyan was incensed. Long Yuan has gone too far. He was aware that the female master was in trouble, yet still dared to abandon you. As her match, Long Yuan's decision to leave without regard for her safety was utterly unacceptable and a failure in his role. He was unworthy of being a match. Hearing Huyan's voice, Luo Qian suddenly remembered his presence. Overwhelmed with joy at reuniting with Qian Mo, she had momentarily forgotten about Huyan. Her cheeks flushed as she hastily urged Qian Mo to set her down. She explained to both of them, This matter is not Long Yuan's fault. My situation with him is quite complex. I will elaborate further when we return. Qian Mo could not restrain himself from saying, Qian, I will strive to elevate my rank and ensure that no male shall ever treat you this way again. For now, Long Yuan's rank surpassed his own, rendering him powerless to confront him. However, he would exert every effort to catch up with Long Yuan. In the future, anyone who dared to treat Qian poorly would face dire consequences. I trust you. Luo Qian earnestly gazed at Xuanma. convinced that this sincere little serpent would never deceive her. This is not an appropriate place for conversation. Let us discuss this once we return home.
Indeed.
This is not conducive for dialogue, Hu Yan remarked to Xuanma. Although the female master has returned, for her safety and well-being, we should first take her to the hospital for a checkup before heading home. Even though Luo Qian insisted that she had already taken the medicine provided by Long Yuan and that her injuries had healed, both Xuanma and Hu Yan remained uneasy without a thorough examination. Xuanma did not contest Hu Yan's words. Instead, he gently coaxed Luo Qian, Qian. Let us first go to the hospital for a checkup, and then we shall return home, shall we? The examination will be swift and entirely comfortable. Luo Qian understood they were acting in her best interests and did not oppose their suggestion. However, she felt a twinge of concern for Qiyu. When you came to find me, did you encounter Sister Yu? Is she and her partner unharmed? Hu Yan seized every opportunity to converse with Luo Qian, preemptively answering her query about Qiyu before Xuanma could respond. Rest assured, the female Qiyu is fine. She sustained only a minor injury. Her companions took her back 3 days ago. Upon hearing that Qiyu was safe, Luo Qian felt relieved. Then let us hasten home. After such a terrifying experience, she yearned to return home and enjoy a good night's sleep. Qian, I shall carry you out of the forest first, and then we will take the hover car, Xuanma declared, transforming his lower body into a serpent's tail and lifting Luo Qian up, his firm abdomen pressing against her soft waist. Luo Qian's cheeks flushed at the intimate contact. Why does Xuanma always appear shirtless when he transforms, while Long Yuan remains clothed? Hu Yan pondered, jealousy igniting within him as he observed Xuanma. This insufferable mad dog serpent deliberately flaunts his bare skin to entice the female master. Just wait. I shall win her heart and ensure this wretched serpent falls from grace. As the trio turned to leave, a sudden chirping sound pierced the air. Chirp, chirp. Juqing, having been completely forgotten, flapped his dark wings vigorously, hopping and calling out to Luo Qian incessantly. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Little female, you promised to take me away. How can you go back on your word? Hu Yan glanced down to see a chubby little creature, darker than the night itself, bouncing on its short legs and making a ruckus towards his female master. What on earth is that? So hideous, it utterly offends my eyes, Hu Yan exclaimed, raising his foot to kick the abominable creature away. Luo Qian had been too engrossed in her closeness with Xuanma to remember the little coal ball. Upon seeing Hu Yan's intent to kick it, she hurriedly called out, Wu Yan, no. But it was too late. Chirp. The coal ball let out a piercing scream that echoed hauntingly in the night. Watching the creature fly away, Luo Qian gasped in shock. Fox Yan retracted his foot, addressing the female master. Is that hideous creature one you brought back? Luo Qian, anxious, descended from Xian Mo's embrace, exclaiming, It rescued me in the valley. I promised to care for it. With that, she hurried toward the direction where the coal ball had fallen. The coal ball was merely an ordinary bird, and one could only hope that Fox Yan would not inadvertently harm it. Xian Mo and Fox Yan, witnessing Luo Qian's determination to locate the unattractive creature, swiftly followed suit to aid her search. This forest was filled with towering trees, dense grass, and exotic flora. The coal ball's dark plumage blended seamlessly into the night, making it difficult to find amidst the peculiar vegetation. After several minutes of searching, Luo Qian remained unsuccessful. I distinctly saw it fall here, she murmured in frustration. Unbeknownst to her, Xian Mo and Fox Yan had already detected the struggling coal ball within the foliage, using their external mental acuity. Initially, they intended to inform Luo Qian, but upon discovering that this unsightly creature was male, they shared a tacit understanding and fell silent. No words were exchanged. The instinctual possessiveness inherent in males was palpable. Each of them harbored a desire to monopolize the affection of the female master. In a universe where males outnumbered females, they were bound to adhere to the divine regulations set forth by the beast god. Sharing the affection of the female master with other male suitors was one matter, but allowing a mere, unattractive bird to contest for her favor? Absolutely not. Fox Yan, noticing Luo Qian's fruitless search, repeatedly apologized. I am sorry, my lady. I had no idea that creature was your savior. It was so grotesque that I mistook it for a mutated beast of the forest and instinctively kicked it away. Luo Qian understood that Fox Yan had not acted out of malice. I bear you no ill will. Please help me find the coal ball. Fox Yan and Xian Mo were reluctant to seek out the unattractive creature. Fox Yan continued, perhaps after falling, the coal ball simply fled. If you desire a bird, I can procure several rare avians from the stars upon our return. Some sing, others dance, and some even speak. Indeed, Qian Mo chimed in, rare in his support of Foxian. There are numerous fascinating birds in the cosmos. If you wish, we shall capture as many as you desire, provided they are female. I am presently disinterested in the birds you speak of. I made a promise to the coal ball and must bring it back. It is, after all, my savior. And it was unjustly kicked away by Foxian. I feel uneasy not knowing its fate. Seeing Luo Qian's unwavering resolve, Foxian and Qian Mo began to waver, contemplating whether to retrieve the unattractive creature for her. Just then, amidst their indecision, the second prince finally extricated himself from the entangling plants, clumsily emerging from the underbrush. Head lowered, wings flapping as he crawled to Luo Qian's feet. With a pitiful chirp, he looked up at her, weakly calling out. Much of his black plumage had fallen, leaving patches of bare skin that rendered him even more unappealing. Qian Mo and Foxian simultaneously averted their gazes. This wretched creature was simply too hideous to behold. Chapter 35. To care for it comfortably. Upon encountering the unsightly creature at her feet, Luo Qian joyfully lifted it into her arms. Coalball, how wonderful that you are still alive. Gazing down at the little female, whose gentle concern was evident in her expression as she cradled him tenderly, the heart of the second prince felt as though it had been gently prodded by some unseen force. Despite the despicable actions of Huyen and Qian Mo, this little female exuded kindness. Chirp, chirp. Jiu Qing lay languidly in Luo Qian's palm, calling out weakly twice. Little female, could you provide me with a potion? I am gravely injured. That wretched Huyen nearly kicked me to death. Luo Qian seemed to comprehend his silent plea. Hastily, she retrieved a quality potion from her ring, intending to administer it to him. Qian, allow me to feed it, Qian Mo interjected, a shadow of discontent flickering in his eyes as he observed Luo Qian's intent to personally administer medicine to the ugly creature. He had yet to experience such affection from the female master himself. Why should this unsightly being receive such treatment? Huyen chimed in, female master. Let us handle this menial task. The audacity of this ugly creature being cradled in the female master's hands was unbearable, especially since he had not been afforded such privilege. He pondered whether he could transform into a miniature version of himself to be similarly cherished. Chirp, chirp. Upon hearing Qian Mo and Huyen's offer to feed him, Jiu Qing immediately declined. He had exhausted his abilities, not lost his wits. The earlier kick from Huyen had sent him flying, leaving him to struggle amidst the alien flora. These two had clearly detected his presence with their mental prowess, yet remained indifferent, evidently unwilling to assist him.
Now,
they claimed they wished to administer medicine. What ulterior motives might they harbor? Noticing his rejection, Luo Qian addressed Qian Mo and Huyen. It seems he does not wish for you to feed him. Allow me to handle it instead. As she administered the potion, Luo Qian observed that Coal Ball appeared to have somewhat improved from before. It seemed he would not perish after all. Having located Coal Ball, Luo Qian, alongside Qian Mo and Huyen, swiftly exited the forest. Gazing up at the cerulean sky, Luo Qian prepared to summon her floating vehicle when she noticed Huyen wave his hand, and an exceptionally advanced floating vehicle, resembling a miniature battleship, materialized before her. Huyen presented the vehicle's storage capsule to Luo Qian. Female master, this is a newly developed floating vehicle by Shimu Technology, specifically designed for females this year. Its operation is simple, it boasts enhanced speed, and its defenses are formidable. Please give it a try and let me know if you like it. If not, we can find something else. Luo Qian stared at Huyen in astonishment. Today, the sun had seemingly risen in the west. This iron fox was indeed willing to part with something precious. You intend to give me this floating vehicle? She asked, her disbelief palpable. Huyen regarded Luo Qian's astonished and incredulous expression with a gentle smile. I am the female master's match and will be her companion in the future. Everything that belongs to me, including myself, is the female master's. How could this floating vehicle merely be considered a gift? It was always meant to be yours. Luo Qian had previously seen this floating vehicle on Shinmu Technology's promotional page, where it had not been priced. The floating vehicle, akin to a small battleship, was something that Shinmu Technology knew most beasts could not afford. Thus, they deemed it unnecessary to display a price for the impoverished to gaze upon. Only those capable of purchasing it could glimpse its cost. However, something felt amiss, very amiss. The frugal Huyen had suddenly become so generous, indicating that he must harbor a far grander ulterior motive. Yet, as a mere pauper, even with the star coins bestowed by Long Yuan and Shuama, she could not acquire this floating vehicle. What could Huyen possibly desire from her? Was it her very self? If that were the case, he would have pursued her from the outset, but it was evident that he had not initially approached her with the intent of forming a bond. Luo Qian's gaze fell upon the coal ball nestled in her arms. Indeed, a creature like it was unwelcome to all but her. Huyen could not possibly covet it. Just as Luo Qian pondered this, Xiuema approached. Qian, why have you yet to board the floating vehicle? Do you not fancy the one Huyen has prepared for you? Luo Qian's attention snapped to Xiuema, who, devoid of his serpent tail, wore his combat attire impeccably, his smile both sweet and gentle. Rumors suggested that due to the scarcity of females in the stars, many males formed bonds with one another. No, absolutely not. Her little serpent belonged to her alone. Luo Qian vehemently dismissed the absurd thoughts swirling in her mind. She had truly lost her senses. Qian, what troubles you? Xiuema and Huyen exchanged worried glances as they noticed her sudden, vigorous head shaking. Huyen, anxious, inquired, "Are you unwell?" "No, not at all." Luo Qian waved her hand dismissively. "I merely find this floating vehicle far too extravagant." Xiuema and Huyen were still concerned. Xiuema boldly seized the floating vehicle capsule button from Huyen and placed it in Luo Qian's hand, then opened the door and gently lifted her inside. Qian, Huyen is your match. There is no need for you to be overly polite. Though Xiuema held a low opinion of Huyen, he considered him preferable when compared to the irresponsibility of Long Yuan, especially after their recent encounter with that insectoid creature, where Huyen had willingly offered half his lifespan for Xiuema. A gesture Xiuema kept to himself, yet cherished deeply. Huyen followed, gazing tenderly at Luo Qian. "Mistress, Xiuema speaks the truth. I am your match. And you need not feel hesitant with me. The more you require me, the more I feel valued by you, and your need for me brings me joy. Only by being needed can we prove our worth to you and avoid being forsaken. Being abandoned does not always stem from disdain. It could lead to a violent psychic breakdown and death. It might also mean being cast aside, forgotten forever, never to be remembered by you again until death. The fear of being abandoned after experiencing your affection is far more harrowing than the former." Luo Qian observed Huyen's demeanor, her heart filled with confusion. Had Huyen truly changed his mind and begun to desire her? Did he genuinely wish to bond with her? The top-tier floating vehicle developed by Shinmu Technology was indeed remarkably swift. It had taken her nearly an entire day to traverse the forest. The return journey took merely 2 hours, not only swift but also remarkably steady. It felt as though she had merely reclined on her own living room sofa for 2 hours, transitioning from the forest to the interstellar hospital in the city. The doctor conducted a thorough examination of Luo Qian, confirming her well-being, which put Qian Mo and Huyen entirely at ease. Luo Qian also requested the doctor to examine Kolbal, who had indeed sustained internal injuries from Huyen's kick. Fortunately, the injuries were not severe. The physician prescribed 2 doses of medication, assuring that with some rest, Kolbal would recover swiftly. Upon returning to the villa, Luo Qian felt an immediate urge to take a shower. Qian Mo promptly took Kolbal from her arms. This unsightly creature had been cradled by Qian all the way. Did it truly believe it was worthy of entering her room? He himself had never set foot in Qian's chamber. Qian, you should rest well. I shall take care of Kolbal, he assured her solemnly. Wanting to alleviate her concerns, "Rest assured, Qian, I will look after him diligently." Huyen chimed in, "Mistress, I too will assist Qian Mo, ensuring he is comfortable." Chapter 36. Do not approach. Jiu Qing sensed that these 2 rascals harbored ill intentions. However, as a male, he understood he ought not to intrude upon a strange female's room. Had it not been for this unforeseen circumstance, he would never have acted so disrespectfully in a female's residence. Thus, upon learning that Qian Mo and Huyen intended to care for him, Jiu Qing refrained from resisting. Seeing that Kolbal did not struggle or protest, Luo Qian nodded at Qian Mo and Huyen, indicating that Kolbal was temporarily entrusted to them. She hesitated for a moment as she gazed at Qian Mo. Unlike Long Yuan, Qian Mo genuinely wished to bond with her. He was so obedient and well-behaved. Should she not arrange for Qian Mo to stay with her on the 3rd floor? Recalling the firm, perfect abs he had displayed while holding her in the forest, a blush crept upon Luo Qian's cheeks, and a mischievous smile surfaced. She had heard that other females could bring 3 suitors to their rooms at once. Surely, bringing just Qian Mo was not excessive? Clearing her throat, Luo Qian smiled and said, "Qian Mo, my room is on the 3rd floor and you." Before she could finish, Qian Mo obediently interjected, "Then I shall choose the room closest to you." Luo Qian was taken aback. That was not her intention. Why did he want to be nearest to her room? Wouldn't it be better to be closer to her person? Had she misjudged him? Was he not genuinely interested in bonding with her? Qian Mo, aside from the rooms on the first and second floors, you also have the option to stay with me. She stated clearly, convinced that she had not misjudged but rather that Qian Mo had misunderstood her implication. Qian Mo was elated at the prospect of residing with Luo Qian. The fact that his mistress actively invited her match to her room indicated her fondness for him. He felt as though he might soar with joy. Yet now, he lamented. Qian, I truly wish to go to your room. He was both frustrated and saddened, for he was already at the pinnacle of the 9th tier. And with an imminent ascension, his spiritual energy was tumultuous. Before I achieve a successful advancement, I cannot enter your room.
Why?
Luo Qian was somewhat perplexed. Your mental energy is in turmoil, and I could provide you with comfort. If I can soothe Lan Yuan, I should have no difficulty with Xuanma. Indeed, I can offer solace, but at this moment, you can only use your mental energy to calm me, for I cannot ascertain when I will ascend. During the ascension, I will revert to my beast form, and at that time, I may lose control and inadvertently harm you. Xuanma spoke, his gaze anxious as he regarded Luo Qian. It is said that a male who rejects his female counterpart will no longer hold her affection. He despised himself. His female counterpart cherished him. Yet he felt utterly helpless at this juncture. However, for Qian's safety, he had no choice but to act thus. Male supernatural beings, during their ascension, instinctively avoid intimate contact with their female counterparts, for they are prone to losing control and causing harm. I see. Luo Qian sighed in relief. As long as it wasn't that he did not wish to bond with her.
Sleep?
Any time is fine. She stood on her tiptoes and planted a gentle kiss on Xuanma's cheek. For now, my little snake must endure alone. Qian kissed him again. Xuanma gazed at Luo Qian with excitement. Qian, are you not angry with me? What is there to be angry about? You did not do it intentionally, I understand. She wasn't overly desperate, knowing well that Xuanma was in a special situation, yet she would not force him into a bond. Thank you, Qian. You are truly wonderful. Xuanma felt elated, wanting to scoop Luo Qian up and spin around wildly, yet as soon as he moved his hands, a sharp chirp caught Luo Qian's attention. She looked down to find Meichio sprawled on the floor, its fiery red eyes glaring resentfully at the culprit, Xuanma. Xuanma bit his lip, feeling guilty as he scratched his dark purple hair. Qian, I forgot it was still in my hands.
Chirp.
Meichio let out a vigorous cry, seemingly voicing its discontent. He had never noticed how his brother, Xianling, could act so composed in front of females while being a wild dog outside. He had seen clearly that Xuanma had intended to embrace the little female and had deliberately tossed him aside. Hastily, Xuanma bent down to pick Meichio up, cradling it in his palms. Qian, I promise I will never throw it again. Luo Qian observed that Meichio was unharmed and did not blame Xuanma. Yet for the sake of Meichio's safety, she felt compelled to remind him. You must take good care of it. After all, it saved my life. If anything were to happen to it, I would be so distressed that I couldn't eat. I have heard that a female not eating at home is a significant matter. In her previous solitary life, no one monitored her meals, and she had never truly grasped how grave the issue could be. However, upon hearing these words, Xuanma's face paled instantly, and his grip on Meichio tightened. Qian, rest assured, with me around, nothing will happen to it. Even the silent Huyan, seated on the sofa, remained observant. Upon hearing Luo Qian mention her sorrowful decision to forego meals, everyone immediately rose, anxious to speak. Mistress, both Qian Mo and I shall ensure that the coal ball is well taken care of. It seems that a female's refusal to dine at home is indeed a grave matter. I merely jest. There is no need for you to be overly concerned. After Luo Qian finished speaking, feeling she had nothing more to add, she intended to return to her room for rest. Mistress, noticing her intent to leave, Huyan suddenly stepped forward, approaching Luo Qian with a worried expression. Mistress, Qian Mo must advance to the 10th tier and cannot accompany you. But Luo Qian anticipated his words and interrupted him. Huyan, your room is on the 2nd floor. You ought to rest properly. She then produced the space capsule from the hover car and returned it to Huyan. I still believe it to be too precious. I cannot accept it. Having said this, Luo Qian did not wait for Huyan's reaction and swiftly ascended the stairs. Huyan watched her silhouette vanish around the corner on the 3rd floor. His gaze falling upon the space capsule in his palm, a deep anguish settling in his heart. How could she refuse him? Even this top-tier hovercar, she deemed unworthy of her attention. Just previously, she had agreed to appease Long Yuan over a mere handful of star coins. Yet, a hovercar worth billions, she dismissed without a second thought. It seemed she no longer valued even star coins. How could he possibly seek her forgiveness?
Xuan Montag.
Upon hearing Qian's rejection of Hu Yan, refrained from offering comfort. After all, the cunning fox had deceived Qian, and it was only fitting he endure some hardship. Had it not been for their time in the forest, where he had comported himself adequately, Qian Mo had already thrown Hu Yan out of the villa following Luo Qian's dismissal of him. Ignoring Hu Yan, Qian Mo tossed the coal ball onto the sofa and fixed a menacing gaze upon it. Zhou Qing, meeting Qian Mo's fierce look, instinctively retreated to the corner of the sofa. A fallen phoenix is no better than a chicken. When had Zhou Qing ever found himself in such a disheveled state? Chirp. What do you intend to do?
Chirp chirp.
Do not come closer. Seeing it squawking incessantly, fearing it would disturb Luo Qian Mo swiftly pinched its beak shut. Be silent, ugly creature. I have no intention of consuming you. However, you are so dark, so hideous, and so rotund. Taking you out would surely bring disgrace upon Qian. I must make you presentable. At the very least, you cannot remain in such a dismal state. Zhou Qing. Qian Mo scrutinized the plump, dark lump before him, still contemplating how to adorn it when his light brain suddenly chimed. Upon reading the incoming message, Qian Mo's expression darkened instantly. He called out to Hu Yan, "Stop standing there foolishly. Something has occurred. Quickly, check your light brain." Chapter 37. One dares to speak. The other dares to act. Hu Yan swiftly activated his light brain. Upon seeing the message displayed, he furrowed his brows.
Xuan Montag inquiret.
Didn't you already ensure that the incident of the divine fire descending that night was sealed off? How has the news still spread? Hu Yan gazed at the viral video on his light brain screen, its view count surpassing 70 trillion. Clearly, suppressing it was no longer a feasible option. The content of the video depicts the night when the high-ranking insectoid emerged and abducted Luo Qian, coinciding with the sudden descent of a colossal fireball from the heavens. This fireball, imbued with terrifying energy and accompanied by the haunting cries of phoenixes, could only be attributed to the divine fire bestowed by the beast god. Such immense power obliterated even the 11th tier insectoids, yet Luo Qian remained unscathed. Hu Yan and Qian Mo speculated that the beast god, sensing Luo Qian's peril, had descended with divine fire to rescue her. Instances of the beast god saving females in the Galactic Empire have occurred previously. Those fortunate females, later, found their abilities elevated to the 10th tier. Subsequently, the high-ranking officials of the imperial government concluded that any female saved by the beast god possessed exceptional talent and abilities. It was perceived as the beast goddess' protection over the empire's beastmen. Hence, whenever the divine fire descended to rescue a female, that individual was promptly taken to the central star by the imperial government. The government ensured the finest living conditions for these females, safeguarding their security while providing the most superior training resources to facilitate their ascension. Only those beast men residing at the upper echelons of the central star understood that these seemingly premier privileges were merely sugar-coated traps. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Who wouldn't he wish to be the mate of such a gifted female? Consequently, they became the focal point of attention among the interstellar beastmen, with their daily lives meticulously scrutinized and commented upon in the public eye. For their safety, the imperial government even restricted their movement beyond the central star. They not only forfeited their freedom but also saw their partners replaced by followers assigned by the imperial officials. Although these females encountered the pinnacle of interstellar existence, their happiness waned significantly. Eventually, one female, unable to endure such a life, chose to take her own life in a desperate bid for liberation. It is uncertain whether to deem her fortunate or unfortunate, for she was ultimately rescued by her mate. Yet, she never smiled again thereafter. Qian Mo and Hu Yan were determined not to subject Luo Qian to such a life. Their female sovereign should be free, able to wander wherever her heart desires, rather than confined like a bird with clipped wings in a resplendent cage crafted by the Empire. Thus, when the incident occurred, and it was confirmed that Luo Qian was alive, Hu Yan promptly instructed the top technology experts at Shimu Technology to sever the signal from the Imperial system of Planet 268 and erase the video captured by the Imperial system. Hu Yan scrutinized the video multiple times, noting that the filming angle suggested it was not recorded by the Imperial government but rather by another beastman. Furthermore, the video did not feature Qian's figure, only capturing the descent of the divine fire in the air. After Hu Yan spoke, Qian Mo pulled him closer. pointing at a video on his light brain screen. In that video, a female named Ainley admitted that the divine fire was filmed by her mate, claiming that she had been attacked by an 8th-tier beast and was saved by the divine fire. Qian, watching the video on the light brain screen, couldn't help but laugh. I am familiar with that female. On that day, she ventured into the forest alongside Qian and another female named Qiu. It is quite remarkable that she eagerly sought out that cage. How intriguing. Xuanmo remarked with a smile, noting that this female named Ainley had inadvertently assisted Qian. And as a form of gratitude, since she expressed a desire to visit the central star, they would lend her a hand. Though Qian and Xuanmo held a mutual disdain for each other, they exhibited a remarkable synergy. Without needing to elaborate further, Qian initiated the operations to ensure that Ainley's video would headline all major sections of the light brain. Concerned that the video might not gain sufficient traction for the imperial government to notice, Qian also arranged for several trending topics to accompany it. Upon concluding this matter, Qian addressed Xuanmo. Ainley is easily manageable, but that female named Qiu witnessed the divine fire rescuing the female sovereign that night. She is a close friend of the sovereign. We cannot resort to barbaric means to silence her. I recall that your purple Qian king serpent possesses venom capable of erasing certain memories in beastmen, does it not?
Sûrement instant les graspets ayant intention.
Leave Qiu to me. I assure you she will not utter a word. Qian cautioned Xuanmo. Remember, the matter of poisoning Qiu and her partner must remain a secret from the female sovereign. Luo Qian, being such a kind-hearted individual, would never consent to such treatment of her friend. Xuanmo understood Qian's concerns. Rest assured, I am confident in my own venom. It will not harm her. Only erase her memory of this incident. Should Qian discover the truth and inquire, we shall inform her that we administered a potion to help her forget, ensuring it does not affect her health. Juqing, concealed behind the back of the sofa, listened to Qian and Xuanmo devise a plan to assist Luo Qian, his lips twitching slightly. He had not anticipated that the situation he and Yu Bai had concocted would eventually entangle the beast god. However, this was fortuitous. By using the beast god as a shield, he and Yu Bai could effectively remain unnoticed. Yet, Qian and Xuanmo were audacious. While scheming against Ainley was one thing, daring to employ poison against Qiu was a grave offense within the empire. A mad, rabid serpent and a cunning, heartless fox. Indeed, they were a pair born to collaborate. One daring to imagine and the other daring to act. Juqing shook his head in resignation. Fortunately, he was present today, and given that the little female had brought him back, he would offer assistance to these two if they were ever caught after their misdeeds. Xuanmo gathered his belongings and cast a glance at the hideous bird hiding on the sofa before addressing Qian. Take good care of this ugly creature. When I return, I shall ensure it is properly attended to. With that, Xuanmo stepped outside, pausing at the door to add, Qian values sincerity. If you wish for her forgiveness, you must first be sincere with her. This was Xuanmo's understanding of Luo Qian after several days of acquaintance. Thus, he exhibited an overwhelming sincerity of 99.9% towards Luo Qian, while the remaining 0.1% necessitated him to occasionally engage in unsavory deeds, which he preferred to keep from Qian. For instance, the recent act of poisoning Qiu and her partner weighed heavily on his conscience, as he feared inciting Qian's ire. Yet, his loyalty to her remained an unwavering 100%. As he departed from the villa, Qianmo's demeanor transformed. He lowered his gaze, casting a pallid shadow beneath his eyelashes, and his purple-black eyes shimmered with a frenzied bloodlust. Chapter 38. Is it possible to eliminate Jin Shao? The imperial government provided substandard housing for females, lacking the top-tier protective barriers that could withstand a 9th-tier powerhouse like Qian Mo. He arrived silently at Qiu's residence, where she was engrossed in a video featuring Ainley from Guangdong. How could this Ainley utter such falsehoods? It was clearly Qian that the divine fire saved. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Qiu fumed at the video, fully aware that Ainley's intentions were to ascend to Central Star for a more opulent existence, an existence that rightfully belonged to Qian. No, I cannot allow Ainley to usurp Qian's honor and life. I must expose her lies. Qian had already endured a solitary life, fraught with challenges. And now that she had finally found a match, it was with unreliable candidates. If she could reach Central Star, the Empire would provide her with the finest residence, premier cultivation resources, and formidable males. She would be destined for a life of unending prosperity. Having resolved to record a video to vindicate Luo Qian, Qiu reached for the video function on her holographic device, but to her dismay, it inexplicably froze. Simultaneously, One of Qiyu's partners noticed the silent figure of Qian Mo standing at the doorway. "You are Luo Qian's match? How did you get in?" Qiyu's partner regarded Qian Mo with suspicion. The appearance of this match was rather intimidating, and he pondered how he had entered. Given that the villa's doors had remained closed and no one had exited to let him in. "How I entered is of no consequence," Qian Mo replied, raising his head. His purple-black eyes fixating on Qiyu, who was seated on the sofa. "I have come to request your assistance, esteemed female master." "You." Qiyu's partner began to retort, intending to chastise Qian Mo for his rudeness, but found himself rendered immobile. Not only him, but everyone in the villa, apart from Qiyu and Qian Mo, was similarly incapacitated. Noticing the unusual behavior of several of her partners, Qiyu furrowed her brow and inquired of Qian Mo, "What do you intend to do? Does Qian know you are seeking me?" "She would never permit her match to treat me in such a manner." "This is of little importance," Qian Mo declared, producing 10 vials of nutritional supplements, each laced with his serpent venom. He extended the vials towards Qiyu. "If you and your partner each consume one, I shall spare your lives." The villa housed 9 males, precisely those who had accompanied Qiyu into the forest. "What is this?" Qiyu demanded. "What is your true intention?" "I cannot believe you would dare to endanger my partners with what you claim are mere nutritional supplements." Qian Mo initially refrained from offering an explanation, yet, out of goodwill for Qian's earlier defense, she took it upon herself to clarify. "The matter concerning the divine fire must not be associated with Qian. It is imperative that you all forget this incident." Qiyu comprehended the situation. It was said that the purple Qian king snake lineage possessed a unique ability to erase memories of events they desired to be forgotten. However, Qiyu was perplexed as to why Qian Mo insisted that Qian remain unlinked to the divine fire. Was Qian's life on the central star truly unsatisfactory? A multitude of questions swirled within Qiyu's mind, yet, confronted by Qian Mo's blood-red, murderous gaze, she found herself unable to utter a single word. "I am willing to partake in this, but you must swear to the beast god that you will not harm me, my partner, or Qian." "Very well, I swear." Qian Mo solemnly vowed to the beast god. "I, Qian Mo, pledge never to harm my female sovereign, nor will I bring harm to Qiyu or her partner in this instance." This time, Qiyu accepted the nutritional supplement and administered it to her 9 partners, consuming the final vial herself. As she observed everyone collapsing to the ground, Qian Mo advanced, her abilities penetrating their minds, manipulating the toxins within to alter their memories. Subsequently, she instructed her subordinates to carry the incapacitated individuals back to their quarters. Upon awakening, they would retain only the recollections of the female named Yin Li and the statements made in the video. In the forest, Jin Xiao had been tirelessly searching for Luo Qian since being hurled away by the force of the explosion. He had uncovered Luo Qian's details and realized that she was the female who had saved him that night. He also learned that Luo Qian was the female partner assigned to him by the beast god system a few days prior. Now, Jin Xiao was filled with regret, lamenting the foolishness of having rejected the opportunity to become her partner. Had he known it would unfold this way, he would have personally sought her out to discuss the dissolution of their match. Upon meeting her, recognizing her as the female he sought, he would have never broached the subject of severing their bond. Luo Qian, her name resonated beautifully. Yet, she must surely hate him now. "Young master," Jin Yao excitedly approached, having just received news from the city. "Luo Qian and her partner have returned home. She is well and unharmed." Upon hearing that Luo Qian had returned, a smile finally broke through Jin Zhao's previously serious demeanor. "I shall go to her house at once." "Young master, please wait a moment." Jin Yao hurriedly halted him. "I received a message on my way here. You should look at this first." He displayed the footage of Yin Li from that time to Jin Xiao. "This female, Yin Li, is the one you rescued from the clutches of the 8th-tier beast that day. I have confirmed that the divine fire descended that night to save Luo Qian, not her. Her intentions are to usurp Luo Qian's opportunity to ascend to the central star." Jin Yao had conducted his investigation with remarkable speed. Both he and the young master had witnessed the divine fire's descent in the forest that night. Only 3 females had been present: Yin Li, Qiyu, and Luo Qian. Since Yin Li had just separated from them, it could not have been her. Jin Yao further investigated Qiyu and confirmed it was not her either, leaving only Luo Qian as the possibility. The audacity of this female to seize what rightfully belongs to Luo Qian is utterly detestable. Jin Zhao's demeanor turned sour as he addressed Jin Yao, instructing him to issue a clarification report, asserting that she did not encounter Shen Hua that fateful night. With fervor, Jin Yao nodded, eager to undertake this task. Their young master had severed his pairing with the female Luo Qian due to a misunderstanding. It was imperative to rectify this situation and afford the young master an opportunity to atone before her. Within the villa, Qian Mo had just returned when he overheard Hu Yan, clutching a lump of coal, berating someone through the light brain. Is this Jin Xiao out of his mind? What's wrong? Qian Mo inquired, reverting to his typically obedient demeanor at home. Hu Yan displayed the light brain to Qian Mo, exclaiming, after arduously placing that silverly female on the trending topics, presenting her as the one saved by Shen Hua, this Jin Xiao inexplicably emerges to refute it, claiming she is lying. He insists that he was the one who vanquished the 8th-tier beast and that he saved Silverly, asserting that Shen Hua did not rescue her at all. Does he even comprehend how many star coins I spent to achieve this trending status? Hu Yan was beside himself with rage. He turned to Qian Mo, asking, do you have confidence in taking care of this foolish bird? Qian Mo squinted at the information on the light brain. It's feasible, albeit somewhat troublesome. The Jinqi Daping clan and RZ Xian Wang Snake clan have always been bitter rivals, frequently clashing, with fatalities not uncommon. However, as the young master of the Jinqi Daping clan, his demise would certainly lead to complications. The nine Qing in Hu Yan's arms twitched at Qian Mo's response. These two individuals were becoming increasingly audacious, brazenly asserting their intent to kill Jin Xiao without consideration of the repercussions. Shouldn't they devise a strategy to ensure their own safety after his death? Chapter 39. Qian Mo pondered, why would this foolish bird act in such a manner? He stared perplexly at the declaration on the light brain. Did he harbor a grudge against this silverly female? Upon recalling the information he had just discovered, Hu Yan could not help but roll his eyes. His actions were not personal. They were motivated by the interests of the female master. Hu Yan elaborated. I just found out that Jin Xiao has been searching for a savior recently, who happens to be a female. Based on his descriptions, I can assert with confidence that he is seeking our female master. Not to mention, that dilapidated third-hand hovercar belonging to our female master is truly one of a kind. It is unlikely any other female would drive such an old and shabby vehicle. Qian Mo replied, so, this foolish bird is repaying kindness with malice? He truly deserves it. Hu Yan continued to expend star coins to push for trending topics, striving to suppress Jin Xiao's declaration. However, given the Jinqi Daping clan's esteemed status, this declaration proved quite resilient. After a moment's contemplation, Hu Yan quietly conveyed to Qian Mo, this foolish bird cannot die just yet. I will seek him out and persuade him to retract the statement. He must not encounter the female master. After I leave, you should take her away and spend a few days at your hunter alliance. I believe she will surely enjoy it. With the prospect of accompanying Luo Qian on an outing, Qian Mo was more than agreeable. He was aware that Luo Qian had not departed from Planet 268 since his arrival. Fox Yan entrusted the coal ball to Qian Mo, also transferring the control of his private star route to him. Utilize my star route. This will make the journey more comfortable for the female master. Once I have resolved matters with Jin Xiao, I shall seek you out. After Fox Yan left, Qian Mo ascended the stairs to call for Luo Qian. Knock, knock, knock. Qian Mo extended his hand and rapped lightly on Luo Qian's door. After a minute and more, Luo Qian groggily rose to open the door.
Xuan Montak.
Do you require something of me? He yawned, leaning feebly against the door frame, squinting at the man standing before him. His hair, tousled from sleep, had several unruly strands sticking up. Qian Mo gazed at the soft and fragrant little female master, his Adam's apple bobbing heavily. Beasts possess ancestral memories, particularly the serpent clan, which has a significant demand in that regard. Thus, their lineage, aside from the dragon clan, is one of the most extensive among beast tribes. Qian, I wish to take you to reside at the Hunters' Alliance for a few days. Would you like to go? To the Hunters' Alliance? Upon hearing this, Luo Qian was instantly awake. Are we leaving now? Qian Mo nodded. Prepare yourself. We shall depart at once. Is it so urgent? Luo Qian pondered. What of Fox Yan? Is he joining us? Qian Mo shook his head. He has matters to attend to elsewhere. Once he is finished, he will come to the Alliance to find us. Fox Yan's hasty departure suggested that there was trouble afoot. Luo Qian scrutinized Qian Mo, his eyes shifting slightly. What could have prompted Fox Yan to leave in such haste? Qian Mo wished to shield Luo Qian from the knowledge of the divine fire, fearing it would burden her heart and dampen her spirits. I am not entirely certain. Fox Qian received a message and left. Is that so? Luo Qian straightened from his position against the door frame and approached Qian Mo. Through the thin fabric, he gently prodded his finger against Qian Mo's chest. Qian Mo felt as though he had been jolted by electricity, his entire being quivering. Qian. His heart thundered, and his throat constricted. Witnessing his anxious demeanor, Luo Qian wrapped his arms around his neck, rising onto his toes to tenderly plant a kiss upon the corner of his mouth. The warmth and softness of the contact plunged Qian Mo's mind into a void.
Boom.
It felt as if something within him had detonated. The overwhelming excitement made his heart race uncontrollably. She had initiated a kiss.
Sure.
Luo Qian placed his cool, soft fingertip against Qian Mo's lips, the gentle brush of his soft mouth against his ear accompanied by a playful bite on his earlobe, applying a slight pressure. Hiss. The warm breath mingled with a subtle sting on his earlobe sent Qian Mo's body into an uncontrollable tremor. Qian Mo was taken aback. Mo. Tell me what Fox Qian is up to. Are you concealing something from me? Luo Qian's gentle voice, imbued with a warm minty fragrance, incessantly stimulated Qian Mo. He felt as though his mind and mouth had taken on a life of their own, possessing thoughts of their own. After Luo Qian finished speaking, her mind communicated her thoughts through her lips. Qian, Huyen has gone to handle matters concerning Jin Xiao and Xinhua. Rest assured, we will ensure that this incident does not implicate you. Jin Xiao? Xinhua? Luo Qian furrowed her brow, quickly releasing Qian Mo. The name Jin Xiao seemed familiar to her. As she pondered, she suddenly recalled that this individual was her match. She swiftly activated her light brain and, indeed, found Jin Xiao's name on the initial list of matches. It dawned on her that he was the first matchmaker who had sent someone to her to dissolve their pairing. She turned to Qian Mo and inquired, what has happened with this Jin Xiao? And what was that about Xinhua? Qian Mo, feeling suddenly unburdened, returned to his senses. He gazed at the serious Luo Qian, biting his lip in a display of grievance. How could Qian subject him to such intense interrogation? Oh, dear. He was truly at his wit's end. Fortunately, his resolve was strong, and he did not capitulate before her. Qian Mo recounted the events to Luo Qian, deliberately omitting the details of poisoning Qi Yu and her partner. After listening, Luo Qian pondered with her chin in hand. So, the fiery orb that descended from the heavens that night was indeed Xinhua. Thank the beast god for rescuing her from that repugnant 11th tier insectoid. However, did Jin Xiao truly lack common sense? He had already dissolved their match. What was his motive for interfering in this matter? Neither Qian Mo nor Huyen was aware that Jin Xiao was also Luo Qian's match. However, upon learning this, Qian Mo felt an even greater urge to eliminate that foolish bird. Qian, Huyen, and I discovered that Jin Xiao has been searching for a small female to rescue him. We now know that you are that very female. He may have deduced your location and feels that Ainley has usurped your opportunity to ascend to the central star, which explains his actions. After speaking, Qian Mo anxiously asked Luo Qian, Qian, Jin Xiao is likely to approach you soon. Do you wish to meet him? Why would I want to see him after we've dissolved our match? Luo Qian decisively shook her head. She suspected that Jin Xiao might be the injured blonde from that night. When she saved him, he had already compensated her, and since they had dissolved their match, there was no need for a meeting. Rather than meeting an irrelevant individual, Luo Qian was far more intrigued by the Hunter Alliance. Qian Mo, didn't you say you would take me to the Hunter Alliance? I will pack my things now, and be ready to depart in half an hour. At last, she had the opportunity to leave Star 268 and explore other realms. Previously, she had refrained from venturing too far alone for safety reasons. But now, with Qian Mo by her side, she could finally traverse the stars. The mere thought thrilled her immensely. Chirp. After tumbling down the stairs multiple times, the little coal ball finally climbed up and, upon hearing Luo Qian's intentions to go to the Hunter Alliance, flapped its wings excitedly, rolling and scrambling to her feet. Chirp. Little female, if you go to the Hunter Alliance, you must take me, and you buy with you. Chapter 40. His Highness, the Second Prince, has a bent stick.
Coal ball.
As Luo Qian observed the small creature striving to climb onto her leg, she extended her hand and lifted it up, smiling as she inquired. Do you wish to join me in the Hunter's Alliance? Chirp chirp. The little coal ball nodded vigorously, then tilted its head to draw a horizontal line in the palm of her hand. Chirp chirp. Where is you by? The little female placed Yu Bai into the pocket of her combat suit and returned to her room. She ought to have treated Yu Bai well, right?
Xua Montak.
Watching this unsightly creature vying for Luo Qian's affection felt an overwhelming urge to swallow it whole. Indeed, the little being possessed a certain spirit. Yet the empire was replete with spirited birds. How could it possibly have the audacity to seek favor from a female with such a hideous appearance? Unaware of Qianmo's predatory gaze, Luo Qian observed the coal ball as it incessantly drew horizontal and vertical lines in her palm with its beak. Initially perplexed, she suddenly recalled the stick that had been protruding from the coal ball when they first met. "Coal ball, do you wish for that stick from me?"
she asked.
The coal ball nodded furiously. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Yes. And you buy? As Luo Qian thought of the stick, her eyes widened in realization. And she slapped her forehead with her hand. Oh no, I seem to have accidentally tossed it into the washing machine along with my clothes. Jiu Qing. He looked at Luo Qian in confusion. What stick? Luo Qian had no time to explain. She hurriedly cradled the coal ball and sped off to retrieve her combat suit. The suit had been cleaned and dried, neatly placed in the wardrobe by the intelligent robot. Surely, the washing machine's powerful spinning wouldn't have broken the stick, right? Quickly, she found the combat suit and opened the pocket of her jacket. Good news. The stick was intact. Bad news. It was bent. Feeling guilty, she placed it before the coal ball. I'm really sorry, coal ball, I bent your stick. Jiu Qing. Witnessing the transformation of his once straight friend into its current state, the second prince covered his face with his dark wings, unable to bear the sight. Qian glanced at the stick on the table, a frown creasing his brow. It seemed oddly familiar, yet he could not recall where he had seen it before. Not wishing to see Luo Qian's face filled with remorse, he suggested, "How about I try to straighten it out?" The coal ball immediately bristled at this suggestion. Like an eagle guarding its chick, it concealed the stick behind itself, eyeing Qian warily and issuing 2 warning calls. Chirp chirp. This canine surely harbored ill intentions. If Yu Bai were in his hands, it would likely not be straightened, but rather broken. Seeing the coal ball's vehement opposition, Luo Qian shook her head at Qian. Perhaps it's best to leave it as is. What if it breaks again? She had actually wanted to straighten it out, but seeing the coal ball's disapproval, she decided against it. The coal ball picked up the bent stick with its beak and, with its tiny legs, hurried over to the far right side of the table, where Luo Qian kept a small flower pot. It placed the stick down, hopped onto the pot, and began to dig up the petite flower with its claws, subsequently planting the stick in its place. With a gentle push, he nudged the flower pot toward Luo Qian. Qian gazed at the palm-sized pot, which housed a dark, charred stick, and his lips twitched slightly. Could this wretched thing, so blackened, possibly thrive? Luo Qian shared his skepticism. However, considering it was coal ball's cherished possession, she refrained from voicing her doubts, feeling sympathy instead for the small wildflower she had nurtured. If coal ball wished to care for it, so be it. After all, it was merely a worthless flower pot. These were quite inexpensive. 1 star coin could procure 5. Luo Qian carefully replanted the small wildflower, which coal ball had unearthed, into another pot, ensuring that the robot was programmed to water, fertilize, and aerate it regularly. Handing both coal ball and the stick to Qian, she began to tidy her belongings. Qian watched her, torn between a desire to assist and uncertainty about what she needed. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he finally mustered the courage to ask Luo Qian, regarding the matter of the divine fire. I acted without consulting you, and are you truly not upset? Having just broached the subject of the divine fire, Qian braced himself for her ire. He recognized that he and Hu Yan had indeed overstepped. They should have sought her counsel and acted in accordance with her wishes. Luo Qian paused her tasks, looking earnestly at Qian. I cannot say I am angry, for your intentions were for my benefit. However, I am not entirely pleased either, and I have no grounds to reproach you. Qian, remember this. Should such a situation arise again, you must inform me beforehand. This concerns my own self, and I have the right to be informed. As for the subsequent actions, I hope we can discuss them together. Luo Qian understood that Qian and the others acted out of concern for her, yet they could not cloak their decisions in goodwill while keeping her in the dark. What if their actions did not align with her desires? Qian, I acknowledge my mistake. From now on, regardless of what transpires, I will inform you immediately. I will act according to your wishes, and I shall not take liberties again. Upon hearing this, Luo Qian smiled and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. Acknowledging one's errors and striving for improvement is commendable, my dear Mo. I look forward to your future endeavors. Qian Mo, unexpectedly grinning, found his lips curving upwards uncontrollably. He nodded vigorously. Yes, I shall certainly strive to perform well.
Ah.
My beloved Qian has kissed me again. She is simply wonderful. Luo Qian had only a few items to pack, and within half an hour, she was ready. Eagerly, she stepped out with Qian Mo. Meanwhile, Huyan soon encountered the golden owl returning from the forest. Young Master Jin Shao, it has been quite a while, he greeted, elegantly settling into the floating vehicle's lounge, a cheerful smile gracing his face. Jin Shao was already aware that Huyan was Luo Qian's match, having spent the past few days by her side. Observing this unexpected visit from the male, he felt a surge of excitement. Did Luo Qian send you to find me? Did she see the statement I made to clarify things for her? Did she intentionally send you to seek me out? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. If Luo Qian had sent Huyan to him, perhaps it signified that she was not upset over his earlier actions to dissolve their match. In a fleeting moment, Jin Zhao's mind conjured countless scenarios. He had even envisioned names for the offspring he would have with Luo Qianxing. Unbeknownst to him, Huyan observed Jin Shao with a mocking smile, his words cascading over Jin Shao like icy shards in the frigid winter, freezing all of his fanciful thoughts. You think too much. My matriarch would rather see you dead. Jin Shao stammered, What? Luo Qian wants me dead?
Why?
His astonishment was palpable. Of course, it's due to your so-called good deed. Huyan tossed the statement Jin Shao had issued before him. Qian Mo and I painstakingly extricated the matriarch from this predicament, and yet you insist on dragging her back into it. Are you out of your mind? Chapter 41. Indeed, one cannot judge a beast by its appearance. I am not. I did not. It wasn't me, Jin Shao vehemently denied in rapid succession. He endeavored to elucidate to Huyan, everything I did was for Luo Qian. That female named Ainli is lying. It was clearly Luo Qian whom the divine fire saved. Ainli's actions would not only rob Luo Qian of her opportunity to ascend to Central Star but also strip her of all the elite resources the Empire has to offer. Huyan scoffed derisively, opportunity to go to Central Star? Elite resources?
Pa.
He pointed at Jin Shao. We both grew up on Central Star, mingling with its most illustrious beastmen. Tell me, do you truly remain ignorant of the lives led by those females saved by the divine fire once they reach Central Star? Do you genuinely believe such a life is desirable? Jin Shao bit his lip, at a loss for how to respond to Huyan's probing questions. He was well aware of the grim realities those females faced. But Luo Qian was different. He would protect her. With this thought, he felt he had found a compelling justification. He turned to Huyan, speaking earnestly, I will protect Luo Qian. I won't let her endure the same fate as those females.
Huh?
Huyan, observing Jin Zhao's earnest demeanor, could hardly contain his laughter. Can you perhaps enhance that walnut-sized brain of yours? You claim you can protect my matriarch. What means do you possess to safeguard her? The only reason you find yourself on Star 268 is that your dear brother has schemed against you. If it weren't for my matriarch, you would have already met the beast god. If you cannot even protect yourself, how can you hope to shield my matriarch? This foolish bird must be jesting. Jin Shao felt his face flush with embarrassment at Huyan's words. He stammered, this time was an accident. Yet Huyan refused to entertain such feeble justifications. You may encounter accidents once, twice, 100 times without anyone caring, but my matriarch cannot afford even a single mishap. Jin Shao. Huyan, feeling he had indulged this foolish bird enough, impatiently queried Jin Shao, are you going to retract that statement or not? My matriarch is quite enraged at present. I had to speak highly of you in her presence to persuade her to allow me to engage with you in a polite and friendly manner regarding this matter. If you disagree, next time it could be Xuanma. You have heard of the methods employed by that mad serpent. He is certainly not as easy to converse with as I am. Withdraw. Jin Shao immediately summoned Jin Yao, instructing him to retract the statement and draft a new one, admitting to the mistake and offering apologies to the female named Ainli. Furthermore, he ordered the acquisition of 2 trending topics to facilitate the imperial government's swift transfer of her to the Central Star. Jin Yao was taken aback, perplexed as to why his young master suddenly desired such a statement. Was the young master no longer inclined to assist his own mate? Apologizing to someone named Ainli, was the young master willing to sacrifice his dignity? This was an apology broadcasted publicly, a severe blow to his pride. Jin Yao harbored numerous questions, yet faced with his young master as stern and somber expression, he dared not utter a word. obediently complying with the directives given. In no time, the previous statement was deleted and the apology was published. Subsequently, he arranged for several trending topics for the female named Ainli. After accomplishing all these tasks, Jin Yao respectfully reported to Jin Shao, "Young master, everything has been prepared as you instructed." "Very well, you may leave." Jin Shao waved his hand. Once Jin Yao exited, he turned to Hu Yan and remarked, "Everything has been arranged as you suggested." "That is as it should be," Hu Yan said joyfully, approaching and draping an arm over Jin Shao's shoulder. "I have always believed you to be a remarkably reliable brother." As he spoke, he opened his holographic terminal and sent Jin Shao a string of bills. "Due to your influence, I have squandered a significant amount of star coins. Shouldn't a good brother reimburse me?" Jin Zhao's lips twitched as he glanced at the extensive list of expenses. Over 100 billion star coins? Had this fellow purchased trending topics or battleships? Nevertheless, in light of Luo Qian's friendship, he indeed reimbursed Hu Yan, transferring 100 billion star coins directly from his terminal. After all, Hu Yan had spent the most time by Luo Qian's side. He certainly understood her best. If he wished to seek her forgiveness, he would require Hu Yan's assistance. Once the transfer was complete, Jin Shao anxiously inquired, "Brother, I wish to see Luo Qian. Can you assist me?" Hu Yan, delighted by the recently received 100 billion star coins, laughed and patted Jin Shao's shoulder. "Rest assured, given our good relationship, I will certainly help you. Wait for my news. I'll go back and sincerely persuade the female master to calm down, and then arrange a suitable time for you to meet her." He then earnestly cautioned Jin Shao, "Brother, you must wait for my message. Do not attempt to see the female master alone. If she remains upset and sees you, it could worsen the situation." Jin Shao nodded seriously. "I understand. You can rest assured. I will definitely heed your advice and await your news." It is said that the nine-tailed Red Fox clan is exceedingly cunning. Yet he found Hu Yan to be an exceptionally good friend. Having completed his tasks, Hu Yan was eager to leave Jin Shao's presence and swiftly departed. He immediately transferred the 100 billion star coins that Jin Shao had just sent to Luo Qian, then smirked coldly. The foolish Jin Shao still yearns to see his female master? That is but a dream. While Luo Qian was admiring the vast cosmic sea of stars on the stellar track, she was momentarily taken aback by the sudden transfer of 10 billion star coins from Hu Yan. This fox has truly undergone a transformation. To bestow upon her such a substantial sum all at once was unexpected. Luo Qian inquired, "Why this sudden generosity?" Hu Yan replied, "My lady, these star coins are a compensation from Jin Shao. He acknowledges his error, realizing that his foolishness nearly endangered you, and wishes to atone." Hu Yan continued, "Rest assured, my lady, you should accept these star coins. Jin Shao would feel uneasy if you were to refuse." Additionally, Hu Yan conveyed, "Jin Shao expresses his deepest apologies. He believes he should no longer face you, hence he promises never to appear before you again." As Luo Qian read Hu Yan's message, she accepted the star coins with a sense of relief. She turned to Qian Mo beside her and remarked that Jin Shao, despite his flaws, still managed to handle matters effectively. When she had saved him, he had prepared his reward even before she had spoken. Qian Mo harbored a desire to eliminate that foolish bird, Jin Shao, but dared not reveal his thoughts in front of Luo Qian. Upon hearing her praise for Jin Shao, he chuckled and said, Qian, one can discern appearances, but not the heart. This Jin Shao may seem capable, yet his private dealings are rather nefarious. As the heir of the Golden-Winged Rock clan, he is embroiled in treachery and deceit. Just consider, if he lacked cunning, could he possibly maintain his position as heir? Luo Qian, who had watched her fair share of palace intrigue dramas before her transmigration, was instantly reminded of the conniving princes in such shows. The ruthless power struggles, akin to the 9 dragons contending for the throne, sent a shiver down her spine. Indeed, one must not judge a beast by its appearance. She, a mere Kalami, would scarcely survive among such individuals. Chapter 1, first 2 paragraphs. Chapter 42. Do you like it? The Hunter Alliance headquarters is established on Star 1. The stellar track traverses the vast expanse of the cosmos at light speed. Within a day, Luo Qian's private stellar track arrived at Star 1. Star 1 is the closest planet to the central star and is said to be 100 times the size of Star 268. Initially, Luo Qian assumed it was large, but only upon descending from the stellar track did she comprehend the vast difference. Why do so many beastmen claim Star 268 is impoverished? The cities of Star 268 are characterized only by towering skyscrapers, devoid of any greenery due to interstellar plant mutations. The scant greenery occasionally spotted resembles the small grass Luo Qian nurtured, yet only the length of a finger. In stark contrast, upon descending from the stellar track, she was greeted by a towering tree that seemed to pierce the clouds. As far as her gaze extended, a vibrant landscape of greenery flourished, and pink petals floated gracefully through the air. These petals, from an unknown exotic plant, were extraordinarily beautiful. As they touched the ground, advanced intelligent robots promptly appeared to tidy up. The ground, paved with starlight stones, was so immaculate that it reflected human silhouettes. On the spacious roads, various high-end hover vehicles soared above, while beastmen transformed into their true forms dashed along the ground. The streets were lined with an array of shops. There are vendors selling beast cores, exotic plants, and even adorably low-tier fantastical creatures. In the starry realms, there are orcs who delight in nurturing such charming, low-tier beasts, particularly the females who hold a special fondness for these creatures. Qian Mo held Luo Qian's hand as they descended the crystalline spiral staircase, step by step. Qian, are you weary? If not, shall I take you shopping? Qian Mo was acutely aware of the female's penchant for shopping. He had deliberately halted the starship here to accompany Luo Qian on her shopping spree. Luo Qian gazed at the myriad of splendid shops, her excitement palpable. Let us go. I've never seen anything like this on Star 268. While Star 268 boasted many shops and grand malls, they primarily offered mundane necessities, entirely lacking in the wondrous exotic plants and beasts. Grasping Qian Mo's hand, she dashed toward a store that specialized in fantastical creatures. In the display case at the entrance, there rested a creature that resembled both a fox and a small rabbit, exuding a gentle luminescence. The little being was no larger than a palm and languidly reclined within its cage. Luo Qian's heart nearly melted at the sight. Having spent 5 years here, she had only encountered formidable and unsightly beasts before, unaware that such exquisite creatures existed. Do you like it, Qian? Qian Mo inquired, glancing at the creature, which was indeed a female and available for purchase. Just as Luo Qian opened her mouth to express her affection, she caught sight of the price tag above the cage and promptly shook her head. It's too small, I don't like it. What treasure could this creature be? Demanding a staggering 10 billion star coins? Are they mad? Luo Qian curiously asked Qian Mo, what else can this creature do besides glow? It can also dig.
Xua Montag replied Ernst Epsilon.
Luo Qian retorted, it glows and digs, and that's worth 10 billion star coins? The owner could easily take your star coins directly, yet they choose to gift you a creature that glows and digs. Qian Mo chuckled, observing Luo Qian's astonished expression, and explained, this creature is called a glowing fox. It remains this size because it possesses no offensive capabilities, yet its beauty makes it a favorite among many females, thus justifying the elevated price. After perusing the shop, Luo Qian discovered that even the most affordable creatures were priced at a minimum of 2 billion star coins. It was evident that affluent planets did not cater to the impoverished. The few million star coins Luo Qian had saved prior to matching with Long Yuan and Qian Mo would scarcely suffice for a single meal here. Truly, the beasts outdo one another. It is infuriating, she mused. Qian, you need not worry about having insufficient star coins. Feel free to purchase whatever you desire. I possess ample star coins, more than enough for your needs. Qian Mo gazed earnestly at Luo Qian, finding her adorable for hesitating to buy these items out of concern for her finances. In truth, this sum was trivial to him. Once we officially become partners, all my assets will be transferred to your name. Then you shall see just how wealthy you truly are. When Qian Mo contemplated the extent of his wealth, he found it genuinely challenging to quantify. Luo Qian looked once more at the glowing fox but ultimately shook her head in refusal. I still harbor a sense of discontent towards it. Currently, I possess sufficient coal balls, so I shall tend to them for now. Acquiring an excessive number of pets would be unmanageable. Primarily, she must focus on her cultivation. Accumulating too many pets would encroach upon her valuable practice time, which is simply unacceptable. Observing her steadfastness in refraining from purchasing any pets, Qian Mo chose to remain silent and guided her to explore other wares. Although she abstained from acquiring pets, Luo Qian indulged in a considerable array of other items, including crystal stones, beast cores, and a selection of compact yet formidable weapons, particularly suitable for self-defense. Ultimately, she procured 2 pots of exotic plants. The fruits of these peculiar plants bore resemblance to cherries and strawberries, yet were distinctly unique. As the cherries were as large as apples, the strawberries grew on trees and bore fruit year-round. For these 2 pots alone, Luo Qian expended a staggering 10 billion star coins. She clutched her chest, wincing at the expense. These items were undeniably costly. Qian, with a smile, packed everything away, reassuring her, Qian, this is hardly expensive. You will soon realize that in the Empire, the most crucial assets are the resources at hand, while star coins are, in fact, the least valuable. Luo Qian reflected, acknowledging her own limited experience. Her austere existence rendered her incapable of fathoming the opulence enjoyed by the orcs at the pinnacle of the Empire. In this moment, she felt akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, captivated by the novelty and intrigue of everything around her. After their shopping excursion, Qian Mo took Luo Qian to a renowned culinary establishment on Star 1. Qian, the chef here is second only to the top chefs on Central Star. Why not sample his culinary creations? Though, I must say, I doubt they can surpass the barbecued meats you prepare. Qian Mo had only ever tasted Luo Qian's cooking, which he deemed the most delectable delicacy in the entire star system. Upon saying this, he handed her a holographic menu. Once opened, the menu showcased the prepared dishes in a stunning 360-degree view, with the food appearing identical to that displayed in the menu, evoking a strong sense of appetite. This was Luo Qian's first experience ordering in such a manner, and she found it rather intriguing. She selected 3 dishes she was somewhat familiar with. Still unaware of Qian Mo's culinary preferences, she passed the menu to him, encouraging him to choose for himself, vowing to remember his tastes in order to prepare his favorite dishes in the future. Noticing that Luo Qian had only ordered 3 dishes, Qian Mo proceeded to select the most popular offerings from the restaurant, ordering them all. There's far too much. We cannot possibly finish all of this, Luo Qian cautioned. With a gentle shake of his head, Qian Mo replied, It matters not. If we cannot consume it all, we shall discard it. My priority is simply for you to enjoy your meal, Qian. A blush crept across Luo Qian's cheeks, her heart swelling with sweetness at his words. This fellow certainly had a knack for charming her. The restaurant was remarkably efficient, and within 10 minutes, all of their ordered dishes were served. The first dish, 18 delicacies of exotic beasts, featured 18 distinct cuts of beast meat, each prepared in a different flavor, presented with exquisite plating. Overjoyed, Luo Qian eagerly grasped her chopsticks, unable to contain her anticipation for a taste. This flavor. On Central Star, Ainley stood in her partner's residence, watching with elation as the latest announcement from Jin Shao illuminated her holographic screen, nearly causing her to leap in joy. Jin Shao has apologized to me.
Now,
All the evidence corroborates that it was indeed I who was saved by the divine fire that night. Soon, we shall indulge in a life of utmost luxury. The companion, known as Luz, glanced at the latest notification that appeared on the light brain, furrowing his brow slightly. My lady, do you not think this matter has progressed too smoothly? It leaves me feeling somewhat unsettled. Luz, why do you always utter words that displease my lady? Another companion of Ainley approached, respectfully offering her a glass of juice, then gently added, My lady, Luz tends to complicate matters that are inherently simple. The descent of the divine fire was witnessed by all. We possess videos and testimonies. It was my lady who was saved. As for that Luo Qian, she is but an orphan, devoid of family. Even if she were matched with a 9th-tier male, the beast god would not favor such a female. If my lady truly feels remorse, she can simply offer her some beast cores as compensation when they next meet. Ainley found merit in her companion's words. Opportunities must be seized by oneself. It was Luo Qian's own inadequacy that led to her plight. She was merely at the 4th tier of cultivation, and the chance to come to Central Star was wasted on her. It would be better suited for me, and when I encounter her in the future, I shall naturally compensate her.
Chapter 43. Kinye Arrives. Ugh.
Luo Qian lay over the restroom of the hovering vehicle, having been retching for several minutes. Qian Mo was anxious and at a loss. Qian, are you truly all right? Shall we go to the hospital? It was all his fault. Had he not insisted on taking Qian out for a meal, she wouldn't be in this state. After several more minutes, Luo Qian finally ceased her dry heaving, mustering enough strength to gesture dismissively at Qian Mo. I'm fine. It was just that alien beast meat that nauseated me. What was that abominable dish? It looked so appetizing, yet tasted like salted fish pickled for a millennium. Tough, fishy, and foul. The stench was overwhelming. Luo Qian had been poor before and had never tasted food prepared by an interstellar chef. Even raw alien beast meat couldn't have been that dreadful. How could anyone ruin it to such an extent? Moreover, for that heap of inedible fare, they dared to charge 20 billion star coins. Such blatant robbery. Seeing Luo Qian's face turn pale from vomiting, Qian Mo felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. He took out a fruit-flavored nutrient solution and handed it to Luo Qian. Qian. This one tastes better. In the self-driving hovering vehicle, there was no kitchen. After all the commotion, Luo Qian was indeed hungry. She accepted the nutrient solution and quickly drank it. Comparatively, it was rather delightful. Qian Mo, do you not find that food utterly repulsive? Once she had regained her composure, Luo Qian curiously inquired. How could such atrocious fare attract so many patrons? Qian Mo replied, indeed, the taste is far from exquisite, but compared to raw alien beast meat, and in contrast to the nutrient solution that merely sustains the bodily functions of beast men, this choice is the best available. Beast men, after all, prefer the sensation of being full. In ancient lore, it is said that orcs initially consumed exotic beasts whole. However, as these creatures evolved, their flesh could no longer be ingested directly. Instead, it required special preparation and cooking before it could be consumed. Otherwise, one could only rely on the nutritional extracts derived from the exotic meats. Upon hearing this explanation from Qian Mo, Luo Qian understood. Gently caressing the face of her obedient little snake, she spoke tenderly. Qian Mo, should you desire any dish in the future, just let me know, and I shall teach you how to prepare it. If time permits, I will cook for you. She felt a pang of sympathy for her little snake, reflecting on its past hardships. How she longed to embrace it. Before long, the hover vehicle came to a halt before the imposing edifice of the Interstellar Hunters Alliance in the commercial district. Initially, Qian Mo intended to take Luo Qian back to rest, but she could not contain her curiosity about the fabled headquarters of the Interstellar Hunters Alliance. Qian Mo took Luo Qian's hand and exited the vehicle. As Luo Qian beheld the towering skyscraper before her, her eyes widened in astonishment. Qian Mo, is this entire building yours? It seems to stretch into the clouds, with no fewer than several hundred floors. She noticed numerous signs bearing the Alliance's insignia surrounding them. Surely this entire area does not belong solely to the Interstellar Hunters Alliance? Qian, you are mistaken, Qian Mo replied. This building is not mine. It now belongs to you. Pointing to the surrounding high-rises, Qian Mo continued, these over here, and those over there, they are all yours. Upon forming a pair bond, all of the male's assets are transferred to the female, who subsequently allocates a monthly allowance for the male's living expenses. Luo Qian, eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed, am I truly this wealthy now? The area boasted not only 20 skyscrapers, but was also adorned with a plethora of exotic flora. The 2 pots of exotic plants she had just purchased for 10 billion star coins were now seen in abundance around her. Do you still find joy in this place? Qian Mo inquired anxiously, aware that the conditions on Planet 1 were limited, and the Hunters Alliance could only achieve such a structure. I absolutely adore it. Luo Qian responded, unable to contain her delight. She felt as though she had struck gold. Simply by having the beast god bestow upon her a partner, she had acquired such a magnificent building. It was as if she would awaken from a dream, laughing with joy. Qian Mo, you are truly remarkable. Flushed with the compliment, Qian Mo modestly replied, I am not as extraordinary as you think. The Hunters Alliance is not the most formidable organization, merely holding a steady second position. No, in my eyes. You are the most formidable. Luo Qian generously praised her partner. Qian Mo, do take me inside to explore. With a bashful nod, Qian Mo grasped Luo Qian's hand and opened the grand entrance of the central building, leading her inside. What astonished Luo Qian even more was the internal architecture of the edifice. It was an artificially constructed ecological space. Upon entering, it felt less like stepping into a building and more akin to wandering into a primeval forest. However, the flora within had been meticulously pruned by human hands. Various exotic beasts were housed here, and traversing this space did not require legs but rather a small internal hover vehicle. As Luo Qian sat within the vehicle, gazing out at the sights beyond the window in sheer amazement, she exclaimed, Qian Mo, are all these exotic plants real? And what of those enclosed beasts? Are they real as well? Indeed, they are all authentic, Qian Mo affirmed. As Qian Mo drove, he spoke to Luo Qian. The interiors of these buildings are crafted from spatial stones, You can envision this edifice as a miniature forest. Our office spaces are scattered throughout this verdant expanse. The exotic beasts housed here are of exceedingly rare breeds, their cores imbued with exceptionally pure energy. We are not only engaged in hunting them, but also in studying them, aspiring to expedite their reproduction through the methods of beastmen. Luo Qian understood, realizing why she had never encountered these peculiar creatures before. What about the exotic plants? Are they for cultivation? Qian Mo shook his head. The exotic plants cannot be cultivated. Even if they could be, there would be significant discrepancies from the originals. They are nurtured here to harvest their fruits, some of which are directly distributed as rewards to the Alliance's staff. Others are custom orders from the Central Star. Once the fruits ripen, they are picked and sent to the designated clients. I never imagined the Hunter Alliance had such a multitude of operations. Qian, allow me to take you to my office. Qian Mo's office was the largest within the Alliance, surrounded by an array of rare exotic plants, and inhabited by many beasts Luo Qian had never seen before. At the heart of these exotic flora and fauna stood a wooden house spanning over 1,000 square meters. The wood was of an unknown but evidently precious material. The house was enveloped in a green energy shield that Luo Qian had not encountered before. It was clearly different from the rudimentary energy shields of her previous residence. As their hover car approached, the energy shield automatically opened a gap, permitting entry. Qian. I usually reside here, but I also have an estate on the first star. Females may not find such a place to their liking. After your tour here, I shall take you to the estate for some rest.
No.
I absolutely adore this place. Luo Qian was genuinely enamored with her surroundings. It's simply incredible. As they exited the vehicle and stepped into the grand entrance of the living room, a remarkably lifelike advanced intelligent robot approached Luo Qian, stating, "Esteemed master, welcome home. There is a male named Qian outside who wishes to see you. Would you like to meet him? Is it speaking to me?" Luo Qian looked uncertainly at Qian Mo. He nodded. "Before our arrival, I granted you all permissions here. Qian, you are now the master of this place." Luo Qian gazed at Qian Mo, touched by his gesture that provided her with a profound sense of security. From the outset, he had unreservedly shown her the greatest sincerity. Unable to restrain herself, she embraced his waist tightly. "Qian Mo, you are truly wonderful." Qian Mo, flattered by the compliment, felt a flush rise to his cheeks. Summoning his courage, he gently kissed Luo Qian's cheek. "Qian, you are also remarkable. When I received the notification from the Beast God system, I was indeed apprehensive. I feared that the female match to me would disdain my cold-blooded beastman nature, and would not like me. Yet you did not. Not only did you not dislike me, but you have also treated me with such kindness. To have encountered you is my greatest fortune." Qian Mo understood that Luo Qian had always led a feminine existence, with her closest companion being the female named Qiyu. Qiyu treated her partner rather well. Thus Luo Qian had little understanding of how most females interacted with their companions. Earlier, when he had taken the initiative to kiss Qian, she had not been angered. Instead, she beamed with joy, her eyes curving like crescent moons, utterly delightful. He longed to kiss her once more. "Esteemed master, Qian requests an audience with you once more. Shall I grant him entry?" The voice of the simulated intelligent robot reverberated, abruptly shattering the intimate atmosphere between Qian Mo and Luo Qian. Blushing, Qian Mo turned to Luo Qian. "Qian, do you know Qian?" Luo Qian nearly forgot the robot's mention of Qian. After a moment's contemplation, she activated her holographic device and glanced at the list of matches. Confirming her recollection, she replied to Qian Mo, "He is one of my matches, but he transferred funds to me long ago, requesting to terminate our match." "Then what does he seek from you now?"
Xuan Montag inquiret, Eyebrows knitted in Konfusion.
Luo Qian pondered, "I have just arrived at the Hunter Alliance. How does Qian know I am here? He cannot possibly be one of your Hunter Alliance members, can he? He is not a member of the Hunter Alliance. He is a renowned mech master within the Empire. All the advanced warships currently utilized by the Imperial Army were crafted by him. Moreover, he designed all the existing mechas and high-end hover vehicles. He is an exceptionally rare genius, constantly protected by the Empire's most formidable ability users. Possessing the highest authority within the Imperial system, he can easily trace your whereabouts. Qian, it may be prudent for you to meet with him." Qian Mo stated with utmost seriousness. Given Qin Ji's complex identity, his visit to see Luo Qian could pose complications if she chose to ignore him. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Qian nodded. Very well, I shall meet him and ascertain his intentions. After granting access, Qian Mo allowed Qin Ge to approach the wooden cabin. 10 minutes later, Qin Ge appeared in the living room. He was disheveled, his clothing soiled, and one lens of his glasses was broken. His blue eyes gazed longingly at Luo Qian, his entire demeanor suggesting a state of distress, as if he had been through an explosion. For reasons unknown, Luo Qian felt a twinge of guilt under his gaze. What brings you here? Luo Qian inquired, sitting beside Qian Mo, addressing him directly. He was accompanied by a formidable male ability user of the 10th rank, otherwise, she would not have felt inclined to be so courteous. After all, it was he who had requested the termination of their match, and she had readily acquiesced. Why did he appear so melancholic, as though she had wronged him? Noting Luo Qian's displeasure, Qin Ge felt even more aggrieved. With a hoarse voice he began, Mistress, why did you remove me? Was the amount of star coins I provided insufficient? Luo Qian was taken aback by Qin Ji's pitiful expression, bewildered by his inquiry. Did you not request to terminate our match and ask me to remove you? Qin Ge felt as though the sky itself had fallen. He gazed at Luo Qian, his eyes instantly reddening, as if he were on the verge of tears. My lady, have you truly applied to terminate our bond? Indeed. Luo Qian nodded. When you reached out to me, was it not to dissolve our connection? Surely, she must have misunderstood his intentions, or so she hoped. Surely not. Qin Ge felt even more aggrieved. I have never expressed a desire to sever our bond. I was genuinely preoccupied. The military has been pressing me to deliver a new batch of warships. When you messaged me, I had not rested for half a month. I was indeed swamped, barely finding time to consume nutrient solutions, nearly collapsing in the manufacturing lab. Luo Qian, Qin Ge, I transferred you some star coins, believing you would appreciate them. To my astonishment, you blocked me. Even more surprising was that not only did you block me, but you also applied to terminate our bond. Fortunately, I managed to seek you out after finishing my tasks. The window for terminating our bond had not yet closed. Otherwise, I would have lost you. Beside them stood the elder, a 10th-tier male psychic, Qin Jian, who anxiously interjected on Qin Ji's behalf. Esteemed Luo Qian, my dear Qin Ge is certainly not lying. The batch of warships he was working on was destined for the outer battlefield. He simply could not pause his work to meet you. He harbored no intention of dissolving your bond. My Qin Ge is the most obedient and affectionate. He rushed to see you immediately after completing that batch of warships, not even pausing to tidy himself or rest. We first went to Star 268, found you absent, and only then tracked you down here. What a misunderstanding it was. Luo Qian looked at the aggrieved man before her and offered him an apologetic and friendly smile. Qin Ge, what are your intentions now? Qin Ge was forthright and candid. I wish to be bonded with you, my lady. I do not wish to terminate our connection. Qin Jian vigorously nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. In our Lion Tiger Beast clan, we have never been rejected by our ladies. Luo Qian turned her gaze to Qian Mo. Qian Mo smiled and said, Qin Qin Ge is your match. No matter your decision, I will support you. Luo Qian nodded. Since it was her misunderstanding of Qin Ge, the fault lay with her. She looked at Qin Ge earnestly and said, Qin Ge, I can apply to retract the termination of our bond, but you must think carefully. A match can only apply for termination once.
I understand. Qin Ye replied solemnly, nodding.
I have no regrets. I wish to be bonded with you. Very well. Luo Qian activated her holographic computer and swiftly retracted the application to terminate her bond with Qin Ge.
Done.
I have rescinded the application. You are once again my match. Will you stay, or will you return? Before Luo Qian could finish her sentence, a sudden flash of white light enveloped the man before her, and in the next moment, a small, light blue lion tiger beast appeared at her feet. The creature, no larger than a kitten, rolled playfully on the ground before scampering to Luo Qian's side. Luo Qian, Qin Jian awkwardly explained, Qin Ge has exhausted his psychic energy during the shipbuilding process. Now I can no longer maintain my human form. Luo Qian, I must return to report, and for the next few days, I kindly ask you to look after Qin Ge. In a few days, once he has regained his abilities, all shall be well. With that, Qin Jian dashed away in a flash. Chapter 45. The second prince was devoured by Qin Ge. Luo Qian gazed down at the little lion tiger beast, who was incessantly mewing at her feet like a kitten, and reached down to scoop it up. Ow woo, ow woo. Not only had it lost its abilities, but it could no longer articulate human speech. Luo Qian. Qin Ge nestled in her embrace, rubbing against her affectionately. Ow woo, ow woo. It was evident that he was immensely pleased. Luo Qian glanced at her future partner, now transformed into a small kitten, and then directed her attention to Qian Mo. Qian Mo, if one's abilities are depleted, can they be replenished with a beast core? Would this expedite Qin Ji's recovery? Just as Qian Mo was about to respond, Qin Jian's voice echoed from outside. Luo Qian, Qin Ji's abilities cannot be supplemented with a beast core. He must recover on his own. Luo Qian. Has that old man truly departed, or is he merely hiding? Awu, awu. Qin Ge clawed at Luo Qian's shoulder, nuzzling her neck. Jiao, jiao. The little coal ball, awakened beside Qian Mo, fluttered its wings curiously at the sound of Qin Ge. Previously docile in Luo Qian's arms, upon spotting Jiao Qing, Qin Ge leaped from her hold to the sofa and promptly devoured Jiao Qing in one swift motion. Qin Ge, spit out the coal ball. Both Luo Qian and Qian Mo were taken aback, and Qian Mo swiftly pried open Qin Ji's mouth, using great force to rescue the coal ball from his jaws.
Jiao.
The coal ball had already lost several feathers and lay languidly on the sofa, its cries weakened. Why was it always him who suffered? That fool, Qin Ge, had the audacity to devour him upon their first meeting. Once he recuperates, he would certainly order 1,000 warships from the mecha building in the name of the military, exhausting him. Coal ball, are you alright? Luo Qian hurriedly administered a high-level potion to him. The coal ball's plight was indeed lamentable. First kicked by Huyen, then discarded by Qian Mo, and now nearly swallowed by Qin Ge. It seemed her partner was at odds with the coal ball. The second prince, now disinclined to speak or call out, lay with closed eyes on the sofa, feigning death. Qin Ge recognized his wrongdoing, obediently lying still on the sofa, afraid to move. Yet his eyes were fixed on the coal ball, still yearning to consume it. Luo Qian raised her hand and gently tapped his head. The coal ball is mine. If you dare swallow him again, I shall cast you out. Instantly, Qin Ge averted his gaze from the coal ball. He nudged his head against Luo Qian's palm, looking up at her with longing. Luo Qian was utterly charmed. Who could resist a pale blue kitten showing you affection? She ruffled his fluffy head. Be good, and I shall never cast you out. Qian Mo, uninterested in the competition for affection, disdainfully regarded the coal ball on the sofa. Qian, the coal ball is too dirty. I shall take him for a wash. Luo Qian cast a fleeting glance at the coal ball, which was undeniably filthy, having been recently swallowed by Qin Ge, leaving a residue of dark, sticky substance upon it. It certainly warranted a thorough cleansing. Turning her gaze towards Qin Ge, she recalled that he too was rather grimy. Thus, she unceremoniously handed Qin Ge over to Qian Mo. You should wash him as well. Qin Ge protested. Awu. He was not inclined to be washed by Qian Mo. He desired his female master instead. With a smile, Qian Mo lifted Qin Ge effortlessly.
No worries.
I assure you, he will be scrubbed spotless. Awu awu. Qin Ge continued to object, though Luo Qian could not comprehend his cries. Qian Mo understood, yet chose to keep that knowledge to himself. Grasping both Qin Ge and the coal ball, Qian Mo had just deposited them into the sink when an artificial intelligence robot approached to notify him. Esteemed master, your elder brother, Mr. Xian Lang, has arrived and wishes to see you. What brings my brother here at this hour?
Xuan Montag wundert.
Casting a glance at the sink where the lion-tiger beast and the ugly bird were situated, Qin Ge was poised to lift his paw and press the submerged coal ball deeper into the water, but upon noticing Qian Mo's gaze, he quickly retracted his paw. Childish. Qian Mo dismissed the foolish creature and turned to Luo Qian, offering an apologetic smile. Qian, my brother has arrived. I must step out for a moment. So, I leave Qin Ge and the coal ball in your capable hands. Luo Qian, who had been preparing to cook, halted her movements upon hearing Qian Mo's words and nodded in acknowledgement. No problem, you go ahead. I shall return shortly. If anything arises, contact me via the neural interface. Qian Mo instructed with reluctance before departing. Once he was gone, Luo Qian approached the sink to bathe Qin Ge and the coal ball. Qin Ge was relatively cooperative, managing to wash himself. However, the coal ball, initially tranquil in the water, became agitated upon seeing Luo Qian approach, struggling to escape the confines of the basin. Yet, its plump body proved incapable of flight, merely splashing water everywhere and drenching Luo Qian's clothing. Chirp chirp, little female, do not come near. Male beasts do not mix with females. My body is meant only for my future female master. As the coal ball thrashed about, Qin Ge swiftly intervened. Landing a firm paw upon the coal ball, pinning it against the side of the sink to facilitate Luo Qian's washing. "Thank you, Qinggo," Luo Qian said, grasping the coal ball's wings to prevent further struggle. "You are exceedingly dirty. Look how the water has turned pitch black." She was astounded at the extent of the coal ball's filth. The once clear water had become darker than ink. Applying shower gel, she began to lather the coal ball. Initially resistant, the coal ball gradually succumbed to a mix of despair and unexpected pleasure, its eyes closed in disbelief. Its body and mind were at odds, oscillating between discomfort and enjoyment. What a predicament! It had been touched by a strange female. How would it explain this to its future female master? Most humiliating of all, it found an inexplicable comfort in Luo Qian's ministrations. With meticulous care, Luo Qian washed the coal ball, and as she scrubbed its belly, she noticed a patch of fur beneath it was a fiery crimson hue. Uncertain whether it was merely her imagination, after applying the body wash to coal ball, it seemed as though the fur all over its body had taken on a subtle reddish hue. "Coal ball, the fur in this region is red, and quite attractive," Luo Qian remarked as she gently stroked that patch of crimson fur. In the next moment, Coal Ball abruptly unfurled its wings, shielding the area she had just touched. Did this little female truly comprehend that this was the most private part of a male? How could she dare to touch there? Luo Qian observed its agitated demeanor and rolled her eyes in exasperation. "What are you so worked up about? I didn't touch your, juching," she thought. How could she not have touched it? Wasn't that precisely what just occurred? Joching was on the verge of a breakdown, the entire bird retreating into a shell of silence. In truth, Luo Qian was entirely oblivious. She did not even know that Coal Ball was male. To her, a bird was simply a bird, regardless of gender. After washing Coal Ball carefully, she dried it off and handed it over to a smart robot to blow-dry its feathers. She then changed the water and proceeded to wash Qinggo. Qinggo was exceedingly obedient, cooperating fully with Luo Qian. The female master is so gentle, so comfortable, he thought, feeling as if he might ascend to the heavens in bliss. Chapter 46. How could he come in? After a long day, having exhausted herself bathing these two creatures, Luo Qian felt as though her arms could barely lift. She promptly handed Qinggo over to a simulation robot and instructed another to escort her to the bedroom that Qian Mo had previously prepared for her. The spacious 200-square-meter bedroom featured a ceiling crafted from illusion stones that could transform the interior scenery at will, be it the blazing sun of summer, the vast cosmic starry sky, or the gentle drizzle over a sprawling meadow. Anything one could envision could be manifested. A grand bed, 30 square meters in size, adorned with a light green canopy, lay at its center, surrounded by an array of exquisite dolls and beautiful gemstones, with walls inlaid with exceptionally pure beast cores. To the left was an invisible cloakroom that could be accessed with a command, crafted from spatial stones and spanning a full 200 square meters, filled with the latest fashionable female attire from the Central Star, along with the newest combat uniforms. To the right stood a jewelry cabinet, brimming with an assortment of precious ornaments. Qian Mo had likely procured every piece available for Luo Qian. The room also contained an array of shoes, combat boots, various spatial rings, and capsules. Whatever Qian Mo could conceive, he had acquired for her. The furnishings and desk were constructed from many rare materials, and before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows lay a large swimming pool filled with pale blue water infused with high-grade skincare agents. Swimming therein would enhance Luo Qian's complexion. The bathroom also housed numerous advanced skincare potions. Luo Qian retrieved the wooden stick she had used to care for Coal Ball and placed it on the desk before heading to the cloakroom to select a nightgown. The sleepwear chosen by Qian Mo was of exquisite quality and striking design, though somewhat provocative, starkly contrasting the casual attire she had previously worn. Nevertheless, who could resist beautiful garments? Without hesitation, she chose a delicate lavender nightgown and made her way to the bathroom. In the comfort of a massaged bathtub, Luo Qian emerged, as a delicate robotic assistant approached with a towel, gently drying her body before proceeding to dry her hair. Other robots busied themselves with cleaning the bathroom, leaving Luo Qian entirely free from any exertion. She indulged in rolling around on her spacious 30-square-meter bed, failing to reach the center even after several attempts. At that moment, she fully comprehended the sensation depicted in novels, where a domineering CEO awakens on an expansive bed of over 10 meters, sheer bliss. Outside, Qin Ji's light blue fur had just been dried by a lifelike robot when he struggled to leap down onto the floor. With swift little strides, he raced towards Luo Qian's room. Upon reaching the threshold, he abruptly halted, turned back, and picked up a despondent coal ball sprawled on the sofa before darting back to Luo Qian's room. The door, crafted from rare wood, was no barrier for Qin Go. He strutted inside, coal ball in mouth, demonstrating his unique ability to traverse any space at will. Inside the room, Luo Qian was deeply asleep, oblivious to the entrance of Qin Go and the coal ball. The coal ball squirmed in his grasp. Chirp chirp. Qin Go, what are you doing? This is the room of a female, it protested. Chirp chirp. Qin Go, let me go. With a swift motion, Qin Go, wary of waking Luo Qian, placed it on the ground and gently tapped its head with a paw, causing a flurry of golden stars to dance before the coal ball's eyes. Seeing that it had calmed down, Qin Go approached the side of Luo Qian's bed, tugged at a toy, and bit off a piece of fabric, which he then stuffed into the coal ball's mouth. The coal ball, now unable to make a sound, flapped its wings in a desperate attempt to escape the room. As a strange male intruding upon a sleeping female's sanctuary, such actions were undeniably immoral. However, for Qin Go, who was a match for the little female, his presence was permissible. Observing the coal ball's persistent movements, he tore the toy apart, ripping several strips of fabric to bind it securely. Content that the coal ball was no longer making a sound or moving, Qin Go nodded in satisfaction. He leaped onto the bed and nestled into a comfortable position within Luo Qian's embrace, closing his eyes. At this moment, Qin Ji's intellect resembled that of an awakening cub, somewhat aware, yet still naive. To him, the coal ball was merely a fascinating and amusing plaything, something to engage with, but not to harm. The coal ball was tightly bound, one of its legs pressed beneath Qin Ji's paw. The sweet scent of the little female surged uncontrollably into his nostrils, igniting a fiery sensation within him, causing his blood to boil with desire. It was unbearably warm, and he felt an intense thirst. Jiao Qing sensed his brain was nearing a state of combustion, rendering him incapable of rational thought. Suddenly, the little female stirred beside him. As shadows loomed, he found himself enveloped in a soft white embrace, a striking contrast to his dark feathers. Within the confines of the Hunter Alliance's reception room, Qian Mo reclined on the sofa, his long fingers gently tapping on the table, his purple-black eyes brimming with displeasure and gloom. Thus, the rumors circulating on the holographic terminal are indeed true. His Highness the Second Prince and Commander Yu Bai have genuinely gone missing? Qianling nodded gravely, affirming the truth. Following the conclusion of the interstellar battlefield, they were supposed to return home smoothly. However, an unforeseen incident occurred. The Second Prince and Commander Yu Bai vanished while endeavoring to protect everyone. We discovered their personal spacecraft and holographic terminal on the battlefield, and our preliminary assessment suggests they must have encountered a high-tier insectoid.
Huh.
Qian Mo scoffed derisively. What high-tier insect could possibly abduct a peak-tier 10th-level prince, especially with the esteemed Commander Yu Bai by his side? Together, even in the face of an 11th-tier insect, they would have had a chance to escape. Qian Mo gazed at the male figure seated opposite him. Brother, you wish for my assistance in locating them, yet you withhold the truth from me. We are brothers, hatched from the same nest. Does your conscience not ache for deceiving your own kin? Qianlang's cultured visage was etched with helplessness. It is not that I wish to withhold information from you. Rather, this matter is rather unsavory, and I have been explicitly instructed to maintain secrecy. Tis, Qian Mo sneered in disdain. It is merely that our dear Second Prince has been ensnared. He had heard tales of such royal secrets countless times before. Unsavory it may be, but it hardly qualifies as a secret. Any reasonable person could deduce it with a moment's thought. Since you are already aware, expedite your efforts to help me locate them. Qianlang found himself at a loss with his brother's obstinacy. Rest assured, I shall ensure that your efforts do not go unrewarded. You will receive what is due, without fail. When it comes to matters of compensation, Qian Mo had never been concerned that Qianlang would cheat him. His elder brother was quite generous in this regard. Brother, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but you claim that the Second Prince and Commander Yu Bai might have been taken by the insectoids. Our Hunters Alliance operates only within the Empire and on a few desolate planets beyond it. If you seek individuals among the insectoids, you should approach the Succubus clan. They have long scavenged on the battlefield, possess advanced insectoid warships, and excel in transformation, making their access to the insectoids the most convenient. Chapter 47. Qian Mo, the sky is falling. I am fully aware that we need to seek out the Succubus clan. We have already consulted with Ming Yan. Qianlang explained. However, the royal elder has predicted that the Second Prince and Commander Yu Bai are not in the hands of the insectoids. They are currently within the Empire. We suspect they may have sustained serious injuries and have become stranded on some planet, unable to return for the time being. This is why I have come to you. There is no entity more authoritative than the Hunters Alliance when it comes to searching for individuals on planets. Their members are numerous and venture everywhere. Very well. Who could deny assistance to my elder brother? I shall do my utmost to help you. Ultimately, Qian Mo did not refuse Qianlang. His temperament had never been amiable, yet only his elder brother had genuinely cared for him, protecting him since childhood. Upon hearing Qian Mo's agreement, Qianlang instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Hastened to find him. With each passing day, the second prince and Commander Yu grow increasingly perilous. Qian Mo nodded, understanding the urgency, and promptly set about his task. Having concluded the matter at hand, Qianlang smiled as he produced a brocade box and presented it to Qian Mo. I have heard you have found a matching female partner. These days I have been quite occupied and have not had the opportunity to extend my congratulations. This is a gift I have prepared for you. Qian Mo joyfully accepted the brocade box from Qianlang, discovering within it a remarkably pure 10th tier beast core, an essential item for his ascension. He had already procured 2 for himself, so it was a pleasant surprise to receive another from Qianlang. 10th tier beast cores are rare, unlike their lower tier counterparts, making the acquisition of even one quite a challenge. Thank you, elder brother. As your true brother, there is no need for such formality, Qianlang chuckled, patting Qian Mo's shoulder with concern. How is your female partner treating you? While genuinely happy for his brother's match, he harbored worries that Qian Mo's partner might not reciprocate his feelings, given that cold-blooded beast men are often overlooked by females, compounded by Qian Mo's somewhat obsessive and gloomy demeanor. When Qian Mo mentioned Luo Qian, his eyes sparkled with joy, and the gloom on his face dissipated somewhat. Elder brother, Qian treats me very well. I am as fortunate as you, having encountered a female who likes me. Qianlang could see that Qian Mo was genuinely happy, which put his mind at ease. As a male, it is not appropriate for me to meet your female partner alone. Next time, I shall bring your sister-in-law along so that we may invite your partner for a meal and get acquainted. Qian Mo nodded with a smile. That sounds wonderful. I have learned to roast exotic beast meat from Qian. It is exceptionally delicious. I will ask her, and if she agrees, I will prepare it for you and sister-in-law next time. The knowledge imparted by their female partners is not casually shared, even with family, as it is a matter of decorum. After bidding farewell to Qianlang, Qian Mo hurried back to the wooden house to seek out Luo Qian. The abode was tranquil. The simulation robot informed him that Luo Qian was resting in her room. Respecting her need for rest, Qian Mo hesitated to disturb her. Yet, he wondered where Qin Ge and Mei Qiu had gone. Their unusual silence was concerning. Upon learning that they had also entered Luo Qian's room, Qian Mo's temper flared. His serpent tail swept uncontrollably across the living room, creating chaos. His scales bristled, and his violet-black eyes simmered with fury and intent to kill. He struggled to rein in his primal instincts, yet Qin Ge and Mei Qiu had gone too far by invading Luo Qian's space while she rested. Clenching his fists tightly to suppress his anger, he approached the door of Luo Qian's room, inputting the command to gently open it. Qian Mo had no intention of disturbing Luo Qian. He merely wished to extricate Qin Ge and Mei Qiu from her room. Inside, Luo Qian lay peacefully in a light purple nightgown, blissfully asleep, with a starry satin quilt draped casually over her delicate, fair legs. Qian Mo entered silently, careful not to wake her. Originally under control, Qian Mo's eyes turned crimson upon seeing Qin Ge lying in Luo Qian's embrace. The snake's tail brushed against the corner of the bed, inadvertently producing a faint sound. Qin Ge was one thing. After all, he was Luo Qian's match. And as long as he did not disturb her slumber, Qian Mo could tolerate it. But that damned bird had the audacity to snuggle with Luo Qian. How infuriating! Qian Mo seethed, an icy aura emanating from him, just as he reached out, intending to yank the wretched bird away and crush it. He noticed the person on the bed, who had been sleeping soundly, flutter her eyelashes. Luo Qian sensed a chill, and her long-standing vigilance prompted her to open her eyes immediately. Her black and white vigilant gaze met Qian Mo's panicked violet-black eyes, leaving her mind blank for a few seconds. Qian Mo thought, the sky has fallen. He had awakened Qian. In a state of utter disarray, Qian Mo's entire serpentine form quivered, his tail thrashing uncontrollably across the floor. He wished to explain, but his mouth seemed to be afflicted by some mysterious ailment, rendering him speechless. Observing Qian Mo's panicked expression, Luo Qian blinked, her freshly awakened mind becoming clearer. What had the little snake done to feel such guilt? Why was he so frightened? She raised her arm towards Qian Mo, her voice laced with the languor of awakening. Qian Mo, come here.
Xua Montag Frotze.
He had anticipated Luo Qian's anger, her demand for him to leave, her waning affection. He envisioned every possible worst-case scenario. Yet, none of those outcomes materialized. The little female on the bed gazed at him with eager expectation, her softness upon waking irresistible. Qian Mo looked at Luo Qian, his throat constricting as he struggled to find words. Before he could articulate anything, his tail transformed back into legs, and he bent down to envelop the person on the bed in his arms. Qian, I'm sorry for waking you. Qian Mo's voice brimmed with guilt and remorse. Luo Qian finally understood the reason for his panic. It was because he had disturbed her slumber. She reached out to caress his solid abdomen, gazing at his handsome face, stifling a laugh as she feigned anger. I was sleeping so soundly, and you woke me up. That is indeed quite wicked. Upon hearing this, Qian Mo's tense body stiffened. Qian, he floundered, seeking to explain. Suddenly, Luo Qian playfully kissed his lips. Since you so wickedly woke me, I shall punish you by making you accompany me for a little longer. Sleeping while nestled against a handsome man was far more delightful than sleeping alone.
Ha!
Qian Mo was momentarily stunned by Luo Qian's unexpected move, his mind struggling to grasp the situation. What are you waiting for? Hurry and lie down, Luo Qian urged, pressing him onto the bed and finding a comfortable position in his embrace. Then it struck her, Qian Mo was about to ascend in rank. Just a little nap with you. Nothing else shouldn't be a problem, right? Qian Mo understood Luo Qian's concern. He nodded gently, assuring her that a brief slumber was harmless. Even if something else were to occur, he could certainly restrain himself. Indeed, Qian Mo quietly restrained the beast and the bird that he had just tossed onto the floor with his mental power, ensuring they could neither move nor make a sound, so as not to disturb Luo Qian. He then wrapped his arms around her tightly, captivated by the sweet fragrance emanating from her. Even without doing anything else, simply holding her brought him an unparalleled sense of relaxation, a comfort he had never experienced before. Chapter 48. Has he died? Luo Qian awoke the next morning, roused by an incessant tickling sensation on her calf. As she opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of Qian Mo's handsome sleeping face. Unbeknownst to her, he had revealed his serpent tail, which was now entwined around her lower leg, instinctively rubbing against her. Luo Qian reached out to touch the serpent tail, causing it to stiffen instantly. Suppressing a laugh, she gently pressed her fingertips between Qian Mo's brows, sending a soothing wave of mental energy into his spiritual sea. Within his spiritual realm, it appeared as though fierce flames were raging, with terrifyingly boiling magma beneath. The walls of his spiritual sea bore minute cracks, indicating that his mental turmoil was even more severe than Long Yuan's. Luo Qian could hardly fathom the extent of pain Qian Mo endured daily. Despite her proximity, he had never mentioned needing her assistance for comfort. Why did he remain silent? Was he some kind of ninja turtle, enduring everything alone? Unlike her formal demeanor when soothing Long Yuan, she treated Qian Mo with an extraordinary tenderness, fearful of causing him any pain. Gradually, the flames within Qian Mo's spiritual sea were extinguished, and the tiny fissures began to heal under Luo Qian's gentle mental influence. Fortunately, there were not many cracks, making the task less arduous for her. In his slumber, Qian Mo appeared as if he were immersed in a cool spring, his brow relaxing comfortably, while his serpent tail rubbed against Luo Qian's calf with increasing enthusiasm. As her mental energy depleted, Luo Qian finally withdrew her hand. The moment she did, the slumbering man seemed to sense it and opened his eyes wide. After having been soothed, Qian Mo's gaze was noticeably clearer. Feeling the comfort in his spiritual sea, his expression turned tense as he looked at Luo Qian. Qian, did you just help me? Luo Qian, perplexed by his tension, nodded solemnly. Yes, your mental energy was so agitated. Why didn't you tell me? If I hadn't suddenly remembered to soothe you, I would have had no idea how much pain you endure daily. Qian Mo was indifferent to his own suffering, having grown accustomed to it. He anxiously scrutinized Luo Qian from head to toe, his concern evident. Are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me? Luo Qian replied, puzzled by his question. It was just a simple soothing. After examining her closely and seeing that she genuinely seemed fine, he began to relax and explained. I am at the pinnacle of the 9th tier, and my mental agitation is severe. You are only at the 4th tier. I refrained from asking you for help because I feared that while you soothed me, my uncontrollable energy might drain your mental strength. He would rather endure daily torment than allow Luo Qian to suffer even the slightest harm. It turns out he is genuinely concerned about her. Luo Qian finds herself increasingly enamored with Qian Mo. His every action is motivated by her well-being. He truly places her above all else. Who could remain indifferent to a handsome man who prioritizes you in every aspect? Rest assured, I can soothe Long Yuan, so I can certainly provide you with comfort as well. Luo Qian has come to understand that the emptiness she felt the first time she calmed Long Yuan was due to him draining her entire mental energy.
Indeed.
Earning the esteemed star currency is not an easy feat. Upon hearing this, Qian Mo realized that Luo Qian was unaware of the complexities surrounding male mental energy. Qian. The agitation of male mental energy does indeed become increasingly difficult to soothe as one ascends in rank, but there exists another perilous state, such as mine, where the mental energy is on the verge of spiraling out of control. A careless moment could result in harm to you. These concepts were not present in the databases. And with no family to enlighten her, Luo Qian remained oblivious. The more Qian Mo pondered, the more his heart ached. He meticulously educated Luo Qian about male mental energy. I had initially planned to suppress my cultivation until you reached the 5th tier before attempting to have you soothe me. He hadn't anticipated that after a single restful slumber, lulled by comfort and relaxed due to his lack of vigilance around Luo Qian, she would inadvertently provide him with comfort. After absorbing Qian Mo's explanations, Luo Qian finally comprehended the dangers involved in a lower-tier female soothing a higher-tier male. Severe damage to a female's mental energy could potentially render her incapacitated, or even worse, lead to death. Thankfully, her previous experience with Long Yuan, while draining, had not presented any further dangers. I understand now. I will be cautious when soothing you next time. Moved, Luo Qian embraced Qian Mo. From this day forth, I will strive to cultivate diligently and ascend to the 5th tier as soon as possible.
Xua Montag.
I will ensure your safe progression to the 10th tier. Qian, thank you. Qian Mo felt that his own ascension to the 10th tier was of little consequence. As long as Qian was safe, he would not hesitate to sacrifice himself for her. He held Luo Qian close, his gaze fixed on her rosy lips, nervously swallowing. Qian, may I? Luo Qian. What on earth should she say? Unsure of how to respond, she chose to answer through action. She wrapped her arms around Qian Mo's neck and pressed her lips firmly against his cool ones. Qian Mo's body tensed with excitement, his strong arms encircling Luo Qian tightly. Responding with caution to the bold and fervent little female in his embrace, his serpentine tail uncontrollably lifted her light purple nightgown. Luo Qian's slender fingers gently traced over Qian Mo's alluring Adam's apple, sliding downward along his neck, collarbone, and chest. A mournful yet furious cry echoed from beneath the bed, startling Luo Qian, causing her to instinctively push Qian Mo away. What was that noise? Luo Qian exclaimed in panic, looking beneath the bed. In her room. It was not only herself and Qian Mo present, there were other things as well. The good fortune was interrupted, and Qian Mo, enraged, felt as though he might consume Qin Ge whole. He had merely relaxed his mental fortitude for a moment, and this fellow seized the opportunity to escape.
Hao Qin,
who had been compelled to lie on the floor all night, jumped onto the bed, burying his face in Luo Qian's embrace, incessantly howling at Qian Mo, protesting against his cruel actions. Qian Mo, observing Qin Ge shamelessly nestling into Luo Qian's chest, directly pulled him away and tossed him aside. Qian, you must not feel pity for this scoundrel, Qian Mo reported. This rascal bullied the coal ball last night, binding it and running around with it. The poor thing was nearly driven to exhaustion. I merely imparted a minor lesson, using my mental power to keep him immobilized for the night, he added.
Hao.
I did not.
Qin protested vehemently.
Although his intellect resembled that of a cub at the moment, he was not foolish. He discerned Qian Mo's slander and anxiously explained himself to Luo Qian. However, Luo Qian could barely comprehend his words, perceiving only the sound of barking. Qian Mo, listening to Qin Ge's incessant explanations, silently scoffed. This shameless creature actually dared to challenge him. Return home and meditate for another 200 years, he thought. Qin Ge is merely making excuses. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Qian could not understand Qin Ge's canine-like complaints, and he assumed she grasped his explanations. He then retrieved the coal ball, still bound beneath the bed. Qian, look. This is the work of Qin Ge. The evidence is irrefutable. Let us see how he attempts to justify himself now. Upon seeing the coal ball tightly bound, its mouth gagged, Qian Go's bravado faltered, and he fell silent. Luo Qian, observing the coal ball's labored breathing, appeared both alarmed and furious. She disregarded the quarrel between Qian Go and Qian Mo, hastily rushing to rescue the coal ball. The second prince, having realized he had taken advantage of the female, after a night of introspection, finally resolved to become a devoted follower of the little female. He understood his duty to be responsible for the female he had benefited from. As he felt the gentle touch of the little female's hands as she untied the ropes, the second prince tensed, closing his eyes tightly. It was entirely his fault for being so gravely injured. Now, as the follower of the little female, he could do nothing for her, and instead, she had to care for him. It was utterly humiliating, and he dared not meet her gaze. Once he recovered, he vowed to treat her with utmost devotion, pledging his loyalty solely to her. As Luo Qian was halfway through untying the ropes, she noticed the coal ball suddenly stiffening and shutting its eyes. A sense of dread gripped her heart. Oh no, Qian Mo, the coal ball, it seems like it has died? Chapter 49. Binding you. I see it as a reward, perhaps? Who has perished? The coal ball instantly opened its eyes, gazing at Luo Qian. Qian Mo, upon witnessing the coal ball's awakening, raised his hand and gave it a light rap on the head. What were you thinking, scaring Qian like that? The coal ball protested. What an egregious accusation. I merely closed my eyes out of nervousness. Do not strike it. Luo Qian exclaimed, relieved to see that the coal ball was indeed alive. The appearance of the coal ball had truly led her to believe that the creature had perished. After all, it was her life-saving companion. If the coal ball had indeed died, Luo Qian would have felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow and anger. Noticing the troubled expression on Luo Qian's face, Qian Mo presumed she was startled by the coal ball's earlier state. He gently reassured her. Qian, do not fret. I have previously examined the coal ball's condition with my mental energy. Its vitality is remarkably robust, and it will certainly be fine. Luo Qian cradled the coal ball, casting a disapproving glance at Qian Mo. Even if it possesses strong vitality, Qian Go should not treat it in such a manner. Although the coal ball is but a bird, it is still a living being. If I have chosen to care for it, I must take responsibility and ensure its well-being. Qian Ji's binding and teasing of it is entirely unjustifiable, and it angers me. However, Qian Mo, you too have erred. You clearly witnessed Qian Ji's treatment of the coal ball. Why did you not immediately assist in unbinding it and removing the cloth from its beak? Qian Go is in the wrong, but you are not blameless either. Luo Qian held both accountable when it came to the coal ball's treatment. Qian, I was wrong. Qian Mo admitted, bowing his head in sincere contrition. Luo Qian hesitated to speak harshly to him, instead glancing down at Qian Go, who, feeling guilty, had buried his head under the blankets, leaving only his bottom exposed. Ow, ow. You can't see me, he whimpered, his little rear quivering as he attempted to burrow deeper into the covers. Luo Qian firmly grasped his tail and pulled him out. Hiding will not suffice, Qian Go. Your treatment of the coal ball necessitates punishment. She retrieved the rope that had been used to bind the coal ball and proceeded to tie up Qian Ji's limbs, then stuffed the cloth into his mouth. Woo-woo. Qian Go struggled incessantly, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed up at Luo Qian. She remained unmoved, aware that in such a state, Qian Go could continue for an indefinite period. He needed to learn a lesson, otherwise, what would happen if one day she was not around, and he inadvertently harmed the coal ball? Feigning pity will not help you. Wrongdoing must be met with consequences. Luo Qian averted her gaze, choosing not to look at the pitiful sight of Qian Go.
Xuan Montag, observing Kinges Folistemianor.
Was on the verge of laughter when Luo Qian cast him a sharp glance. Immediately, he straightened up, kneeling obediently. He produced a black-purple rope from his spatial ring and extended it towards Luo Qian with both hands. Qian, I truly recognize my mistake. Please bind me as well. I promise I will not resist. Luo Qian's attention fell upon the rope in Qian Mo's hands, noting its resemblance in color to his serpent form. Surely, this rope could not have been crafted from his shed skin? Moreover, could a serpent truly be used to bind? She was not naive to his intentions. Luo Qian promptly tossed the rope back at him, declaring, Bind you? I see that as a reward for your misdeeds. Dream on. Disregarding both Qian Mo and Qian Go, Luo Qian embraced the coal ball and descended from the bed, heading directly to the wardrobe to change her clothes. Observing her intent to change while holding the coal ball, Qian Mo hastily discarded the serpent skin and, with a flash, positioned himself in front of Luo Qian, blocking the doorway to the wardrobe.
Qian.
You ought to change your attire, or perhaps you might consider handing the coal ball over to me. Although it is merely a bird, it is indeed a male, and observing you change clothes may not be appropriate. Juqing remains ensnared in the shock of Luo Qian's punishment of Qin Ge for his sake. Still unable to regain his composure, he has been reduced to such a pitiful creature that he cannot even protect himself. The little female has even gone so far as to punish her match for him. It is well known that in the realm of females, affection for males is often based on their strength, and in his current state of helplessness, it is remarkable that the little female would spare him even a glance. Upon hearing Xuanma's words, Juqing suddenly comes to a realization. Yes, he is male, although he has resolved to become Luo Qian's follower. He has not yet assumed the role of her partner, and witnessing her change clothes is indeed inappropriate. Juqing's face flushes with embarrassment, but the darkness conceals it. Luo Qian's gaze falls upon the coal ball nestled in her arms, so it turns out the coal ball is male. She had not discerned its characteristics while bathing it earlier. Curiosity piqued, Luo Qian inquires Xuanma, how did you know the coal ball is male? I can smell it. Xuanma responds, his expression one of bewilderment. Qian, didn't you notice? The sense of males and females differ. Beasts can distinguish each other's genders from a young age, regardless of being male or female. Luo Qian, not being a beast man, lacks such acute olfactory sensitivity. Even after her recent advancements in cultivation, her abilities do not compare to those of true beast men. Not to mention the coal ball, even if Xuanma were to transform into a snake before her. As long as he did not reveal his traits, she would be unable to discern his gender.
Of course I can smell it.
Luo Qian retorts, unwilling to let anyone, even Xuanma, uncover her secret. It is not that Xuanma is untrustworthy, she simply has not yet prepared herself. She lifts her head and places the coal ball into Xuanma's embrace, earnestly stating, I merely wish to test you. Congratulations, you answered correctly. Xuanma, coal ball. As Luo Qian enters the changing room, both the snake and the bird find themselves in deep contemplation, gazing at her retreating figure. Xuanma. Qian seemed unaware that the coal ball is male. Coal ball. It appears the little female cannot discern the gender of beasts through smell. Xuanma casually tosses the coal ball onto the bed and swiftly activates his holographic device. Under what circumstances would a female be unable to determine the gender of a beast? Those providing useful answers will be rewarded with 10 million star coins. Soon, numerous responses begin to populate the thread. Xuanmo reads one reply, Lonely Fox. A female may be unable to identify a beastman's gender if her sense of smell is compromised. Brother, has your female master's sense of smell been affected? I have a rare plant that can stimulate olfactory senses. Would you like to purchase it for 50 million star coins? Is her sense of smell impaired? Xuanma promptly transfers 60 million star coins to the individual and shares his address, requesting the rare plant be sent to him. Following this, a flurry of replies ensues. In the realm of beasts devoid of female counterparts, a certain individual remarked, Do not heed the words of the previous poster. He is merely peddling false information. Females cannot discern the gender of beasts through olfactory senses for various reasons. The individual continued, one reason could be an impairment in their sense of smell, while another could be an innate inability to distinguish. The former is relatively treatable, but the latter poses a significant challenge. Upon reading this response from the male, Qian Mo felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He promptly added the individual as a friend. Qian Mo, transferring 10 million star coins. Qian Mo, my friend. What precisely do you mean by the second type of female who is inherently incapable of discerning the gender of beasts through scent? The individual replied, My friend, your generosity is overwhelming. Thank you. Thank you. He elaborated, the females who cannot distinguish scents due to genetic issues typically encounter great difficulty in awakening their abilities. Even if they do awaken, their progress is exceedingly slow, and unusual occurrences may arise during their cultivation, potentially leading to a shortened lifespan. He continued, in fact, aside from these two scenarios, there exists a third situation. It is said that thousands of years ago, an imperial human female appeared who was also unable to discern the gender of beasts through scent. Chapter 50. What difference does it make to run naked? Qian Mo gazed at the messages sent by the other party, his elegant brows knitting into a frown. Qian Mo, my friend, considering your holographic address. You reside on the Central Star. I too live on the Central Star, yet I have never heard of these matters. The holographic database yielded no results on these topics. The individual responded, I work in a hospital, which is why I possess this knowledge. News regarding genetic disorders in females is prohibited from dissemination via holographic means. The information I shared with you will likely be deleted by the system by tomorrow. He added, as for the final situation, that is a secret of the Golden-Winged Rock clan. I belong to the Golden-Winged Rock lineage, which is why I am aware of it. Other clans are entirely oblivious. It is said that human females possess significantly weaker senses than beast men, yet their genetic makeup is remarkably perfect. Consequently, they not only cultivate at an extraordinary pace, but their blood also has the capacity to elevate the ranks of males. He cautioned, my friend, I divulged the secret to you because of your earnestness. Please refrain from spreading it indiscriminately. I have also heard tales of a beast man from our Golden-Winged Rock clan who had poor aptitude for abilities, but upon utilizing the blood of a human female, his abilities soared to the 13th rank. However, shortly thereafter, he mysteriously met the beast god. These accounts are merely a fraction of what I discovered in our clan's library, and I cannot vouch for their authenticity. Moments after sending this message, the individual retracted his words, leaving Qian Mo pondering the status of this beast within the Golden-Winged Rock clan. Judging by the name, it seemed unlikely that he enjoyed a position of high regard. Thus, upon receiving 10 million star coins, he divulged all he knew. Genetic disorders? In both scenarios, neither is what Qian Mo wishes to witness. Genetic disorders signify that Qian's body may harbor issues, potentially limiting her lifespan. If she were human, the danger would escalate. Under what circumstances could the Golden-Winged Rock clan's beastmen ascertain that humans possess perfect genes? Furthermore, it is known that human blood can elevate the ranks of beastmen. Should a human with perfect genes have previously visited the Empire, it would undoubtedly have caused a stir. It is implausible that no information would surface, unless an exceedingly powerful beastman had meticulously suppressed the news. What then became of this human female? If another human were to emerge, her flawless genes and blood capable of enhancing beastmen would be coveted treasures, sparking a frenzy. What might transpire at that moment? Merely contemplating the implications is profoundly unsettling. The Empire has witnessed atrocities against females, and such occurrences are not rare. Some beastmen, dissatisfied with the female partners designated by the beast god, are constrained by the beast mark and cannot act against their matched females prior to formal bonding. Hence, they may collude with wandering beastmen who have been stripped of their beast marks and exiled from the Empire to target the females they wish to harm. In fact, some nobles within the Empire specifically nurture such wandering beastmen to perform the unsavory tasks that they cannot undertake themselves. The Hunter Alliance has also been known to cultivate a similar cadre of beastmen beyond the realm. Qian Mo now fervently hopes that Luo Qian is in the first scenario, living alone, hunting ferocious beasts, undoubtedly sustaining injuries. Perhaps even having once suffered a setback with her sense of smell, wishing to keep it concealed from others. If she were in one of the latter two scenarios and chose not to confide in him, it would make perfect sense. After all, he and Qian had only recently met and had not yet formed a formal bond. The potential for unforeseen events is vast. It is natural that Qian cannot fully trust him at this juncture. How, then, can he ascertain which situation Qian truly faces? Not only Qian Mo is pondering this, the coal ball, cast upon the bed, quietly leans against the still-bound Qin, also contemplating the matter. After receiving a warning from Luo Qian, Qin dares not bully the coal ball further and resorts to tugging at its feathers instead. In the brief span of time, he has nearly plucked all the feathers from the coal ball's right wing. Yet, absorbed in thoughts of Luo Qian, the coal ball remains oblivious. It is only when Luo Qian emerges, having changed her attire, that she notices the coal ball has become partially bald. Qin, cease this at once. Luo Qian's voice, laced with fury, instantly rouses Qian Mo and the coal ball from their reverie. Qian Mo hastily shuts down his light brain and turns his gaze to Qin, observing the already unsightly coal ball, now further diminished in feathers. The corners of Qian Mo's mouth twitch in exasperation. Luo Qian swiftly approaches, rescuing what little remains of the coal ball's feathers from Qin's grasp. Look at what you've done to the coal ball, she scolds, seeing several black feathers still dangling from Qin's mouth. Instinctively, he moves his head, attempting to hide the evidence of his actions from her ire. As Zhou was lifted by Luo Qian, he realized that half of his feathers had been gnawed away by Qin. Although his fiery plumage had been largely incinerated during the explosion, this layer of black feathers would eventually fade and regenerate new plumes. Nonetheless, these feathers provided a semblance of modesty, and now, With Qin Ji's assault, he felt utterly exposed, akin to parading naked before the females. The second prince of the Galactic Empire, reduced to such humiliating circumstances. This was not only a profound affront to his dignity, but also an insult to the females. What respectable female would wish to witness a beast man displaying himself in such a manner, regardless of his attractiveness? The usually mild-mannered second prince was genuinely incensed this time. He promptly leapt from Luo Qian's embrace and strode toward Qin Go, lifting his remaining feathered wing to deliver a sharp slap to Qin Ji's face. Bound and unable to evade, Qin Go emitted a pitiful howl, calling out to Luo Qian in distress. Though Luo Qian couldn't comprehend his whines, she recognized his attempts to elicit sympathy. He deserved it. After all, he had gnawed away his own feathers. Luo Qian remained unmoved by his theatrics. Jiuying struck Qin Go twice, her gaze fiercely unwavering. The former second prince, when serious, exuded an aura of authority that rivaled even Long Yuan. However, that was not the case now. Jiuying raised her paw and forcefully severed several of Qin Ji's long whiskers. Chirp. Qin Go, should there be a next time? Even with a little female shielding you, I shall ensure you face dire consequences. Previously, she had refrained from retaliating out of consideration for Luo Qian, but this time, Qin Go had crossed the line. After voicing her grievances, Jiuying, unable to face Luo Qian, quickly burrowed beneath the covers. She would rather suffocate under the blankets than expose herself before the little female. Chapter 51. No, absolutely not. Qin Go, deprived of his whiskers, whimpered incessantly, his voice tremulous with impending tears. Observing that Jiuying had vented her frustration, Luo Qian approached and untied Qin Go. Freed from his bonds, Qin Go instantly lunged into Luo Qian's embrace, whimpering pitifully. Luo Qian, feeling a headache coming on from his incessant cries, suddenly felt less like a wife and more like a caregiver to a child. She absent-mindedly patted Qin Ji's small head. There, do not be sad anymore. Promise me you won't bully Jiuying again and be sure to behave, alright? Luo Qian suspected that Qin Jian had hastened his retreat because he knew that the mischievous Qin Go, having exhausted his powers and reverted to a juvenile state, would be too troublesome to care for. With Luo Qian's soothing words, Qin Go nuzzled against her chest like a small kitten. Qian Mo, observing from the sidelines, felt a surge of discontent. Was Qin Go truly so oblivious to his own behavior? He reached out and unceremoniously pulled Qin Go from Luo Qian's arms. Qian, perhaps you should take a look at the coal ball. It seems to have fallen into a state of melancholy after Qin Go plucked its feathers. If one must embrace something, it would be better for Qian to hold that unsightly bird. At the very least, that creature would not dare to rub against Luo Qian. Qin Go, being held aloft by Qian Mo, was about to protest when Qian Mo shot him a warning glance. Should he continue to disobey, he would find himself confined within a cage. Qin Go, it appears he has indeed been caged before, as the mere mention of the word cage rendered him momentarily silent. Having dealt with Qin Go, Qian Mo turned his attention to Luo Qian, who was attempting to comfort the coal ball. The coal ball had truly withdrawn, clinging tightly to its blanket and refusing to emerge. Coal ball, it's all right. Though your feathers are gone, they can grow back. If you find the regrowth too slow, surely the Interstellar Hospital can assist us in regrowing your feathers. Yes? Just moments ago, Qian Mo had been pondering how to ascertain whether Luo Qian had an olfactory issue, but upon seeing the withdrawn coal ball, a sudden idea struck him. Qian, the hospital only provides feather regrowth for beast men, so I doubt they would assist a common bird like coal ball. However, fret not. I possess a method to restore its feathers. You have a method? Both Luo Qian and the coal ball turned to gaze at Qian Mo. Qian Mo smiled and nodded, retrieving a multitude of feathers in various colors from his spatial ring, along with a wing mold made of an unknown material, perfectly suited for the coal ball's wings. The mold was remarkably light, feeling almost like a feather in hand. Qian Mo placed the mold onto the coal ball and began to affix feathers to it without consideration for color, haphazardly adhering a variety of hues. It appears somewhat less appealing. The coal ball seemed to withdraw even further into itself. Luo Qian's lips twitched. One cannot trust the aesthetic judgment of a straight man. She swapped the mold for a different one, meticulously attaching feathers, all in black, from the pile to the coal ball's body. Though the left wing appeared slightly asymmetrical compared to the right, it was a significant improvement over its previous naked state. The coal ball seemed to resign itself to the situation. It was certainly better than being exposed. Just as it seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, Qian Mo remarked, Qian, I believe the coal ball is of an age where we ought to find it a female companion. His Highness the Second Prince. Why has he suddenly become so benevolent? So, he's been waiting to say this all along. Chirp, chirp. Little female. I am not truly a bird. Chirp, chirp. I am a beast man. Chirp, chirp. Little female, you must not agree to this. Qian, observing the incessantly chirping coal ball, chuckled as he brought it closer, gently stroking the freshly affixed feathers that Luo Qian had just worked on. Qian. Look how delighted the coal ball is at the prospect of a female companion. Coal ball, Qian, there is no time to waste. I shall send someone to take care of this immediately, striving to have this matter resolved by tomorrow. With that, Qian promptly activated his holographic communicator to call his subordinate. Chirp, chirp. No, this cannot be allowed. Luo Qian watched Qian as he made the call, then glanced at the incessantly chirping coal ball. Although she could not comprehend the language of birds, her sight was keen. She discerned that the coal ball was not expressing joy, but rather dissent. Why had Qian suddenly decided to find a female companion for the coal ball? After years of solitary living, Luo Qian had grown accustomed to being vigilant. When confronted with situations, her mind would inevitably wander into deep contemplation. She was aware that Qian would never harm her, yet a thought struck her as she recalled the moment she had changed her clothes. Could it be that Qian had sensed her earlier deception? Perhaps he was hesitant to inquire directly, and thus sought to test her through the matter of finding a female for the coal ball? With a sigh in her heart, Luo Qian waited for Qian to deactivate the light brain before she took the protesting coal ball from his hands and spoke. Qian, it seems that the coal ball is reluctant to seek a female companion. Perhaps we should abandon this endeavor. I confess, I truly cannot discern the gender of beast men by scent. Qian, I. Qian was taken aback by Luo Qian's insight and her candid admission. A hint of panic flickered in his eyes as he gazed at her. You could have asked me directly. My silence was not out of a desire to conceal the truth, but rather a lack of knowing how to communicate it. Luo Qian gently caressed his face, smiling as she replied. Qian, filled with guilt, explained, Qian, I am sorry. I did not intend to test you. I believed you wished to keep this from me. Yet, I was concerned for your well-being, which led me to devise such a plan. I never anticipated you would see through it so easily. With a nervous grip, Qian held Luo Qian's hand tightly. Qian, is your inability to identify the gender of beasts by scent due to a previous injury? Luo Qian shook her head. Upon hearing a response that was not the first option, Qian's heart began to form suspicions. He promptly interrupted her, shutting down the light brain that connected them and activating the highest levels of shielding and protection in the wooden cabin, even casting the coal ball and Qin go out of the room. Luo Qian, observing his serious demeanor, felt a surge of anxiety within her. Qian, I. Once more, Qian interrupted her. Qian, you need not speak. I will ask you questions, and you need only nod or shake your head in response. Luo Qian nodded. His voice was laced with palpable tension as he inquired, Is there an issue with your genes? Luo Qian shook her head. As expected. Qian pressed his lips together. If her genes were problematic, she would not be able to absorb the energy of beast cores so swiftly, particularly those of a higher tier such as the 5th tier. Suddenly, he embraced Luo Qian fiercely. It's all right, Qian, I understand now. Do not fear. I will protect you. No one shall learn your secret. As Luo Qian observed Qian's anxious expression, her heart sank further. It seemed her identity would pose significant peril. Qian, am I a source of trouble for you? Luo Qian was unaware of the immense risks that awaited her should her identity be revealed. Yet the sight of Qian's distress indicated that the situation was far from simple. Chapter 52. A decision to dissolve the match. Qian gazed earnestly at Luo Qian. Qian, I am your partner. Although we have not yet formalized our bond, I, Qian, have chosen you for life. Through life and death, I shall remain by your side. He did not conceal the truth from Luo Qian. Luo Qian reviewed the message sent by the beast lacking a female counterpart. Although the sender had retracted the message, Qian had preserved it from the outset. Upon examining its contents, Luo Qian's pupils constricted dramatically. Astonishingly, her blood possessed the ability to elevate the ranks of the beast men, potentially enhancing them to the 13th tier. It is noteworthy that the highest-ranking beast men in the current interstellar realm only attain the 11th tier, and for several millennia, the Empire has not witnessed the emergence of a power beyond the 12th tier. Should news of her being a human female circulate, She would inevitably become a figure akin to Tang Xing in the eyes of the fairies, with all beast men yearning to drink her blood. No wonder Qian Mo had endeavored to block all signals to discuss this matter with her. Fortunately, she had never disclosed her secret to anyone and had always led a solitary existence. Otherwise, had she encountered someone astute and meticulous like Qian Mo, she would have been stripped bare of all her secrets long ago. Qian, do not fear. Qian Mo's greatest concern is that you may bear an overwhelming burden as a result. I shall protect you and safeguard your secret, ensuring that no one discovers your identity. I have faith in you. Lo Qian trusted Qian Mo, yet she understood the necessity of not relying solely on him. Despite Qian Mo's thorough considerations, there would always be a chance for oversight. Strength must be derived from oneself. Qian Mo, my understanding of beastmen is rather limited. Please elaborate for me, so I may be aware of what to heed in the future. An incident like the one with the coal ball must never occur again. Indeed, Qian Mo nodded. Lifting Lo Qian and placing her gently on the bed, he knelt beside her, gazing up with patience as he imparted knowledge about beastmen and various imperial affairs. The two engaged in conversation for an extended period within the confines of the room. Outside, Qin Ge, unceremoniously cast out by Qian Mo, stood upright, unusually serious. Refraining from teasing the coal ball nearby, he remained vigilant, observing his surroundings. Though his intellect was that of a mere cub, the instinctual perception of danger inherent to beast men was undeniable. Upon Qian Mo activating the highest level of defense in the wooden cabin, Qin Ge sensed that something was amiss. Although he was unaware of the specifics, his instincts compelled him to protect the female behind the door. Zhou Qing lay silently on the ground, initially harboring mere doubts. Witnessing Qian Mo's tense demeanor confirmed his suspicions. Could it be true? The prophecy of the beast god has indeed come to fruition after millennia. A human female has re-emerged. As a member of the royal family, Zhou Qing possessed greater knowledge regarding human females than Qian Mo. 1,000 years prior, the blood of that human female had not only birthed a 13th-tier powerhouse but had even given rise to a 15th-tier being. A 15th-tier entity, equating in strength to the beast god, who would not covet such power. The insatiable thirst for strength and authority drove many to madness. Ultimately, they resorted to heinously harming that female, leading to her demise. Though those who had wronged her faced the beast god's most severe punishment, it served as a stern warning to all high-ranking officials within the empire. However, in the face of such temptation, even knowing the inherent dangers, who can assure that no orc would be swayed? Moreover, in recent years, the divine seeds dispatched from the beast god mountain have dwindled significantly. The powers of the beast god and the divine tree are gradually waning. The beast god has aged. Until a new beast god is born, the identity of Luo Qian must remain concealed. It remains uncertain where this new beast god will emerge from among the clans. Inside the room, upon completing Qian Mo's enlightening discourse, Luo Qian finally attained a fresh understanding of the entire empire and its orcs.
Xuan Montag remarked, Qian.
I shall be leaving the Alliance in the next few days to arrange a new identity for you. Luo Qian had just informed Qian Mo that she had been discovered in the forest and brought back, her origins shrouded in mystery. If trouble were to arise, her past could easily be traced back to her. Therefore, Qian Mo resolved to secure a new identity for her. In the past, such matters could have been delegated to subordinates, but now, for Luo Qian's safety, he felt compelled to take charge personally. Fortunately, the situation had been uncovered early enough to allow for adequate preparation. Once the discussion concluded, Qian Mo deactivated the protective system, opened the door, and exited the room alongside Luo Qian. Upon seeing Luo Qian emerge, Qin Ge immediately rushed over, clinging to her leg. Woof woof. Hug.
Xuan Montag,
Already aware that Luo Qian could not comprehend Qin Ji's words, lifted him away from her leg. Qian has already hugged you numerous times. Do not persist in seeking her affection. He continued, do not take advantage of your current juvenile form to unabashedly vie for her attention. Continue this behavior, and I shall confine you to a cage. It turned out that Qin Ge had been calling out for hugs. With Qian Mo's translation, Luo Qian finally grasped Qin Ji's canine expressions. She chuckled and gently tapped his forehead. You may have one hug per day. I must now prepare food. Behave and entertain yourself, and I shall provide you with a treat shortly. Woof. All right. Qin Ge wriggled free from Qian Mo's grasp, clutching a piece of coal and scampering off. Qin Ge, you are not permitted to bully the coal. Luo Qian quickly admonished him.
Woof.
Understood. With a sudden thud, the coal dropped from his mouth onto the floor. Feeling guilty, Qian nudged the coal with his paw, signaling it to move on its own. The coal, glancing up at him, suddenly flapped its new wings and soared onto his back. Chirp, chirp. Let us go. Woof, woof. Qian joyfully trotted off with the coal in tow. Qian Mo observed Qian foolish antics, feeling exasperated. Despite his prowess in crafting weapons and warships, he doubted his reliability in safeguarding Qian. Alone with Luo Qian Mo frequently found himself hindered by various matters. It was imperative to arrange for someone to remain constantly at Qian's side for her protection. Following Luo Qian into the kitchen, Qian Mo hesitated before inquiring, Qian, among the 9 matches you have been assigned, aside from the few I have already met, what are the others? 9 matchers. Su and M has already encountered Hyn and Lingun. He harbors no trust for these 2 individuals. J and Shio has severed his match, and for whatever reason, he is no longer within Su and M's considerations. Q and G is also temporarily unreliable. What remains are the other 4. Upon mentioning the remaining matchers, Lu Qian sighed in resignation. He informed Su and M, aside from the ones you have met, I cannot establish contact with the others. Moreover, I have already dissolved my match with Lingun. We are now in a cooperative arrangement where I provide him with comfort, and he compensates me with star coins. You are aware of the situations regarding J and Shio and Q and G, and as for Hyn. Lu Qian recalled the cunning, calculating fox and stated without hesitation, I have resolved to terminate my match with him. Chapter 53. Contacting other matchers. Aware of the peril he faces as a human within the interstellar empire, Lu Qian would not tolerate any exposure to risk in his vicinity. He could not place his trust in Hyn, that fox with ulterior motives. Hearing that Lu Qian intended to sever ties with Hyn, Su and M was not the least bit surprised. Qian, whatever decision you make, I will support you. He refrained from speaking favorably of that fox. Beasts must bear the consequences of their actions. If Hyn truly wishes to bond with Qian, he must demonstrate his utmost sincerity. Clearly, he has yet to present any substantial goodwill. Since you have decided to dissolve your match with Hyn, I believe it is time to reach out to the other matchers. Your status is too unique. You must have someone by your side at all times to ensure your safety. In the interstellar empire, it is customary for females to be accompanied at all times by male ability users or partners. Individuals like Lu Qian, who have lived alone for so long, are indeed rare. Lu Qian acknowledged the validity of Su and M's concerns. While he worried for her safety, she was not so arrogant as to believe that as a 4th-tier ability user, she could adequately protect herself. Then I shall attempt to contact them again. After speaking, Lu Qian activated her holographic device, entering the matcher group where the remaining 4 resided. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Half an hour passed. Her exotic beast noodle dish was ready, yet the group remained silent. Su and M was also in the group, vigilantly monitoring the situation. Seeing that half an hour had elapsed without anyone reaching out to Lu Qian, Su and M's expression darkened. These individuals truly displayed no sense of responsibility as matchers. Noticing Su and M's displeasure, Lu Qian promptly presented the prepared exotic beast noodles before him. There is no need to be upset. If I cannot reach them, I will terminate all matches and reapply for new ones through the beast god system. After all, they are merely a few men. If they prove useless, I shall seek replacements. In truth, she had long contemplated dissolving her matches, but feared that these individuals might share the same predicament as Su and M initially had, out of the Empire's bounds. Leaving her holographic device without signal, with Su and M's presence, she had pushed these individuals to the back of her mind. Were it not for Su and M's mention today, she might have entirely forgotten about the 4 matchers she had yet to contact. After Luo Qian finished speaking, she served Qian another bowl of noodles. The coal ball likely could not consume noodles, so she prepared some exotic beast meat for it and placed it in a small dish. Qian Mo went to assist by fetching a fork and called over both the coal ball and Qian. Soon, Qian returned, carrying the coal ball on his back. He even remembered to wash his paws before dining. To Luo Qian's astonishment, the coal ball followed suit and washed its own paws as well. Qian Mo patiently explained to Luo Qian, Qian is an orc. Although his intelligence is currently akin to that of a young cub, he possesses such basic knowledge. As for the coal ball, This clever little creature may not understand the concept of washing hands, but it likely imitated Qian Ji's actions. Neither Qian Go nor the coal ball required forks for their meal. Qian Go dove into his bowl like a little kitten, while the coal ball displayed more elegance. Standing at the edge of the dish, picking up the pieces of exotic beast meat that Luo Qian had cut for him, tilting his head back to swallow them whole. Seeing that they were managing their meal without any issues, Luo Qian decided not to intervene further. Qian Mo was utterly captivated by the aroma of the exotic beast noodles made by Luo Qian, finding them so delicious that he could hardly stop eating. Having previously tasted the exotic beast meat that Luo Qian had taught him to cook, he had thought that was the pinnacle of flavor, only to discover that there were dishes even more delectable. After finishing the meal, Qian Mo promptly instructed the simulation robot to clean the kitchen, insisting that Luo Qian take a break. After all, she had prepared food for him, and it would be unfair to burden her further by making her clean. Once Qian Mo had completed his tasks and emerged, he found Luo Qian seated in the living room of the wooden house, perusing information on her light brain. Qian Go and the coal ball were nowhere to be seen. Hesitating for a moment, he approached Luo Qian, knelt on one knee before her, and fervently grasped her hand. Qian, could you kindly share the names of the remaining 4 matches with me? I would like to attempt to contact them. I swear to the beast god that I will not harm them. To learn the names of matches who had never met, one must obtain the consent of the female master. Qian Mo was eager to reach out to the remaining 4 matches because he believed that Luo Qian's matches were not ordinary ability users. Long Yuan, Hu Yan, Jin Xiao, and Qian Go. Each one of them was a top-tier individual. The remaining 4 must surely possess remarkable qualities as well, given Luo Qian's human identity. He sincerely hoped that her remaining matches were all formidable beings, ideally stronger than himself, and better suited for Qian. Only then would she be truly safe. Luo Qian helped him to his feet, directly opened her light brain, and displayed the information of the remaining 4 individuals to him. In reality, there was little to share, only their names, contact information, and ages. Upon seeing the names of the remaining matches, Qian Mo's lips twitched. The first 3, Jiu Qing, Yu Bai, and Ming Yan, were individuals he had mentioned just yesterday. 2 were missing, and 1 was scavenging on the outer battlefield. It would be a miracle if he could reach them. The last name, Han Chuan, made Qian Mo furrow his brow. The young master of the Snow Domain Wolf clan, shrouded in mystery, seldom has news circulating about him. The Snow Domain itself is not fond of engaging with the outside world, leaving Qian Mo quite unaware of the situation regarding his counterpart. Indeed, it seems that Qian's suitors are anything but ordinary. For the time being, Qian, Jiu Qing, and Yu Bai may be unreachable. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Mo delicately explained to Luo Qian that Jiu Qing is the second prince of the Imperial Feng clan, while Yu Bai holds the esteemed position of the Empire's chief commander. Both have gone missing on the battlefield beyond the domain, and as of now, their whereabouts remain unknown. Is it truly them? Luo Qian gazed at Qian Mo in astonishment. She had heard much regarding the second prince and the chief commander. Qian Mo nodded in affirmation. Luo Qian pondered aloud. I am uncertain whether to deem her fortunate or unfortunate. Their current disappearance renders them unreachable, which is understandable. Fortunately, I did not hastily sever a match. What of the other 2? Luo Qian inquired about Qian Mo's knowledge. Are you familiar with them? Qian Mo nodded. Ming Yan belongs to the Succubus clan. He is a scavenger and should currently be on the battlefield beyond the domain, so contacting him shouldn't pose a challenge. As for Han Chuan, Qian Mo's expression shifted slightly as he mentioned Han Chuan. This young master of the Snow Domain Wolf clan is rumored to be of the same formidable level as Long Yuan, both being 11th-tier powerhouses. News about him is scarce. But I shall send word to the Snow Domain Wolf clan to inquire about his intentions. Why has he not reached out to you? It seems that her little serpent is indeed the most reliable. Were she in possession of such identities and information, she would find it impossible to contact them. She embraced Qian Mo, planting a gentle kiss upon his cheek. Then I shall leave this to my capable Mo. What I cannot accomplish, I shall entrust to those who can. I am quite self-aware in this regard and never seek to overextend myself. Chapter 54. The Stick Buds. 5 days later. Within the Snow Domain Wolf clan, the Grand Elder, upon receiving news from the Hunter Alliance, excitedly leaned on his cane and hurried toward the royal palace. My king, our young master finally has a female partner. What did you say? The middle-aged man seated on the throne nearly leapt from his seat upon hearing the Grand Elder's words. Han Chuan truly has a female partner? Indeed. Indeed, the Grand Elder presented the message from Qian Mo to King Hanlin. Your Majesty, look here. This is a message from Qian Mo, the leader of the Interstellar Hunter Alliance, regarding another match for our young master. The female partner has been unable to contact him, which prompted Qian Mo to send this correspondence. It states that the beast god has matched our young master with a remarkably beautiful and amiable fourth-tier female. As he read the final sentence, the Grand Elder furrowed his brow slightly. Your Majesty, this female is only fourth tier, while our young master is already at 11th tier.
This.
King Hanlin understood the Grand Elder's concerns, fearing the female's lower tier would be inadequate to soothe Han Chuan. It is of no consequence. It is unimportant. As long as that lad can marry, nothing else matters. He waved his hand dismissively and promptly instructed his clansmen. Hurry. Gather the finest treasures from our clan to prepare a dowry for our young master, ensuring it is both plentiful and precious. Before nightfall, deliver Han Chuan and his dowry out of the snow domain. This little female must not be allowed to return the gift, even for the sake of the dowry. The situation with his son has become quite dire. Thank the beast god. He must expedite the arrangements to send this individual to her. Observing the urgency of the king's actions, the Grand Elder swiftly interjected, Your Majesty, have you forgotten? Since the young master was rescued from the lake last month, he has remained in the ice crystal coffin in a deep slumber. Indeed, that young man has yet to awaken. Han Lin smacked his forehead, realizing he had overlooked this detail. No wonder the little female had been unable to reach him. No matter, let them carry the ice crystal coffin. The young man must be sent out regardless. Furthermore, the dowry must be increased, as long as the recipient does not refuse it. We shall bestow upon her all the treasures of the snow domain. At the headquarters of the Hunter Alliance, within the wooden cabin, Luo Qian seized the opportunity while Qian Mo was absent to quietly prick her finger with a fine needle. She retrieved the wooden stick brought back by Mei Qiu and let a drop of her blood fall upon it. A few days prior, Qin Ge had accidentally shattered the flower pot containing the stick, and while tidying up, Luo Qian had inadvertently cut her finger, allowing her blood to drip onto the small black stick. At the time, she paid little mind to it. After replanting the stick, she resumed her tasks. The following day, she was astonished to discover that the stick had changed color. The once black branch had straightened and transformed into a deep blue hue, sprouting a cluster of green buds. By nightfall, the buds had blossomed into crescent-shaped tender leaves, with a deep blue vein running through the center. To her astonishment, the shape of these tender leaves resembled those she had observed on the Xianyu divine tree, the companion tree of the beast god, in her holographic studies. In the past few days, Luo Qian had extensively researched the Alliance's archives and had nearly confirmed that this branch was indeed from the Xianyu divine tree. No wonder Mei Qiu had cherished it so dearly. From her findings, she learned that the flowers of the Xianyu divine tree possess immense healing energy. Even the gravest of injuries could be healed as long as there was a breath left, simply by consuming the flowers it bore. The Empire periodically sought the beast god in the divine realm to request these flowers, which, when diluted, were used to manufacture further medicinal potions for the ailing beast men. The fruits of the divine tree, which Luo Qian had previously consumed, were the seeds capable of awakening latent abilities within the beast men. Luo Qian had no knowledge of how Mei Qiu had procured such a small segment of the Xianyu divine tree. However, if she could nurture this little branch to bloom, it would be tantamount to possessing a divine remedy. Henceforth, she and Qian Mo would have no fear, regardless of the severity of their injuries.
Drip.
The crimson blood fell upon the deep blue branch, only to be swiftly absorbed by the divine tree, disappearing without a trace. Luo Qian retrieved a potion and gently applied it to the small wound on her fingertip. In mere moments, the injury healed completely. The coal ball lay sleeping beside the beast core, oblivious to this scene. For some reason, it had taken to resting against those beast cores over the past few days. Qin Ge, following suit, also opted to sleep beside the beast core rather than on the bed. After tending to the divine tree, Luo Qian relocated it to the floor-to-ceiling window to bask in the sunlight. Divine tree, grow swiftly and bloom soon. Your blood was not given in vain. I expect a return for it. Having completed her tasks, Luo Qian proceeded to practice her cultivation. Unbeknownst to her, as she turned away, the tender leaves on the branches swayed gently. Recently, Qian Mo had been preoccupied with arranging her household registration and lineage, and he had not returned in 3 days. In his absence, Luo Qian found herself missing him and diligently honing her skills. She had absorbed numerous fifth-tier beast cores over these days, significantly enhancing her cultivation. It would not be long before she ascended to the fifth tier herself. As she stepped out of her bedroom, her light brain chimed with an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. Hesitating for a moment, she pressed the answer button. "Mistress, it's me, Qian." Hearing Huyan's voice took Luo Qian by surprise. Just days prior, she had discussed the termination of their match on her light brain, even applying to the system for their disconnection and sending him screenshots before deleting him from her contacts. Since she had already initiated the dissolution of their match, there seemed to be no further entanglements between them, rendering any future communication unnecessary. "Huyan, we have severed our match. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Luo Qian inquired calmly. On the other end, Huyan's voice trembled with urgency and emotion. "Mistress, please grant me a moment to express myself. I know I must face the consequences of my actions. From the very beginning, I have not been sincere with you. I acknowledge that my behavior has rendered me unworthy of being your match, and I accept the dissolution. However, Mistress, there are still over 2 months until I am officially removed as your match. Could you possibly grant me another chance? I assure you that if I fail to earn your forgiveness by the deadline, I will depart without a trace and promise never to trouble you again." Huyan recognized his faults and refrained from justifying his actions, understanding that wrong is wrong. He only hoped Luo Qian might consider granting him one last opportunity. Chapter 55. What I owe you, I have returned. Central Star. On the top floor of Shinmu Technology. After expressing his feelings and decisions to Luo Qian, Huyan, unable to bear the thought of hearing her response, quickly shut off his light brain. He admitted to being not only cunning and despicable but also a coward, lacking the courage to hear Luo Qian reject him in person. This way, he could deceive himself into believing that if the mistress had given him a chance, he would seize it wholeheartedly. With this thought, his gaze fell upon the 7 vials of potion on the adjacent table, which Qian Mo had sent over. Within it lies the venom intended for the female named Qiu and her partner, a concoction that enables one to forget certain memories. Of the 7 vials containing this toxic liquid, 6 are designated for the female Inli and her companion. After being brought to the Central Star, certain high-ranking officials of the Empire have commenced the hunt for Inli's partner, with the aim of ensuring that a bachelor from their own family becomes her mate. Initially, Inli had a dozen partners by her side. Now, only 5 remain alive. Xuanma fears that Inli, unable to withstand the Empire's manipulation, might reveal the identity of Luo Qian. Thus, he intends for her to forget him. The final vial, the last of its kind, is meant for Xuanma himself. Ha! Huyan picked up his own vial of the potion, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Xuanma does not trust him, and indeed, his actions are hardly credible. Ding-dong. The doorbell chimed. Huyan's personal robotic assistant entered the room. "Esteemed master, the female named Inli and her partner have arrived as per your appointment." Huyan adjusted his attire, donned his mask, and stepped out of the office. Few are aware of the true appearance of the owner of Shinmu Technology. They only know that he hails from the 9-tailed Red Fox clan and is always seen wearing a fox mask. In the opulent VIP reception room of Shinmu Technology, Inli gazed in awe as the staff presented her with the new fruit and vegetable nutrient solution favored by the elite females of the Central Star. There were also exquisite jewelry pieces and the latest spatial rings, an array of splendid items she had long desired, but deemed unattainable. Her male partner was equally astonished by the wealth on display, aware that the total value of these gifts could reach billions of star coins, rivaling their mistress's entire fortune. Could it be that all this is a gift from the enigmatic owner of Shinmu Technology? Inli's partner inquired, disbelief evident in his voice. This esteemed proprietor is exceedingly generous. It seems. Inli, donning the latest spatial ring, replied with pride, "Of course, it was he who presented me with these gifts. I am now a female saved by the divine fire of the beast god, destined to become a high-level female ability user. It is only natural that the higher-ranking male ability users seek to curry favor with me. Since her arrival at the Central Star, Inli has encountered males of the 7th, 8th, and even 9th rank among the aristocracy, an experience she once deemed unimaginable. With the mysterious owner of Shinmu Technology also vying for her favor, she is determined to seize this opportunity. After all, he is not an ordinary high-ranking male. It is said that the males of the 9-tailed Red Fox clan possess an extraordinary talent for winning the hearts of females, and this holds true. Inli delightedly contemplated how, upon meeting this enigmatic magnate, she could mark him first, establishing him as her follower before making him her partner. After all, he is the Empire's fortune bringer. who would not cherish the favor of such a benefactor. Esteemed Silverly, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. Fox Qian entered wearing a mask, his melodious voice calm and gentle. Even without seeing his face, the sight of his figure and the sound of his voice captivated Silverly. It is said that all from the nine-tailed fox clan are strikingly handsome. This individual, with such a delightful voice, must certainly possess remarkable looks. Silverly felt a rare sense of nervousness. She gazed at Fox Qian, her tone noticeably softer than before. I haven't been waiting long. Thank you for sending these items. I truly appreciate them. Fox Qian's gaze swept over the items, which were of little value in star coins, and his fox-like eyes sparkled with genuine warmth. These trinkets are nothing. They hardly befit the esteemed Silverly. I have prepared even more splendid gifts for you. Saying this, he retrieved 6 vials of high-value potions from his ring. What are these? Silverly inquired curiously, her eyes fixed on the vials. She could not comprehend the potions themselves, but recognized that the materials used for their packaging were exceedingly rare and expensive. Such exquisite wrapping surely concealed something extraordinary within. Fox Qian explained gently, these are high-tier potions extracted from the cores of 9th-tier exotic beasts by Shinmu technology. Consuming them will allow a beast to rapidly elevate their rank within 3 days, without any side effects. I lament the unfortunate demise of several of your companions since your arrival at Central Star. I believe you may greatly need these potions now. In just a short span, out of a dozen companions, only 5 remained. Though Silverly was currently entangled in a passionate affair with another high-ranking male, she had no time to mourn her deceased companions, nor could she investigate the causes of their untimely deaths. However, her remaining companions lived in constant fear, haunted by the inexplicable losses of their brethren. With no intervention from their female leader, they could only strive to strengthen their abilities and pray for their safety. Upon hearing Fox Qian present potions that could enhance their ranks, they were instantly intrigued. Can these potions truly help us elevate our ranks? One of Silverly's companions could not help but ask. Fox Qian smiled and nodded, given Silverly's esteemed status. It would be unwise for me to present falsehoods to you. Silverly, feeling secure in her position, believed he would not dare deceive her. She took the potions, distributing one to herself and each of her remaining companions. I trust you, Boss Fox. With that, she promptly opened her vial and drank its contents. Silverly urgently needed to ascend quickly to demonstrate her true prowess to the Imperial elite. The potion struck a chord deep within her. Seeing Silverly consume the potion, her companions eagerly followed suit, opening their vials and drinking without hesitation. Fox Qian watched as they consumed the potions, slowly collapsing before him. He chuckled coldly, counting the seconds as he awaited their awakening. 5 minutes passed. Ainli drowsily opened her eyes, gazing at Huyen seated across from her, and then glanced at her partner, who had also just awakened, perplexed as she inquired, how did we fall asleep? Huyen chuckled and replied, esteemed Ainli, it is because you and your partner have just tried our company's latest formula, a potion designed to induce rapid sleep and alleviate mental agitation in beast men. Rapid sleep and relief from mental agitation? Ainli furrowed her brow, casting a skeptical look at her companions. Upon hearing Huyan's words, they began to sense their own mental state, realizing that they indeed felt somewhat more at ease. Mistress, our mental state seems considerably improved, one partner responded. Huyan smiled at them, well aware that they could perceive a difference in their mental well-being. For he had indeed included a substance in the formula that temporarily alleviates mental agitation. These potions are priced at 100 million star coins. May I inquire how you wish to settle the payment? You want money from me? Ainli exclaimed, astonished at Huyan's audacity. Is there a problem? Huyan replied innocently. What you consumed is the latest breakthrough from Shinmu technology. In light of your esteemed presence, I have graciously offered you a 50% discount. Ainli was left speechless. Before she could respond, Huyan gestured toward the array of items, saying, are there any particular items you fancy, Ainli? If so, you may select them and I can extend the same discount. Ainli remained silent. 10 minutes later, she stormed out of the Shinmu technology building with her companions, visibly irate. Huyan, observing her departing figure, cheerfully opened his holographic terminal and initiated a transfer to Qian Mo Huyan, transferring 100 million star coins. Huyan, the matter you entrusted to me has been handled. I have returned the coins that were taken from you previously. The remainder is simply interest. After sending the message, Huyan retrieved his own potion, uncapped it, and drank it down. Fortunately, Qian Mo still possessed a semblance of conscience, allowing him to retain some memories of Luo Qian while merely erasing the events pertaining to Xinhua. Chapter 56. Enjoying his concern when Qian Mo received the transfer notification. He was entangled with Jin Xiao. He had not yet sought out this individual, but it seemed that Jin Xiao had come to him. This certainly spared him a considerable amount of trouble. When will I finally see Luo Qian? Jin Xiao insisted, standing stubbornly before Qian Mo. I have been waiting for Hu Yan's news for days, but he has yet to respond. I visited the villa looking for Luo Qian only to find she had left several days ago. Have you hidden her away? Hu Yan had promised to speak favorably on his behalf in front of Luo Qian. Qian Mo was well aware that only he and Hu Yan were suitable matches for her. Unable to contact Hu Yan, he had no choice but to approach Qian Mo. Qian Mo had not rested in several days. His eyes were bloodshot, and he appeared quite sullen, gazing at the incessantly chattering Jin Xiao. He felt an overwhelming urge to swallow him whole. Jin Xiao continued to press, Is Luo Qian doing well now? Could you assist me in expressing my desire to see her just once, to exchange a few words? He yearns to confront Luo Qian directly and elucidate his transgressions, hoping that she might grant him another opportunity. Qian Mo pressed his tongue against his venomous fangs, listening to the incessant ramblings of the man, and promptly tossed out 2 vials of potion. If you wish to meet Qian, very well. Drink this with your subordinate, and I shall take you to see her. This potion has already been consumed by Hu Yan. How could Jin Xiao be exempt? He had prepared it long ago. What is this? Jin Xiao inquired suspiciously as he received the vial from Qian Mo poison. My poison, Qian Mo replied impatiently. Dare to drink it? If you are bold enough to do so, I will escort you to meet Qian. He had numerous matters to attend to and hoped this fellow would act more decisively. He was eager to conclude his tasks and return home to accompany Qian. Young master, you cannot drink that, Jin Yao exclaimed, his face paling at the revelation of Qian Mo's poison. Qian Mo's heart was indeed dark, exploiting the young master's affection for Luo Qian to administer poison under the guise of an opportunity. I will drink it, Jin Xiao declared earnestly. As long as I can see Luo Qian, I would willingly face death. Qian Mo gestured towards Jin Yao. You are not the only one who must drink. Your companion here must partake as well. But why should this concern him? Jin Yao stammered, trying to interject. Yet, Jin Xiao had already presented the potion to him. Drink it. Young master, this has nothing to do with me. Faced with Jin Xiao's fierce gaze, Jin Yao could only silently accept the potion, opening it and swallowing its contents. Fine, if death is to be my fate, so be it. After all, he was merely a single beast without a female companion. The young master had saved his life. This time, he would repay that debt. Watching Jin Yao consume the potion, Jin Xiao followed suit, downing the vial in his hand. Upon finishing, he cast the empty vial to the ground and looked towards Qian Mo. I have finished it. Before he could utter another word, darkness enveloped his vision, and he collapsed alongside Jin Yao. Qian Mo regarded the fallen duo with disdain. Truly, they were foolish beyond measure. The intellect of the Golden-Winged Rock clan was already limited, and yet they delighted in mimicking the internal strife of the succubi. All their meager intelligence was squandered on familial discord. With a resounding thud, a violet-black serpentine tail struck the ground, creating a 2-meter-deep pit. It then coiled around Jin Xiao and flung him into the abyss. This time, Qian Mo did not go to extremes. He left Jin Xiao's head above ground, ensuring that Jin Yao would awaken to see his master extract him from the pit. The poison administered to Jin Xiao was markedly different from that given to Hu Yan. He had merely caused Hu Yan to forget the matter of the divine fire, while Jin Xiao would awaken with no recollection of Luo Qian. Having completed his tasks, Qian Mo wasted no time and departed swiftly. So many days had passed, he wondered if the messages sent to the snow domain and beyond had arrived yet. He gazed at the darkening sky. Qian Mo, weary, rubbed his brow and sought a secure spot to administer a dose of medication to himself. Soon, the bloodshot veins in his eyes vanished, and he appeared significantly more rejuvenated. Once he was confident that his fatigue was imperceptible, he dared to contact Luo Qian through her holographic interface. He was apprehensive that Qian might witness his exhausted state, which he deemed too disheveled and unappealing. When Qian Mo's holographic call connected, Luo Qian had just exited the training room. Upon seeing his video call, her previously calm eyes sparkled with delight. She swiftly accepted the call, and in an instant, Qian Mo's figure materialized before her. Qian, Did you have a joyful day? Have you eaten well? Have you rested sufficiently? Do you still enjoy the fruits and vegetables I arranged to be sent to you? A flurry of questions ensued, and instead of irking Luo Qian, they filled her with happiness. It felt wonderful to be cared for and cherished in such moments. With a bright smile, she gently and patiently replied, I had a lovely day, I ate well, and I rested properly. I absolutely adore the fruits and vegetables you sent. I even made some jam and dried fruit, which I stored in the freshness lock space for us to enjoy together when you return. As she spoke, she shifted the camera to reveal Qian Ge, who was sprawled on the sofa after playing with the coal ball. Look, I've managed to fatten Qian Ge up quite a bit over these past few days. And the coal ball seems to have grown a little as well. After showcasing Qian Ge and the coal ball, Luo Qian dashed to her bedroom to show him the divine tree. Qian, look quickly. After I placed a layer of beast cores at the base, it has already sprouted its second leaf. A few days prior, when Qian had video called her, she had mentioned the stick, but to alleviate his worries, she had refrained from disclosing that the tree was nourished by her blood. Instead, she fabricated a tale that it was merely an accident that the beast core had found its way into the pot, which allowed the stick to absorb its energy and undergo a transformation. A drop of blood each day posed no harm to her body. So Qian had no reason to doubt her words. With her eyes twinkling, she gazed at the man she had been longing for these past few days. I researched, and it says that for every 6 leaves the divine tree produces, it will bloom a flower. Watching Luo Qian joyfully share every detail with him, Qian felt enveloped by her deep affection and an overwhelming sense of security. Qian, when it blooms its first flower, I will pluck it and give it to you. Although Luo Qian had never seen what the flowers of the divine tree looked like, she had already envisioned how she would use that flower. What would the flowers of the divine tree even resemble? Qian, I am so sorry. Qian suddenly expressed his guilt, startling Luo Qian. His voice was laden with remorse. What's wrong? She quickly inquired, have you encountered some trouble? Are you hurt?
No.
I'm fine, he reassured her, noticing her misunderstanding and fearing it might cause her distress. I just feel I haven't taken good care of you. That I can't always be by your side, and that you can't even go out in the alliance right now. Other females, once they have a matching partner, can do as they please. Yet, after having him, Qian finds herself devoid of freedom. Alas. Luo Qian was startled. She thought something was amiss. Observing Qian's expression of guilt and self-reproach, she quickly comprehended that her little snake felt he had failed to care for her and had become trapped in a spiral of self-doubt. When one suddenly becomes ensnared in such a predicament, what is to be done? Comforting them often proves ineffective. The optimal solution is to create an opening beside their dilemma, allowing them to redirect their internal conflict. Luo Qian discreetly pinched her thigh beneath the table.
Ouch.
That hurt. Through the pain, she managed to squeeze out a couple of tears and, in a pitiful tone, asked Qian, so, do you wish to terminate our bond? Qian, do you no longer want me? Chapter 57. Who are you? Qian, that is not my intention. I truly did not mean it. Qian was taken aback that his words had caused Luo Qian to weep, leading her to misunderstand his wishes to sever their connection. Witnessing her sorrowful demeanor as she lay her head on the table drove him into a panic. What guilt and self-reproach. What was he even saying? Qian, please do not cry. I shall never speak so again. Luo Qian looked up at him through her tears, her voice trembling as she replied. You may refrain from saying it, but I am certain you will still think so in your heart.
No.
Qian shook his head vehemently. I will never think that way again. I swear it upon the beast god. Seeing the little female in such distress shattered his heart. He felt as if he could stab himself in despair. The beast god was indeed real, revered by the beast men. While a male might deceive his female counterpart, he would never dare to deceive the beast god. Since you swore to the beast god, I shall trust you this once. Upon hearing his vow, Luo Qian managed to cease her sobbing, wiping her tears away. However, I am quite upset and cannot forgive you so easily. With Luo Qian's tears, the notions of guilt and self-reproach dissipated from Qian's mind. He was now consumed with thoughts on how to earn her forgiveness. Qian, he began, his voice cautious. What must I do for you to forgive me? When a person is lost in their thoughts and spiraling into despair, it is crucial to keep them occupied. Luo Qian's gaze fell upon the coal ball that had entered unnoticed. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Did you not say previously that you wished to find a female for coal ball? Then your punishment shall be to find him a particularly beautiful and intelligent female. Coal ball. Chirp. He wished to protest, but Luo Qian decisively pinched his mouth shut, silencing him. She continued speaking to Qian Mo. You must quickly finish your tasks and return to accompany me. I have a multitude of delectable dishes I wish to enjoy. Yet I do not want to cook them myself. You shall return and learn to cook for me. Whatever I desire, you shall prepare. Furthermore, as a punishment, upon your return, you must sing and dance for me every night to help me sleep. A stunningly handsome man, draped in sheer fabric, would dance upon the vast 30-meter bed for her delight. Beneath the green veil, the sultry, dark purple tail of a serpent coiled around her calf.
Oh, dear.
Just the thought of it made Luo Qian nearly succumb to a nosebleed. Very well, for now, I shall assign you these tasks. Fearing that Qian Mo might notice something amiss, Luo Qian decisively ended the call. Singing? Dancing? Other requests Qian Mo could effortlessly fulfill. However, the mere notion of singing and dancing caused his brow to furrow in a deep frown. While his singing was reasonably in tune, the thought of twisting and turning, especially in front of his beloved mistress, filled him with an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, rendering even the serpent's entire form flushed with shame. Yet, he could not ignore Qian's wishes. After a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth and began searching for videos of male dancers on his holographic device. To his astonishment, a plethora of male performers streamed their dance routines online. Some exhibited a robust masculinity, others a delicate grace, some were fiery, while others were tantalizingly seductive, with a few even stripping as they danced. Were it not for the system's constraints, one might have expected them to disrobe entirely. As Qian Mo perused these videos, his mind raced with thoughts of what Qian would favor. Perhaps he should learn a bit of each style? Unbeknownst to Luo Qian Mo's internal deliberations unfolded. After hanging up, she took a moment to calm her flustered emotions and turned her attention to the coal ball still held at her lips. Although she could not comprehend the daily utterances of the coal ball, her increasing familiarity allowed her to grasp its general meaning. Luo Qian explained, I understand you do not desire a female companion. I merely wish to give Qian Mo some tasks to occupy his mind and prevent him from wandering into unfounded thoughts. You need not worry. I shall not truly pair you with a female. Upon hearing that Luo Qian did not genuinely intend to find him a female counterpart, the coal ball felt relieved. The earlier video call between Luo Qian and Qian Mo had not escaped the keen ears of Zhou Qing. He observed Luo Qian pinching herself, pretending to cry to frighten Qian Mo, and noted her deliberate reassurances to soothe him. This alleviated Qian Mo's psychological burden, rekindling his sense of being needed and cherished by Luo Qian. Zhou Qing felt a tinge of envy towards Qian Mo. He pondered whether Luo Qian would extend such kindness to him once he regained his strength. He was not greedy. He merely desired that Luo Qian would show him a fraction of the affection she bestowed upon Qian Mo. Very well, you may go and play, Luo Qian said, releasing the coal ball to seek out Qin Ge. Once the coal ball exited the room, Luo Qian retrieved a slender needle from her ring space and pricked her finger. She then allowed a drop of blood to fall onto the divine tree. Watching the tree absorb her blood, Luo Qian smiled and caressed its leaves. Oh, divine tree. You have consumed my blood, yet it has taken 3 days to yield but 2 leaves. That seems rather insufficient, does it not? Can we negotiate for you to exert a bit more effort? I am not asking for much. A single leaf per day would suffice. This way, you could sprout 6 leaves sooner and bloom. Once you flower, I shall reward you with an additional drop of blood. What say you? If you remain silent, I shall take it as your agreement. Just as the moon-white figure regained consciousness, it interjected, Mistress, you care for Qian Mo. Why not extend a little compassion towards me as well? He now struggles even to transform into human form. Growing just 2 leaves in 3 days has become his utmost limit. The prospect of producing a leaf each day is utterly unattainable. Watching Luo Qian rise from the table and make her way to the bathroom, Yu Bai gently trembled the 2 leaves adorning his form, striving to absorb the energy from the beast cores in the pot. He hoped to cultivate another leaf before dawn. After a long day, Luo Qian was too fatigued to prepare a meal. After her bath, she simply consumed a nutrient supplement and retired to bed. As night fell, the spatial stone shifted with the passage of time, and moonlight replaced sunlight, streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the room. The deep blue branches emitted a soft glow under the moonlight, drifting toward the slumbering Luo Qian. In her dreams, a strikingly handsome man suddenly appeared before her. He donned a white shirt, the collar unfastened to reveal his delicate collarbones, with short black hair and a tall, slender figure. His skin was as fair as jade, and he wore elegant black glasses. When he smiled, his demeanor was warm and courteous. Gazing upon him, Luo Qian felt as though enveloped in a gentle spring breeze, exquisite comfort. "My dear host, I apologize for our delayed meeting and for having to greet you in this manner," Yu Bai spoke, his voice as smooth and refined as his appearance. He extended his hand, his long fingers gently brushing against Luo Qian's delicate cheek, before bestowing a soft kiss upon her forehead. The scent of fresh greenery enveloped her senses. The tender sensation at her brow jolted Luo Qian awake from her dreams. "My host?" This man had just referred to her as such. She stared at him in astonishment. "Are you my match? What is your name?" Was she not in her own room, asleep? When had this matchmaker arrived? Why had the defense system not made a sound? A flurry of questions swirled in Luo Qian's mind. Chapter 58. I am Yu Bai. The man chuckled softly, his long fingers tenderly tucking away her disheveled hair behind her ear. "Of course, I am the one you were thinking of today, my dear host," he said, inching closer to her, enveloped by the refreshing scent of nature. Slowly, he began to unbutton his shirt, his lips brushing against Luo Qian's ear. The contrast between his refined voice and his seductive actions strikingly intense. "My host, are you displeased to see me?" As Luo Qian beheld his alluring movements, four words suddenly flashed in her mind. "Hello there."
So charming, so enticing.
This skill must surely belong to the seductive clan? She eyed him suspiciously and inquired, "Are you a demon of the underworld?" Yu Bai, in response, casually discarded his unbuttoned shirt and drew closer, wrapping his arm around her waist, their skin nearly touching. In a hushed tone, he whispered in her ear, "Why would my host think I am of the seductive clan? Why not the 9 lords? Or Yu Bai?" During this time, Yu Bai had sustained severe injuries, rendering him unable to do more than feign death like a mere stick, yet his consciousness remained. Occasionally, he would drift into a deep slumber, but at times, he would awaken for brief intervals. Not long ago, Qian Mo and Luo Qian discussed the matter of all of Luo Qian's potential matches. And it was during this conversation that he learned of the beast goddess' decision to pair him with a female master. By a twist of fate, while he lay injured and unconscious, she had brought him back. Luo Qian's humanity was also a topic of conversation he overheard. He understood the significant role human blood played for beastmen. It was a treasure that could elevate a beastman to the status of a beast god. Luo Qian was acutely aware of the importance of her blood and the dangers of exposing it. In such circumstances, she chose to use her own blood to heal him, hoping to restore him quickly. Of course, Yu Bai recognized that her intentions differed somewhat from his assumptions. Yet ultimately, the female master had saved him, had she not? The minor incidents in between were inconsequential, utterly insignificant. Yu Bai gazed at Luo Qian, his deep blue eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. Luo Qian, caught in his unwavering stare, felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, causing her cheeks to flush as she averted her gaze. How could this man possess such an alluring gaze, capable of stirring such feelings? Ahem. To mask her embarrassment, Luo Qian cleared her throat before responding to Yu Bai's inquiry. "It's quite simple. Although I have never met you nor seen your pictures, I have searched for information about you on the Light Brain. Jiuqing is the second prince of the Phoenix clan, known for his calm demeanor and serious disposition, which is certainly not like yours. Yu Bai, as a commander, is said to speak very little outside of battles, thus he could not possibly be like you either. That leaves only the Succubus clan. I believe my suspicions are correct. You must be a charming succubus." Yu Bai, observing Luo Qian's confident demeanor, smiled and nodded. "You guessed well, my female master. But do refrain from guessing further." "What do you mean?" Luo Qian asked, perplexed. "Am I mistaken? Are you not Ming Yan?" Without warning, Yu Bai pushed her onto the bed. "Does my female master harbor some misconceptions about the Succubus clan? Is it only succubi who can be charming? Moreover, personas are crafted for others' perceptions. The true me is only revealed to my female master." He lowered his head and captured her lips in a kiss. "My female master, remember that I am Yu Bai. I am far more charming than any succubus." Yu Bai? He was actually Yu Bai. The contrast to the information on the Light Brain was staggering. Just as Luo Qian opened her mouth to speak, she was silenced by his kiss. His arms tightened around her waist, pulling her close. This evening, she wore a particularly sheer camisole, and in his embrace, she could distinctly feel the warmth of his skin. He appeared so refined, yet his kiss was demanding, leaving no room for her to breathe as he fervently sought everything from her. Luo Qian felt as though she was on the verge of suffocation. She pushed against him repeatedly, yet he showed no sign of relenting. Desperate, she bit down on his tongue. Yu Bai winced in pain, halting his actions. His deep blue eyes, though undeniably gentle, radiated an inexplicable aura of danger. Observing Luo Qian, who was panting heavily, Yu Bai finally regained his composure amidst the chaos. In a panic, he grasped Luo Qian's wrist to check her well-being. Once he confirmed she was unharmed, merely a bit breathless, he sighed in relief. "I apologize, my lady. I lost control just now." He had only just awakened and was still struggling to master his spiritual energy. How infuriating. He had nearly harmed her due to his own lapse in control. Luo Qian, however, was not frightened by him. She merely sensed a hint of danger. She felt that beneath Yu Bai's genteel exterior lurked a ferocious beast capable of devouring its prey. A refined rogue, a sinister specter, she realized he epitomized such descriptions. "My lady, did I frighten you?" Yu Bai inquired gently, noticing her silence. He leaned closer, softly coaxing her. "Do not be afraid, I assure you. I shall never act like this again." His soothing tone only heightened Luo Qian's unease. He resembled the wolf in disguise, tricking Little Red Riding Hood. She felt that if she uttered a word, she would be devoured in an instant. As Yu Bai leaned in once more, she instinctively pushed him away, adopting a stern expression. "Behave yourself, and put on your clothes first." "Understood." Yu Bai adjusted his glasses and retrieved a garment from beside him, slipping it on. As Luo Qian watched him button his shirt, fastening each button until the last, he paused momentarily. The movement of his Adam's apple against his fingertips was utterly captivating. Gulp. Luo Qian could almost hear the sound of her own swallowing. Oh dear, she felt on the verge of a breakdown. As a novice, she could only muster the courage to flirt with the innocent Qian Mo. How could she withstand the allure of a male seducer like Yu Bai? No. She must remain composed. Stay strong, Luo Qian. Do not be swayed by beauty. Qian Mo must come first. Yu Bai observed her reaction, without her needing to speak. He understood her thoughts. Among so many candidates, that lad Qian Mo truly was fortunate. "Xiao Qian, I am dressed." With the final button secured, Yu Bai knelt before her with utmost seriousness, resembling a tamed beast. "May I address you as such?" His voice, gentle and refined, bore an undertone of humble supplication. Luo Qian found herself unable to utter a refusal. "Yes." She nodded, yet her curiosity persisted. "How did you manage to enter my room so silently?" "Every night." The defensive system of the wooden cabin was activated. There was no way Yu Bai could have entered unnoticed. Chapter 59. I know you are eager, but please, do not rush. Just awakened, Yu Bai understood that he could not linger in dreams for long. He gently caressed Luo Qian's face. "Because I have always been in this room. I am the Xianyu vine that Ji Qing brought back and you have nurtured in the flower pot." "In the flower pot? The Xianyu vine?" Luo Qian gazed at Yu Bai, her eyes widening in disbelief. You are the divine tree?" Upon hearing her mention the divine tree, Yu Bai felt a tinge of helplessness. He gently explained to Luo Qian, "I am not the divine tree. Rather, I am a mutated Xianyu vine." "Not the divine tree?" Luo Qian furrowed her brow. "But I have researched the information, and your true form resembles that of the divine tree exactly." Seizing the opportunity, Yu Bai subtly inched closer to Luo Qian. "The divine tree's essence is also a mutated Xianyu vine. You may understand it as we belong to the same lineage. Yet we are not the same entity. The divine tree was initially an ordinary mutated Xianyu vine. It gained divinity by always being in proximity to the beast god, which transformed it into the divine tree we know today." With his explanation, Luo Qian grasped the concept. She looked at Yu Bai, now mere inches away, and softly inquired, "Will you also bear flowers?" She had hoped to wait for the divine tree to bloom, so she could present its flowers to Qian Mo. "Indeed." Yu Bai replied with a smile, aware of her intention to gift the flowers he would produce to Qian Mo. "Although the flowers I bloom may not possess the same efficacy as those of the divine tree, they will suffice to save lives." After saying this, he gently took Luo Qian's hand and pressed a kiss to the tip of her finger, which had been pricked by a needle earlier. His eyes filled with tenderness and remorse. "Little Qian, please refrain from offering your blood to me again. Instead, place a few 7th-tier beast cores in the flower pot for me," he implored. Yu Bai wished to spare Luo Qian from further injury. In recent days, she had been providing him with only 1st and 2nd-tier beast cores, which contained insufficient energy for his recovery. Luo Qian understood that it was her blood that had triggered changes within Yu Bai. Thus, the beast cores were of little benefit to him. She disregarded his advice, reasoning that if a few drops of blood could expedite his healing, why should she resort to the slow process of recovery with beast cores? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Furthermore, she only consumed a drop of blood each day, which posed minimal harm to her. Not addressing Yu Bai's concerns, she suddenly recalled his earlier mention of Jiu Qing. Yu Bai, you said it was Jiu Qing who brought you back for me to care for. When did he arrive? I have never seen him. Upon the mention of Jiu Qing, Yu Bai found himself at a loss, unsure whether to feel pity for the prince or to acknowledge his misfortune. He is. Before he could finish, his expression shifted dramatically, and he collapsed into Luo Qian's embrace. Luo Qian was taken aback. Yu Bai, what is wrong? Yu Bai, master, please wake up. Qin Ji's anxious voice rang in her ears. Luo Qian abruptly opened her eyes to find no trace of Yu Bai, only Qin Ge, who had just transformed into a human and was still clad in nothing. Qin Ge, are you well? Luo Qian exclaimed, astonished as she hurriedly inquired. Have you seen Yu Bai? Yu Bai?
I don't understand, master.
I did not see anyone named Yu Bai. I only witnessed you having a nightmare, calling out something like Bai. A dream? Had she truly been dreaming? Yet, why had it felt so vivid? Master, what is wrong? Seeing Luo Qian's silence, Qin Ge waved a hand in front of her. Luo Qian quickly regained her composure. I am fine. I merely experienced a nightmare. Seeing that Luo Qian was truly unscathed, Qin Ge felt a wave of relief wash over him. With a joyful demeanor, he addressed Luo Qian. My dear, I have now fully recovered, and we can proceed to become mates. As he spoke, he grasped her hand and placed it on his sculpted abdomen. It dawned on Luo Qian, who had been preoccupied with thoughts of Yu Bai, that Qin Ge was clad only in his skin. My dear, feel my abdominal muscles. They are no less impressive than Xianmo's, he declared, his excitement palpable as he dashed over to her without pausing to dress. That very evening, he had overheard how much she adored touching Xianmo's abdomen. Gazing into Qin Ji's earnest eyes, Luo Qian found herself unable to utter a word of refusal and nodded solemnly. Indeed, you are quite remarkable. Upon hearing her praise, Qin Ji's eyes sparkled with delight, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to embrace her. Since you hold affection for me, let us hasten to become mates. Ever since he learned of their compatibility, he had diligently sought knowledge about mating whenever his work permitted. Had time allowed, he would have rushed to her side much sooner. As Luo Qian watched him lunge toward her, she quickly pushed him away, wrapping him in a blanket in a flurry. Qin Ge, please calm down. He looked down at the blanket enveloping him, then back at Luo Qian, a shadow of doubt creeping into his heart. Had he truly been rejected? Did she not harbor feelings for him? With this thought, his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. My dear, are you denying me? Do you not wish to become my mate? Is it that you do not like me? As he spoke, he tugged at the blanket, revealing his soft, furry ears before her. What about this? He asked, tilting his head and presenting his ears to her. During his time of depleting his abilities, he had learned that she adored touching them. The soft texture beneath her fingertips compelled Luo Qian to give them a gentle squeeze. Good heavens! Who claimed that a man of science could not be charming? He was absolutely skilled at this. Noticing her silence, Qin Ge furrowed his brow and revealed his fluffy tail, which coiled around her waist. Kneeling before her, he gazed up with hopeful anticipation. My dear, do you like this? He recalled how she relished when Qian Mo wrapped his tail around her. His tail, unlike a serpent's, was plush and cozy. He pondered whether she would appreciate it. Indeed, she replied. Who could possibly dislike such a delightful thing? Luo Qian was enamored. Hearing her affirmation filled Qin Ge with exuberance, and in a sudden burst of fervor, he toppled Luo Qian onto the bed. My dear, since you enjoy it, let us become mates this very moment. Rest assured, I have acquired a wealth of knowledge regarding mating, and I will serve you well. As he lunged toward her, Luo Qian, startled, quickly pushed him away.
Qian,
I understand your eagerness, but please hold on. In the commotion, she accidentally knocked her light brain aside, which rolled away and suddenly vibrated. In the next instant, Xianmo's projection materialized above the bed. Qian, I forgot to tell you. Upon discerning the situation on the bed, Xianmo's voice abruptly ceased. There, on the bed, Luo Qian was clad in a delicate, sheer camisole, one strap forlornly dangling from her shoulder, while the other was entwined with Qin Ji's tail. As he held her tightly in his embrace, her hand resting against his chest. Qian Mo. Luo Qian. Qinggo. Chapter 60. My dear, I shall not contend with him. Luo Qian was the first to regain her composure. Like a wayward woman caught in an infidelity, she forcefully pushed Qinggo away. Qian Mo, listen to my defense. Silence. Do not be foolish at this moment. Mo, allow me to explain. The situation is not as you perceive. As Qinggo was shoved aside, he, feeling aggrieved, reached for Luo Qian's hand. My dear, please hold on. Luo Qian was eager to clarify things with Qian Mo. Time was of the essence, and she could not afford to placate him now. It's all right, Qian. Qian Mo finally grasped the situation, his voice remaining tender. I called you to inform you that Qinggo is on the verge of recovery. Previously, during a video call with Qian, he had observed Qinggo's condition and surmised his imminent restoration. However, amidst discussing other matters with Luo Qian, he had forgotten to mention it. Now recalling it suddenly, he wished to convey the news, only to find himself at a loss. Now that you are aware, I shan't intrude upon you any longer. Subsequently, Qian Mo's voice grew noticeably strained. He had long anticipated this day. Qian could never belong solely to him. Yet, he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. Qian Mo pondered briefly before gently advising Luo Qian, now that Qinggo has just recovered. He may lose control due to overwhelming excitement. Please ensure he is cautious, lest he inadvertently cause you harm. No, the more you say, the more it feels off. I truly had no intention of doing anything. Luo Qian gazed into Qian Mo's eyes, which were tinged with hurt, and her heart felt as if it might shatter. Qian Mo, I assure you, I did nothing. What transpired moments ago was a misunderstanding, I swear it. Qinggo just recovered suddenly, and had no time to dress. You must trust me. Luo Qian was on the verge of swearing an oath. Qian Mo, I promise to become your partner first. You must have faith in me. No one could sway her determination to bond with Qian Mo before anyone else. Qian Mo felt a surge of joy that Luo Qian remembered her promise to him at such a moment, yet guilt tugged at him for making her wait. Qian, I may require some time to ascend. If you are in haste, you need not wait. We are all your match, and whoever it may be. As long as they are sincere towards you, I am not in a hurry. Luo Qian swiftly interrupted Qian Mo, her demeanor indicating no sense of urgency. You may rest assured and attend to your matters. We shall let the ascension unfold naturally. No matter when you ascend, I shall be here waiting for you. Once Luo Qian had made a promise to Qian Mo, she would never waver. He was indeed deserving of her commitment. Listening to Luo Qian's unwavering assurances, Qian Mo was profoundly touched. Thank you, Qian. I believe in you. His Qian truly held him dear. How fortunate he was. As time pressed on, it was already quite late. Qian Mo ceased to disturb Luo Qian and, before ending the call, reminded her, Qinggo has just recovered, and his powers are unstable. Please encourage him to spend some time in the training room over the next couple of days to solidify his abilities. All right, I understand. I will keep an eye on him. Luo Qian replied earnestly, nodding in affirmation. As she watched the projection of Qian Mo dissipate, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. Thank goodness, he is relatively easy to appease. Qinggo, feeling aggrieved, sat beside Luo Qian. While she conversed with Qian Mo, he refrained from interjecting. Yet his heart was heavy with sorrow, especially upon hearing the female protagonist express her desire to bond with Qian Mo first. The pang of jealousy almost overwhelmed him. Yet, he recognized that he had no valid reason to protest. He arrived at the female protagonist's side later than Qian Mo, and it was only natural for her to develop feelings for Qian Mo first. But how could he help feeling despondent? Observing Luo Qian, he felt tears welling in his eyes, as if he might burst into tears at any moment. After hanging up, Luo Qian turned to look at the distressed Qinggo, whose eyes were welling with tears, and a wave of guilt washed over her. She pulled the blanket over him, wrapping him snugly. Qinggo, I know that my refusal to bond with you right now must be hurting you. Female protagonist, please, no need to say more.
I understand. Kan ge inte.
Embracing Luo Qian. I came after Qian Mo, so it is only right that he is the first. I want to compete with him. Nor will I make things difficult for you. He lowered his head and cautiously pressed a kiss against her lips. When Luo Qian did not push him away, He felt a sense of relief wash over him, emboldening him to voice his next thought. Female protagonist, if Qian Mo is the first, may I be the second? At this moment, it was only he and Qian Mo who were suitable partners for her. He was uncertain about others. Claiming the second position should pose no problem, right? How could Luo Qian bear to refuse such an endearing little cat? With a solemn nod, Luo Qian acquiesced. Very well, I promise you. As Qin Go heard her consent, his sorrow vanished instantaneously. He felt an overwhelming urge to transform into his beast form and run a few laps around the room. I knew my female protagonist would be the best. He hugged Luo Qian tightly, his fluffy ears rubbing against her cheek, then asked, So, can I stay in your room until Qian Mo returns? I promise. Once he is back, I will obediently return to my own room and let him accompany you. I would never compete with him. He had learned to employ a strategy of retreat to advance. Luo Qian discerned that whether it was the seemingly obedient little cat Qin Go or the gentle, refined Yu Bai, both harbored their own agendas. In comparison, her little snake remained the most sincere. Please, female protagonist, what do you say? When Luo Qian remained silent, Qin Ji's tail brushed against her waist. I assure you, I will only sleep quietly. This statement was not unlike a man saying he would merely cuddle. However, Luo Qian did not refuse Qin Go. Sleeping in my room is permissible, but you must revert to your beast form, at this size. To clarify, Luo Qian gestured to indicate the approximate size she envisioned, akin to that of his juvenile form, just slightly larger. Qin Go gazed at Luo Qian, as if he had come to a profound realization. So this is what the female master enjoys. Luo Qian retorted, I do not. Do not speak nonsense. Her affection for such closeness stemmed purely from the comfort of holding a petite kitten. Furthermore, who could truly settle into a peaceful slumber when faced every night with a handsome man who could be casually embraced and kissed? Luo Qian feared that one night, her heart might betray her and she would succumb to her desires. My dear, you need not explain. I understand, I comprehend it all, Qin Go declared, wearing an expression of utter understanding. Luo Qian, exasperated, pulled the blanket away from him and wrapped it around his form once more. Go change into some clothes first, then return to sleep, she instructed. Qin Go cast a glance at the blanket enveloping him, reluctant to leave. My dear, whether I shift into beast form or not, it makes no difference. I am still covered in fur. Luo Qian insisted he dress, merely wishing to distract him, so she could attend to feeding the moon white with her blood. Return and don your attire, tonight. I permit you to remain in your human form, she said. Upon hearing he could stay in human form to sleep beside her, Qin Ji's face lit up with joy. And he leaped from the bed in a swift motion. The abruptness of his movement nearly brought him too close to Luo Qian's face. Chapter 61, Moon White Withered. Qin Go recognized that his previous motion had been too vigorous. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he apologized. My dear, I am sorry. I shall change now and return promptly. Wait for me. With that, he dashed away. Luo Qian, observing him exit the room, hurriedly rose from the bed and rushed to the desk to inspect the potted divine tree. Ah, it is moon white. On the desk, the delicate branches stood quietly within the pot, 2 leaves drooping slightly, appearing rather wilted. Contemplating, Luo Qian pondered whether moon white possessed the ability to enter dreams and had perhaps just ventured into hers. However, given its injuries, entering a dream would deplete its abilities, causing it to abruptly leave her dream and subsequently wither. Realizing this, Luo Qian promptly took a fine needle, pricked her fingertip, and let her blood drip onto the branches. This time, she generously allowed several drops to fall. Watching her blood being absorbed, the formerly drooping leaves quickly perked up again. Luo Qian exhaled in relief. It seemed her conjecture was correct. Moon White had indeed drained its energy and suddenly departed from her dream. After administering her blood, she hastily applied a remedy to heal the puncture on her fingertip. While Luo Qian prepared to place a 7-tier beast core into the pot, thanks to Qian Mo, who had provided her with an abundance of beast cores, Qin Go returned dressed. He approached her, leaning down with his clear eyes tenderly fixed upon Luo Qian. He had strategically chosen a sleeveless shirt with a deep neckline that revealed his collarbone and chest muscles. Yet he still felt unsatisfied, wishing he could showcase his abs for her to touch as she slept. My dear, do you think this attire suits me? He inquired. Luo Qian replied. It looks splendid, truly magnificent. But who taught him to wear such attire? She mused. Qin Go reclined, tightly embracing Luo Qian, placing her hand upon his muscular chest. My lady, Feel free to explore if it is inconvenient. I can remove my clothing. No, that's unnecessary. Luo Qian hastily declined, fearing he might actually disrobe. She could not withstand such a daunting test. All right, it's getting late. Let us retire for the night, Luo Qian stated, swiftly closing her eyes. That night, she felt as though she had stumbled into the lair of a handsome man. After such a prolonged ordeal, she was utterly exhausted. Due to her fatigue, Luo Qian fell into an exceptionally deep slumber. It was not until noon the following day that she was roused by a cacophony outside, reminiscent of explosions. Groggily, she opened her eyes and sat up in bed. From the floor-to-ceiling window, she noticed dark smoke billowing from a distance. Is that a fire? Luo Qian's eyes widened in alarm as she rushed to the window to assess the situation. To her dismay, she observed that, apart from the vicinity of the wooden cabin, numerous other areas were engulfed in smoke. The explosive sounds continued to resonate. What is happening? In a flurry, Luo Qian donned her combat attire and dashed outside. Qinge! Qinge! Finding no sign of him in the hall, she called out loudly. My lady, I am here. Hearing her voice, Qinge emerged from the kitchen. His hands covered in sticky dough, with coal dust adorning his hair and flour coating his claws. Seeing that both Qinge and the coal ball were safe at home, Luo Qian felt a slight sense of relief. Qinge, do you know what is causing the commotion outside? She inquired as he approached her. My lady, did the sounds of fighting awaken you? Qinge glanced outside discontentedly, before turning back to gently explain, it is the family of Qian Mo demanding money. Qian Mo refuses to comply, and they are quarreling in the alliance. What? Luo Qian could scarcely believe her ears. They are fighting over money? How is that different from robbery? And where is Qian Mo? Has he returned? Is he outside?
Qian kruhunet kinye.
Uncertain of the situation beyond the cabin and hesitant to venture out, the Alliance headquarters was filled with 6th-tier and above beastmen. As a mere 4th-tier novice, her presence would only complicate matters rather than assist. Qinge shook his head. Not yet, the Alliance informed him, and he is on his way back. As soon as he received the news, he called me and instructed me to protect you. Therefore, since the outsiders had not reached the cabin, Qinge refrained from intervening. His mission was to safeguard Luo Qian, ensuring she suffered no harm. Do you know what the situation outside is? Luo Qian asked Qinge. Given the intense fighting and explosive sounds, she feared that if this continued, the very structure of their surroundings would be compromised. Qinge activated his light brain, infiltrating the Alliance's surveillance system. Within 10 seconds, all monitoring visuals were projected before Luo Qian. This technology is impressive, she exclaimed. The surveillance screen displayed a scene of utter devastation outside. The exotic flora was largely destroyed, and the strange beasts had been captured. The staff of the Alliance fought valiantly. Yet many bore severe injuries, some even missing limbs. Qinge furrowed his brow. Hadn't Qian Mo advised against such reckless efforts? Why were these individuals still risking their lives to fight? In the footage, the Alliance personnel desperately defended the exotic creatures and plants they had brought back. For them, the Alliance was not merely a workplace, but a home. Even if we perish, we cannot allow you to take a single blade of grass from the Alliance, they declared. Luo Qian's gaze was fixed intently on a brazen, purple serpent. Its dark violet eyes regarded the Alliance staff with disdainful mockery, as if they were mere jesters. It was this colossal serpent that had inflicted injuries upon the personnel. Perched atop it was a woman with flowing hair, adorned in exquisite attire, flanked by a group of beast men from the royal lineage of the purple serpent. This serpent appeared to be the highest ranking among them. The battle could not continue in this manner. Buildings could be rebuilt, but the lives of the Alliance employees were irreplaceable. Luo Qian turned to Qinge and asked, Can you discern the rank of that serpent? Qinge promptly replied, That serpent is Xianyang, a 9th-tier beastman. We cannot allow him to continue this wanton assault on the Alliance personnel. Do you possess any means to confront him? At that moment, Luo Qian had only Qinge by her side. Most of the Alliance staff were 6th or 7th tier, with only 2 at 8th tier, far from being a match for Xianyang. Qinge lowered his head in shame. I am sorry, my lady. I am only at 8th tier and cannot contend with that serpent. If only my mech were here, I could surely reduce him to nothing. His hasty arrival had been due to the elders dragging him away while he was unconscious. He had only awakened on the way to meet his lady, without his mech or warship. Luo Qian nodded vigorously. Next time we shall bring your mech and obliterate him. But today, if we cannot defeat him, we must resort to cunning. Luo Qian touched her spatial ring, where the black crystal gifted by Long Yuan still resided. With it, she felt assured of her and Qian Go's safety should they venture out. Witnessing yet another Alliance staff member lose a leg, Luo Qian could no longer contain her fury. This serpent was not merely stealing, it was indulging in the slaughter of the Alliance personnel. Qian Go, we must go outside. Luo Qian had never felt such anger before. During her stay here, the staff had brought her the freshest exotic fruits and vegetables daily, as well as the most potent and pure beast cores. They had greeted her with smiles, calling her their boss and sharing amusing tales of the Alliance. She had done nothing but bask in their generosity, and now, with the Alliance in crisis, she could not hide away like a turtle, whether as a boss or as a friend.
Qian understood Qian's intent.
He nodded fervently, my lady. Whatever you wish to do, pursue it with abandon. I shall stand by your side, regardless of life or death. His words faded, instantly transforming into a beastly form, whisking Luo Qian away from the wooden cabin towards the audacious purple-black serpent. The coal on the ground observed the pair burst forth from the cabin, but did not follow. It hastened to Luo Qian's chamber, alighted upon the desk, and pecked fiercely at Yubai. Enough, enough. I understand, cease your pecking. Chapter 62, Fire Phoenix. Chirp, chirp. Jiu Qing pecked twice more. I am trying. Yubai felt that Jiu Qing was deliberately taking revenge on him. How could he allow his female master to venture out into danger unaccompanied? This bird was up to no good, seizing the opportunity to retaliate. The deep blue branches emitted subtle glimmers of blue light as tender green leaves slowly unfurled. Beneath the leaves, a transparent little flower cautiously peeked out. Jiu Qing, dissatisfied with the 4 petals of that flower, pecked at Yubai once more. Yubai, it's fortunate to have this much. Xiao Qian is waiting for you. So hurry. Xiao Qian? How could this fellow speak so affectionately? Jiu Qing, lacking the time to interrogate Yubai, swallowed the 4-petaled moon vine flower and soared into the air. Meanwhile, Luo Qian and Qian Go arrived at the battlefield, just in time to see the wretched serpent throw a member of the Alliance into the air, opening its gaping maw to sever the unfortunate soul in half.
Stop.
Luo Qian commanded, unleashing her powers as a column of water surged skyward, accompanied by bolts of blue lightning aimed directly at the female perched atop the serpent's head. Aware of her lower rank and the inability to inflict significant harm upon a 9th-tier powerhouse, she understood the need to neutralize the threat at its source. Just as Luo Qian anticipated, upon sensing the danger to the female above, the serpent abandoned its prey, rushing to protect her instead. Seizing this opportunity, Qian Go followed Luo Qian's directive and dashed forward to rescue the fallen member. He brought the injured individual before Luo Qian. Recognizing him as the one who had delivered fruits and vegetables the previous day, she exclaimed, "Boss, what brings you here? It's dangerous. You must leave." The man had lost a hand, and his legs contorted in grotesque angles. Upon seeing Luo Qian, his first concern was not for his own injuries, but rather urging her to escape. On the ground, none of the Alliance's personnel remained unscathed. Upon spotting Luo Qian, their immediate thought was for her safety.
Boss,
you must go.
We will hold off these scoundrels.
This is a matter of the Imperial High Families. The Imperial Police will not intervene. Furthermore, facing a 9th-tier powerhouse, even their arrival would be futile. You dare to harm my female master? You shall all perish here today. Xianyang stormed towards Luo Qian in a fit of rage. In an instant, Qian Ge stepped in front of Luo Qian, declaring, Qian, I will hold him off. You must escape. As her match, he was resolute in his vow to protect his female master. Escape?
Xianyang sneered.
No one is leaving today. His serpentine form expanded once more, exuding a terrifying aura of the 10th tier. Qin Ji's expression shifted instantaneously. 10th tier. No wonder Xianyang dared to unleash carnage here. He had indeed ascended to the 10th tier. The female standing atop the serpent's head cast a venomous glare at Luo Qian, pointing at her and inquiring, Xianyang, is she the female master of Qianmo? Xianyang nodded respectfully, and in an instant, his colossal serpentine body transformed into human shape, cradling the female who had just stood upon his head. Female master. This is Luo Qian, the female master of Qianmo. Xianyang's female master leaned against him, appraising Luo Qian with an air of disdain. Qianmo actually rejected me for a mere 4th-tier female. Xianyang, bring her to me. I shall personally slay her. Since Qianmo is of no use to me, the Hunter Alliance must belong to me. If Qianmo's female master perishes, Even if he does not bond with this female as her match, his failure to protect his female master will result in his fall. He will become a mere waste. Yes, we shall heed the female master's command. Qian turned his gaze to Luo Qian, his smile bloodthirsty and cruel. I have yet to taste the blood of a female. Once the female master has slain this one, I shall drain her blood. I wonder what the difference is between female and male blood? The mere thought of this female's demise sent a thrill of excitement coursing through Qian. Listening to their murderous intentions directed at her, Luo Qian retrieved the black crystal given by Long Yuan from her spatial ring. When Long Yuan had bestowed the crystal upon her, he mentioned that it contained something special. By channeling her mental energy, she could shatter the crystal, which would unleash energy of the 11th tier, enough to obliterate any orc, insectoid, or beast beneath that threshold. Luo Qian had thought she would never need such a thing in her lifetime, yet here she was, on the verge of using it. Faced with Qianyang's twisted, bloodthirsty violet-black gaze, she felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion. Qian Mo is far more appealing, she mused. Whether I live or die today remains uncertain, but you shall both meet your end. As her words fell, she prepared to shatter the black crystal with her mental force. Suddenly, a resounding phoenix cry echoed throughout the space. A colossal fire phoenix descended, radiating a terrifying energy. Its fiery wings fluttered gently, creating scorching waves that distorted the very fabric of the surroundings. Though both were of the 10th tier, Qian stood no chance against the might of the 9 sovereigns. In the blink of an eye, he was consumed by the phoenix's sacred flames. With Qianyang's demise, Luo Qian cast a glance at the fire phoenix hovering above, and without a moment's hesitation, she led Qin Go and the remaining staff of the alliance to assault the remaining serpentine orc warriors. Among them, one was of the 8th tier, another of the 7th, while the rest were 5th and 6th tier orcs. The 8th and 7th tier warriors were no match for Qin Go alone. Luo Qian seized the female who had previously stood on Qianyang's head. You cannot kill me. I am a female of the Purple Qian King Serpent Clan, of the same lineage as Qian Mo. I am under the protection of the Purple Qian King Serpent Clan. Should you slay me, they will not let you go. Threatening me? Luo Qian scoffed. And what of it? I fear no threats. I am eager to witness how your demise will not spare me from your kin's wrath. With that, Luo Qian swiftly severed her opponent's throat with the electric knife in her hand. The stench of blood gushed forth, splattering across Luo Qian's face. She disdainfully wiped it away, realizing that some of the beastman's blood was as foul as that of the alien beasts. This female, who had just threatened her life and vowed to make Qian Mo's existence miserable, had long been marked for death in Luo Qian's mind. To allow such a female to live would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains, truly a recipe for perpetual unrest. Once the Serpent Tribe beastmen were dealt with, Qin Go rushed to Luo Qian's side. Upon seeing the blood on her face, he was momentarily taken aback. Mistress, are you injured? Luo Qian shook her head. It is not my blood. It belongs to her, she indicated toward the lifeless female sprawled on the ground. Qin Go cast a glance at the fallen foe, his eyes brimming with disdain. Such a vile female deserved her fate. Males were forbidden from slaying females, yet battles among females went unregulated by the beast god, just as skirmishes among males did. As long as Luo Qian remained unharmed, Qin Go felt assured. After dealing with the marauding beast men, Luo Qian recalled the fire phoenix that had assisted her earlier. However, upon seeking it, she discovered it had vanished without a trace. The alliance had sustained numerous injuries, leaving Luo Qian no time to pursue the phoenix. Her immediate priority was to escort the injured employees to the hospital with Qin Go. Chapter 63. Mistress, may I be graced with a kiss? The employees were gravely wounded, yet they were fortunate that the medical technology of the Interstellar Empire was highly advanced, capable of regenerating severed limbs, albeit requiring time. Thankfully, they still clung to life and would eventually recover. However, the dozen or so employees who had perished would never see another tomorrow. By the time Luo Qian and Qin Go returned from the hospital, the night was deep. The uninjured employees were diligently repairing the remnants of their space. What had once been a vibrant and bustling alliance now lay in ruins. The memory of the deceased employees weighed heavily on Luo Qian's heart, casting a shadow upon her spirits. Sensing her emotional turmoil, Qin Go tenderly grasped her hand. Mistress, this place will soon be restored. The alien beasts did not take everything. We only lost some exotic plants, but that is inconsequential. We can excavate more and replant them. I assure you, it will soon revert to its former glory. Tomorrow, I shall inform the laboratory to send my mecha and warships over. In the future, we shall not be so passive. Even if 10th tier beastmen dare to disturb us, we will be ready to fight, even against 11th tier foes. Today's events had unfolded unexpectedly, and the feeling of helplessness infuriated Qian Ge. Initially, he had believed their intent was mere theft. Qian Mo had suggested yielding to them, allowing them to take what they desired in hopes of avoiding conflict until his return. Yet, the situation escalated beyond mere theft. They sought bloodshed as well. I'm fine, Luo Qian reassured him, unwilling for Qian Ge to fret over her. He had been busy all day and was still recovering, his body weary. Let us return to the wooden cabin. Qian Mo has called me several times. I informed him that I would return the call once I was done with my tasks. Upon returning, you should take a shower first. I will call Qian Mo and then soothe you. We shall rest well for the night and assist in repairing the space together tomorrow. After speaking, Luo Qian notified all the staff to return and rest. Resuming work the following day, Qian Ge immediately transformed into a plush lion-tiger beast. My lady, the small floating vehicle is temporarily out of commission. Ride on me, for I can run swiftly. Luo Qian, not one to be overly sentimental, hopped onto Qian Ge and quickly returned to the wooden cabin. The cabin remained untouched, retaining its original appearance. As Luo Qian and Qian Ge entered, they heard the incessant chirping of the coal ball. Could something have happened to it? Exchanging glances, they hurried to the bedroom. Inside, the coal ball stood atop the desk, its claws perched on a flower pot, one wing on its hip while the other pointed accusatorily at the moon-white flower, chirping incessantly. Chirp! Have you become so useless now? Chirp, chirp, chirp. You've ruined my chance to converse with the little female before I even transformed back. Do you understand? Chirp. Do not feign ignorance. Clarify whether this was intentional. Chirp. I risked my life to bring you back, and this is how you repay me? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Moonwhite, cease your pretense before me. I know you are awake. This was the first time Qian Ge had witnessed the coal ball in such a furious state. He whispered to Luo Qian, my lady. What mischief has this wretched twig caused to provoke the coal ball? It seems to be cursing quite fiercely. Luo Qian nodded in agreement. I too find the coal ball's words rather crude. What heinous act did Moonwhite commit to incite such wrath? With the coal ball in such a rage, neither dared to approach. Moonwhite, aware of Luo Qian's return, ceased its charade of unconsciousness and responded, Your Highness, please remain calm. How could I possibly betray you? If I wished to do so, I would not have wandered the realms with you. If I wished to betray you, I certainly would not have fought to save you when the high-ranking insectoids sought your life. If I wished to betray you, I would not have exhausted my abilities to assist you in dealing with the high-ranking insectoids. Your current state is not of my making, yet my predicament is entirely due to you. Were it not for you, I would still hold the esteemed position of the revered commander, rather than being reduced to a mere decorative plant. The coal ball was left speechless, finally enjoying a moment of silence. Moonwhite stretched its newly grown leaves, regardless of the intent behind its actions, for petals were sufficient for the coal ball to vanquish that serpent. It had promised Xiao Qian to grow another leaf today and could not go back on its word. At the doorway, Qian Ge noticed the coal ball had quieted down and promptly approached, lifting it to carry it outside. Coal ball, you must not bully the divine tree nurtured by the female master. Should any misfortune befall it, you shall find yourself in dire straits. Understand?
Come.
Let us take a bath together. Where have you been today? You are covered in dirt. Qian Ge grasped coal ball, his hands blackened. As they passed by Luo Qian, he dared not let coal ball come into contact with her. Female master, coal ball is too filthy. I shall take him for a wash. Please call Xuanma first, and I will return shortly to keep you company. After the day's events, Qian Ge could not allow Luo Qian to sleep alone. He feared for her safety and worried she might suffer nightmares that night. Very well. Luo Qian watched them leave, and just as she closed the door, a warm body pressed against her from behind. Xiao Qian, I sense your spirits are low. Have you been frightened by today's occurrences? The gentle voice of Yubai whispered in her ear. Luo Qian turned to face him, his appearance identical to that of her dream the previous night, save for the added tenderness in his brow. Yubai, are you feeling better now? Luo Qian exclaimed with delight. Yubai nodded, softly replying, I owe my swift recovery to you, Xiao Qian, for feeding me your blood. However, I have just regained my strength, and I cannot maintain my human form for long. Xiao Qian, I can recover gradually. You must not feed me blood again. Luo Qian immediately nodded, readily conceding, understood. Did you learn of today's events? Luo Qian inquired. Gazing at Yu Bai, he affirmed with a nod. As plant-based supernatural beings, we can communicate with the flora around us. Wherever there are plants, we are aware of all that transpires. He embraced Luo Qian, their foreheads touching. I heard of my brave Xiao Qian, who decisively saved lives and took action today, leaving me both astonished and delighted. You have managed the situation well within your capabilities. Do not blame yourself. This matter was never your concern. It is an internal struggle within the family of the Zixuan King Serpent, and we can only blame Xuanma for his misfortune. Born into such a ruthless family of cold-blooded beasts. Upon hearing Yu Bai's words, Luo Qian found herself in disagreement, feeling a surge of sympathy for Xuanma. I am Xuanma's female master, and his affairs are my own. How can one say they are unrelated to me? This matter concerns Xuanma, and thus it concerns me as well. Yu Bai chuckled at Luo Qian's response. Xiao Qian, if Xuanma were to hear your words, he would surely be moved to tears. I truly envy him, even feeling a tinge of jealousy. At this moment, you defend him so fiercely. That serpent is indeed fortunate. Even someone as astute as Yu Bai never dared to hope that Luo Qian would one day stand up for him in such a manner. I am your female master, and you are all my matches. Regardless of who encounters trouble, I shall always defend you. If one does not protect their own match, must they rely on other females to do so? Luo Qian reached out to touch Yu Bai's face, which was even smoother than her own, as white as jade. Soft and tender. She could hardly fathom how he had come to possess such beauty. Yu Bai gazed at Luo Qian with a smile that brimmed with warmth, his deep blue eyes shimmering with affection. He cradled her face in his hands, his voice tender and intimate. My dear mistress, would you bestow upon me a kiss? In chapter 64, Qian, please don't. Where on earth did he learn such skill? How could he be so adept? Luo Qian took the initiative to press her lips against Yu Bai's. The man's hands found their way to her waist, gradually tightening their embrace, drawing them closely together. Unlike his domineering demeanor from the previous day, Yu Bai exuded an unparalleled gentleness today. He treated her lips as if they were a fragile treasure, softening his breaths. His tender lips lingering at the corners of Luo Qian's mouth, enveloping her in an irresistible intoxication. With dreamy eyes, Luo Qian felt herself on the brink of surrender when an intense floral fragrance suddenly permeated between their lips. The translucent petals flowed like sweet spring water down her throat, cascading through her limbs. Instantly, all her fatigue vanished, and her spirit surged with vitality. Even her mood lifted considerably. Luo Qian had never experienced such comfort in her body before. It was a sensation beyond description, as if she were weightless, about to float away, with comfort radiating from the very marrow of her bones. What did you give me to eat? Luo Qian inquired curiously, looking at Yu Bai. The flowers I cultivated. He replied with a smile, not from today, but from a time long past, which I had hidden away. Regrettably, only this one remains. Did he really keep the flower just for himself? As Luo Qian savored the lingering fragrance, she felt a pang of regret. Isn't it a waste to give me something so precious? I am not injured. How could it be a waste? Yu Bai disagreed vehemently with her perspective. Giving it to you is its most rightful purpose. Sharing it with others would indeed be wasteful. My abilities are nearly depleted. I must return to rest for a while. If you need anything, just tug on my leaves to rouse me, he added softly, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. May my dear mistress have sweet dreams tonight. As Luo Qian watched Yu Bai's body transform into a cascade of blue light, retreating into the deep blue branches of the flower pot, she felt a lingering sense of having forgotten to ask him something important. Outside, Xian Mo's voice interrupted her thoughts. Qian. The bedroom door swung open, and Xian Mo rushed in, his anxious figure enveloping Luo Qian in a cautious embrace. Qian, are you hurt? Were you frightened? I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for letting you face such a mishap. I failed to protect you. A whirlwind of anxiety, panic, and regret enveloped Qian Mo, as if it sought to consume him entirely. His violet-black eyes were bloodshot, shadows of exhaustion clouding his gaze. It was evident he had not rested for a considerable time. Seeing him in such distress broke Luo Qian's heart. She wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her face against his chest, listening to the rapid heartbeat that betrayed his fear. Qian Mo, I am fine. Truly, I am well. You need not worry about me. I was not scared at all today. You have no idea how formidable I was. Luo Qiansong released Xuanma, raising her hand, animatedly illustrating the actions of today's kill. In that moment, I decisively dealt with the female adversary. I must have appeared incredibly gallant. Even Qian Go praised my prowess. I had even taken out the life-saving crystal that Long Yuan bestowed upon me, when suddenly, a fire phoenix appeared. Speaking of that fire phoenix, Luo Qian instantly recalled that she had forgotten to inquire about something from Yubai. She described the phoenix as appearance to Xuanma, explaining how it, merely a manifestation of fire, incinerated the 10th tier Xianyang. Xuanma, do you think it was Zhouqing? The very first time she beheld the fire phoenix, Luo Qian pondered if it was indeed Zhouqing. She had planned to converse with him after resolving the immediate threat, yet he vanished. Yubai had previously mentioned that it was Zhouqing who brought him to my side. That Zhouqing must have come before, but why has he never appeared before me?
Today,
When I encountered danger, he suddenly appeared, only to vanish once more. Luo Qian found herself perplexed by this second prince.
Xuanma.
Do you think he is so unattractive that he dares not show himself to me? Afraid that upon seeing him, I might scorn him? Luo Qian believed that the second prince did not wish to avoid being her partner. Otherwise, he would not have manifested to save her in her moment of peril. There must be one possibility left. He is too fearful to appear before her.
But why?
The only conclusion Luo Qian could draw was that the prince must be exceedingly unsightly. Xuanma was both amused and exasperated by her thoughts, feeling a significant amount of his negative emotions dissipate. Qian, that second prince is not at all ugly. Those who have seen him declare him to be unparalleled in grace, beyond comparison. Even I pale in comparison. Luo Qian was astounded. I find you exceptionally handsome. He is even more so? What could he possibly look like? Luo Qian felt compelled to devise a way to meet this Zhouqing. Noticing that Xuanma's negative emotions had nearly vanished, she took his hand and led him towards the bathroom. Xuanma, look at you. You're utterly filthy. How many days has it been since your last bath? Coincidentally, I need to bathe as well. Let us wash together. Just as Xuanma began to relax, her words caused him to tense up immediately. Qian, I. Luo Qian gently caressed his weary face, reassuring him, do not worry, I won't bully you. Xuanma. On the table, Yubai. Little Qian seems unaware that he can hear her conversing with Xuanma. Perhaps she should request a room change tomorrow? Watching her be intimate with another male truly drives him to jealousy. He desperately wished to tie Xuanma up and cast him aside. Outside the door, Qian Go, carrying a cleaned coal ball, overheard Luo Qian speaking with Xuanma and glanced at the unsightly bird in his hand, pursing his lips. Coal ball, let us return. The female master does not require our services tonight. In the bathroom, Xuanma reclined in the bathtub, his serpent tail draped over the edge, allowing Luo Qian to comfortably rest in his embrace while his long fingers gently massaged her shoulders. Qian, there is something I must confess to you. What is it? Luo Qian closed her eyes, casually toying with his tail as she held it in her hands. Mo hesitated for a moment before speaking. It's about Jin Shao. I encountered him while I was outside. He wishes to see you and has been persistently bothering me. I administered a potion to ensure he completely forgets you. The internal strife within the Golden-Winged Rock clan is quite severe, and Jin Shao cannot extricate himself from his family. Given their history of cruelly mistreating human females, I genuinely worry that if he continues to pursue you, it may expose you. After Mo finished speaking, he anxiously awaited Luo Qian's response. The Purple Qian King Snake clan also had poor relations among its members. However, unlike Jin Shao, Mo could sever ties with his family, belonging solely to Luo Qian. In fact, if his kin threatened her, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. But Jin Shao was bound by the legacy of the Golden-Winged Rock clan, forever unable to escape his family ties. Luo Qian found Mo's actions commendable. This way, it alleviated much trouble. If Mo hadn't mentioned it, she would have nearly forgotten about Jin Shao. Luo Qian felt indifferent about the matter. Her curiosity piqued as she played with Mo's serpentine tail. She noticed a particular section of scales that was exceptionally tough, yet surprisingly capable of being lifted. Gently, she pried open those two scales, her fingertip exploring beneath them. Hiss. Mo drew in a sharp breath. Qian, don't. Chapter 65. Qian, I am ready. As Mo's words fell, Luo Qian noticed something seemingly emerging from the spot she had just prodded. Realizing this, she swiftly tossed the tail into the water and quickly rose from Mo's embrace, intending to leave the bathtub. In the next moment, her slender leg was ensnared by the serpent's tail, which gently yet firmly pulled her back into Mo's embrace. The dark purple serpent's tail receded, revealing two straight, powerful legs gliding gracefully in the shimmering water. Qian. A deep voice from behind her resonated like the finest red wine, intoxicating to the ears. Don't go. I feel so uncomfortable. Qian Mo's calloused fingers caressed Luo Qian's delicate waist, causing a blush to bloom upon her tender skin. Turning back, Luo Qian met Qian Mo's flushed face, filled with restrained desire. Taking a deep breath, she pressed her lips against his. Her soft lips elicited an initial stiffening in Qian Mo's body, before he tightened his grip on her waist and fervently responded. His calloused hand roamed over her body, yet he hesitated to cross certain boundaries. Luo Qian found their position somewhat uncomfortable. Qian Mo, I'm not comfortable like this. Should we move to the bed? She had never been opposed to such matters. However, Qian Mo disagreed. No, Qian. He held her close, fighting against the roaring desire within him. I might hurt you, burying his head in her neck. He took several deep breaths before reluctantly releasing her. Qian, let me calm down for a moment. I'll be fine soon. Since it was not possible, Luo Qian chose not to exacerbate the situation. She quickly exited the bathtub, wrapping herself in a towel before stepping out of the bathroom. She remained inside, fearing that Qian Mo would never regain his composure. Soon, muffled sounds emanated from the bathroom, causing Luo Qian to blush deeply. She hurried to the dressing room, changed into a set of pajamas, and quickly exited the bedroom to soothe Qingge. She assured him that she would provide comfort that night. Qingge assumed that with Qian Mo accompanying Luo Qian, she would not attend to him anymore. When Luo Qian approached, he was busy crafting mechanical wings for the coal ball. Coal ball, do not move. I must take your measurements, and they must be precise. You are too plump. Your wings, along with the fake ones Qian Mo made for you, will never allow you to fly. I will create mechanical wings that will enable you to soar wherever you desire, even thousands of kilometers away, consuming merely a low-grade beast core. Chirp. Let go of me. The coal ball struggled unhappily for a moment, having nearly recovered. It felt no need for mechanical wings. Do not move, Qingge warned, tapping its head twice. If you keep squirming, I shall pluck all your fur. The door to Qingge's room remained ajar. Luo Qian approached, observing Qingge as he tinkered with a pile of components. Qingge, do you have a moment? I have come to provide comfort. Surprised that Luo Qian would seek him out that evening, Qingge immediately discarded the parts in his hands, tossed the coal ball aside, and eagerly nodded at Luo Qian. Yes, my lady. I am always available. The discarded coal ball took flight, pecking Qingge sharply on the calf.
Chirp. Ouch.
The little creature's bite was rather painful. Qingge subtly shifted his leg, nudging the coal ball aside, and just as it was about to squawk, he immobilized it with his mental energy, preventing it from disturbing his moment with Luo Qian. Qingge guided Luo Qian to the edge of the bed, transforming into his youthful beast form. My lady, I am ready. The light blue kitten gazed up at Luo Qian with utmost seriousness, nearly causing her to faint from its adorableness. She leaned down, her fingertip gently pressing against the kitten's brow. Her mental energy tenderly entered Qingge's mental sea. Unlike Qian Mo and Long Yuan, Qingge's mental sea was tumultuous. Yet it radiated a high temperature. As Luo Qian's mental energy permeated, it felt as though she had been scalded. Moreover, soothing Qingge proved particularly challenging. Continuous streams of mental energy flowed into his mental sea, and after half an hour, Luo Qian felt her reserves nearly depleted. However, the temperature within Qingge's mental sea had slightly diminished. The little kitten sprawled comfortably, exposing its belly, seemingly asleep. Luo Qian withdrew her hand to assess Qingge's condition. Seeing his breath steady and his powers functioning normally, she felt relieved to take her leave. Meanwhile, Qian Mo had emerged from the bathroom, clad in a dark purple silk robe, half reclining on the bed with his eyes half closed in feigned slumber. His purple-black tail gently swept across the pink sheets. Upon the return of Luo Qian Mo immediately opened his eyes, sitting upright, a flush of unusual color adorning his handsome visage as he hesitated to meet Luo Qian's gaze. Surely, when Qian emerged earlier, she must have overheard his activities. Mo, are you done? Luo Qian swiftly approached, climbing onto the bed and wrapping her arms around his serpentine tail. I just finished comforting Qingge. I am so tired. Let us hurry and sleep. Sensing Qian Mo's embarrassment, Luo Qian refrained from mentioning the earlier incident in the bathroom, quickly closing her eyes. She was genuinely fatigued. After a day of exertion, her eyelids felt as though they were glued together. Almost at once, upon shutting her eyes, she succumbed to slumber. Qian Mo observed her weary countenance, feeling a mixture of tenderness and guilt. It was his negligence that had led Qian into such an unexpected predicament. Gently, he covered Luo Qian with a quilt, adjusting the position of her tail to ensure she was more comfortable in her embrace. Tomorrow he would return. The matters of the day demanded accountability from those old geezers. Just as Qian Mo was about to close his eyes, he suddenly sensed a faint ripple of energy emanating from the desk. A streak of blue light swiftly traversed through the floor-to-ceiling window and exited the wooden cabin. Glancing at Luo Qian beside him, he quietly followed suit. Outside the wooden cabin, Yu Bai leaned against a massive tree, one that required 3 people to encircle it with outstretched arms, observing Qian Mo as he emerged. Adjusting his glasses, he inquired, "Did you summon me for a reason?" Having already discussed the matter of the sacred tree, Luo Qian had informed Qian Mo by casually toyed with a leaf in his hand. His tone indifferent as he informed Qian Mo, "The old fellows of the purple Xianshan serpent clan have secretly nurtured a 10th tier Xianyang behind your back. Although it is a hastily bred 10th tier, its combat prowess is feeble. It was easily incinerated by Jiuqing. Nevertheless, their ambition to seize the Hunter Alliance from you remains unchanged. Today as events could easily repeat themselves. What do you plan to do tomorrow?" Qian Mo had already devised a plan. "I have coordinated with Qin Ge. Tomorrow, I will take Qin Jian back to the clan. First, I will use Qin Jian to intimidate those 2 10th tier elders of our clan. I will ascend to 10th tier as swiftly as possible and eliminate them. Only in death will they cease to be a threat." Chapter 66. A disagreement leads to the slaughter of beasts. Upon hearing this, Yu Bai casually discarded the leaf onto the ground, his deep blue eyes fixed upon Qian Mo. "Your approach is too lenient. Merely intimidating them will not shatter the ambitions of those 2 10th tier elders in your clan." Qian Mo understood that his method was neither the best nor the most ruthless. However, it was the only approach he could conceive and execute at this moment. In the interstellar realm, especially on high-tier planets such as Class 1, while 7th and 8th tier beastmen were scarce, they were not impossible to find. As long as sufficient incentives were offered, one could enlist their assistance. However, 9th tier beastmen were exceedingly difficult to come by. The 10th tier poses a greater challenge. The orcs at this level are primarily the elders of various noble families, individuals who are solely devoted to protecting their kin and seldom take action lightly. Qian Mo's ability to enlist Qin Jian's aid is largely attributable to his connection with Qin Ge.
Give me a little more time.
"And I will strive to ascend to the 10th tier," Qian Mo declared through gritted teeth. Yu Bai approached him, gently patting his shoulder. "Do not be so agitated. Your ascension to the 10th tier is merely a matter of time. What I wish to discuss is how to deal with the Xianwang snake clan. Since you have resolved to seek them out, you must not do so without purpose. They should pay a price for their transgressions." Yu Bai produced a fiery red token and handed it to Qian Mo. "There is a 10th tier powerhouse from the Dragon Clan who arrived at a resort 2 days ago. You should bring him along. With both Qin Jian and this Dragon Clan expert, it will suffice to eliminate those 2 old wretches from the Snake Clan. Furthermore, wield the token of His Highness Jiuqing to command all male members of the Xianwang Snake Clan above the 5th tier to the outer battlefield within 3 days to fend off the insect tribe. While this approach may not be particularly ruthless, it is indeed the most effective. It better to utilize resources wisely rather than resorting to outright slaughter, which would waste both time and effort. I recall that you have an elder brother serving under Jiuqing. Since you are disinterested in managing the Xianwang Snake Clan, it would be best to let him take charge." Yu Bai was offering Qian Mo the Fire Phoenix token of Jiuqing. As long as he possessed this token, he could freely assign all orcs below the 9th tier to the outer battlefield. "How did the token of His Highness Jiuqing end up in your possession?" Qian Mo inquired, puzzled. "It was dropped, and I fortuitously found it," Yu Bai replied earnestly. Qian Mo remained skeptical of this explanation. Yet he understood the importance of the token. It would enable him to dispatch the young males of the Xianwang Snake Clan to the outer battlefield, effectively crippling their chances of producing powerful warriors for decades, if not centuries, thus affording Qian Mo ample time to develop. Qian Mo tightened his grip on the token, his only concern now resting on whether the Dragon Clan's 10th tier expert would lend his assistance. Yu Bai might not be aware of the connection with Long Yuan. Qian Mo briefly mentioned the transaction between Long Yuan and Luo Qian to Yu Bai. "I am aware of this matter," Yu Bai responded nonchalantly. Regardless of what relationship Xiao Qian and Long Yuan currently share, as long as the match remains unbroken, Xiao Qian will forever be Long Yuan's female master. Just follow my instructions. I shall proceed immediately. Grasping the token, Qian Mo forewent sleep. He first made his way to the location Yu Bai had indicated, seeking out the Dragon Clan's 10th-tier powerhouse, who resided in a large estate in a city to the east of the resort. Standing before the grand entrance of the manor, Qian Mo raised his hand and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, a gruff voice echoed from within. Who is it? Disturbing my sleep at this hour? Are you out of your mind? Qian Mo, aware of the other's status as a 10th-tier expert, adopted an exceedingly polite and respectful demeanor. Esteemed elder, I am Qian Mo, and I. Before he could finish his sentence, the doors of the manor swung open unexpectedly. In the next moment, a disheveled old man clad in pajamas appeared at the door. What brings you here at such an ungodly hour? The second elder, Long Yongqi, glared at Qian Mo, still roused from slumber. I advise you to have a good reason for your intrusion. Otherwise, I shall make you regret it. This old man certainly had a fiery temper. Qian Mo replied earnestly, I am the match for Long Yuan's female sovereign, Luo Qian. You claim to be the match for our Dragon Lord's female sovereign? Long Yong's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized Qian Mo. Qian Mo nodded affirmatively. Long Yong, shedding his earlier ire, instantly donned a cheerful demeanor, affectionately draping an arm over Qian Mo's shoulder. Why didn't you say so earlier? We are family. Why knock? You could have simply burst in. Qian Mo remained silent. Long Yong continued, Did the female sovereign send you here? Is she yearning for our Dragon Lord? He has been otherwise occupied in the waters as of late, but fret not, I can escort you to meet him now. Qian Mo, however, sensed that Long Yong was oblivious to the true nature of Luo Qian and Long Yuan's relationship. Feeling somewhat awkward, he scratched his nose. Senior, that's not the case. I'm here to request your assistance, and I'm not sure if you... Before Qian Mo could finish, Long Yong heartily patted his shoulder. Assistance? We're family. It feels too formal to call it assistance. Just tell me what you need me to do. Were all dragons so amiable? Qian Mo promptly conveyed his intention to visit the purple Qian King Snake clan. Upon hearing this, Long Yong's anger flared. Those wretches dare to bully our Dragon Lord's female sovereign? They truly have a death wish. He was ready to march to the purple Qian King Snake clan and teach them a lesson they would never forget. All right, I understand your purpose. I'll make a call, and we'll leave at once. With that, he hurried back to the castle, using his light brain to contact Long Yuan. How could the Dragon Lord remain unaware of the injustice faced by his female sovereign? The connection was quickly established. Long Yong recounted Qian Mo's words to Long Yuan. Dragon Lord, Qian Mo intends to confront the purple Qian King Snake clan. He wishes for me to eliminate those 2 10th-tier males, while the remaining males above 5th tier are to fend off the insect race in the outer realms. What do you think? Should we annihilate them all? What fending off the insect race? Those spineless creatures would be nothing but fodder on the battlefield. Long Yong insisted they should simply eradicate them all. On the other end, Long Yuan's voice, usually languid, turned sharp as he inquired, Luo Qian is unharmed, correct? Yes, Long Yong hastily assured, shaking his head. I specifically asked that young man. And your female sovereign is just fine. I've heard she is quite formidable, having slain a 5th-tier female. With Luo Qian safe, Long Yuan's urgency dissipated. If anything had happened to her, he would have been left without solace. Leaning back in his gem-encrusted chair, his voice returned to its languid tone. Proceed as Qian Mo has suggested. Inform them that if they refuse to listen, their continued existence is unnecessary. Such words, when uttered by others, might evoke skepticism, however. When spoken by Long Yuan, none would dare disregard them. After all, this formidable deity of death has mercilessly vanquished beasts and obliterated entire clans on countless occasions. One morning, when Luo Qian awoke, she found that Qian Mo had already vanished from her side. After dressing, she stepped outside, just as Qian Mo returned. Qian, you're awake. Qian Mo greeted with a smile, taking her hand in his. I happen to have something important to discuss with you. Chapter 67. How fortunate is the Dragon Lord? Qian Mo shared with Luo Qian the details of his visit to the Zishuan Wang Snake clan, including his invitation extended to Qin Jian and Long Yong. Following his narrative, Qian Mo knelt before Luo Qian on one knee. Qian, I apologize. I have not yet reached the 10th tier, and am unable to eliminate them myself. I can only rely on the strength of others to intimidate them, preventing their clan from nurturing formidable warriors for a short while. Trust me, if you grant me a little more time, once I attain the 10th tier, I shall eradicate them. What purpose does their demise serve? Luo Qian interjected, pulling Qian Mo to his feet with a smile. Isn't it more advantageous to utilize their incompetence? While I appreciate Yu Bai's method, is it not wasteful to eliminate those 2 10th tier warriors? Luo Qian inquired if there were any means to compel those 2 formidable beings to heed his command. Perhaps through poison, with the antidote solely in your possession? Or a contract that ensures their obedience. Should they harbor treachery, you could dispose of them at will. After all, they are 10th tier warriors. How numerous are the 10th tier in the Empire? Their elimination would indeed be a significant loss. Like Yu Bai's strategy, casting them onto the battlefield to combat the insectoid race would be a more prudent approach. There exists such a method, Qian Mo replied. A particular contract allows a male to recognize a female as their master. Upon signing this contract, the male must relinquish a fragment of their spiritual essence to the female. Should they entertain any disloyalty, their spiritual essence will undergo a transformation, enabling the female to instantaneously shatter it, thereby absorbing their abilities and facilitating her ascendance. Once stripped of their powers and with their spiritual essence in ruin, the beast men would revert to mere ordinary beasts. Any female with abilities could easily eliminate them. This contract sounds promising. Luo Qian expressed her gratitude to the beast god once more. Is it only the female who can sign this contract?
Xua Montag nodded,
confirming that only females could enter into a master-servant contract with males. Then I shall accompany you, Luo Qian declared, buoyed by the thought of soon possessing 2 10th-tier male servants, which filled her with a profound sense of security. Regardless of their ages, their presence would significantly enhance her safety. Qian Mo nodded in agreement. I will gather my things, and we shall depart promptly. The Zishuan Wang snake clan resided on the central star. The journey from the first star to the central star would take them 2 days. I shall also prepare my belongings, Luo Qian stated, quickly setting about packing for their trip. She anticipated that the round trip would consume several days, and she intended to bring along both the coal ball and Yu Bai. Master, I wish to accompany you as well, came a voice. As Qin Ge approached, he assisted Luo Qian in organizing her belongings while stating, I must return to the laboratory to retrieve my mech warships. Additionally, I shall establish a lab here. Mistress, wherever you are, there I shall be. As long as there are requests for warships and mechs, I will be exceedingly busy. If I remain on Central Star, I may scarcely see you throughout the year. Therefore, regardless of where Qian finds herself in the future, I am determined to create a laboratory by your side. This way, upon completing my work, I can swiftly return to you. Mistress, once my new lab is finished, I shall refrain from taking on any work for a year. My sole focus will be to craft the finest warships, spaceships, and mechs for you. Everything I am capable of creating will be dedicated to you, Mistress. You are truly remarkable, Qin Ge, Luo Qian expressed, her heart brimming with gratitude as she listened to his words. Crafting mechs? I've seen others use mechs, and they appear incredibly impressive. However, they are prohibitively expensive, and I could never afford one before. I am so excited to hold your hand, Qin Ge. When you create my mech, may I watch? I am eager to understand how such intricate and formidable mechs are constructed. Of course, Qin Ge replied. If Mistress wishes to learn, I would be delighted to teach you. In truth, Qin Ge despised being interrupted during his work, yet if the intruder were his mistress, not only would he not resent it, but the mere thought of her presence brought him immense joy. Just as Luo Qian finished speaking with Qin Ge, she received a message from Long Yuan. Long Yuan, I heard you encountered some trouble yesterday. Are you heading to Central Star now? Qian Mo had already conveyed Luo Qian's decision to Qin Jian and Long Yong. Upon learning this, Long Yong promptly informed Long Yuan. Luo Qian replied, Yes, I am going to Central Star to address matters concerning the Zishuan Royal Serpent Clan. I have not yet had the chance to thank you for sending Senior Long Yong to assist me. She continued, The next time we meet, I shall offer you a complimentary soothing session as a token of my gratitude. Upon receiving her message, Long Yuan furrowed his brow in displeasure. Was a free soothing session what he sought? Did he lack a few star coins? He merely wished to inquire why she had not informed him of her perilous situation. Long Yuan responded, I am currently feeling well and do not require any soothing. Yet, after sending that message, he felt it insufficient and edited it further. Long Yuan added, I will also be visiting Central Star in the coming days. Let us arrange a meeting. Seeing this message, Luo Qian frowned. If she did not require soothing, what was the purpose of meeting? They were not particularly close. However, given that he had just lent a formidable 10th-tier warrior to assist her, declining the meeting seemed somewhat inappropriate. All right, she replied. Long Yuan, upon reading her terse response, furrowed his brow deeply. Why had she only replied with a single word? Was there not a need to discuss the details of their meeting, such as the location or purpose? Were not females typically meticulous about such matters? An hour later, after organizing her belongings, Luo Qian cradled the pale blue flower pot while Qin Ge carried a lump of coal, and together with Xian Mo, they exited the Hunter Alliance. Seated in the small hover vehicle, Luo Qian gazed in astonishment at the forest within the space. Overnight, the areas that had been devastated were remarkably restored. Xian Mo, a staff member of the Alliance, had surely worked late into the night, hadn't he? How could the repairs be completed so swiftly? Xian Mo explained, observing the rejuvenated scenery outside. A group of staff members on vacation had returned upon hearing of the Alliance's troubles and worked tirelessly through the night to mend it. Every blade of grass and every tree was a product of their dedication. When their hard work was threatened, how could they not feel grief? Thus, upon learning of the incident at the Alliance, they rushed back to restore it. However, the rapidity of the repairs could not be solely attributed to human effort. Another individual's assistance was also essential. Hesitating for a moment, Xian Mo informed Luo Qian that the materials for the repairs were provided by Hu Yan. Upon hearing Hu Yan's name, Luo Qian instinctively inquired, he sold them to you? He didn't cheat you, did he? She remembered well how Hu Yan had once swindled Xian Mo out of star coins. Not at all, Xian Mo shook his head. Not only did he provide these materials without asking for star coins, but he also offered them as a gift. Yet, Xian Mo understood that Luo Qian likely wished to avoid any entanglement with Hu Yan in such matters, so he proactively offered the star coins. Outside, Qin Jian and Long Yong were already waiting. Upon seeing Luo Qian emerge, Long Yong rubbed his hands together, both nervous and excited, greeting her. Esteemed Luo Qian, greetings. I am Long Yong, the second elder of the Dragon Clan. I bring warm regards from our Dragon Lord. He has been exceedingly busy of late and has not had the opportunity to accompany you. I hope you do not take offense. His little female is truly adorable, oh my. Our Dragon Lord is quite fortunate. In Chapter 68, act promptly to dissolve the match. The elder came to assist and was exceedingly courteous. Luo Qian, too, felt compelled to reciprocate the courtesy. With a smile, she replied to Long Yong, it's no trouble at all. Your aid is invaluable. I must thank you for your willingness to help. It's a family matter. It's only right. Long Yong quickly waved his hand. He expressed gratitude to the beast god for matching their Dragon Lord with such an understanding female. Given the Dragon Lord's notoriously unromantic disposition, without the beast god's assistance, he would likely remain a bachelor for life. Qin Ge approached with Qin Jian, quietly advising him, when you meet the Dragon Clan, be sure to temper your temper. Do not provoke them, understood? Ever since learning of the incident at the Hunter Alliance, my uncle has been both remorseful and furious, remorseful for not being there to protect you and the female master, and furious that the mightiest of them all, Long Yuan, failed to stand by his female master when it mattered most. It is utterly unacceptable. Qin Jian patted his chest, assuring Qin Ge, rest easy. My uncle will not lose his temper. Just as Qin Ge felt reassured by this promise, he noticed Qin Jian striding confidently toward Luo Qian and Long Yong. Qin Jian first greeted Luo Qian with the utmost politeness. Luo Qian, it is a pleasure to see you once more. I am Qin Jian, the third uncle of Qin Ge. I sincerely apologize for the fright you experienced yesterday. It is indeed my fault for failing to ensure that Qin Ge, with his insufficient rank, could protect you adequately. Qin Ge, who had come along, stood quietly. Luo Qian was already familiar with Qin Jian, as Qin Ge had mentioned his uncle before they stepped out. Uncle, please do not blame Qin Ge. He has done remarkably well under the circumstances. The incident was so sudden that no one could have anticipated it. In truth, Luo Qian harbored no resentment towards Qin Ge for what transpired. You are truly a remarkable female, Qin Jian remarked, his gaze shifting to Long Yong, who stood nearby. With a tone laced with sarcasm, he continued, although our Qin Ge may lack strength, he at least comprehends the importance of standing by his female in times of peril. Unlike certain powerful males who, when their mates face grave danger, abandon them and do not even bother to check afterward. What could possibly be more pressing than that? Are you all in the Dragon Clan facing extinction? Qin Jian's temper was evidently unrestrained. Your lion-tiger clan is the one facing extinction, Long Yong shot back, casting an irritated glare at Qin Jian. Were it not for Luo Qian's presence, he would have gladly engaged in a more thorough discourse with this elder from the lion-tiger clan. While it was true that their dragon lord had erred, Long Yong thought to himself, so what? When faced with adversity, one resorts to strength. Long Yong glared at Qin Jian. Are you deliberately seeking trouble, old man?
What do you propose? A duel?
Qin Jian immediately rolled up his sleeves. Then let us fight. Do you think I fear you? Before their words could settle, they were already at each other's throats. Qin Go, witnessing the commotion between the lion-tiger beast and the dragon, could only cover his face in dismay. Had they not agreed to avoid conflict? Luo Qian was equally taken aback. She had not anticipated that her allies would come to blows before she even sought trouble with the Zishuan King Snake clan. She quickly called out to the two combatants in midair. Esteemed elders, we are all allies here. Please, for my sake, let us not jeopardize our camaraderie. Qin Go also urged his uncle. Uncle, please calm down. Our true adversaries are the two 10th-tier old fools from the Zishuan King Snake clan, not each other. Humph. Qin Jian scoffed, instantly transforming back into his human form and returning to Qin Go's side. Casting a disdainful glance at Long Yong, he remarked, I am merely showing respect for Luo Qian. As for you, old man, relay this to Long Yuan. If he cannot care for his mate properly, he should promptly sever their match. Luo Qian, allow me to convey that our lion-tiger clan possesses a plethora of exceptionally gifted males. Once we conclude our business with the Zishuan King Snake clan and return to the Central Star, you should accompany your third uncle back to our lion-tiger clan. When the time comes, Uncle San will take the lead, selecting the most handsome and capable young males from our clan, offering you 10 or 8 of them. If Qin Ge becomes preoccupied with work in the future, he will allow them to keep you company. The males of our lion-tiger clan are renowned for their ability to care for females, I assure you. Uncle San, please be quiet, Qin Ge interjected, covering Qin Jian's mouth. The absurdity of such words was increasingly difficult to bear. He had yet to form a bond with a female partner, and Uncle San was already suggesting a horde of brothers to compete with him. How could he possibly stand a chance against his brothers, who would surely bicker and vie for attention? The males of the lion-tiger clan are known throughout the galaxy for their charm towards females. Listening to Qin Jian, Long Yong's thoughts turned to his own disappointing dragon lord. He felt a mix of guilt and urgency, nearly brought to tears at the age of 700. Luo Qian, you must not listen to Qin Jian. Please, not our dragon lord. Though he may be a bit stubborn, ill-tempered, and somewhat indifferent, he is, in truth, a good beast. Even as he uttered these words, Long Yong felt a twinge of guilt. Qin Jian, nearby, stifled a laugh. Had it not been for Qin Ji's timely intervention, he would have burst into laughter. What does it mean to be a good beast? Long Yuan should be grateful to the beast god for pairing him with a female partner. Otherwise, had he been left to his own devices, he would have never found a female to accept him throughout his lifetime. Luo Qian could not bear to see a 700-year-old man weep before her, especially since she might need his assistance. She hurried to console Long Yong. I understand, I truly do. Aside from his flaws, your dragon lord is indeed a good beast. Her relationship with Long Yuan was one of cooperation. Whether he was good or bad mattered little to her. Thus, her reassurance was somewhat perfunctory. However, Long Yong, an earnest old man, failed to detect the insincerity in her words. He was elated to hear Luo Qian not only remained unoffended, but also praised their dragon lord. Overjoyed, he gazed at her with profound gratitude. Luo Qian, you are truly a wonderful female. Thank the beast god for allowing our dragon lord to meet you. Had it been another female, she might have severed her bond with him long ago. Rest assured, Luo Qian, Long Yong whispered. In our waters, we have many handsome, powerful young males who know how to care for females. When you visit our waters, I will select a few hundred for you. When our dragon lord is busy, they can keep you entertained. What is a mere 10 or 8 compared to the hundreds he could offer her? The absurdity of it all only deepened. Fortunately, at that moment, Qian Mo arrived to inform Luo Qian that they could depart. Chapter 69, resentful of not being a man. An hour later, Luo Qian and her companions boarded Qin Jian's spacecraft, swiftly en route to the Star Trek Center, preparing to journey to the Central Star. They had not been gone long when another spacecraft landed before the Hunters Alliance headquarters. The venerable elder of the nine-tailed fox clan gazed helplessly at the man seated before the screen. Star Master, do you truly intend to refrain from pursuing her? This is your prime opportunity to shine before Luo Qian. She would not wish to see me, Hu Yan remarked, his eyes fixed on the restoration progress within the Hunter Alliance building. His voice was low, devoid of discernible emotion. Moreover, our visit to the Zishuan King Serpent clan only necessitates the presence of 2 Tier 10 beings from the Dragon and Lion Tiger clans. I ought to expedite the repairs here. When she returns and sees everything restored to its former glory, it should bring her joy. The elder observed his lack of ambition with a heavy sigh. Had I known this would unfold, you would not have acted as you did. Hu Yan chose silence, recognizing the futility of such musings. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have acted differently. It was a self-inflicted predicament, one that could not be avoided. In the Celestial Track Center, Qian Mo approached Luo Qian, his expression laden with guilt. Qian, I apologize. I intended to secure a private luxury compartment for you, but the staff informed me that the remaining compartments are fully booked. Only one remains, and it requires sharing with other females. Prior to meeting Luo Qian, Qian Mo's outlook was simply to survive. A private celestial track was something he could never have afforded. Qin Ge had spent his time either in the laboratory or at home, rarely leaving the central star, and due to infrequent use of the celestial track, he did not possess a private one. Hu Yan had one, and Qian Mo had inquired with Luo Qian whether she desired one, to which she declined. Since we have dissolved our match, it is better not to entangle ourselves too deeply. Creating a private celestial track now seemed impractical. In the past, when he had no such luxury, it was unnecessary. Now, with Luo Qian by his side, Qian Mo felt an urgent need for one. Upon his return from the Central Star, he would arrange for a custom private, celestial track for her. Despite the tedious approval process and stringent requirements, he felt no apprehension with Yubai's assistance. I find the Empire's celestial track quite splendid, Luo Qian mused. In truth, she had longed to experience such travel. The presence of so many beastmen here was invigorating. Luo Qian was inherently drawn to lively atmospheres. Having lost her parents at an early age, she was raised by her grandmother, a woman of few words who seldom spoke at home. Concerned that the village children might bully her for being orphaned, her grandmother restricted her outings. As a child, Luo Qian cherished the New Year festivities, relishing the vibrant gatherings with her grandmother. Later, once she began school, her favorite moments were spent playing games with her classmates. Though she had lost her family, she had many friends before arriving in the interstellar realm. After her arrival, however, her frail stature and fear of revealing her identity compelled her to keep her distance from the local beast men, with only Qi Yu being a close companion. Luo Qian smiled at the gathered company, grateful for their willingness to accompany her on the celestial track journey. Qin Jian and Long Yong possessed starships, allowing them to traverse the cosmos freely, visiting various planets, a privilege granted by the Empire to Tier 10 powerhouses like themselves. However, the rapid speed of their vessels would be too much for Luo Qian's Tier 4 physique to endure. They could pilot their starship away first. Yet for the sake of Luo Qian's safety, they refrained from doing so. It is of no consequence. We are delighted to accompany you, Qin Ge promptly declared. Riding the star track sounds wonderful. I have yet to share that experience with my esteemed mistress. Then let us be off, Luo Qian said. Grasping the hands of Qin Ge and Qian Mo, her excitement palpable as they stepped onto the star track. She gazed at the bustling orc populace, predominantly male, though there were also several females venturing out. It was her first encounter with such a multitude of females. The interstellar women were, for the most part, exquisite beauties, fair-skinned, strikingly attractive, with long legs that seemed to reach heights of over 1.7 meters. Each sighting filled Luo Qian with envy. Since awakening her extraordinary abilities, her own skin had improved significantly, and she had become quite lovely. However, she could not measure up to the height of these orc women, nor did she possess their slender, flawless legs, which often led compliments directed at her to emphasize her cuteness instead. Many of these females displayed a commendable attitude towards other women. Of course, there were exceptions, such as Ainli. As Luo Qian stepped onto the star track, she encountered a stunning beauty who greeted her with a smile. The woman boasted cascading golden waves and an ample bosom, clad in a form-fitting black dress that accentuated her alluring figure. As the woman waved at her, Luo Qian quickly released Qin Ji's hand and responded with a wave of her own, wishing fervently that she were a man at that moment. Qin Ge, feeling slightly aggrieved by Luo Qian's sudden release of his hand, turned to see her beaming at the female, her eyes nearly sparkling with delight. He instinctively placed a hand over Luo Qian's eyes. Mistress, Please do not stare so openly at that female. Do you not notice her partner glaring at you?
Huh?
Luo Qian had not noticed. She pushed Qin Ji's hand away and turned her gaze back to the enchanting female, only to find the partner discreetly shielding the golden-haired beauty away from view. I'm not trying to compete. I merely wish to admire her. How petty. Luo Qian had intended to strike up a conversation, but now the opportunity seemed lost. She sighed in disappointment, about to look for other females when suddenly a celestial rose materialized before her, its red petals glimmering with starlight, beautiful and dreamlike. Esteemed little female, there will be a ball in the central ballroom of the Star Track tonight. May I have the honor of dancing with you? A strikingly handsome male, exuding an alluring charm, knelt before Luo Qian, holding the rose aloft. A plume of deep green feathers adorned his brow, adding an air of mystery to his already captivating visage. Begone. Qian Mo kicked the suitor away with a swift motion. How dare a six-tier thunder sparrow seek affection from his Qian? What a foolish dream. The thunder sparrow, having been cast aside, contemplated shedding tears to elicit sympathy from the little female, especially since she had not pushed him away moments ago. However, upon seeing the 9th-tier Qian Mo and the 2 10th-tier powerhouses flanking him, fear gripped him, and he lay on the ground, paralyzed with trepidation. Qin Ge quickly urged Luo Qian to depart. He explained to Luo Qian, Qian, do not be deceived by that male's good looks. He is merely a 6th-tier thunder sparrow, utterly incompetent. You must not pursue him. When females seek partners, they prioritize strength over appearance. I have no interest in him. Luo Qian observed Qian Mo and Qin Ge, who appeared as if bracing for battle, and sighed in exasperation. Was she truly so unselective? He appeared suddenly, and I was caught off guard. I genuinely do not fancy him. She felt that with Qian Mo, Qin Ge, and Yu Bai present,
It was sufficient for the time being.
the remaining suitors had yet to arrive. And whether she would encounter someone she liked in the future was a matter for later consideration. Regardless, she had no fondness for the one from earlier. However, Qian Mo's abrupt kick was somewhat excessive, considering the other party had not committed any egregious acts. Luo Qian grasped Qian Mo's hand. Mo, I understand you have my best interests at heart, but next time, let us temper our tempers a bit. Direct confrontation is unnecessary. Qian Mo recognized that Luo Qian was human. Despite living in the interstellar realm for many years, she had little understanding of it. Thus, she could not comprehend why he had suddenly kicked the individual aside without uttering a word. Qian Mo quietly explained, had I not pushed him away, he would have perceived it as an opportunity and would have pursued you relentlessly. Qian Mo had long discerned Luo Qian's misconceptions regarding beast men. She believed that beast men developed feelings for females only through interaction. In truth, most beast men approach emotions with a profound purity. Once they identify a compatible female partner, their commitment is unwavering, lasting until death. If the female is not a match, any female they choose will be pursued tenaciously until they form a bond.
Ah.
So that is how it is, Luo Qian realized, having never encountered such a situation before. I apologize, Mo, I misunderstood you. You handled it splendidly. Chapter 70. Your little bird is quite extraordinary. Just imagining the scene of persistent pursuit despite her numerous rejections made her feel like using a knife against the other party instead of merely delivering a kick. No one took this minor episode to heart. After all, such male pursuit of females and demonstrations of affection occurred incessantly within the interstellar empire. Before long, Luo Qian and her companions arrived at their private room. Although referred to as a small suite, it spanned 100 square meters. Upon entering, they found 3 beast men already present, a 5th-tier female accompanied by her 2 partners, one at the 8th tier and the other at the 9th. Upon noticing Luo Qian entering with 2 formidable 10th-tier individuals, the 5th-tier female's partner instantly rose to protect his mate, eyeing them warily. Qian Mo regarded the 2 males and calmly stated, there is no need for such apprehension. We are merely here to enjoy the starry ambience. As long as you do not provoke us, we shall not instigate any trouble. Hearing his words, the 2 males finally relaxed and returned to their female companion's side. Qian Mo paid them no further attention, instead assisting Qin Ge in securing an excellent position for Luo Qian, allowing her to admire the breathtaking vistas of the cosmos beyond. The last time they observed the star trails, Qian Mo recalled that Luo Qian cherished gazing at the celestial clusters beyond the cosmos. As soon as Luo Qian settled down, a little ball of coal eagerly emerged from Qin Ji's pocket, leaping onto her lap. Its chirp instantaneously captivated the attention of the female seated across from them, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "Your little bird is quite unique." A gentle voice caused the little creature to stiffen momentarily. It swiftly turned around in Luo Qian's embrace to face the speaking female. Surprised that the other would engage her in conversation, Luo Qian met her soft gaze and smiled. "This is my pet bird. Its name is Coalball." "Coalball?" Fengyu remarked with a smile upon hearing the name. "It is indeed a distinctive name." She then turned her attention to Luo Qian. "Hello, my name is Fengyu. May I ask what yours is?"
Fengyu?
The name was indicative of the Feng clan, as only they bore such a name among the Central Stars. She belonged to the same race as Jiuqing. Luo Qian pondered the nature of their relationship. Smiling, she replied, "I am Luo Qian. It's a pleasure to meet you."
"Hello, Luo Qian.
"May I touch your little bird?" Fengyu gazed at her with eager anticipation. How could Luo Qian refuse such a request from such a lovely and gentle girl? Nodding, she replied, "Of course." Upon receiving her consent, Fengyu sprang to her feet with excitement. "My lady." The companions beside Fengyu tensed at her sudden movement. "Do not be so anxious. Luo Qian will not harm me," she reassured them, urging her companions to sit back down. She approached Luo Qian, extending her hand to gently stroke Coalball's dark, fluffy body. "It is remarkably plump. It must still be a juvenile, correct?" Luo Qian was unsure of Coalball's age. Glancing sideways, Qian Mo subtly shook his head, indicating he too could not discern its age. Since they were both uncertain, Luo Qian decided to embellish. "Yes, it is still a juvenile." She smiled at Fengyu. Fengyu continued to caress Coalball, which displayed some resistance, attempting to peck at her hand. Fengyu quickly evaded its beak. "This little creature possesses quite the fierce temperament," she laughed, settling beside Luo Qian. Meanwhile, Qian Mo promptly rose and positioned himself next to Qin Ge, keeping a protective watch over Luo Qian. Luo Qian gently tapped Coalball on the head, admonishing no pecking. Afterward, she glanced at Fengyu's hand with concern. "Did it hurt you?" Fengyu shook her head with a smile. "No, I am a level 5. It cannot harm me at this stage." She then looked at Luo Qian, her beautiful phoenix-like eyes radiating warmth and friendliness. "Your little pet reminds me of my brother. When he was young, he was just as plump and couldn't even fly with his wings spread." Upon hearing the mention of a brother, Coalball chirped in response. Ignoring it, Fengyu continued with a smile. "However, my brother is red. Our Feng clan's feathers are all of vibrant red, resembling flames, and are much more beautiful than this one." "Luo Qian, why do you choose to raise such an unattractive juvenile? If you prefer male chicks, I could gift you one of our Feng clan's male juveniles. I assure you, they are all exceptionally adorable and remarkably appealing." "Luo Qian, are the younglings of the Phoenix clan truly so undervalued? Can they be given away so casually?" "No, I have no interest in the younglings of other clans. I prefer raising something as unique as a Coalball." Luo Qian decisively declined. Fengyu expressed a hint of regret. "I was thinking if you liked our clan's male younglings, I could offer you my brother along with the youngling. But since you are not interested, it is what it is." "Luo Qian, what sort of tradition is this in the Phoenix clan? Are males so easily given away? I wonder if Jiuqing has ever been sent off. Since he is matched, he probably hasn't even given away, right? Surely not?" Fengyu reached out to stroke the Coalball again and continued, "Luo Qian, I must tell you, my brother is quite remarkable. He is also quite handsome. Are you certain you do not want him? If he were to be matched with another female, it would truly be a shame." "What is there to be ashamed of?" Luo Qian replied with a smile. "We must trust the beast god, if your brother is so exceptional. The female he is matched with must surely be the best and the most suitable for him." Fengyu appeared quite regretful. "All right, let us trust the beast god then." With that, she took Luo Qian's hand in hers. "Luo Qian, I took an immediate liking to you. There is a ball tonight under the star trails. Shall we dance?" Luo Qian hesitated for a moment, glancing at Qian Mo and Qin Ge for their opinions. Qian Mo smiled. Qian, if you wish to go, then go. We shall accompany you." Qin Ge nodded in agreement. "Mistress, I have heard that one can wear masks at the ball. It sounds quite fun. It would be good for you to partake in the festivities." The mistress had spent every day in the wooden house, with little interaction with others. A bit of merriment was indeed in order. Luo Qian was eager to join the revelry. She said to Fengyu, "Then let us go together." Fengyu nodded enthusiastically. "Luo Qian, may I call you that?" "You may simply call me Fengyu. You are heading to the Central Star, right?" "Indeed, I am going to the Central Star." My partner, Qian, is from the Lion-Tiger clan and I am accompanying him to visit his parents. Upon hearing that Luo Qian was visiting the Lion-Tiger clan, Fengyu was even more delighted. The Lion-Tiger clan is not far from our Phoenix clan. Let us add each other as friends on our light brains. I want to invite you to our Phoenix clan for a visit. You may not want my older brother, but there are many handsome males in our clan whom I can introduce you to. Luo Qian smiled and declined politely. We can play together. But introductions to males are unnecessary. As the two continued their conversation, night fell before they knew it. Qian Mo prepared an outfit for Luo Qian to attend the ball. Luo Qian entrusted the coal ball to Qian and asked Qian Mo to accompany her to the lounge for a change of clothes.
I shall also go change.
Fengyu glanced at the coal ball that Qian had carelessly placed in his pocket and stood up with her partner to leave. Qian Ji's gaze remained fixed on Luo Qian, unaware that the coal ball had quietly slipped from his pocket and followed Fengyu. Chapter 71. You are not Qian Mo.
Who are you?
3 minutes later in the lounge. As Fengyu entered, she promptly pushed her companion outside. I can change my clothes by myself. None of you are allowed in. With that, she closed the lounge door and turned her gaze towards the coal-black creature that had followed her in, her tone dripping with mischief and mockery. TSK, whose little clown bird are you? Why are you following me? Jiu-Qing, irritated, chose to ignore the girl. He knew she had recognized him at first glance. Yet, there she was, teasing him in front of Luo Qian. Noticing Jiu-Qing's anger, Fengyu quickly lifted him and placed him on a nearby shelf, locking eyes with him. A sphere of crimson energy formed in her palm, which she sent into Jiu-Qing's body. All right, big brother, please don't be angry. I didn't mean to tease you. I was too scared to acknowledge you earlier. At this point, Fengyu couldn't help but gaze at Jiu-Qing, her expression reflecting concern. Your current appearance is indeed unappealing to the females. I can see you care for Luo Qian. You wouldn't want him to discover that such an unattractive little chubby bird is you, would you? Jiu-Qing, having absorbed the energy Fengyu transmitted, finally found his voice. He looked at her and asked softly, how did you leave the Central Star? Did you bring any sacred medicine that could restore me immediately? The sacred medicine referred to the beast god flower. The Foam clan possessed several complete specimens of this flower. I came out specifically to find you. You have no idea how worried I was when I heard about your disappearance. I did bring some, but there's only half a petal left, Fengyu replied, retrieving an exceptionally precious box from her spatial ring. Upon opening it, she revealed the half petal of the beast god flower. Big brother, your injuries are severe. This half petal will only provide temporary relief. You must return to the Foam clan with me. There, you can fully recover. Jiu-Qing shook his head. I want to stay by Qian's side. I cannot return yet. Please give me the half petal for now. Once Luo Qian arrives at the Central Star, you can find a way to bring her to the Foam clan and I will return with her then. Fengyu instantly caught the scent of gossip. She looked at Jiu-Qing with excitement. Big brother, you don't actually want Luo Qian to be my sister-in-law, do you? Although I have a fondness for her, you are not her match. Do you intend to be her follower first? Do not forget, you are the second prince of the Foam clan. I doubt the Empress will agree. This is my own choice. I will ensure the Empress consents, Jiu-Qing asserted confidently. His decisions had never required the approval of others, even if that person were the Empress, his mother. Upon hearing his earnest tone, Fengyu recognized that his resolution was unyielding. She smiled and reached out to pat Jiu-Qing's head. Such opportunities to touch her big brother's head were rare. However, Jiu-Qing shot her a glance that startled Fengyu, causing her to retract her hand immediately. She kindly cautioned him, Big brother, in your current state, it's best if Luo Qian remains unaware of your identity, for it is truly unappealing. If you become her follower and she wishes to kiss you, the thought of you like this would certainly deter her. Be quiet. Do not speak of this any further. The girl truly knows how to touch upon sensitive topics. Does he truly wish to appear in such a manner? Fengyu pouted defiantly, asserting, I merely intended to offer you a friendly reminder. Jiu-Qing chose to ignore her, swallowing the half petal of the beast god flower before departing. Just before he exited, he abruptly turned to advise Fengyu, keep my secret. Do not let Qian discover that the coal ball is indeed me. Fengyu nearly burst into laughter, thinking, what a feigned act. He is simply afraid that Luo Qian will find out and disdain him. Yet, her brother was indeed rather unappealing in his current state. Outside, Luo Qian had already changed into her attire. All females attending the ball were required to wear masks, with most opting for masks fashioned after their beast forms. However, Luo Qian lacked a beast form. I had no knowledge of the ball, and do not possess a mask of my beast form. What should I do? She glanced at Qin Ge and Qian Mo, contemplating whether she should refrain from attending. After all, everyone else wore masks, and her absence would seem rather peculiar. Let us not stir up any further trouble. Do not fret, my lady. Qin Ge suddenly produced a small blue cat mask. This is one I just crafted for you, inspired by the appearance of our lion-tiger clan females. It is truly exquisite. Luo Qian accepted it and donned it upon her face.
The blue cat mask,
coupled with her stature, appeared irresistibly adorable in the eyes of Qin Ge and Qian Mo. Is it beautiful? Luo Qian inquired. Adorable. Qin Ji's heart melted at the sight. Qian Mo nodded earnestly. It is both lovely and charming. Luo Qian struck a sultry pose. Is it not possible to be both alluring and beautiful? Must it be one or the other? Qian Mo observed Luo Qian's comical antics, suppressing laughter and remaining silent. Qin Ge quickly grasped Luo Qian's hand. My lady, it is my fault. The mask resembles that of a cub. If you prefer something more mature and seductive, I shall craft a different one for you next time. Luo Qian replied, all right then, a cub it is. As long as I have a mask to wear. Fengyu emerged wearing a phoenix mask, radiating an aura akin to that of a queen. This is precisely the entrance I desired, Luo Qian remarked. Upon noticing the kitten mask on Luo Qian's face, Fengyu joyfully embraced her. Luo Qian, your mask is simply adorable. It suits you perfectly. Thank you. I do not particularly desire it, Luo Qian responded. Let us be on our way. Fengyu grasped Luo Qian's hand, leading her towards the ballroom. Behind them, Qian Mo and Qin Ge, along with Fengyu's two companions, closely followed. The ball had commenced. In the center of the dance floor, numerous females were already dancing. Luo Qian, let us hasten, Fengyu urged as she led Luo Qian into the heart of the dance floor. As the solitary males surrounding the females parted to make way, Luo Qian, initially anxious about her dancing skills, soon realized that many females were equally unskilled and simply danced in a carefree manner. With that revelation, her worries dissipated, and she joined in, reveling in the joyous atmosphere. After all, if everyone was awkward together, then no one stood out. Luo Qian, you dance so playfully, Fengyu exclaimed, mimicking Luo Qian's carefree movements as laughter filled the dance floor, echoing the joy of the females. Qian Mo and Qin Ji's eyes were fixed on Luo Qian. Observing her joy, Qian Mo's gaze brimmed with delight. He ought to bring Qian to such lively places more often. It was evident to Qian Mo that Luo Qian relished the bustling atmosphere. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, plunging the dance floor into darkness. What was happening? You stepped on me. Luo Qian, where are you? Fengyu's voice resonated. I'm here, replied Luo Qian, though in the obscurity, she could not see her friend. Qian, don't be afraid. It was Qian Mo's voice, tinged with urgency. In such circumstances, the beast men could see clearly, yet Qian, being human, possessed poor vision and surely couldn't discern anything. Qian Mo anxiously reached out to grasp Luo Qian's hand. However, the dark atmosphere swayed violently and she found herself jostled about, unaware of her exact location. Remarkably, she remained calm, only worried that Qian Mo and Qin Ge might struggle to find her and become anxious. Qian, don't be afraid. In the darkness, a pair of calloused hands seized her, drawing her close. Initially, she assumed it was Qian Mo, for only he would address her in such a manner. Yet, as she nestled against this individual, she detected a scent distinct from Qian Mo's. His essence bore a unique, crisp fragrance, perpetually cool, while the man enveloping her radiated warmth, imbued with a hint of patchouli. Luo Qian's instincts heightened. You are not Qian Mo. Who are you? Chapter 72 Master, I am Jiu Qing. Luo Qian lifted her gaze to the man embracing her. In the darkness, his features were obscured, save for his fiery eyes. Jiu Qing observed Luo Qian's wary demeanor, his body tense with apprehension. I am indeed not Qian Mo, he spoke, his voice deep and clear. Qian, I am Jiu Qing. Jiu Qing? Luo Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. You are Jiu Qing? Just the day before, she had wished to meet him, and to her surprise, he had appeared unbidden. Are you truly Jiu Qing? Yes, I am Jiu Qing. His tone was resolute. Forgive me, Qian, I should refer to you as master. As a follower, I ought to address you as such until you consent to my becoming a companion. But I heard Qian Mo call you that and I couldn't help myself.
Master?
The term, uttered from Jiu Qing's lips, felt somewhat mortifying. While Feng Yu presented her offspring and siblings, Jiu Qing addressed her as master. Did the Feng clan harbor peculiar inclinations in such matters? Was their revelry of a more daring nature?
Just call me Qian, she insisted.
The term master makes me blush. Her mind seemed to betray her, conjuring unspeakable images upon hearing the word. Qian. Jiu Qing tightened his embrace slightly, his voice tender and affectionate. Luo Qian recalled the fire phoenix she had seen during a previous crisis. That fire phoenix was you, wasn't he it?
Jiu Qing nodded. Indeed, it was I.
Upon hearing that it was truly him, Luo Qian smiled, feeling an immediate sense of relief. Last time, he had saved everyone. And she had heard that he was injured and missing on the battlefield beyond. Is your injury healed? She inquired with genuine concern. Unable to restrain a smile at her care, Jiu Qing's fiery eyes sparkled with joy. You needn't worry about me, Qian. My wounds have mostly healed. This reassured Luo Qian. Why have you not appeared during this time? She asked curiously. Have you not seen any messages on the light brain, or is it simply inconvenient? Considering his current condition, Jiu Qing pressed his lips together and softly explained, Qian, I have been unable to appear before you lately. However, I have always been by your side. Should you encounter any danger, I will appear to protect you. Upon hearing Jiu Qing's explanation, Luo Qian realized her previous guess had been correct. He had indeed been near her all along. Since he stated it was inconvenient to show himself, she refrained from pressing further. She asked him, if I wish to see you in the future, how should I summon you? We cannot remain apart indefinitely, can we? How shall we cultivate our relationship? She was genuinely curious about what Jiu Qing looked like. His voice was exceptionally pleasant. He must be quite tall as well. Luo Qian discreetly touched his waist, noting there was not an ounce of excess flesh. Jiu Qing felt her gentle gesture, a mix of happiness and anxiety coursing through him. It seemed Qian did not mind their physical contact. That's good, he thought. Qian, I will not hide for long. You may accept Feng Yu's invitation to visit the Feng clan. Shall we meet there? After he spoke, he anxiously awaited Luo Qian's response. He needed to return to the Feng clan to expedite his recovery. As a follower, his status was already inferior to Qian Mo and the others. And if he did not appear openly by Qian's side soon, it would be even more challenging to compete with them. Qian Mo appeared sincere but harbored numerous schemes. Qingge seemed honest, yet he had his own methods of vying for attention. Then there was Yu Bai, who presented the most significant headache. As for Long Yuan and Hu Yan, Jiu Qing dismissed them as they posed no threat to him at present. Although Luo Qian could not see his face, she sensed his nervousness. Instead of answering immediately, she asked, if I visit the Feng clan and see you, will you return with me to the Hunter Alliance? Absolutely. Jiu Qing replied without hesitation. Qian, you are my master now. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Luo Qian was pleased with his response. She nodded seriously. All right. Once I finish dealing with the Zishuan Serpent Clan affairs on Central Star, I will go to the Feng clan to bring you home. The word home echoed in her statement. Did this mean she had already begun to consider him family, like Qian Mo and the others? Jiu Qing gazed at Luo Qian, his fiery eyes fixed intently on her lips. He yearned to kiss her. Qian, before he could finish, he noticed Qian Mo approaching. He swallowed the unspoken words and addressed Luo Qian. Qian, Xuanma has come to find you. I must take my leave now. We shall meet within our Feng clan. With that, he released Luo Qian and gently nudged her, pushing her into Xuanma's embrace. Alas! Luo Qian barely had time to exchange another word with him before Jiu Qing was swallowed by the dense crowd. Qian, are you all right? The familiar scent of cold fragrance wafted through, and Xuanma's cool embrace brought Luo Qian an unexpected sense of security.
I'm fine, Xuanma.
She hesitated, wishing to share that she had just encountered Jiu Qing. However, recalling Jiu Qing's words that it was not convenient for him to appear now, she swallowed her words. What is it? Qian, were you injured just now? Xuanma's concerned gaze scrutinized Luo Qian, searching for any signs of harm. No. Luo Qian waved her hand dismissively. What happened? Why did the lights suddenly go out? Xuanma explained, the star track encountered a minor black hole, leading to magnetic field disturbances that incapacitated the internal systems. Do not be alarmed. Such occurrences are quite common and will resolve shortly. So, it happens frequently? No wonder the surrounding beast men seemed utterly unfazed. At first, when the star track swayed, everyone struggled to maintain their balance, and in the ensuing chaos, Luo Qian was pushed aside. Once the star track stabilized, calm returned to the crowd. Just as Xuanma finished speaking, the lights flickered back on. Fengyue hurried over, her eyes filled with concern as she looked at Luo Qian. Luo Qian, are you alright? You were pushed out earlier. It startled me. Her genuine care was evident, and Luo Qian smiled and shook her head reassuringly. I'm fine, fortunately. Xuanma found me. Xuanma gazed tenderly at Luo Qian, aware that she had not spoken the whole truth. It mattered not, as long as she was safe. That was all that counted. After such a commotion, Luo Qian had lost interest in continuing to dance. It's getting late. I think I shall return to rest now. Fengyue, what about you? I'm feeling a bit tired as well. Let us head back together. Fengyue grasped Luo Qian's hand, and on their way back, she began to extol the virtues of her elder brother. Qian, have you truly considered my brother? He is the most formidable among the younger generation of our Feng clan. As Luo Qian listened, she suddenly thought of Jiuqing's earlier appearance. She feigned casualness in her inquiry. Just how formidable can he be? Is he more impressive than your second prince? Fengyue raised an eyebrow and smiled mysteriously. I won't tell you now. You'll find out when you meet him. It will surely delight Luo Qian. Upon returning to the private room, Xuanma tidied up the small lounge, inviting Luo Qian to rest. The lounge contained but a single bed, sufficient for only one female to sleep. Just as Luo Qian was about to enter, she heard Qinggo suddenly scolding Meiqiu. Meiqiu, where have you been? I've been searching for you everywhere. Had I known you would be so disobedient, I would not have brought you to the ball with so many people around. You are so small and dark, it's easy for someone to step on you, do you understand? Meiqiu lay still in Qingji's palm, allowing him to ramble on beside her ear. Mo smiled as he explained to Luo Qian that the coal ball had run off on its own into Qingji's pocket, startling him quite a bit. Rest assured. Qinggo has grown quite fond of the coal ball now. Wouldn't he truly scold it, perhaps just a few mild words. Handing the coal ball over to Qinggo, Luo Qian felt a sense of reassurance. Qingji's care for the coal ball resembled that of a parent for their child. I trust him, she added, quickly planting a kiss on Mo's cheek. You should get some rest as well. There's a small table in the lounge. I'll place you by on it to keep me company. Mo nodded in agreement. All right. In any case, Yu Bai is in no condition to do much at the moment. He retrieved Yu Bai from beside Qingjian and handed him to Luo Qian. With Yu Bai cradled in her arms, Luo Qian swiftly made her way into the lounge. The space was modest, accommodating only a single bed and a table, leaving little room for anything else. However, it did boast a private bathroom suitable for bathing. After placing Yu Bai on the table, Luo Qian took a refreshing shower. Once her hair was dried and she had changed into her sleepwear, she approached the bedside, extracting a fine needle to prick her finger and let a drop of blood fall for Yu Bai. The little one had been diligent, now boasting 4 leaves. In just a few days, he would likely bloom his first flower. Just as Luo Qian retrieved the needle, her wrist was suddenly grasped by someone. Yu Bai knelt before her, his deep blue gaze filled with disapproval. Little Qian, you're being disobedient, ignoring my words. Luo Qian met his gaze, applying slight pressure, causing the slender needle to pierce the tip of her finger, a droplet of crimson emerging. Little Qian, you. Yu Bai looked at her in disbelief, unable to fathom her audacity. Ignoring his protests, Luo Qian pressed her bloodied fingertip against his lips. I've drawn blood, and it has surfaced. If you don't drink it, it would be a waste. Yu Bai regarded her silently, unmoving. Luo Qian squeezed her fingertip, forcefully inserting her finger into his mouth. I know you care for me, but losing these few drops of blood will not cause me any discomfort. It is far more effective than a beast core in promoting your recovery. Given that there exists a quick and simple remedy, why not utilize it? Sensing Luo Qian's rising irritation, Yu Bai reluctantly and gently enveloped her finger with his mouth. The blood coursed into his body like a miraculous elixir, swiftly mending his wounds, and his abilities visibly surged. Her blood was indeed as potent as the legend suggested, possessing extraordinary effects on beastmen. Yu Bai felt that once his injuries healed, he would soon ascend to a higher tier. Once Luo Qian's blood was fully absorbed, Yu Bai's tongue delicately traced over the puncture on her fingertip, erasing it completely. He released her finger, kissing the back of her hand and her wrist, gradually ascending higher. Little Qian. With a sudden movement, he pushed her onto the bed. The man's kiss descended upon her, gentle yet commanding. Imbued with a fervent obsession, he yearned to possess her, to merge her essence with his, ensuring she belonged solely to him, unclaimed by anyone else. Little Qian.
Don't be so kind to me.
Yu Bai lightly nibbled on Luo Qian's earlobe, whispering, if you continue like this, I might be unable to resist the urge to confine you. In a secluded place only I can discover, I wish to keep you solely for myself. Luo Qian cradled his face, gazing into his eyes which betrayed an unmistakable possessiveness. She softly inquired, will you truly confine me? Yu Bai shook his head, no, I cannot. He yearned to, but it was impossible. For I understand that Xiao Qian does not belong to me alone. Should I truly imprison you, you would cease to be yourself. Yu Bai looked at Luo Qian with a reverence akin to that reserved for a deity. My Xiao Qian should belong to herself first, before she belongs to me. For her sake, he was willing to suppress all his obsessions and darkness, willingly becoming a gentle vine. Suddenly, Luo Qian rolled over, pinning him beneath her. One by one, she unfastened the buttons of his shirt. Yu Bai, I find myself unable to resist the urge to devour you. How could this person be so alluring? It was impossible not to be captivated by him. Obediently, Yu Bai allowed Luo Qian to tear his shirt open and cast it aside. Xiao Qian, you may do whatever you desire with me. I shall never resist. Not merely the act of undressing, even if Luo Qian were to truly consume him now. Yu Bai would not offer any resistance. Luo Qian observed his enticing demeanor, swallowing hard, and quickly pulled the blanket over Yu Bai. Do not tempt me. I cannot indulge in you just yet. Luo Qian felt she had made considerable progress today. Last time, she could only be teased by Yu Bai. Yet now she had the audacity to undress him. Yu Bai felt a pang of regret. Another day consumed by jealousy toward Qian Mo. He grasped Luo Qian's wrist, gently tugging her to rest against his chest. With a hint of grievance, he asked, when do you plan to consume me, Xiao Qian? I can hardly wait. Luo Qian remained silent, uncertain herself. This matter would have to wait until Qian Mo advanced further. Noticing her silence, Yu Bai poked her cheek with his finger. His tone dissatisfied. You promised Qian Mo he could be first, and even that foolish Qin Go was granted second place. Why do you remain silent when it comes to me? After speaking, Yu Bai turned to press his forehead against Luo Qian's. It was understandable that he could not compete with the two of them, as they had arrived by her side first. But did that mean he was of lesser worth in Xiao Qian's heart? Why was that? No, not at all. Luo Qian recognized his misunderstanding and sought to clarify. I simply do not know when Qian Mo will advance, hence I cannot provide an answer. After all, he is not as easily swayed as Qin Ge. Yu Bai indeed was not easily swayed. He lowered his head and captured Luo Qian's lips. I do not care when Qian Mo advances. I want to be third. Will you promise me, Xiao Qian? Such matters were contests fought by Qian Mo and Qin Ge themselves. Why shouldn't he contend as well? He did not wish to compete with Qian Mo and Qin Ge, for they had come to her first, and she had developed feelings for them. However, surely the remaining few could not surpass him? Or was it that, in Xiao Qian's heart, she did not truly like him? Like? How could I not adore you? Luo Qian was utterly enamored with him. Indeed, male fairies had a way of captivating hearts. I promise you, but do not speak of it further. She felt a pang of guilt. Upon obtaining what she desired, Yu Bai instantly smiled. I knew Xiao Qian loved me too. In fact, he intended to discuss this matter with Luo Qian last time, but the Hunter Alliance had just encountered a crisis, and he realized Luo Qian was not in the right frame of mind. He didn't wish to bring it up during such a tumultuous time. Now that Luo Qian was in high spirits, Yu Bai naturally could not let this opportunity slip away. Observing his smug demeanor, Luo Qian playfully bit his cheek, leaving two distinct imprints. Surprisingly, instead of feeling pain, Yu Bai's eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed at Luo Qian, clearly yearning for another bite. He leaned in closer, but Luo Qian gently pushed him away, inquiring curiously, you just mentioned wanting to confine me. Pray tell, how do you intend to do so? Luo Qian couldn't help but acknowledge a hint of her own peculiar fascination with the idea. Chapter 74. Has the coal ball betrayed us? Upon hearing Luo Qian's sudden question, Yu Bai was momentarily taken aback. Then, his deep blue eyes filled with joy. Does Xiao Qian like it too?
I do not. I have not. Do not speak nonsense.
Luo Qian hurriedly covered his mouth. Yu Bai nodded vigorously, indicating his understanding. Only then did she release him. He embraced Luo Qian tightly, soft vines entwining around her waist, and whispered gently in her ear, I once visited a very remote, desolate star, untouched by any beast men. I wish to hide you there, constructing a house larger than the wooden cabin of the Alliance, using my vines. It will be filled with all the things you love. You will reside within my vines. And whatever you do, I will know at once. I will feel every move you make.
Goodness, this is truly bizarre.
Yet I am intrigued. What is this all about? Luo Qian covered Yubai's mouth again, saying, "Your idea is splendid, but do not dwell on it any longer." Yubai blinked. Did my Xiao Qian also enjoy being coy? He could sense her affection as well. Noticing that time was slipping away, Yubai urged Luo Qian to lie down and cover her with a blanket. "I shall not disturb you further. Do sleep swiftly." As Luo Qian saw him preparing to retreat into the flower pot, she grasped his hand and asked, "How much longer until you are fully restored?" Yubai tenderly caressed her face. "I will be completely restored when I bloom my first flower. So, that means just 3 more days?" Luo Qian closed her eyes happily. Yubai's figure faded from the room, and a soft vine emerged from the flower pot, wrapping around Luo Qian's wrist. She smiled and stroked it, and the vine seemed to wriggle playfully, as if ticklish. The following day, as Luo Qian drifted between sleep and wakefulness, she felt something brushing against her wrist. With her eyes still closed, she murmured, "Yubai, stop messing around and let me sleep a little longer." In the stellar expanse, the sun was not visible. Without checking her light brain, she had no idea of the time. Her words seemed to have no effect, as the sensation on her wrist quickened. As Luo Qian opened her eyes, she beheld a small, dark purple snake coiling around her waist. The serpent's tail brushed against her wrist.
Xua Montak.
"When did you come in?" Luo Qian attempted to sit up, yet Qian Mo suddenly transformed into human form, pinning her down onto the bed. "You called my name wrong," Qian Mo said, looking at Luo Qian with a hint of grievance. "I knew it. My beast form is unappealing. Once you have someone else, you will gradually lose affection for me." "Nonsense. How could I ever stop liking you?" Luo Qian exclaimed as she hurriedly embraced him. What was she to do? Her earnest little snake had begun to showcase its tea-making skills. "Last night, as I slept, the moon-white vines entwined around my wrist. I was so drowsy that I mistook it for you rubbing against me." With that, Luo Qian quickly glanced towards the table, only to find it utterly bare. "Where is Yubai?" As Qian Mo rose to fetch her clothes, he explained, "Qingge took him away to water him."
Ah?
Luo Qian thought she had misheard. "Does Yubai also need watering?" Qian Mo brought her the outfit he had chosen, clarifying, "It is not ordinary water. It is a special potion formulated for exotic plant-like beast men. After use, it can expedite their healing." Luo Qian nodded in understanding. She took the clothes from Qian Mo, intending to dress herself, but he intervened. "It is our duty to assist the female master in dressing. You certainly will not refuse me, will you, Qian? Qian Mo gazed at her with hopeful eyes. Why is everyone so eager? Luo Qian thought. Yet, no matter whom she might refuse, she could never deny her little snake. She nodded. "Of course I would never refuse my Mo. Outside, Feng Yu quietly approached Zhu Qing. "Brother, are you truly not returning with me? I am genuinely worried about you being out here." Zhu Qing, now able to speak, was cautious of Luo Qian discovering his current state and refrained from speaking before her. He addressed Feng Yu, "You need not worry about me. I am quite well. In a few days, I will return to the Feng clan with Qian. "Very well." Feng Yu nodded. "I shall return and wait for you both. You must bring Luo Qian along, okay? Do your best to make her my sister-in-law soon." No sooner had Feng Yu spoken than Qingge called out for Kolbal. "Kolbal, where have you run off to? Come out quickly. We are about to leave the star trail. If you do not show yourself, I shall leave your bird behind on the star trail. Looking as you do, no one will feed you." Zhu Qing, suppressing a laugh, Feng Yu picked up Zhu Qing and went over to find Qingge. "Kolbal is right here. It ran over there and I was worried it would get lost, so I brought it back." Qingge, upon seeing Kolbal with Feng Yu, quickly took it from her, politely apologizing. "Thank you." "Not at all. Luo Qian and I are friends. Her bird is my bird," Feng Yu said, patting Kolbal on the head. "Isn't that right, Kolbal? My brother has never allowed anyone to touch his head since childhood. This is indeed a rare opportunity. One must seize it with both hands." Zhu Qing, Qingge, who would have thought that this unattractive bird, Meiqiu, would be so favored by the females? "Female master. Everything is prepared," said Feng Yu's companion, approaching with the items in hand. Unlike yesterday's serious and vigilant demeanor, today Feng Yu's 2 partners appeared exceptionally cheerful and gentle. Qingge, being considerate, did not wish to intrude upon the other females. After expressing his gratitude, he hastily departed. He gently grasped Meiqiu and whispered, Meiqiu. Tell me the truth. What were you doing just now? Ever since you met Feng Yue, you've been rather uncharacteristic. Have you developed a fondness for her, given that she too is a bird? Chirp. Juqing pecked Qin Ji's hand with some force. This fellow was becoming increasingly absurd in his claims. However, Qin Ge believed he had hit upon the truth, and that Meiqiu was incensed. Meiqiu, you can't truly be infatuated with her, can you? You are but an ordinary bird. While Feng Yue is a beast man, your species are entirely different. You wouldn't even dare to aspire to such heights. And remember, you are cared for by the female master. If you dare to betray her, do you think I won't roast you right here? That ugly bird, though lacking in looks, seemed to have delusions of grandeur. Harboring feelings for Feng Yue. Has he lost his mind? Qin Ge, what is wrong with Meiqiu? Luo Qian, having dressed and emerged from the lounge, overheard Qin Ge reprimanding Meiqiu. Upon seeing Luo Qian, Qin Ge promptly presented Meiqiu before her, complaining, "Female master, I must tell you, Meiqiu has betrayed us." He pointed at Meiqiu, claiming, "He has developed feelings for Feng Yue." What? Both Luo Qian and Xian Mo exclaimed in unison. Chapter 75. Infuriated, Meiqiu nearly spoke. Chirp. Chirp. I did not. I am not. Qin Ge is slandering me. Meiqiu hopped into Luo Qian's embrace, shaking his head fervently. Chirp. Qian, you must believe me. Chirp, chirp, chirp. She is my sister. My biological sister. Seeing Meiqiu's animated and distressed demeanor, Luo Qian understood that Qin Ge had misunderstood. She inquired, Meiqiu, are you saying that you do not have feelings for Feng Yue? Is it that Qin Ge has misinterpreted your actions? Chirp. Meiqiu nodded vigorously. Chirp. Qian, I only have affection for you. After affirming his loyalty, Meiqiu affectionately nuzzled in the palm of Luo Qian's hand, signifying his steadfast allegiance. He had not betrayed her. Not in the slightest. Xian Mo, recognizing the misunderstanding, helplessly addressed Qin Ge. Qin Ge, you must refrain from making unfounded accusations. Look how agitated you have made Meiqiu. He was nearly on the verge of speaking just now. The words he uttered were quite clear. Xian Mo nearly believed that Meiqiu was about to articulate his thoughts. Qin Ge, somewhat unconvinced, continued to defend his stance. But ever since we met Feng Yue, this fellow has been elusive. I have searched for him twice already. And this time he was even brought back by Feng Yue herself. Chirp. Meiqiu called out discontentedly at Qin Ge. Be quiet. You nearly got me into trouble. Luo Qian gently caressed the coal ball's pitch-black feathers, offering an explanation. Perhaps it was the coal ball's first time navigating the starry path. And its curiosity compelled it to explore. As long as it doesn't get lost, that would suffice. Afterward, Luo Qian entrusted the coal ball back to Qin Ge. She could empathize with the paternal concern Qin Ge felt for the young creature. If you're worried about it wandering off, simply attach a leash to its leg. That way, even if it wishes to flee, it won't stray far. Upon hearing Luo Qian's suggestion, Qin Ji's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I shall procure a leash for it at once. Chirp, chirp. I don't want that. The coal ball desperately looked at Luo Qian, its eyes brimming with grievance. How could Qian possibly consider tying it up? Luo Qian tenderly patted its head. Coal ball, your pitiful act is of no use. You brought this upon yourself by running amok. If you truly get lost, both Qin Ge and I would be heartbroken. The coal ball pondered. It would indeed cause Qian sorrow if it were to disappear. Very well. For her peace of mind, I shall wear the leash. After all, at my level, escaping Qin Ji's grasp would be a trivial endeavor. The starry path was soon to reach the central star. Feng Yue approached Luo Qian to bid farewell. Luo Qian, we are about to reach the central star. Will you not accompany me directly to the Phoenix clan? Feng Yue genuinely wished to take Luo Qian with her. Not only because of her fondness for Luo Qian, but also for her elder brother's sake. Not this time, Luo Qian replied with a smile, shaking her head. Upon reaching the central star, I have other matters to attend to. Once I am finished, I shall undoubtedly seek you out. She had promised Jiuqing to retrieve him from the Phoenix clan, and she intended to honor that promise. Very well, Feng Yue replied, her tone tinged with regret. However, once you conclude your duties, you must visit the Phoenix clan as a guest. I shall await your arrival at home. You need not worry, once I am done, I shall certainly come. Luo Qian's gaze swept over the conspicuous marks on Feng Yue's neck, discreetly glancing at her two exuberant companions. She waved goodbye to her as she departed. Once Feng Yue had left, Luo Qian pulled Xian Missouri close, her voice bubbling with excitement as she whispered, Qian Mo. Was Fengyu with her two companions last night, just as I imagined? Luo Qian was aware that whispering about such matters was improper. Yet she found herself unable to resist this time.
Xuan Montag nodded earnestly ellipsilon.
Indeed, Qian, it is precisely as you think. Fengyu is quite remarkable. Luo Qian exclaimed, astonished by the revelation. Qian Mo observed her shock, uncertain of how humans regarded such relationships. However, within the starry realms, such arrangements were commonplace. It was nothing extraordinary, as females also found enjoyment in such unions. After a moment's reflection, Qian Mo spoke gently to Luo Qian. Qian, if you desire, now that Qingge is present, Yu Bai should also be available. The two of them. Luo Qian abruptly covered Qian Mo's mouth. Elder brother, please do not speak so recklessly. I may harbor such mischievous thoughts, but I lack the courage to act upon them. My petite frame truly cannot endure such endeavors. Qian Mo, I comprehend your meaning. Yet I believe it is wiser to approach such matters one step at a time. Qian Mo blinked and nodded in understanding. Finally, Luo Qian released him as Qingge returned, cradling the coal ball. On the pudgy ankle of the coal ball rests a slender golden chain, the material of which is unfamiliar to Luo Qian, yet it appears remarkably sturdy. This chain possesses the ability to stretch freely, measuring a length of 100 meters. Qingge proudly showcases it to Luo Qian, exclaiming, Qian, this chain is crafted from the leftover materials of my mech, and even a 9th-tier beastman cannot break it. It's for the coal ball, I assure you, he will never go missing again. The coal ball interjects, but he is at the pinnacle of the 10th tier. Thank you very much. He will soon reach the 11th tier. Luo Qian gazes in astonishment at the chain Qingge has presented. The chain is indeed remarkably robust. She inspects it closely, then glances at Qian Mo beside her. Qian Mo, do you think you can unlock this chain? Qian Mo meets Luo Qian's sparkling gaze, sensing an unusual excitement emanating from her. He ponders why she finds such enthusiasm in a mere chain, yet dismisses the thought and replies earnestly. I am at the peak of the 9th tier. It may require some effort, but I should be able to unlock it. In front of Qian, I absolutely cannot admit defeat. Upon arriving at their destination, the group swiftly disembarks from the star track. Qian Mo releases a hovering vehicle and assists Luo Qian into it. Qian, after such a long journey on the star track, you must be weary. Would you like to rest at my estate first before heading to the clan? In recent days, Qian Mo has arranged for surveillance of the purple Qian King Serpent clan, ensuring that none will escape. No need, let us attend to business first. That is of utmost importance, she replies. Her time on the star track has been quite comfortable, and she does not feel fatigued. Very well. Then we shall proceed to the purple Qian King Serpent clan. Qian Mo leads the others swiftly towards their destination. The central star is vast. Even with the star track reaching the closest point to the purple Qian King Serpent clan, it still requires a day's journey by the fastest hover vehicle to reach their domain. If they wish to access the core area of the clan, it would take an additional half-day. Luo Qian gazes out of the vehicle, observing the sky filled with an abundance of hovering vehicles, all of high quality. She cannot help but exclaim, no wonder this is the central star. There isn't a single impoverished beastman here, nor any of lower tiers. Upon disembarking from the star track, Luo Qian notices that the beastmen she encounters are predominantly 6th or 7th tier. It truly is a land where 6th-tier beastmen abound, with 7th-tier ones walking freely, and ample opportunities to behold the 8th and 9th tiers. If you enjoy this place, Qian, we could reside here in the future. Qingge remarks while holding the coal ball. He and Qian Mo each possess their own estates on the central star, and securing a resident identity for Qian would pose no challenge, allowing her to choose her dwelling at will. Finally, Elder Long Yong, who has been waiting for the opportunity to converse with Luo Qian, seizes the moment. He smiles and addresses her, Luo Qian, you are welcome to visit our aquatic domain. Our waters are vast and not only home to our Black Dragon clan, but also to the Merfolk, Azure Dragon clan, White Dragon clan, and Seahorse clan. I wonder if you have heard of the Seahorse clan. They are as strikingly beautiful as the Merfolk. Moreover, the Seahorse clan possesses a unique ability. They are capable of giving birth to male offspring. Throughout this journey, the second elder observed how Qian Mo and Qingge endeavored to curry favor and care for Luo Qian, growing increasingly anxious for their dragon lord. With that notoriously foul temperament of theirs, how could their dragon lord possibly contend with these two quarrelsome rascals? Should their dragon lord fall out of favor entirely, what then would become of them? Chapter 76. The fallen nobility Long Yong believed it prudent to seek a more elevated, handsome male from the waters. One adept at winning the affection of females to compete with Luo Qian's other suitors for her favor. Only then could they secure their dragon lord's position. With a smile, Long Yong gazed at Luo Qian. Luo Qian, within our waters, there are numerous males of high rank, striking appearance, formidable strength, and remarkable charm. If you desire, I can arrange for a few to come and attend to you. Frankly speaking, your current suitors are woefully inadequate, with only Qian Mo and Qin Go. How can they adequately care for you? Luo Qian, do not heed this old fool's nonsense, Qin Jian scoffed, casting a disdainful glare at Long Yong. He hastily turned to Luo Qian, saying, Luo Qian, this old man is merely fearful that our dragon lord might not treat you well, leading you to withdraw your affection. Hence, he wishes to find a few males to solidify their dragon lord's position. They are all ancient tricksters, who knows who is truly scheming. Luo Qian, if you genuinely wish to select companions and followers, consider the males of our lion-tiger clan. Each one boasts broad shoulders, narrow waists, and long legs. All exceptionally handsome and powerful. Most importantly, they are particularly attentive to females. If you choose them, I assure you, you will not regret it. Long Yong was nearly beside himself with rage. He glared at Qin Jian. You old rascal, you accuse me of seeking males to secure our dragon lord's favor. Yet, isn't this merely an attempt to solidify your own young master's position? They were all striving for their own young masters, who could claim to be more noble in their methods. Qin Jian retorted defiantly, how could our Qin Go possibly compare to your dragon lord? When Luo Qian was in peril, our Qin Go remained steadfast by her side, sharing both life and death with her. Where was your dragon lord during that time? Long Yong fell silent. Listening to their incessant bickering, Qin Go gently held Luo Qian's hand and whispered, My lady, do not listen to their ill intentions. They harbor no goodwill. I, along with Qian Mo and Yu Bai, will ensure your safety. You need not worry. Once we return, I shall diligently construct mechas and warships, fortifying our defenses against the Hunter Alliance. I will not allow you to encounter any danger again. Qin Go was nearly driven to madness by Long Yong and his uncle. With just Qian Mo and Yu Bai, he felt overwhelmed. If more were to join, would there even be space left for him beside their lady? Luo Qian nodded earnestly. You four are more than sufficient for me. As for Long Yuan, he may serve as a mere benefactor, a patron of fortune. In truth, the star coins Long Yuan provided had lost their allure to Luo Qian. Had it not been for the life-saving black crystal he gifted her, she would have long ceased all communication with their clan's second elder. The aura of this individual is overwhelmingly powerful and domineering, creating an immense pressure in his presence. Perhaps after this meeting, I shall return the black crystal to him. I could offer him one last act of solace for free and then cease all contact thereafter, especially since our match has already been dissolved. The hovering vehicle swiftly glided through the spaces between towering buildings. Ahead, Xuanma, at the helm of the vehicle, suddenly spoke to Luo Qian. Qian. We have now arrived at the territory of the Zishuan King Serpent Clan. Qin Go assisted Luo Qian in activating the map on the vehicle's screen, pointing to a vast area. Qian, this expanse represents the domain of the Zishuan King Serpent Clan, and this central point is where the higher echelons of the clan reside. Luo Qian gazed at the extensive area Qin Go indicated, marveling at the grandeur befitting a noble of the central star. The territory was so vast that it could rival a small planet. Qian, this is merely a fraction of their reality. The Zishuan King Serpent Clan is but a diminished noble house. Their territory is extensive solely due to their large population. However, in the central star, territory size does not equate to true power. Once you visit the Lion-Tiger clan, you shall comprehend what real nobility entails. There exists a significant distinction even among the aristocracy. The reason the Zishuan King Serpent Clan boasts such a vast domain is that they have numerous offspring. In contrast, other races typically produce no more than 2 or 3, with 3 or 4 being deemed substantial. Sometimes, a single birth yields only 1 offspring. Yet, cold-blooded beast men, particularly the Serpent Clan, can produce litters of 20 or 30. On rare occasions, they may even yield as many as 70 or 80. Nonetheless, the Zishuan King Serpent Clan has not birthed a level 11 in many years, and thus, their past splendor has long since faded into obscurity. Qin Ji's audacity to speak so candidly about the Zishuan King Serpent Clan in front of Xuanma stemmed from the knowledge that Xuanma had long severed ties with them. Were it not for the tumultuous events that had transpired, he would never have returned. Luo Qian nodded in understanding, enlightened by the newfound knowledge. As the hovering vehicle hovered above the Zishuan King Serpent clan, a small spacecraft suddenly approached, blocking their path.
Who are you?
What brings you to the territory of the Zishuan King Serpent clan? Luo Qian disregarded their inquiries, turning her attention to Qin Jian and Long Yong.
Now.
It is time for my uncle and senior Long Yong to step up. Qian, just watch, Long Yong declared, rising with eagerness. Let me show these little pests a thing or two. Greetings? Courtesy before conflict? Not in the slightest. Since we are here for vengeance and possess the strength to overpower them, we shall employ the simplest, most direct means, an outright assault. With that, Long Yong exited the hovering vehicle and instantly transformed into a colossal black dragon. Roar! The thunderous sound reverberated throughout the Zishuan Serpent clan, causing the very ground to tremble. The small spacecraft that had previously blocked their way was sent flying by the sweep of Long Yong's tail. Qin Jian followed closely behind. The blue lion tiger beast struck the air with its claws, unleashing a barrage of ice spikes that rained down like a tempest. The structures below were instantly reduced to ruins. The two warriors forged a path for Luo Qian, leaving desolation in their wake, where not a single blade of grass could survive. The hovering vehicle piloted by Luo Qian glided steadily behind the two individuals. Within the confines of the craft, Luo Qian scrutinized the surveillance footage transmitted by Qin Ge. On the ground, the orcs of the Purple Qian King Snake clan, thrown into disarray by a monumental upheaval, were frantically fleeing for their lives. Luo Qian had already conferred with Long Yong and Qin Jian, establishing a directive to destroy property without taking lives. After all, these individuals were destined to serve as free labor on the extraterrestrial battlefield, combating the insectoid menace. Their deaths would be a tragic loss. The orcs transformed into serpentine forms, hastening toward the heart of the Purple Qian King Snake clan. The ground was teeming with writhing snakes, nearly triggering Luo Qian's claustrophobia. Suddenly, a colossal serpent, measuring 100 meters in length, soared into the air, its immense head crackling with electricity, presenting a terrifying spectacle. Qian Mo furrowed his brow upon sighting the great serpent. Qian Song? How can it be him? This serpent possessed the strength of a 10th rank. Luo Qian did not recognize the creature, but could discern the terrifying aura of its 10th rank power. Yu Bai's voice suddenly interjected, laced with disdain and derision. A hastily birthed 10th rank. The last time Xianyang appeared at the Hunter Alliance, he too was a product of such forced gestation. It was astonishing that another had emerged. In their relentless pursuit to reclaim supremacy, the Purple Qian King Snake clan resorted to such brutal methods against their kin. Chapter 77. Yu Bai introduces Meiqiao to Qian. Luo Qian observed the 10th rank serpent named Qian Song, who appeared to have lost his sanity. Recklessly, he charged at Qin Jian, crackling with electricity, employing no discernible technique, merely a frenzied assault. He seems a bit off, Luo Qian remarked, pointing at Qian Song. Upon making contact with Qin Jian, Qian Song was swatted down by a single claw, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, creating a profound crater. He was on the brink of a mental collapse, poised to self-destruct. Yu Bai elucidated to Luo Qian, he is a failed product of forced gestation. Xian Mo's expression grew grave as he spoke. The last time I saw Xian Song was 2 months ago on a desolate star beyond our domain. He was a 7th rank then. They dared to force him to 10th rank? The upper echelons of the Purple Qian King Snake clan have truly lost their minds. Qin Ge's face reflected astonishment. Luo Qian, bewildered, inquired of Yu Bai, what is forced gestation? Yu Bai approached, gently dismissing the coal ball that had been resting beside Luo Qian, and explained with kindness. The method of forced gestation to elevate ranks first emerged among the insectoid species on the extraterrestrial battlefield. Subsequently, the orcs discovered this technique, employing it during life-and-death crises in combat. This method allows orcs to ascend in rank within a remarkably short period, but the backlash is severe. Those unable to withstand it may suffer instantaneous mental collapse, leading to self-destruction. Even those who endure will find themselves incapable of further advancement. Moreover, the forcibly elevated rank does not reflect the true strength of the orc. It often appears formidable, yet lacks genuine combat prowess, leading to swift defeat against opponents of the same rank. Eventually, this method spread throughout the empire, yet due to its excessive backlash, no one dared to attempt it. However, there exist families that, in a bid to enhance their strength, resort to perilous measures, capturing orcs for experimentation. They sought methods that would elevate their ranks without incurring backlash. Upon discovery, the imperial authorities conducted a sweeping purge, annihilating several families involved. Consequently, no family dared to capture orcs for such experiments again. Yet, their resolve remained unshaken. Unable to seize other orcs, they turned to their own kin for experimentation. Qian was aware of this as well. He spoke to Luo Qian, saying, "My lady, the Empire will not intervene in the affairs of our own kin." However, after years of experimentation, the dire consequences of backlash remain unchanged. Gradually, this method fell into disuse. Qian gazed at the ground, where Qian's song had exploded into a heap of flesh, gritting his teeth as he spoke.
Yet,
the purple Qian King Snake clan continued to employ their own kin for these experiments, as their prolific breeding rendered them abundant in numbers. When I departed from my clan years ago, they had yet to succeed. I never anticipated that, after several years, they would have birthed 2 10th-tier beings. Qian refrained from disclosing to Luo Qian that he had left the clan to escape being captured for experimentation. Yu Bai chuckled lightly, who said only 2 were birthed. He pointed toward the screen. "Look, there are several more emerging, albeit regrettably, all with shattered mental faculties. Otherwise, they could have been sent directly to the battlefield, which would have been splendid." The nearby coal ball nodded in fervent agreement. Though these 10th-tier beings lacked the combat prowess of true 10th-tier entities, even in their explosive demise, they could take down swathes of 7th or 8th-tier insectoids. To perish here was both vexing and wasteful. Luo Qian inquired of Yu Bai and Qian whether these beings had volunteered for their creation. Yu Bai gently cradled Luo Qian's face, shaking his head softly. "Little Qian, such painful and cruel matters are never voluntary for any orc." Qian sighed. Qian, Yu Bai speaks the truth. It is utterly repugnant. How can these individuals employ such vile tactics? Luo Qian gazed at the screen, where blood and flesh lay in chaotic disarray. The overwhelming stench of blood assailed her senses, nearly prompting her to retch. "Qian, please inform Uncle San and Senior Long Yong to eliminate those 2 genuine 10th-tier beings. Orcs that can use their own kin for experimentation have lost all sense of morality. Such individuals, even bound by contracts, are untrustworthy. Who knows what means they might employ to circumvent those agreements and ensnare me?" "Understood." Qian nodded, promptly notifying Long Yong and Qin Jian. Observing Luo Qian's discomfort with the gruesome scenes outside, Yu Bai reached out to cover her eyes. "Little Qian, let Qian handle the remaining matters. Shall we return home to rest?" Since little Qian no longer wished to forge a contract with those 2 ancient beings of the purple Qian King Snake clan, there was no reason to linger in this repugnant place. Though Yu Bai had not spent much time with Luo Qian, her lifestyle indicated that she had only ever hunted beasts before. She had never directly witnessed the dark, cruel, and filthy side of the orcs. These images might have frightened her. Qian and Qin observed the pallor on Luo Qian's face and concurred with Yu Bai's sentiments. Qin spoke gently. "My lady, let us return. There is little of amusement to be found among the Serpent clan. I shall take you to our Lion-Tiger clan, which is far more entertaining." Luo Qian remained unfazed. Having slaughtered numerous exotic beasts, she had long since acclimated to such gory scenes. However, the revelation of conducting experiments on her kin left her astounded. It was merely a matter of regaining composure. Yet, seeing Qian Yu Bai, and Qin so concerned for her welfare, she could not decline their kindness. "Very well. I shall heed Yu Bai's arrangement." After speaking, she turned to Qian. "Thank you for your efforts." Qian felt no burden. As long as Qian was unharmed, he would do anything for her. After bidding farewell to Qian Yu Bai produced his small battleship and assisted Luo Qian aboard, subsequently transferring control to Qin. "My powers are insufficient at present, so I must rely on you, Qin, to navigate the vessel." Aware that Yu Bai had yet to fully recover, Qin did not ponder further. "My lady, I shall pilot the ship. Let us proceed directly to the Lion-Tiger clan."
wait.
Yu Bai interjected, wearily rubbing his brow. "A male who has been wed is akin to water poured out. Qin, you are now effectively married off. You may escort Qian to visit your family, but it would be inappropriate to bring her along with her other suitors to reside there. Even if Qin were willing, the Lion-Tiger clan would not approve. Nor would Yu Bai and Qian. Then where shall we take my lady?"
Qian.
"If not to the Lion-Tiger clan, then where?" Yu Bai replied with a smile. "Of course, we shall return to Qian's home." He provided Qin with an address. "This is the estate I prepared for Qian prior to our arrival at Central Star. We shall head there." Qin was taken aback. who spend your days lounging in a flower pot. How did you manage to prepare this? He had never considered arranging an estate for the lady. Luo Qian, too, regarded Yu Bai with astonishment. I have my ways. Should I rely on you and Qianmo? One is consumed by machinery, and the other is so mired in trivialities that he scarcely has time to advance, let alone think of preparing a home for Luo Qian. Yu Bai assisted Luo Qian to the battleship's lounge to rest. It will take some time to reach the estate. You may sleep for a while, Qian. Cho. The little coal ball quickly hopped onto Yu Bai's shoulder. Concerned about Qian's earlier distress, it preferred to accompany her to the lounge rather than follow Qingge. Yu Bai cast a glance at it and suddenly smiled. Qian, I almost forgot to introduce you. Chapter 78. He is Jiuqing. Upon hearing Yu Bai's words, Jiuqing instantly became agitated, flapping his wings and attempting to peck at him.
Ju.
Silence.
Ju.
You must not speak. Coal ball.
Do not peck Yu Bai.
Luo Qian reached for the coal ball, which swiftly evaded her grasp. Cho. Qian, do not concern yourself. This fellow is quite mischievous. All right, I shall say no more. Yu Bai covered his face, immediately surrendering. The coal ball ceased its pecking actions. Qingge, hearing the commotion, approached and, upon witnessing the chaos created by the coal ball, promptly seized it. Coal ball, the mistress is weary today. Come with me to the cockpit.
Cheap.
As it followed Qingge, the coal ball did not forget to issue a warning call to Yu Bai. This is my business. Do not interfere. No more calling. Observing the coal ball's audacity, Qingge admonished it with a gentle tap on its head. Mistress, you should rest well. I will take care of the coal ball. Watching Qingge depart with the coal ball, Luo Qian hurriedly turned to Yu Bai. Are you all right? Did the coal ball hurt you? No, he merely startled me. Yu Bai replied with a smile, supporting Luo Qian as they entered the lounge. Seeing that he was genuinely unscathed, Luo Qian felt a sense of relief. Sitting on the sofa in the lounge, Luo Qian gazed at Yu Bai, recalling the coal ball's unusual behavior moments ago. Yu Bai, what were you about to tell me? Introducing whom? Yu Bai innocently blinked. I intended to share with Xiao Qian, but as you saw, he forbade me from speaking.
Who forbade you?
The coal ball? Luo Qian inquired. Yu Bai did not respond, offering a gentle smile instead. Xiao Qian, please do not press me. I have already promised that I cannot disclose anything. All right. I understand, Luo Qian conceded. It must be about the coal ball. What is the matter with the coal ball? What is his relation to you? Is he not just an ordinary bird? Luo Qian bombarded Yu Bai with a series of questions. When she found the coal ball, Luo Qian had meticulously inspected it, discovering no trace of any extraordinary abilities. She had even sought the assistance of Qianmo and Huyen to examine the coal ball, confirming it was merely an ordinary bird, albeit one with a bit of intelligence, occasionally understanding her words. Both Huyen and Qianmo had remarked that in the interstellar realm, there were many birds that could comprehend human speech, some even capable of conversing. Thus, Luo Qian had never doubted the coal ball's nature. My little Qian is truly perceptive. Just a single sentence led you to discern that the coal ball is no ordinary bird. Since you have already surmised that the coal ball is exceptional, you must have guessed who he is, have you not? Luo Qian's eyes widened. From the moment she learned the coal ball was a beast man, a suspicion had taken root in her heart. Is he truly Jiuqing? Xiao Qian, I did not say anything, Yu Bai replied. He merely promised Jiuqing not to speak, but this deduction was made entirely by you. It has nothing to do with me. I truly did not expect this. Luo Qian exclaimed, overwhelmed with astonishment. Who could have imagined that the second prince would transform into a small, unassuming black bird? This is not your fault. Yu Bai reassured her. You and Qianmo have never seen him in his youth, and in this state, aside from his kin, likely no one could recognize him. Had I not transformed alongside him, I would not have known it was him either. When we discovered him, he exhibited no trace of extraordinary ability. We all assumed he was just an ordinary bird. He had exhausted his powers and was intentionally concealing his identity. Naturally, you could not detect it. After Yu Bai finished explaining, he took a thin blanket and draped it over Luo Qian. Let us not discuss that anymore. Little Qian, accompany me for a while. I feel somewhat fatigued. He transformed into tendrils, entwining around Luo Qian's wrist. Aware that he had not fully regained his strength, Luo Qian refrained from speaking and quietly kept him company. However, sleep eluded her as her mind wandered to the matter of the coal ball. The situation was not entirely devoid of clues. Initially unaware that the coal ball was Jiuqing, she should have harbored suspicions when the Fire Phoenix emerged that day. Furthermore, during that night on the Starlight track, Jiu Qing mentioned he had always been by her side, coupled with Feng Yu's attitude towards the coal ball. She had astonishingly failed to contemplate the implications deeply. It seemed that during this time, she had been overly cared for by Qin Ge and Qian Mo, to the point where her vigilance had nearly dissipated. Suddenly, it struck her. Feng Yu. Luo Qian's eyes flew open. Observing Feng Yu's demeanor towards the coal ball, it was evident that Feng Yu must have recognized its true identity. Moreover, the coal ball was aware of Feng Yu as well. Why had this fellow not been truthful with her? Was it because he felt his current appearance was too unsightly, fearing her disdain upon discovering the truth? As the worship came to a halt at the estate purchased by Yu Bai for Luo Qian, the tendrils encircling her wrist suddenly stirred. In the next moment, Yu Bai appeared before her. "Little Qian, we have arrived at the estate. Allow me to assist you." He extended his hand, wrapping it around her waist. Luo Qian had already glimpsed the estate's grandeur through the lounge's screen. Spanning over 1,000 acres, the estate was graced with white jade archways adorned with naturally luminescent energy stones. The main building's domed roof, adorned with glazed tiles, reflected hues reminiscent of peacock feathers under the setting sun, while the rows of floor-to-ceiling windows mirrored the shimmering waves of the distant artificial lake. Lifelike robotic servants, clad in servant attire, gracefully descended the white jade steps patterned with roses. Patrolling the grounds were armored robotic soldiers, while the entire estate was enveloped by a high-level protective shield. Qian, do you like it here?" Yu Bai inquired with a smile as he assisted her down from the warship. "I wasn't sure what type of male beastman you preferred, so I did not make any arrangements, merely ensuring a cadre of battle-ready robots to safeguard this place. If you wish to reside here long-term, I can accompany you in selecting a group of beastmen to protect it, or perhaps we could invite some ordinary females without abilities to tend to your daily needs. After all, lifelike robots cannot match the agility of real beastmen." "No need. I find the lifelike robots sufficient." Luo Qian had grown accustomed to employing advanced robots for household tasks. It sufficed to set a program for them to execute any chore. Engaging real individuals felt rather unfamiliar. "This arrangement is perfect. Thank you, Yu Bai. I truly adore this place." Ascending the steps, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She had never resided in such a vast abode before. Yu Bai followed suit. Qian, your room is on the 3rd floor, arranged similarly to your quarters in the Alliance. Allow me to show you." Luo Qian nodded, turning to glance at Qin Ge, who was disembarking from the warship. The coal ball stood proudly on Qin Ji's shoulder, straightening its posture upon catching Luo Qian's gaze. Yu Bai must not have revealed his identity to Qian, right? Luo Qian merely cast a fleeting glance at him before averting her gaze entirely. She addressed Qin Ge, saying, "Qin Ge, my room is on the 3rd floor. Please choose a room you fancy." "Certainly, my lady," Qin Ge replied, surveying the layout of the manor, intent on selecting a room in closest proximity to her. Thankfully, judging by Qian's demeanor, she seemed unaware of his true identity. Yu Bai still possessed a semblance of conscience. Meiqiu immediately exhaled in relief. Qin Ge lowered Meiqiu from his shoulder, saying, "Meiqiu, you should stay with me." Before he could finish, Luo Qian spoke without turning around. "Qin Ge, allow Jiu Qing to choose a room for himself." "Jiu Qing? Who is that?" Meiqiu, who had just relaxed, suddenly stiffened. Qian had indeed learned of it. He knew that Yu Bai could be relied upon in battle, but in other matters, he was utterly unreliable. Did Qian harbor any disdain for him? Qin Ge, still perplexed, inquired, "My lady, has His Highness Jiu Qing also arrived?" "I did not see him." No sooner had he posed the question than Meiqiu transformed into a tall, handsome man, standing before him. "Your Highness Jiu Qing?" Qin Ge exclaimed in astonishment, staring at Jiu Qing. "It is I," Jiu Qing replied, his deep voice imbued with a cold, magnetic quality, each syllable carrying an undeniable authority. There was no need for him to raise his voice. An imposing aura naturally emanated from him. He scrutinized Qin Ge, asking, "Have you enjoyed playing with me during this time? Who has played with him?" "That was merely caretaking, mind you." Before Qin Ge could elaborate, Jiu Qing interjected, "My apologies, I misspoke. Qin Ge, you have taken excellent care of me during this time. I am truly grateful." Upon hearing this gratitude, Qin Ge felt anything but pleased. Rather, a chill crept over him. He regarded Jiu Qing with suspicion. This second prince had been embroiled in battles since childhood, exhibiting decisiveness and an unyielding demeanor. Any beast that offended him met with dire consequences. "Your Highness." We are all servants of the lady now. You must not lay a hand on me. There was no way he could match Jiu Qing in combat without a mech. Jiu Qing cast him a sidelong glance, his expression unchanging. Why are you so tense? I merely wish to express my thanks. I have no intention of seeking retribution. Qin Go recalled the first time he encountered Jiu Qing, when he had regarded him as mere prey and even bound him. How could the latter possibly express gratitude? It would be a miracle if he did not seek to eliminate him. Qin Go remained skeptical of Jiu Qing's words. There's no need for gratitude. We are all servants of the lady now, and thus, we are family. Naturally, I shall take good care of you. Jiu Qing assented with a nod. 100,000 warships, 1,000,000 mechs. See how well I look after your interests. Jiu Qing then turned away, striding toward the third floor. As Qin Go watched him leave, a wave of relief washed over him. He quickly activated his communicator to message Qian Mo. Big news. Do you know who Meiqiu is? The two formidable 10th tier members of the Purple Qian King Serpent Clan have perished. Qian Mo is currently assessing the assets, selecting some valuable items to bring back to Luo Qian, while leaving the remainder for his elder brother. Upon receiving a message from Qin Ge, Qian Mo calmly noted it on his holographic device.
Xuan Montag, Unterstot.
Qin Ge, you know? You actually know? This fellow is aware yet refrains from informing him and the female sovereign? Qian Mo, I was aware during the last incident with the Alliance. Did I not mention it to you? Qin Ge, when did you tell me? Qian Mo, apologies, I was so busy that I forgot.
Qin Yi.
Such a significant matter, and he can simply forget? Meanwhile, upstairs, Yubai has just finished accompanying Luo Qian in inspecting the room. He gently lifted Luo Qian onto the bed and retrieved the nightgown he had prepared for her. Qian, after such a long day, you must be exhausted. Shall I assist you with a bath? Luo Qian glanced at the two meager pieces of fabric in Yubai's hands, her lips twitching. This fellow is even more outrageous than Qian Mo. Although the sleepwear prepared by Qian Mo was somewhat provocative, at least it was wearable. What on earth has Yubai prepared for her? No need, Luo Qian decisively declined. I intend to cultivate tonight. I will bathe after my practice. Hearing Luo Qian's intention to cultivate, Yubai felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to see her donned in those nightgowns this evening. It appears that will not be the case. Knock, knock, knock. The bedroom door was rapped upon, and the voice of Jiu Qing reached them. Master Qian. May I enter? Before Luo Qian could even glimpse Jiu Qing, her face flushed crimson at the title Master Qian. Hadn't they agreed not to address her this way? Observing Luo Qian's rosy complexion, Yubai seemed to comprehend something. So, Qian enjoys this after all. He rose, smiling gently at Luo Qian. Qian, Jiu Qing has just recovered. He may have matters to discuss with you. I shall return to my room to tidy up, so as not to disturb you. Luo Qian was equally curious about Jiu Qing's purpose in visiting her. She nodded at Yubai. Do rest early. I will feed you blood tomorrow. Yubai sighed. On this matter, Luo Qian was entirely unyielding. Whether as a match or a partner, he could only acquiesce to her wishes.
All right.
Yubai nodded and approached the door to let Jiu Qing in. Upon seeing Jiu Qing standing at the threshold, Yubai quietly remarked, I never realized, Your Highness, that you possessed such playful tendencies. Playful? What do you mean? Jiu Qing inquired, furrowing his brows slightly as he watched Yubai depart. Inside the room, Luo Qian had just extracted the beast cores necessary for her cultivation when Jiu Qing entered. He gazed at Luo Qian, his palms clenched tight with nervousness. And master, How should he explain himself to Luo Qian? Luo Qian turned to face him. This time, Jiu Qing stood clearly before her. His brow was sharply defined as if chiseled, and his eyes, slightly uplifted at the corners, exuded a languid charm, while the glint of his gaze resembled cold stars. Sharp enough to deter prolonged scrutiny. Broad shoulders and a slender waist enveloped in impeccably tailored fabric, every gesture exuding an effortless elegance reminiscent of moonlight caressing jade. Each inch radiating a refinement and detachment honed by the passage of time. Though cloaked in subtle brilliance, there lies an irresistible allure that captivates the gaze. As if all the splendor of the world willingly concedes to serve as his backdrop. Exquisite and unparalleled, he is a vision of magnificence. As Luo Qian gazed upon him, an inexplicable sense of inferiority washed over her. She felt an overwhelming urge to venerate him, to worship him. Master? Upon hearing Luo Qian's silence, Jiu Qing felt a surge of anxiety. Qian, she wouldn't be angry, would she? The moment Luo Qian heard him address her as master, she snapped back to reality. The notion of worshipping him was utterly absurd. No matter how striking or formidable this man appeared, he was still her match. He belonged to her. Clearing her throat to dispel her awkwardness, Luo Qian spoke up. Didn't I tell you last time to call me by my name? Why have you reverted to master? Jiu Qing's eyes brightened at her words. Are you still willing to let me call you Qian? I thought you were upset with me for concealing the fact that I am merely a coal ball and would no longer wish to hear my address. Luo Qian was not truly angry. However, since he had mentioned it, she decided to feign a little irritation. After all, a man should be kept in check. Her expression turned serious. On the subject, I am indeed quite upset. Why did you keep it from me? Yu Bai has been completely honest with me. Jiu Qing lacked the brazen nature of Yu Bai. That fellow would do anything as long as he did not cross a line. He looked at Luo Qian, anxiety lacing his voice. I feared you would disdain me. My appearance is simply too unappealing. Am I truly so superficial in your eyes? Luo Qian stepped closer, tilting her head to meet his gaze. If I found you unattractive, I would not have brought you back. I'm sorry, Qian, I was wrong. Jiu Qing sincerely apologized. Please do not cast me away. Allow me to remain by your side. I swear to the beast god that I will never conceal anything from you again. Luo Qian desired nothing more than his sincerity. Smiling, she caressed his face. You are the match chosen for me by the beast god. Unless you wish to dissolve this match, I would never dream of sending you away. You have not committed any grievous misdeeds. Chapter 80. Bonding. Jiu Qing stared at Luo Qian in astonishment. Qian, what did you just say? He believed he had misheard. You said I am your match? Indeed. Witnessing his stunned expression, Luo Qian recalled what Yu Bai had mentioned earlier, about how he and Jiu Qing had lost their light brains on the battlefield. Yu Bai had come to know he was her match only after overhearing her conversation with Qian Mo. I forgot that you lost your light brain. You likely haven't seen the message the system sent you. Luo Qian opened her light brain to show Jiu Qing. What a delightful surprise. Jiu Qing gazed at the matching information displayed on Luo Qian's light brain, his name quietly resting upon it. Suddenly, he felt that all the tribulations he had endured during this time were worth it. Thank you, beast god. Qian. Jiu Qing embraced Luo Qian with fervor. I am so delighted. He is indeed Qian's match. I had previously contemplated becoming your follower first, gaining your approval and that of your other matches before I could become your partner. Observing his joyful demeanor, Luo Qian felt a surge of happiness herself. I too am elated to have such an exceptional match as you. Jiu Qing cupped Luo Qian's face and gently pressed his lips against hers. This was a moment he had envisioned countless times, yet had never dared to initiate. Qian's lips were as sweet as he had imagined. Unlike the domineering and forceful kiss of Yu Bai, Jiu Qing's kiss was tender. He acted as a guide, encouraging Luo Qian to freely express herself. After a considerable while, Jiu Qing finally released Luo Qian. He gazed at her slightly swollen lips and kissed her once more, piercing his tongue to deliver a drop of his blood into her mouth. A sound akin to a phoenix's cry resonated in Luo Qian's mind. A fiery warmth, imbued with surging energy, spread from her mouth throughout her being. Qian, do not fear. Gradually absorb this energy. Jiu Qing held Luo Qian, his palm resting against her chest, allowing his abilities to gently help her assimilate the energy. As the energy was absorbed, Luo Qian astonishingly ascended to the 5th tier in the blink of an eye. The remaining energy rapidly coalesced in her chest, causing her to feel an intense heat, as if something were striving to emerge. Once the sensation subsided, Luo Qian hastily tore open her clothing, revealing a fiery phoenix unfurling its wings upon her chest. She looked at Jiu Qing, her eyes filled with confusion. What is this? Jiu Qing smiled tenderly. Qian, this is my beast mark. Beast mark? Luo Qian furrowed her brow. The beast mark supposed to appear only when one formally bonds with a partner? Just a moment ago, Jiu Qing had merely given her a drop of blood. This is the unique bonding method of the Phoenix clan. Jiu Qing, feeling somewhat fatigued, sat down on the bed, pulling Luo Qian onto his lap. Qian. I am aware of your agreement with Qian Mo. I have no intention of competing with him, he weakly explained. Qian. Qian Mo's abilities are becoming difficult for him to suppress. He must ascend within this month. During his ascent, you need to provide him with comfort. Jiu Qing, already weary, had just given Luo Qian his blood and was on the verge of losing his human form. He leaned against Luo Qian, his strength waning. You are only at the 4th tier. even if you absorb the beast core swiftly, breaking through to the 5th tier. A newly ascended female comforting a male about to ascend to the 10th tier is exceedingly perilous. My blood contains my power, allowing you to reach the pinnacle of the 5th tier directly. With some effort, perhaps you could ascend to the 6th tier this month. By then, comforting Qian Mo will not be as hazardous. Qian, I may once again turn into a coal ball. Remember to take me to the Phoenix clan in a few days. Also, Feng Yu is my sister, my biological sister, so do not misunderstand. As soon as Juqing finished speaking, he instantly transformed into a coal ball, collapsing onto the bed. Juqing? Luo Qian looked at the motionless figure on the bed and promptly pricked her finger, letting a few drops of blood fall into his mouth. She was aware that Juqing had just exhausted the last remnants of his unique ability by offering her his essence. His injuries had yet to heal. Thus his powers were recuperating at a sluggish pace. As the blood was absorbed by Juqing, his aura swiftly stabilized. Luo Qian recognized the potency of her blood for him and, without hesitation, drew a blade across her palm, directly feeding him. Indeed, her blood proved to be a miraculous remedy for the beast man. After just a few sips, the small coal-like figure transformed once again into a strikingly handsome man, though he remained unconscious. After administering a few more drops, she sensed the vigorous surge of his latent energy, prompting her to cease the transfusion. She retrieved a healing potion, swiftly mending her wound, followed by a restorative elixir to replenish her own vitality, before heading to the bathroom for a cleansing shower. Having given quite a bit of blood to Juqing, she felt slightly lightheaded upon emerging from the bathroom. She casually donned a nightgown in a pale moonlight hue that had been prepared for her. Climbing swiftly into bed, she nestled beside Juqing, now in need of a rejuvenating slumber after consuming the restorative potion. Downstairs, Qian stood at the door, glancing furtively towards the 3rd floor. Yu Bai, freshly tidied, emerged from his room, observing Qian Ji's secretive demeanor with a slight frown. "Why aren't you returning to your room to sleep at this late hour?" he inquired. Qian pulled Yu Bai to the entrance of his room, speaking in hushed tones. "The female master has expelled you, allowing His Highness Juqing to enter. Clearly, he charms her more than you do." Yu Bai regarded Qian with surprise. "I never would have imagined that your mechanical mind could engage in such insidious scheming." "Who is scheming?" "I am merely stating the facts." Qian defended himself, revealing his insomnia stemmed from the fear that Juqing might inform the female master of his supposed mistreatment. Yu Bai was skeptical of his sincerity. "You are concerned that Juqing and Xiao Qian will report your alleged abuses, are you not?" "I am not," Qian retorted, insisting he had cared for the coal-like creature well, nearly treating him as his own child, albeit with a firm hand. Who could have predicted he would turn out to be Juqing? Yu Bai patted Qian on the shoulder. "While I cannot guarantee everything, I can assure you of the second prince's integrity. He would never betray you to Xiao Qian. Rest easy. Are you certain he will not inform on me?" Qian still felt uneasy. "Absolutely. Should he dare to, I will assist you in resolving it," Yu Bai assured him. "Yu Bai, I knew you were the best." With Yu Bai's promise, Qian felt entirely at ease. "I shall take my leave to rest. You should retire early as well. Your assistance makes you my brother. I will not forget your kindness when the female master favors me." He prided himself on his loyalty. "Indeed, good brother," Yu Bai nodded, coaxing Qian back to his room. After ensuring he was settled, Yu Bai cast a glance towards the 3rd floor, clenching his teeth in frustration. Damn it! How could I have overlooked the fact that the Foam clan possesses a unique bonding method? Despite all precautions, I still failed to guard against Juqing becoming a leader. This is troubling. The days ahead may not be pleasant. Chapter 81. Qian, do you not wish to kiss me? Morning broke. The first rays of sunlight filtered through the white gauze curtains, casting a gentle glow upon the bed. As Juqing opened his eyes, he realized not only had all his injuries healed, but his supernatural abilities had also ascended. Astonishingly, he had reached the 11th tier overnight, a feat unprecedented in the Empire's history. Contemplating the implications, Juqing quickly turned to his side. There lay Luo Qian, still asleep, the petite figure nestled against him, her eyes closed in tranquil slumber. Yet her complexion appeared abnormally pale. Her delicate, fair legs rested upon his, and her attire was notably light. "Qian?" Juqing gazed at Luo Qian's wan face, his heart swelling with guilt and concern. He gently pulled the blanket over her, shielding her from the chill. Luo Qian sleepily opened her eyes, immediately meeting the worried and remorseful gaze of Juqing. "Juqing, you're awake." Her drowsiness dissipated in an instant. After a night's rest, The blood-replenishing potion she had taken the previous evening was taking effect. She no longer felt dizzy, though a lingering fatigue weighed upon her. She reached out to touch Jiuqing's face.
How do you feel now?
Have your injuries and powers recovered somewhat? You fed me your blood, didn't you? Jiuqing's voice trembled as he posed the question, fully aware of the preciousness of her blood and how freely she had given it to him. Yes, Luo Qian nodded. Last night, I saw you transform into a coal-black figure and faint. I was worried about you. In my panic, I gave you my blood.
How do you feel now?
Are you better? Luo Qian understood that her blood was particularly beneficial to beast men, yet she was uncertain of its exact potency, having only previously fed it to Yubai. She wondered if the quantity given had been insufficient, as Yubai had not recovered as swiftly as she had hoped. I am completely healed, and, remarkably, I have successfully advanced to the 11th tier overnight. The leap from the 10th to the 11th tier is a monumental watershed. How many beastmen in the Star Empire remain stuck at the 10th tier, unable to progress further? I have lingered at the pinnacle of the 10th tier for 5 or 6 years, unable to break through. You've reached the 11th tier? Luo Qian exclaimed, her face alight with astonishment. Was it my blood that facilitated your breakthrough? Jiuqing nodded. Yes, Qian, thank you. But you must promise never to do this again. He would rather remain forever at the 10th tier than let her suffer for his sake. In that moment, Luo Qian finally comprehended the true power of her blood. It seemed she had indeed not given enough to you, by previously. She flung off the blanket and straddled Jiuqing's lean waist, leaning down to cradle his face in her hands. I understand your sentiment. Like Yubai, you wish to protect me from harm. But we are family, you are my partner. If it is within my power to assist you to the fullest, why should I withhold? But, Jiuqing attempted to voice his concerns. Luo Qian silenced him with a kiss, her lips brushing against his. Jiuqing, there are no buts. Rest assured, I will not overexert myself or engage in life-threatening endeavors. You shield me, care for me, and even risk your lives for my sake. I, too, yearn to protect you in my own way. It is but a drop of blood. After imbibing a few potions to restore vitality, she would recover swiftly. In the past, when she hunted the monstrous beasts alone and sustained injuries, the blood she lost far exceeded this. After speaking, Luo Qian gently pressed a kiss upon Jiuqing's forehead. There is indeed a distinction between a match and a partner. With the beast mark of Jiuqing, Luo Qian could distinctly perceive the myriad emotions he harbored for her: compassion, tenderness and yearning, even a willingness to sacrifice his life for her. The intensity and fervor of his love instinctively drew Luo Qian closer to him, as she felt the man's restrained emotions. Her fingertip glided over his lips, tracing the contours of his petals delicately. Jiuqing gazed at her, his fiery eyes flickering with passion. Qian, do you not wish to kiss me? The man's Adam's apple bobbed, his blood surging with desire. Before Luo Qian could respond, Jiuqing's long hand encircled her waist, tenderly pressing his lips against hers. He gently laid her upon the bed, his slender fingers wandering over her form, guiding Luo Qian into an abyss of shared oblivion. After what felt like an eternity, Luo Qian felt as though she might dissolve within his embrace. Reluctantly, Jiuqing released her, his gaze lingering upon her particularly cool nightgown, a smile threatening to overflow from his eyes. This attire was prepared by Yubai, was it not? Luo Qian, having regained her senses from the kiss, turned crimson upon hearing his query. It was all Yubai's fault. Not a single piece of sleepwear he chose was conventional. Qian, I shall arrange for a new batch of clothing for you today. Such garments are suitable only for occasional wear and not for lounging at home. I had no intention to lounge in such attire, Luo Qian explained, her cheeks aflame. The mere thought of wandering about the house in such clothing made her wish to burrow into a castle and never emerge. She could bear death. But social humiliation was intolerable. Witnessing her embarrassment, Jiuqing comforted her gently. Yes, I know our Qian is a respectable individual. It is all Yubai's doing that has led you astray. I shall deal with him shortly. Despite the softness of Jiuqing's smile, Luo Qian felt a strong premonition that Yubai was in for a rough time. She realized that although he appeared amiable, there was a darker side to him. Yet, in his presence, Luo Qian felt an overwhelming sense of security. Jiuqing ventured into the wardrobe, selecting a set of clothing that was relatively comfortable for lounging at home. Observing the garments, he scoffed. What was Yubai thinking? Does he intend for Qian to wear these revealing outfits indoors and formal attire or battle gear when going out? Qian, wear this outfit first. I shall have someone bring over a new batch tailored to your size shortly. There is no need to rush. I have clothing in my ring as well. However, the nightgown that Yu Bai had chosen was far more provocative than she anticipated. Luo Qian quickly retrieved several suitable outfits from the ring. Juqing casually tossed aside the outfit he had just selected, and among the garments that Luo Qian had brought forth, he tenderly chose an ensemble for her, gently assisting her in putting it on. Although Luo Qian initially intended to dress herself, she was soon coaxed into relinquishing that notion by Juqing's persuasive words. Downstairs, Qin Ge sat idly in the living room, intermittently tapping at his light brain. Beside him, Yu Bai, clad in his command uniform, rested his forehead on one hand, seemingly lost in a state of meditation. Qin Ge glanced at the time. It was nearly 10 o'clock, yet Juqing had yet to emerge from the mistress's chamber. What means had this second prince employed to remain in the mistress's quarters throughout the night? Did he enjoy greater favor than Qian Mo? Qin Ge found himself perplexed. And in his frustration, he poked Yu Bai beside him. Why are you so formally dressed at home? Are you attempting to entice the mistress? Is it the allure of the uniform? Perhaps I should return to my room and change into my work attire? The thought of his drab work clothes immediately prompted him to shake his head. He loathed them even himself, and he could only imagine the mistress would feel the same. Sitting nearby, Yu Bai sensed Qin Ji's fidgeting, but did not lift his eyelids. Instead, he spoke softly. You shall soon find out. Chapter 82. Have you two become partners? Juqing supported Luo Qian as they descended the stairs, whispering tenderly in her ear, whatever you wish to do shortly. Just let me know. Allow me to take care of it. You donated so much blood to me last night. Your body is quite weakened and requires ample rest. I understand, Luo Qian replied with a hint of exasperation, for he had repeated these sentiments numerous times. Rest assured, I shall do nothing today. If I feel the urge to act, I will let you handle it. She recognized that Juqing was concerned for her well-being, as he noticed her pallor. However, she was no stranger to enduring hardships, and she valued her health as well. Content with her assurance, Juqing continued to guide her downstairs. Your Highness, you are awake. Qin Ge began, but upon catching a whiff of Juqing's aura, his eyes widened in astonishment. Your Highness, have you and Juqing become partners? Was it not established that Qian Mo would be the first, and he the second? Just returning after a long night, Qian Mo stepped through the door and immediately heard Qin Ji's words. He abruptly looked up to see Luo Qian and Juqing standing on the staircase. Luo Qian began to explain, but Juqing interjected softly, Qian, allow me to speak. Luo Qian turned to him, and seeing his gentle and composed demeanor, she nodded in agreement. Juqing then helped her to the sofa, ensuring she was seated comfortably. He leisurely surveyed Qian Mo and Qin Ge, and with the weight of his 11th tier ability, he enveloped the entire manor in an imposing presence. Qin Ge and Qian Mo stared at Juqing in shock. You have reached the 11th tier? Qin Ge recalled, hearing that Juqing was at the pinnacle of the 10th tier. He never imagined he had made such a breakthrough. The empire now boasted yet another 11th tier individual. Only Yu Bai, seated on the sofa, displayed no sign of surprise, as if he had anticipated this development all along. My successful advancement owes much to Qian. We shall discuss this matter further at another time, Juqing stated calmly. Now let me speak of my relationship with Qian. In our Phoenix clan, we possess a unique method of bonding, which I believe some of you may have heard of, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. Juqing's gaze fell upon Xuanma, who had just entered. Xuanma is on the verge of a breakthrough. Qian needs to soothe him, as ascending to the 4th tier is perilous. My choice to bond with her in this manner was intended to elevate her rank. How could I not have considered an alternative approach to bond with my consort earlier? Qin Ge chastised himself for his foolishness. Yu Bai sat beside Luo Qian, casting a glance at Qin Ge. Aside from the Dragon and Phoenix clans, no other tribes possess such a distinctive method of bonding. Even if you had thought of it sooner, it would have been of no consequence. This is the beast god's favoritism towards the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Jealousy is futile. Qin Ge felt disheartened, deeply so. He dared not meet Juqing's gaze and approached Yu Bai, whispering, Does that mean we will have to heed his words from now on? Yu Bai smiled and replied, You could choose not to listen. Qin Ge, he wouldn't he dare. Juqing disregarded their subtle exchanges and turned his attention to Xuanma. Xuanma, have you resolved the issues concerning the Purple Qian King Serpent Clan? Xuanma nodded earnestly. It has all been taken care of. Long Yong and Senior Qin Jian returned home due to clan matters. After speaking, he produced a spatial ring and approached Luo Qian. Qian, This is a gift I brought back from the purple Qian King Serpent Clan. Please see if it pleases you. Luo Qian accepted the spatial ring, her heart aching at the sight of the dark hue in his eyes.
Thank you, Xuanma.
I need not even look to know that whatever you brought back is undoubtedly to my liking. She grasped Xuanma's hand, urging him to sit beside her. Rest against me for a while. I will soothe you shortly. Xuanma obediently leaned against her shoulder, inhaling the delightful fragrance emanating from her, and felt himself relax completely. Qin Go observed this scene, growing more despondent. The leader had become Jiuqing, while Xuanma basked in the consort's affection. What would become of his and Yu Bai's standing in this household? Noticing Xuanma resting his head upon Luo Qian's shoulder, Yu Bai leaned in as well. Xiao Qian. My injuries have yet to heal, and I am quite fatigued. Luo Qian recognized his pretense, but chose not to call him out, allowing him to lean against her. Qin Go. He too wishes to nestle in the consort's embrace. Is that permissible? Before Qin Go could act, Jiuqing spoke again, calling his name. Qin Go. Qian has decided to settle at the Hunter Alliance headquarters from now on. In 10 days, we shall return to Star 1. During these days, prepare your laboratory for the move. I will notify them to begin packing shortly. Qin Go responded promptly. You should attend to it personally, Jiuqing advised. Delegating the task to others would result in sluggish progress. You can manage it within 10 days, correct? This meant he would have to remain in the laboratory for the entirety of that time. No, please. Qin Go exclaimed. Let them handle it. A few days' delay would not matter, would it? Jiuqing nodded, exhibiting great understanding. Very well, since you are not in a hurry. I shall instruct the military to assign the next batch of warship orders to you. Complete your tasks before moving to Star 1. No, Qin Go immediately shook his head. I will tidy up right away and ensure everything is in order within 10 days. Having said this, Qin Go turned to Luo Qian. Qian. I am off to organize the laboratory. I will return in a few days to keep you company. Without a moment to change his clothes, Qin Go dashed off, fearful that any delay might lead Jiuqing to throw the orders back in his face. This order was not something he could accept, not even a fraction of it. Once Qin Go was attended to, Jiuqing's gaze shifted to the languid by leaning against Luo Qian. You should not be idle either. With the conclusion of the interstellar battlefield, both of us have gone missing simultaneously. There are numerous matters to address. As a commander, you ought to return. Reluctantly, Yu Bai opened his eyes and planted a gentle kiss on Luo Qian's cheek. Little Qian, I may not have time to accompany you in the coming days. However, if you miss me, feel free to contact me via the light brain or come find me anytime. Luo Qian felt she should have no time to dwell on him. Yet her concern for his injuries lingered. How is your injury? There shouldn't be any issues if you go now, right? Yu Bai gently shook his head. Rest assured. I know you worry about me, little Qian. I will rest well when I am tired. Take care of yourself and reach out to me if anything arises. Luo Qian urged Yu Bai with a note of concern. She could not prevent him from working. After all, he was a commander, engaged in matters of great significance to the empire. All right, Yu Bai nodded, standing to press a kiss on Luo Qian's forehead. I'm off now. Remember to message me. I wish to know what you're doing at all times. Luo Qian nodded, acknowledging his words. Seeing her agreement, Yu Bai reluctantly departed. He understood that during this time, Jiuqing would not allow them to remain idle. Once Yu Bai had left, Jiuqing's attention turned to Qian Mo. Observing the weary Qian Mo, Luo Qian spoke gently. Jiuqing, Qian Mo seems rather fatigued. Could we allow him a moment to rest? Jiuqing regarded Luo Qian with a soft smile. Qian, I do not intend to burden Qian Mo with any tasks. I merely wish to have a few words with him privately. Qian Mo had already opened his eyes. Sitting upright, he addressed Luo Qian. I also have matters to discuss with His Highness, Jiuqing. I am fine. You need not worry about me. Since they had matters to discuss privately, Luo Qian chose not to intrude. In truth, she had an inkling of what the two might be conversing about. The notion of forming a bond was somewhat more complex than she had initially perceived. She had thought that as long as Qian Mo was the first, Jiuqing would employ another means to establish a partnership, which would not be a significant issue. After all, they would all be family in the future. However, upon Jiuqing's explanation, she realized her understanding had been overly simplistic. After encountering Qian Mo earlier, she had pondered how to elucidate matters to him. But now, observing that they wished to resolve this on their own, Luo Qian decided to feign ignorance. You may speak. I shall attend to my breakfast. I went to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. Jiuying, once you finish your tasks, please come and assist me. Xuanma, after you conclude your conversation with Zhou, return to your room to rest. You have yet to select your own chamber. You may first occupy mine, which is located on the 3rd floor. Chapter 83. No More Pretense. By the Artificial Lake. Xuanma gazed at Zhou, harboring a long-standing desire to express his gratitude for the prince's life-saving assistance in the past, but fate had kept them apart. Years ago, he had nearly fallen into the hands of 2 old men from his clan for experimentation. It was his elder brother, Qian, who beseeched Zhou for help, enabling him to escape from the Zishuan King Snake clan. Zhou's intervention had also ensured that he was not recaptured afterward, and he had even established the Hunter Alliance. Such matters are trivial. Zhou waved his hand dismissively. What I wish to discuss is not this. He fixed a serious gaze upon Xuanma. I sincerely apologize for usurping your position as the first partner. Luo Qian does not comprehend that simply having her first experience with you signifies preference and affection. However, we, the interstellar beastmen, are acutely aware of the reality. Regardless of the method employed to form partnerships, the first partner holds the title of the dominant male among the female's companions. As the leader, one possesses authority over all the female's male partners, who are obliged to obey him. This power appears alluring, yet the role of a leader is fraught with challenges. Beastmen are inherently drawn to strength, each possessing their own ambitions, making it difficult to accept another's control. Unless one possesses the true capability to dominate all the female's partners, the title of leader becomes mere ornamentation. Partners may feign compliance before the female, yet behind her back, they might act in defiance, pursuing their own agendas. Such dynamics can undermine the unity of a large family, simultaneously bringing considerable trouble and peril to the female. Xuanma tightened his fists, his silence conveying his inner turmoil. Nevertheless, Zhou remained composed. I express my apologies out of respect for Qian, but if given the chance to choose again, I would make the same decision.
Xuanma,
You cannot control them. Setting aside Yuebai, even Qin Ge may not heed your command. Although Xuanma currently stands at the pinnacle of the 9th level, he may still struggle against Qin Ge's mech. As for Yuebai, he is even more formidable. Presently, aside from me, no one can subdue him. Qian's match is also with the Demon Clan's Mingyan, who possesses equal strength to yours and is even more challenging to manage. Regarding Han Xuan, the 11th level Snow Wolf Clan's young master, you are no match for him either. I harbor no doubts regarding your love for Qian, but her unique status compels me to withhold her safety from your care, at least for now. Zhou extended his hand, pointing towards the artificial lake before him, his fingertips shimmering with crimson light. In the next moment, a torrential downpour cascaded from the sky. Xuanma, I permit you to challenge me. Should you triumph, I will readily restore your position. Xuanma had pondered these matters long before. He was acutely aware of his own abilities, which is why, upon entering and witnessing Zhou and Luo Qian's partnership, he had maintained such calmness. I shall challenge you, but not for the sake of that position, Xuanma declared earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Zhou. I hold a deep affection for Qian. Nothing in my heart holds more significance than she does. Zhuqing is indeed more suited for this position than he. As for Xuanma, he does not contend for it. However, Zhuqing, I shall strive to ascend. One day, I shall surpass you. Zhuqing smirks, awaiting that day. Every valiant warrior endeavoring for ascension deserves respect. Therefore, you may return to prepare for your elevation. I shall take care of Qian. Xuanma, is he no longer putting on an act? He brazenly dismisses them all to monopolize Qian. In the kitchen, Luo Qian had already laid out the ingredients needed. When Zhuqing returned, he had changed into a simple set of loungewear. He approached with a smile, his tone gentle. Qian, is there anything you require of me? For breakfast, let us prepare porridge and steamed dumplings, Luo Qian suggested, glancing behind him but finding no sign of Xuanma. She inquired, Zhuqing, where is Xuanma? Zhuqing chuckled. Xuanma did not rest all night. I advised him to return to his room for some rest. Once breakfast is ready, I will call him to join us. Luo Qian nodded and began to instruct Zhuqing in the culinary arts. The second prince displayed keen understanding, learning with utmost seriousness. Once the dumplings were ready and had cooled sufficiently, Zhuqing presented them to Luo Qian. Qian, do taste and tell me how they fare. Luo Qian took a bite, her eyes lighting up instantly. Delicious. Zhuqing, you truly possess a gift for cooking. To create such delectable food on your first attempt is remarkable. Zhuqing could hardly suppress the smile that stretched across his lips. Then eat quickly, the porridge is also ready. I shall serve you. He called for Xuanma to join them for the meal. Luo Qian activated her holographic device and sent a message to Xuanma, followed by a photograph to Qin Ge and Yu Bai. The delightful breakfast Jiuqing has prepared awaits your return. I shall teach you to make it as well. It was impractical to expect Luo Qian to cook for such a large family. She did not wish to squander her days in the kitchen. However, she could impart knowledge to a few so that whoever had the time could prepare meals in the future. Soon, freshly bathed and dressed, Xuanma descended the stairs. Spotting him, Luo Qian joyfully pulled out a chair for him. Xuanma, do indulge. These are all made by Jiuqing and are exceptionally delicious. Jiuqing placed the prepared porridge before Xuanma. I made plenty, do have more. After serving Xuanma, Jiuqing also filled his own bowl. The three sat at the dining table, sharing food and conversation amidst a warm and harmonious atmosphere. After breakfast, Luo Qian observed Jiuqing directing the simulation robot to tidy the kitchen. Just as she planned to console Xuanma, she received a message from Long Yuan. Long Yuan, do you have time today? Luo Qian pondered for a moment and asked, are you coming to console him? Meanwhile, at the holographic device, Long Yuan craned his neck to glimpse what Long Yuan was discussing with Luo Qian. Lord Dragon, have you informed Luo Qian that you have arrived at Central Star? Should we not visit the estate to find her now? I must say, the estate that Yu Bai prepared for Luo Qian seems a bit small. My esteemed Dragon Lord, I believe it would be prudent to prepare a larger and more splendid estate for Lady Luo Qian. If that is not feasible, perhaps you might invite her to visit our aquatic domain. Allow her the opportunity to behold our dragon palace. I am certain she would be enchanted. After Dragon Yong expressed his thoughts, he noticed that Long Yuan remained silent, fixated on the luminous screen, prompting him to speak again. Your Excellency, I understand your singular ambition to dominate the entire starry realm, yet amidst your relentless pursuits, one must not neglect personal affairs of the heart. The beast god has painstakingly matched you with a female partner. You cannot resign yourself to a lifetime of solitude like I have. Silence. Long Yuan shot a discontented glance at Dragon Yong, finding his chatter irksome. His gaze returned to the messages from Luo Qian on the screen. He replied, this is not a matter of mere consolation. I previously mentioned inviting you for dinner. During her absence, thoughts of Luo Qian had persistently occupied his mind, leaving him puzzled about his own feelings. He yearned to see her, yet she had not responded to his messages. After a moment of contemplation, he sent another note. I have prepared an abundance of ingredients. Will you be able to cook? Surely, with her remarkable culinary skills, she would be delighted to hear of plentiful supplies. Luo Qian stared at the message from Long Yuan, her expression one of bewilderment. What could he possibly mean? Inviting her to dinner while also requesting her to cook? What fanciful notion was he entertaining? I am quite busy. I have no time, she replied curtly. Afterward, she calculated the star coins Long Yuan had previously transferred to her for meals. Subtracting what she had used, she promptly returned the remainder. Transaction completed. Apologies, but I will not have time to cook for you in the future. The excess star coins are being returned. Chapter 84. The Dragon Lord should be obedient and remain single. Having sent her message, Luo Qian swiftly deleted Long Yuan from her contacts and powered down her luminous device. From her spatial ring, she retrieved the black crystal stone that Long Yuan had given her and handed it to Jiuqing. This is what he bestowed upon me. Please return it to him. Inform him that I owe him a single consolation, and he may come to me when he requires it. The thought of encountering Long Yuan again was unappealing. He even wished for her to cook, an endeavor her treasured Qian Mo and Jiuqing would never allow her to undertake. Luo Qian was no longer the impoverished individual she once was. She now possessed star coins, a supportive family, and allies. Jiuqing took the black crystal stone from Luo Qian's hands, glancing at it with a smile and nodding. Very well, I shall arrange for it to be returned shortly. Having resolved matters concerning Long Yuan, Luo Qian turned to Jiuqing with a smile. I will first go and comfort Qian Mo. Do not hesitate to summon me if needed. Upstairs, Qian Mo lay upon the bed in Luo Qian's chamber, his upper body bare, his serpent tail casually swaying across the bed. Upon her entrance, he swiftly pulled the blanket over himself. Mo, why are you still awake? Luo Qian approached and sat beside him, planting a gentle kiss on his lips. I cannot sleep without you here. From beneath the covers, his purple serpent tail emerged, wrapping around Luo Qian's waist. Qian, I do not possess a noble lineage like Qin Ge, nor the intelligence of Yu Bai, and certainly not the power of His Highness, Jiuqing. Will you find me lacking? The little serpent seems to have been overshadowed by Jiuqing, leading to feelings of inferiority. Luo Qian quickly embraced him, assuring him that she would never disdain him. If that were the case, then I must be the most useless one in this household. Would you disdain me as well? Qian, you are my life. I shall never look down upon you. Qian Mo immediately shook his head. Luo Qian wrapped her arms around his neck, gazing at him earnestly. Qian Mo, they have their own merits, and you possess your own as well. I cherish you not for your strength, but simply because you are Qian Mo. I am your life, and you are mine. Qian Mo held her tightly in his embrace. Qian, thank you. Luo Qian gently placed her finger on his forehead, channeling her mental energy into his spiritual sea. After the previous soothing session, Qian Mo's spiritual sea was not as tumultuous this time, which brought a slight relief to Luo Qian. After comforting Qian Mo, she took out a blood-replenishing potion and consumed it, then lay down beside him, finding a comfortable position while caressing his serpent tail and closing her eyes. After taking another blood-replenishing potion today, she would be nearly restored. She planned to nurture for another 2 days and feed Qian Mo her blood once more. Since her blood had aided Jiuqing in ascending to the 11th tier, it should also help Qian Mo ascend to the 10th tier, shouldn't it? Meanwhile, Long Yuan had been fixated on the message from Luo Qian for half a day. Had she not promised him that they could dine together? Why had she suddenly changed her mind? Long Yuan pondered for a long while, unable to deduce the reason. He sent another message to Luo Qian. Is there something urgent? Do you need my assistance? Just as he sent the message, a notification appeared. System. The recipient is not your friend and cannot receive this message. Long Yuan. Long Yong, noticing that his lord had been silent, could not contain his curiosity. My lord, has Luo Qian agreed to visit the water domain? Long Yuan furrowed his brow and shook his head.
She deleted me. Ah.
Long Yong was momentarily taken aback, and upon realizing it, the centuries-old elder jumped in shock. What did you say, my lord? Luo Qian deleted you? Your mate deleted you? What on earth did you do to provoke such a reaction from her? Long Yong inquired. Trembling, Long Yuan was equally perplexed. I didn't say much. I merely invited her to dinner. He opened his light brain to show Long Yong the conversation. Long Yong, scrutinizing the chat history, dared not raise his voice against Long Yuan and could only grit his teeth to ask, my lord, if you wish to invite Luo Qian to dinner, why would you have her cook? Long Yuan replied matter-of-factly, because her cooking is delicious. Long Yong.
Ha. Ha ha.
Long Yong felt a wave of laughter bubbling within him, not wanting to speak further. It served him right for being deleted. What a fitting consequence. Is there any problem? Long Yuan gazed at Long Yong, who was puffing his cheeks and glaring with frustration. Taking a deep breath, Long Yong suppressed the urge to unleash a torrent of curses and clenched his teeth to elucidate his point. My lord, the female is indeed noble. Although I do not possess a female master, I have never heard of a male daring to request a female to prepare food for him. Those dragon lords are truly remarkable. Previously, on Star 268, she willingly cooked for me and seemed quite joyful about it. Long Yuan's confusion deepened. Clearly, Luo Qian had been in high spirits at that time. Why was she so furious now? Females are truly perplexing. Long Yong furrowed his brows in contemplation. My lord, when you first visited Star 268 to seek your female master, did she indeed prepare food for you? What did Luo Qian say then? Was it merely a courteous gesture upon your first meeting that you took too seriously? Reflecting on the past, Long Yuan recounted the events to Long Yong. Had it been in the past, he would never have shared such details with his subordinates. Yet this time, he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort and urgency to understand why Luo Qian had severed their connection. I offered her star coins, and she happily agreed to cook for me. Could it be that this time it was because I did not provide her with star coins?
But then,
why did she transfer me star coins earlier, only to delete me afterward without any explanation? Upon hearing this, Long Yong felt as though the sky had fallen. My lord, since you have already severed your match with Luo Qian and your mental state has stabilized, why do you still wish to contact her? Why request her to cook for you? Does she owe you anything? Perhaps you should consider remaining single, like me. Though being without a female master means missing out on her tender affection and the comfort she provides during restless nights, there is a certain freedom in being unencumbered by anyone. Long Yong believed that Luo Qian's decision to delete their lord was quite justified. After all, she had refrained from berating him, which could be seen as a sign of courtesy.
what do you mean by that?
Long Yuan inquired, displeased by Long Yong's sardonic tone. Am I truly in the wrong? Were it not for the fact that Long Yong was his subordinate, he might have dismissed him outright. My lord, with your remarkable prowess, Why do you not show more concern for your female master? You mentioned how delighted she was to accept your star coins and cook for you. Have you considered why she was so pleased to receive your star coins at that time? Long Yuan recalled the place where Luo Qian resided and pursed his lips. Because she was in need of star coins.
See?
You can deduce the answer with just a little thought. So, why did you not ponder this earlier? You were the first to seek a match with Luo Qian, enjoying all the advantages of timing and circumstance. Why did you not focus your thoughts on your female master back then? Chapter 85. Long Yuan declared, I must see her. His expression darkened. When I first met her, it was evident that she was a self-sufficient and independent female, fully capable of taking care of herself. I did not need to expend my thoughts on her. Moreover, I have no intention of forming a partnership. My ambition lies in unifying the stars. Upon hearing this explanation, Long Yong was nearly driven to exasperation. Very well. Long Yong felt utterly at a loss for words. My lord, since you deem it unnecessary to invest your thoughts in Luo Qian, focusing solely on your quest for interstellar unity, I advise you to cease all interaction with Luo Qian henceforth. She shall lead her own life, while you pursue your grand aspirations. Long Yuan, upon hearing these words, found not joy, but rather an increasing sense of frustration. He gazed at Long Yong, his voice growing colder. I sense you are not assisting me. It feels more like derision. I would never presume to do so. Long Yong wished to roll his eyes at Long Yuan, yet he dared not. With resignation, he remarked, Luo Qian is evidently aware of your stance and has chosen to distance herself from you. My lord, if you are unwilling to invest your heart in Luo Qian, then let this be the end of it. Perhaps it is for the best. It seems your family's lord lacks this fortune and is destined to remain single. The end? Long Yuan was even less pleased. Yet she promised me last time, owing me a moment of solace. Do you truly lack for that bit of comfort? What? Suffering? Pain? If it is self-inflicted, then bear it. In the past, without a female companion, you thrived just fine, did you not? Yearning for her while refusing to acknowledge it, such hypocrisy. Long Yong remained silent. Suddenly, Long Yuan stood up and declared to Long Yong, take me to the manor. I wish to see her. Long Yong protested, my lord, I believe it unnecessary to go. Luo Qian may not wish to see you. Before he could finish, a glance from Long Yuan silenced him instantly. At the manor, Zhou Qing was meticulously selecting garments to be sent to Luo Qian. This one is unappealing, discard it. This fabric is uncomfortable. Throw it away. This one is quite nice. These will suffice. Send another batch over, and additionally, invite the finest designer from the Central Star. I wish to have a gown custom-made for Qian. Yes, your highness. The subordinates promptly removed and disposed of the garments deemed unsuitable by Zhou Qing. Before long, another subordinate approached Zhou Qing with news. Your highness, Long Yuan has arrived. Zhou Qing paused in her perusal of documents. He has come sooner than I anticipated. Please escort him to the reception room. I shall join shortly. Furthermore, instruct the guard to remain concealed within the manor, so as not to disturb Qian. Understood. The captain of the guards respectfully withdrew. Zhou Qing closed the document in her hand and exited the room. As she reached the staircase, she encountered Qian Mo descending from above. Upon seeing Zhou Qing, Qian Mo remarked, Long Yuan has arrived. I am aware. Where is Qian? Zhou Qing inquired. Qian Mo responded, Qian is asleep. I did not awaken her. Should I inform her? Regarding Long Yuan and Qian's relationship, Zhou Qing shook her head. I am well aware of their connection. This minor matter does not require Qian's involvement. I will handle it. You may return to keep Qian company.
Meanwhile,
in the reception area, Long Yong stood behind Long Yuan, surveying the arrangement of the space. With a smile, he spoke, although this manor is somewhat modest. It is tastefully arranged, utilizing items that females favor. It is evident that Commander Yuebai has put thought into it. Long Yuan cast a glance at the guest room's decor, a hint of disdain flickering in his languid eyes. Too simplistic, he remarked. Long Yong interjected, your arrangements are not lacking in elegance, yet I have not seen you lift a finger. No wonder Lady Luo Qian chose to sever ties with you. Such words would be unpalatable even to an old man. The decor here, of course, could not compare to that of the Dragon Palace. Zhu Qing approached, his gaze landing on Long Yuan, laced with a touch of sarcasm. However, my lady does not favor the glittering embellishments of the Dragon Palace. She prefers a more understated and cozy ambience. Long Yong, standing behind Long Yuan, looked on in astonishment. Your Highness, the second prince, are you not missing? How did you come to be here? Are you also a match for Lady Luo Qian? Have you ascended to the 11th tier? Wait, have you become her partner? When did this boy become Lady Luo Qian's match? Just yesterday, when he departed from the Zishuan Wang Snake clan. He had yet to appear. How is it that in a single night, he has already formed a bond with her? Such swiftness is astonishing. Long Yong's mind was a whirl of questions. Facing the scrutinizing gazes of Long Yuan and Long Yong, Juqing remained composed as he took a seat before them. I was delayed in reaching my lady due to work commitments. Fortunately, my lady is both beautiful and kind-hearted, and she bore no anger towards me. She could not bear to see me suffer the torment of restless mental energy and willingly chose to bond with me. It is well known that there are two forms of reassurance. One is the method Luo Qian provided Long Yuan, and the other is the formal bond of partnership. The latter offers a more profound comfort to the male. Juqing spoke this for the ears of Long Yong and Long Yuan, intentionally leading them to misunderstand. Indeed, upon hearing Juqing's words, Long Yuan's previously languid demeanor evaporated, and a cold aura enveloped him. He fixed a sharp gaze on Juqing, finding him utterly detestable, wishing he could sever his head from his shoulders. Where is Luo Qian? I demand to see her. Ah, angered already? Juqing inwardly scoffed. How dare he, so disrespectful to his beloved Qian, still have the gall to request an audience with her? Long Yuan believed himself worthy. Juqing's expression turned icy. What does the Dragon Lord take my lady for? She has long since dissolved your match. Do you think you can simply demand a meeting? With that, Juqing produced the black crystal given to him by Luo Qian and tossed it before Long Yuan. This is from my lady, intended for you. She has stated that since the match has been dissolved, you and she no longer share any ties. There is no need for you to meet again. If Long Yuan had any semblance of dignity, he would take the crystal and leave at once. Long Yong truly did not anticipate that among Luo Qian's matches, Juqing would be included. This situation had become quite precarious, especially now that Juqing had ascended to the 11th tier. With another formidable figure from the Phoenix clan also at the 11th tier, if it came to blows, their Dragon Lord would find himself at a disadvantage. Dragon Lord, since Lady Luo Qian does not wish to see you, perhaps we should take our leave, Long Yong suggested softly. Long Yuan remained still, for Luo Qian had previously mentioned that he owed her a moment of solace. Upon hearing this, Juqing could not help but chuckle in disbelief. Long Yuan, have you truly abandoned all semblance of dignity? You disregarded the safety of my female sovereign, compelling her, a mere 4th-tier female, to provide comfort for you, a formidable 11th-tier male. I did not seek retribution against you, yet here you are, shamelessly asking her for solace, once more. In truth, Long Yuan did not necessarily require Luo Qian's consolation. He merely yearned to see her. There was no other motivation. Solely this singular desire. He wished to articulate something further, but as he opened his mouth, Long Yong swiftly covered it. In a hushed yet urgent tone, Long Yong admonished, "My lord, if you wish to encounter Luo Qian again, I implore you to refrain from mentioning the subject of solace. It is imperative not to offend Juqing." After Long Yong's warning, he turned to Juqing with a conciliatory smile. "Your Highness Juqing, my lord did not intend any offense. He simply wishes to see the female Luo Qian. The previous incident was indeed a miscalculation on his part, for which we offer our sincerest apologies. Might you permit the female Luo Qian to meet with my lord? I assure you, he will no longer pursue her thereafter."
Juqing maintint a favorable disposition toward Longion.
Especially since the elder had recently assisted in resolving the issues with the Zishuan King Serpent clan. Elder, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance in addressing the Zishuan King Serpent clan's affairs yesterday. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, you may count on my support. However, matters must be treated distinctly. I shall not allow my female sovereign to meet with Long Yuan. You may take your leave." Having spoken, Juqing offered no further glance towards Long Yuan and rose to depart. Outside, a male attendant entered, gesturing for Long Yong and Long Yuan to follow. Witnessing Juqing's unrelenting dismissal, Long Yong regarded his unmoving lord with trepidation. "My lord, perhaps we should return for now. It is possible that Luo Qian is upset with you. Shall we wait until her temper has cooled before returning?" Upon suggesting this, Long Yong retrieved the black crystal that Juqing had carelessly discarded onto the table and presented it to Long Yuan. Gazing at the black crystal in his hand, Long Yuan was taken aback. His lord had claimed to have no affection for Luo Qian and wished to avoid a bond with her. Yet he had entrusted his very essence to this crystal. Was this not tantamount to surrendering his very life into her hands? A dragon's essence is a manifestation of its mental energy, and a dragon can only condense it once in a lifetime. Should the essence be destroyed, the mental sea would suffer a tremendous blow. Fortunately, Luo Qian, in her kindness, refrained from permitting Jiuqing to obliterate the essence in her moment of anger. Otherwise, Long Yuan would have faced ruin, if not death. Long Yuan seized the black crystal, rose, and flung it onto the table. "We return," Long Yong exclaimed. "You would so easily discard your essence? Have you lost your senses?" He hurriedly retrieved the essence and followed Long Yuan out. Even if his lord intended to leave the essence for Luo Qian in this manner, it was uncertain whether Jiuqing would actually deliver it. That fellow harbored a dark heart. If it were Yue Bai in his stead, Long Yong could assure that Yue Bai would unhesitatingly shatter the essence. Luo Qian awoke in the afternoon. Upon awakening, her vitality restored, she felt invigorated. Qian Mo, noticing Luo Qian had risen, brought forth the exquisite garments prepared for her by Jiuqing. The attire was stunning, crafted from an unknown fabric that shimmered with a gentle glow and possessed an extraordinary softness. Once donned, it offered a sensation of lightness and grace, combining comfort with elegance. "This was just delivered by Jiuqing this morning. He personally selected it for you. It has been meticulously washed and arranged," Qian Mo explained earnestly. Luo Qian admired the attire, recognizing Jiuqing's impeccable taste, far surpassing her previous garments of moonlight white. "Of course, my Qian Mo has good taste too. Amidst all these clothes, he instantly chose my favorite." She expertly poured water, her skills evident. Qian Mo, suppressing a laugh, helped arrange her hair. Qian, you need not flatter me so. I am not so petty. I wouldn't feel jealousy over such matters. Males do possess a strong sense of possessiveness, yearning for their female partner's affection. Yet, their tactics are never directed towards their partner, but rather at their rivals. "I know, my Qian Mo is the best," Luo Qian said, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. "By the way, Qian Mo, I forgot to mention this morning that I wish to provide you with some of my blood when you ascend. Rest assured, I will be prudent and ensure it does not harm my body." She gazed at Qian Mo with sincerity. Qian Mo was deeply touched by Luo Qian's intentions, but could not acquiesce. Qian, if you give me your blood for my ascension, will you not do the same for Qin Go and you, Bai, when their time comes? And when Han Chuan and Ming Yan arrive, if they wish to bond with you, will you also offer your blood to them? Luo Qian found herself momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. She had indeed considered this. Aware of the value of her blood, she understood the impropriety of such actions. Yet, once a precedent was set, concluding it became arduous. Offering to one while withholding from another seemed inherently unjust. The initial blood drop given to Yu Bai had been inadvertent, and later, she had been unaware of his true identity, mistaking him for a silent divine tree. Once Yu Bai awakened and comprehended the situation, providing a few more drops became inconsequential. As for Jiuqing, she had willingly fed him blood due to their established bond, feeling his love through the beast mark. With Qian Mo, it was rooted in her trust. Qian, I know your affection extends to me, as well as to each of us. We love you, and you wish to reciprocate that love in kind.
Xuan Montag understood Luo Qian's Zukunfts.
But love is inherently unequal, Qian. We do not require you to sacrifice so. We only wish for your well-being. If each of us were to rely on your blood for ascension, what would distinguish us from the golden-winged Great Peng clan that once persecuted the female humans? Luo Qian felt a jolt at Qian Mo's words. He knelt before her, one knee on the ground. Qian, I am certain I can ascend through my own efforts. Trust me just this once, will you? Luo Qian nodded earnestly. I believe in you, Qian Mo. She had misjudged the situation. Focusing solely on how well Qian Mo and the others treated her, she wished to reciprocate. However, some matters cannot be calculated so simply. Fortunately, Qian Mo's words served as a timely reminder. Knock, knock, knock. A voice broke through, the sound of Jiuqing. Qian, it's time to prepare dinner. Jiuqing had never cooked before. He was unaware of what Luo Qian desired for dinner and would need to learn on the spot. Qian Mo stood up and took Luo Qian's hand. Qian, I would also like to learn to cook dinner with you. We cannot allow His Highness Jiuqing to be the only one toiling away in the kitchen. Learning to cook would enable him to prepare meals for Qian whenever she wished. Qian Mo was determined not to miss this opportunity to impress her. Then, I shall teach you both together. Whether it's one lamb or two, it's all the same. Let us do it jointly. Outside the door, Jiuqing, Upon seeing Qian Mo and Luo Qian emerge together, smiled at Luo Qian. Qian Mo has yet to choose his room. Let him select one first. No need. Qian Mo replied directly. The room closest to Qian has surely been chosen by Qin Go and Yu Bai. I will simply select the room directly behind theirs, allowing me to be nearer to you. Jiu Qing remarked, this fellow is still too idle. Then let us proceed with dinner, he continued. Luo Qian feigned ignorance of Jiu Qing's subtle suggestion to send Qian Mo away and took the lead towards the kitchen, with Qian Mo following closely behind. Jiu Qing trailed behind, observing Qian Mo ahead with a smirk. Since he was so free, he decided to arrange for him to hastily practice his cultivation later that evening. Chapter 87. A fight breaks out for dinner. Luo Qian taught them how to prepare braised exotic beast meat, steamed sea beast, and a dish of oil-braised shrimp. She squeezed some fresh juice and retrieved a bottle of fruit wine from her ring. This is something I brewed myself. It's the last bottle I have. What is this? Jiu Qing and Qian Mo gazed curiously at the item Luo Qian presented. In the Star Realm, there was no alcohol. Luo Qian herself was uncertain why. The Interstellar Empire boasted a high level of civilization, with top-tier weapons, clothing, and living conditions. Some beastmen could even cook, albeit the food was somewhat lacking. It was still edible. Yet this wine seemed to represent a cultural void. It simply did not exist. Their usual beverages consisted of water, various juices from exotic plants, and occasionally tea consumed by some beastmen. This is my fruit wine. Would you care to taste it? Fruit wine? Qian Mo had never heard of it, assuming it to be akin to juice. After all, both were derived from exotic fruits, so he nodded in agreement. Jiu Qing fetched 3 cups. Lacking wine glasses, he utilized beautifully crafted crystal water cups. Although the alcohol content of the fruit wine was low, since neither of them had ever tasted it before, Luo Qian dared not pour too much, serving only a small cup to each. She then filled her own cup generously, confident in her ability to handle her drink.
Come.
Let us toast. Luo Qian raised her cup, and although Qian Mo and Jiu Qing were perplexed by the reason for the toast, they obediently followed suit. The cups clinked together, and with a cheerful demeanor, Luo Qian declared, I shall drink. You two may do as you wish. At last, she had companions to share a drink with. Jiu Qing and Qian Mo observed Luo Qian and downed a large cup of fruit wine in one go, subsequently finishing the contents of their own cups. The fruity aroma, laced with a hint of spiciness, slid down their throats with a touch of bitterness. It was not particularly delicious, yet strangely addictive. Qian, I would like another cup, Qian Mo stated. Noticing he was unharmed, Luo Qian poured him a small serving. Jiu Qing remained silent, yet extended his cup as well. Luo Qian cautioned them, this will intoxicate you. Please drink at a leisurely pace. Intoxicated? Jiu Qing looked at Luo Qian, a slight frown creasing his brow. Why has Qian suddenly sprouted 2 heads? And what of this serpentine creature beside me? Wagging its tail, what purpose does it serve? Qian, what does it mean to be drunk? Qian Mo inquired, his tail swaying, his serpentine head resting on the table, gazing at Luo Qian with confusion. Nearby, Jiu Qing had vanished, replaced by a small, plump, fiery red bird that wobbled onto the table and dove headfirst into a plate of braised meat. Luo Qian inhaled sharply. She seemed to grasp the reason for the absence of wine. Unlike Bai Suzhen, who revealed her true form after consuming Realgar wine, did their fruit wine have the same effect? Qian Mo, where are you going? Just as Luo Qian fished Jiu Qing out of the plate, she noticed Qian Mo slithering across the floor. Indeed, he was gliding away. Qian Mo, I am going home to sleep. Your room is upstairs. Why are you crawling outside?
Come back.
Luo Qian exclaimed, hoisting Jiu Qing and hastening after Qian Mo. She realized her mistake. She should never have allowed the two to drink. There are bugs. Suddenly, Jiu Qing wriggled free from her grasp and flapped his wings to pursue Qian Mo. Qian, I shall fetch you some bugs to eat. Luo Qian was astounded by how swiftly he could fly despite his rotundity. As Qian Mo disappeared out the door, so too did Jiu Qing. Just as she was about to search for them, darkness enveloped her, and a towering figure appeared before her. Long Yuan? Upon seeing the unexpectedly materialized man, Luo Qian instinctively stepped back in caution. How did you get in here? This barrier cannot impede me, Long Yuan replied, his languid voice tinged with a hint of disdain. You need not fear. I harbor no intention of harming you. I merely wish to inquire why you chose to erase me. He fixed his gaze upon Luo Qian, seeking the answer from her own lips. For reasons unknown, It seemed that unless he heard her speak it, he would never be able to let go of this matter. As for why Luo Qian had deleted him, it was simply because she wished to sever ties. Having already dissolved their match, there was no further need for communication. You should leave at once, Luo Qian said, her heart not in the conversation as she sought to locate Zhou Qing and Qian Mo. Would a drunken Zhou Qing devour Qian Mo? Surely, the Phoenix clan would not consume snakes, would they? Did I do something wrong? Noticing Luo Qian's intent to leave, Long Yuan grasped her wrist, halting her departure. Long Yong mentioned inviting you to dinner. It is improper for you to be the one preparing the meal. You must be angry because of this. Luo Qian shook off Long Yuan's hand, trying several times to no avail. Realizing that he would not leave any time soon, she gritted her teeth, stating, I am urgently searching for someone. If you wish to know the reason, wait for me here. Do not hinder my departure.
Upon hearing this,
Long Yuan indeed released her hand. Very well, I shall await your return. Luo Qian had no time to engage with him and hurriedly ran out to find Zhou Qing and Qian Mo. She activated her holographic device to check the manor's surveillance. Soon, she discovered them by the pond. Qian Mo had somehow shrunk and was being carried in Zhou Qing's mouth. Luo Qian gasped at the sight and dashed towards them. Goodness, Zhou Qing wouldn't truly intend to consume Qian Mo, would he? Fortunately, Zhou Qing did not eat Qian Mo. He struggled to fly over to Luo Qian, dropping Qian Mo into her hands. Qian, here are some bugs for you. Qian Mo rolled around in her grasp, wrapping his tiny limbs around her wrist. Qian, let us return home to rest. Luo Qian, holding onto Qian Mo with one hand, grasped the flapping wings of Zhou Qing with the other, and swiftly made her way back. In the living room, Long Yuan, who had been waiting for her, was nowhere to be found. Instead, a great black dragon lay sprawled on the ground. Beside his head lay an empty wine bottle. Luo Qian exclaimed, how did he manage to consume my drink? Another one drunk. The Zhou Qing and Qian Mo in her arms, upon seeing Long Yuan, suddenly sprang to life. With a swift leap, they jumped onto Long Yuan's body, biting and gnawing at him. Zhou Qing even breathed fire, while Qian Mo sank his teeth into Long Yuan's scales, attempting to poison him. You too, cease at once. Luo Qian shouted, nearly terrified. If they were to inadvertently kill Long Yuan tonight, the waters would surely clash with the Empire. She reached for Zhou Qing, only for Qian Mo to viciously bite Long Yuan, tearing off some of his scales. Long Yuan had drained the remaining half-bottle of wine, likely succumbing to drunkenness. Completely unresponsive, lying on the ground like a corpse. Qian Mo, stop this at once. As Luo Qian tried to pinch Qian Mo's mouth shut, Zhou Qing unleashed another fiery attack on Long Yuan, scorching his tail. It was uncertain whether it was intentional, but the fireball seemed only to affect Long Yuan's tail, failing to ignite anything else. Whether it was the pain from his tail that stirred his consciousness, Luo Qian noticed him raise a claw, prompting her to grab Zhou Qing. In her haste to rescue Zhou Qing, she inadvertently released Qian Mo. Once freed, Zhou Qing, now even more enraged, hurled fireballs at Long Yuan with reckless abandon. Despite their smaller size, the two became even more agile. After a prolonged struggle, Luo Qian was utterly exasperated, having captured not a single hair. You two, cease this at once.
Stop.
Long Yuan lay motionless on the ground, utterly tormented, with scales scattered all around and a whisker plucked from his face. Just as Luo Qian was on the verge of breaking down, Yu Bai suddenly returned. Upon seeing Yu Bai, Luo Qian felt as if she had found her savior. Yu Bai, come quickly and help me catch those two. Yu Bai surveyed the chaotic living room and hastened over, first checking on Luo Qian to ensure her well-being. Once satisfied, he calmly inquired, what has transpired? Why all the commotion? Chapter 88. Blooming, visitors from the snow domain. Commotion? Luo Qian was nearly beside herself. How could he refer to this as commotion? Do not jest. Swiftly capture those two. If they continue their antics, the water domain will truly go to war with the central star. Suppressing a laugh, Yu Bai stepped on Long Yuan multiple times before retrieving an unknown bag from his ring space, tossing Qian Mo inside. He then produced a cage and unceremoniously placed Zhou Qing within, carelessly discarding them towards the staircase. Turning to the disheveled Long Yuan on the floor, he quietly asked Luo Qian, what happened here? Everything in the manor appears intact, not resembling a brawl. Luo Qian explained, they drank the fruit wine I brewed, and are now intoxicated.
Wine?
Yu Bai was unfamiliar with this concept. He approached Long Yuan and fed him a leaf from his own plant. Soon, Long Yuan's singed tail returned to its original state, and many of the scales that had fallen off began to regrow, though his whiskers remained absent. Yu Bai beamed at Long Yuan, well aware that his flower possessed healing properties. Restoring his strength was essential. The leaf's effects were commendable, restoring Long Yuan to a satisfactory condition. After all, he was a Tier 11 overlord of the 3 domains and should not be offended too severely. With a smile, Yu Bai addressed Luo Qian. Little Qian, it is inappropriate for Lord Long to stay in our home. I shall arrange for him to be returned. After speaking, he activated his holographic device and tapped a few commands. Shortly, a team of guards in combat uniforms entered. Yu Bai maintained a stoic expression as he regarded the captain of the guards, instructing, Lord Long has fainted. You are to escort him back. Upon seeing the black dragon sprawled on the floor, the captain was taken aback. When did Lord Long arrive? We were utterly unaware. This is unacceptable. The captain promptly summoned aides to carry Long Yuan away. Fortunately, he was inebriated and did not resist. Otherwise, they would have been unable to move him. After Long Yuan was removed, Yu Bai addressed the departing captain. Once you have returned him, all of you are to return for punishment. His Highness Jiao Qing assigned you to protect the female master, and yet none of you noticed Long Yuan's entrance. The captain immediately knelt on one knee, too ashamed to offer a defense. They had indeed failed in their duty. Indeed, no matter how formidable the Empire's protective barriers, they cannot withstand a Tier 11 beastman. Hence, Jiao Qing assigned you here. Yet, not one of you detected Long Yuan's arrival. Once everyone had exited, Yu Bai knelt before Luo Qian. Little Qian, I am deeply sorry. We have failed to protect you. What are you doing? Please rise. Luo Qian was taken aback by Yu Bai's sudden act of kneeling before her. She hurriedly helped him up. This incident was merely an accident. It could not be blamed on you. Who could have anticipated that Long Yuan would intrude at such a late hour? Fortunately, he was also inebriated. His demeanor was tolerable, and after drinking, he simply fell asleep without causing any trouble. However, following this experience, Luo Qian would never dare to offer them alcohol again. She glanced at the Qian Mo in the bag and the Jiao Qing in the cage, inquiring of Yu Bai, are they all right in there? They're fine. Yu Bai replied with a cold smirk, I will return them to their rooms. They will emerge on their own once they awaken tomorrow. Relieved, Luo Qian entrusted Jiao Qing and Qian Mo to Yu Bai, who carelessly tossed them into a guest room. How could he think of returning to rest when he had failed to protect the female master? He returned to find Luo Qian directing a simulation robot to tidy up the disarray in the living room. Xiao Qian, you should go to your room and rest. I will handle this, he said as he approached her. Nevertheless, she did not retreat to her room. Instead, she asked Yu Bai, who was commanding the robots. By the way, Yu Bai, didn't you mention that you wouldn't return tonight because of a meeting? Why are you back so suddenly? Yu Bai gazed at her with fervent eyes. I have a surprise for you. I couldn't wait to return and see you. Fortunately, he had come back. Otherwise, with the house in such disarray, Xiao Qian would have been quite flustered alone. After tidying up the living room, Yu Bai carefully collected Long Yuan's dragon scales and handed them to Luo Qian. Xiao Qian, take this. Have Qin Gu use it to craft a mech. The 11th tier dragon scales are particularly valuable. All right, Luo Qian accepted without hesitation. She would keep it safe, and if Long Yuan asked for it tomorrow, she would return it to him. If not, she would use it for her own mech. Xiao Qian, in the future, should you encounter a similar situation, be sure to inform me. Even if I cannot return promptly, I can arrange for someone to assist you. I deemed there to be no danger. Hence, I did not notify you. Although Long Yuan may be difficult to get along with, he possesses integrity and is quite trustworthy. The primary reason Luo Qian had been accustomed to living alone was that she often sought to resolve issues independently rather than seeking assistance from others. Yu Bai had initially intended to return to the meeting, but he could not bear to leave Luo Qian alone at home. He made a last-minute decision to convert the scheduled meeting into a video conference. First, he escorted Luo Qian back to her room. Xiao Qian, let us return to the bedroom. I have a surprise for you. He gently lifted her onto the bed, kneeling beside it. Xiao Qian, my flower has bloomed. As he spoke, a blue vine suddenly sprouted from his head, upon which a transparent 7-petaled flower began to unfurl gracefully. The translucent petals shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors under the light. How beautiful! Luo Qian marveled at the flower atop his head, hesitant to touch it. Yu Bai, does your flower bloom from your head? Yu Bai chuckled lightly. Not at all. I can control where it blooms on my body. Today, I arranged it this way for your convenience in picking it. Noticing Luo Qian's hesitation, Yubai curiously asked, "Do you not wish to pluck it yourself? Did you not express a desire to gift this flower to Qian Mo?" Luo Qian gazed at him and inquired, "If I were to pluck it, would it cause you pain?" This flower blossomed from him. It was indeed a part of his essence. Yubai was taken aback by her concern.
No.
He replied with a gentle smile, causing the little flower to sway in response. Only then did Luo Qian dare to reach out and delicately detach the flower. She moved with utmost caution, fearful of inflicting any discomfort upon Yubai. The moment the flower was plucked, Yubai swiftly rose and pinned her onto the bed, kissing her brow and eyes as he watched her tenderly cradle the petals in her palm. "Xiao Qian," he implored, "if you are gifting Qian Mo, might you also bestow a gift upon me? Anything will suffice. I have no particular demands." Luo Qian, taken aback by his eager expression, found herself unable to utter a word of refusal, nor did she wish to. "Let me ponder what to present you," she replied. "Good." Yubai nodded enthusiastically. "Do you require assistance with your bath, Xiao Qian?" Luo Qian dismissed the notion. He was nothing like Qian Mo. He was merely a male spirit, one who would siphon her vital essence. Allowing him to assist would likely mean she would not emerge from the bathroom unscathed. Very well, he conceded, disheartened by her lack of need for his help. "Then you shall rest, and I will attend a meeting in my study. I shall join you as soon as I am done." After he departed, Luo Qian carefully stored the little flower away before taking a bath and then proceeding to the training room to absorb 2 6-tier beast cores. Subsequently, she returned to her slumber, experiencing a night devoid of dreams. The following morning, Luo Qian awoke early to find Zhou Qing and Qian Mo kneeling at her bedroom door. Qian, my sincerest apologies. We failed to protect you last night," Zhou Qing lamented, her face etched with guilt, completely devoid of her usual commanding presence. Qian Mo, too, was in no better state, his head bowed in silence. Yubai approached, casting a cold glance at the two before addressing Luo Qian gently. "Xiao Qian, the people from the snow domain have arrived and are waiting for you in the main hall. Additionally, Long Yuan is here again." Chapter 89. Has he met his demise? Luo Qian swiftly helped Zhou Qing and Qian Mo to their feet. "Please rise. Let us go see what awaits us." She turned to Yubai, asking, "The snow domain refers to Han Chuan's arrival, does it not? And what business does Long Yuan have here? Surely it is not to cause trouble over last night's events?" Yubai pursed his lips at the thought of the snow domain's entourage. It was indeed Han Chuan they brought along, but whether he was living or deceased remained uncertain. As for Long Yuan, Yubai's expression turned peculiar at the mention of him. "Long Yuan claims he offended you last night and has come to apologize." "Apologize to me? For what offense?" Luo Qian responded, clearly skeptical. Recalling the dismal state Long Yuan had been in the previous night, she thought it a stretch that he would seek her forgiveness. Such a domineering character as Long Yuan offering an apology? It seemed more a ruse than a genuine act of contrition. Yubai shook his head, I inquired, yet he remained tight-lipped, his demeanor quite odd, leaving me uncertain of his true intentions. Qian, do not fret about Long Yuan. With my presence, he shall not have the opportunity to harm you." Ji Qing solemnly assured Luo Qian, adding, "Moreover, I vow to abstain from alcohol henceforth. I sincerely apologize for last night." He cursed himself for his reckless behavior and for failing to protect Qian. Qian Mo echoed this promise, stating, "Qian, I too shall resolutely refrain from that wretched drink. The aftermath of its consumption is indeed terrifying. Had it not been for the leaf Yubai provided to both me and Ji Qing this morning, we would scarcely remember our foolish antics from last night." The recollection of his own absurd actions made Qian Mo long for a hole to hide in, never to emerge again. Yubai was rather mischievous, and Qian Mo harbored grave suspicions about his sudden generosity in offering them the leaves. Was it merely to ensure they recalled their antics from the previous evening? Such drunken revelry was commonplace, and as long as no major catastrophes ensued, it was manageable. Luo Qian bore them no ill will. What transpired last night was in the past, and she chose not to dwell on it. The true horror lay in the recollections of the following day. Understanding and compassionate, Luo Qian refrained from prompting their memories, simply stating, "In the future, I shall no longer offer you alcohol." However, she added with a smile, "Yet, Qian Mo, your serpentine form, coiling and slithering, is rather endearing. And Ji Qing, you as a plump little bird, adorned in vibrant crimson feathers, are simply delightful." Qian Mo, did we not agree to let it go? Ji Qing, indeed, let us not revisit it. In the front hall, Long Yong surveyed the individuals from the snow domain beside him, his expression sour and filled with disdain. What ill fortune! How wretchedly unfortunate! Departing without consulting the astrological charts. I encountered this lunatic entourage. Their coordinated attire of white hair, white garments, white trousers, and white boots was one thing. But who in their right mind paraded around with an ice crystal coffin and several black boxes, as if attending a funeral? The audacity to visit a female's residence while presenting such morbid decorum was beyond comprehension. As Luo Qian approached, accompanied by Ji Qing, Xian Mo, and Yu Bai, her gaze was immediately drawn to the crystal coffin at the center of the hall. On the white jade stone floor outside, over 20 black boxes lay arranged. 2 rows of individuals clad in white stood in perfect order, their white hair lending them an eerie resemblance to a funeral procession, especially with the addition of a white mourning banner. Beside the ice crystal coffin stood an elderly man with white hair, beard, and brows, hunched over and seemingly lamenting with a despondent expression. Luo Qian, observing him, slowed her steps, her heart filled with confusion. Could it be that her match, Han Chuan, had perished? Was the snow domain intent on delivering his remains to her? As if to prove that, even in death, he belonged solely to her? Her attention was wholly consumed by the crystal coffin, leaving her oblivious to Long Yuan, who sat in the front hall, his gaze fixated upon her without a moment's reprieve. He gazed at Luo Qian, and his mind involuntarily flashed back to the ambiguous and enchanting moments they shared the previous night, when his thoughts were clouded. Last night, he had sought out Luo Qian, while she was preoccupied with finding Jiuqing and Xuanma. He waited for her in the living room. As Long Yuan entered, he was immediately enveloped by a most peculiar fragrance. Utterly enticing. He realized that it was inappropriate to consume her belongings without her permission, yet the allure was overwhelming, rendering him powerless to resist. After enduring the wait, when Luo Qian still had not returned, he ultimately succumbed and took a sip. That single taste was indescribable, prompting him to indulge further. One sip led to another, and soon he seemed to doze off. In a daze, he caught a glimpse of Luo Qian. She appeared upset, perhaps reprimanding him for drinking her beverage, striking him multiple times, a mix of pain and ticklishness accompanying her actions. It seemed she even bit his tail, causing him to instinctively raise his hand to stop her. In doing so, he grasped something soft, a sensation far more delicate than when his tail wrapped around her waist. Then Luo Qian seemed even angrier, biting his face and pulling at his dragon whiskers, and in the end, she kicked him several times. He awoke this morning to Long Yong informing him that he had fainted at Luo Qian's place and that she had arranged for him to be sent home. The thought filled him with regret. He had intended to apologize, yet instead, he had not only failed to do so, but had also stolen a drink from her and offended her in the process. Is this what Han Chuan is like? The sound of Luo Qian's voice abruptly pulled Long Yuan back to the present. He noticed her approaching with Jiuqing and her other 2 companions, instinctively straightening his posture. However, Luo Qian ignored him entirely, not even casting a glance in his direction. Her curiosity was directed towards the half-conscious wolf in the icy crystal coffin, her eyes shimmering with confusion, disbelief, and fascination. It seemed she had completely forgotten about the events of the previous night, her thoughts entirely captivated by the lethargic creature. Long Yuan felt a twinge of discomfort. What was so captivating about that wolf? It lay there, barely alive, with a voice more grating than his own, capable of silencing any beast with a single utterance. The lid of the icy crystal coffin had been lifted. Luo Qian approached, scrutinizing the man within. The sharp angles of the coffin reflected a cold light, accentuating the pale figure inside. He was clad in a long robe of pure white, the fabric cascading like mist, adorned with barely discernible silver thread patterns that glimmered subtly in the dim light, as if moonlight were woven into the very fabric. Most striking was his hair, not merely white but reminiscent of the untouched snow of early spring, exuding a lustrous sheen. Strands fell delicately across his forehead, brushing against his prominent brow, while the rest of his long hair spread across the bottom of the coffin, intertwining with the white robe, resembling an ink-wash landscape where the colors had inadvertently bled into blank spaces, both ethereal and tinged with a hint of solitude. Luo Qian diverted his gaze, turning towards the white-haired elder kneeling beside the icy crystal coffin. Has he succumbed to death?